Beneath the starry and moonlit night sky is a forest of swords and spears. That forest of swords and spears belonged to a group of soldiers rushing up. They shouted, "Attack, take down that demon." A foot jumped off the ground and rushed towards me. The person who rushed forward was a young man with white hair. That boy was the one the soldiers called the devil. His back had black pieces in the middle of it and a red eye. He rushed in front of a soldier, causing him to freeze, his mouth only having time to say, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by his purple-black magic. A powerful stream of purple magic surrounded them. He raised his hand and gathered magic in his palm. Then kneel and place your palms on the ground. The wafting stream of magic made the ground crack. Magic spread from the crack quickly, causing the soldiers to panic. Then that magical blast burst out and scattered the soldiers. The white-haired boy knelt in the distance, panting. Behind him, 3 pairs of red eyes still floated. The magic flow in his hand gradually receded. He looked tired and withdrew his magic. Hands holding the sword tightly. "Stand up with your sword." Suddenly, as if he discovered something, he looked over. Not far away, a person wearing armor appeared. That person spoke, "Why?" Under the night sky, a girl with long red hair wearing armor stood facing the boy. She continued to ask why he made that decision. Her face was full of unwillingness and she screamed, "Why did you make a deal with the devil? Why did you betray us?" She shouted to the boy standing in front of her, "Knox von Rehaver." Hearing her question, he looked up at the sky and said, "What a betrayal." Then, as if hearing a joke, he smiled and said, "Yes, you should think that I betrayed you." He calmly spoke up, "However, I didn't do that, because you guys betrayed me." He looked up at her and smiled gently. Looking at him like that, she couldn't stop anymore. She shouted, "Stop arguing, just tell me, since when did you get injured like this?" The question seemed to awaken memories in him, starting with, "Like a landing." A light flashed. Attached is a notification. You have completed the first part of the Inner Lunatic, total score 27. In front of a messy desk, there was a guy sitting in front of a computer screen. He happily said, "Okay, not too bad." Cigarette smoke emanates from the pile of cigarette butts. I also have a lot of items at the moment. I've unlocked a lot of hidden achievements. A notification appeared on the computer screen. The Great Seal, completion of the Crescent Moon Punishment of the Devil, Knox von Rehaver, completion of the rose covered by the White Crescent resolution on the assassination of the Royal Princess. The sun is rising in the east to suppress the uprising in the kingdom of Talia. I am very satisfied. Except for the truth, that I will die next month. On the top of the cabinet there is a calendar. The number 6 on it is written in a red circle, the date of arrival at the hospital. 2 years ago, a brain scan. In the room, the doctor spoke to reassure the guy sitting opposite, "Patient Yoochan, don't be afraid and listen to me." The doctor's words seemed to hit him like a blow, leaving him stunned, unable to believe his ears. At that hospital, Yoochan sat in a chair with a piece of paper in his hand. In Yoochan's head, the doctor's voice echoed, "You have arrived, 20 University Hospital, right? Have you been to 2 hospitals? We have done many examinations. And we got the same result." Those words seemed to have pronounced a sentence on his life. "We can prescribe you some painkillers. Take them when the pain gets too much." Those words made him completely collapse. His hand loosened the results paper in his hand. The medicine bottle fell, causing the pills to scatter as if pulling him back to reality. His hand dropped down. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. It's been 2 years. Tiredly glanced at the calendar on top of the cabinet. Then a sudden pain hit him, causing him to put his hand over his mouth and cough. After the coughing ended, he gasped and looked at his bloody hand before his eyes. "I really am. Are you about to die?" "I guess the end result isn't much different just because I keep thinking about it." He used paper to wipe the corners of his mouth and bloody hands. At this time, the phone notification rang. He raised his hand to pick up the phone. After unlocking, the hospital appointment message appears. Looking at those notices, I have no one to confide in about it. He leaned his head on the chair and sighed. No one contacted me after I lost my memory. There was no one I could contact. Clutching a bloody tissue in my hand, I can't go anywhere in my current state. Place the phone back on the table. The table was filled with flyers. Terminal cancer patient conferences, have steadfast faith, church flyers, do you want to make a hospice for sale with us? His hand tightly grasped the paper on the table. Then he angrily threw it to the ground. After releasing his anger, he bowed his head low, sweat pouring down. At this moment, suddenly an announcement rang out, causing him to suddenly raise his head. A notification for the game Inner Lunatic appears on your computer. Will you start a new game? Yes, no. Looking at the screen in front of him, he made up his mind. Before the end, this is all I need to do. He controlled the mouse and chose yes. The screen continues to appear. Please enter user information and player name. He typed Cal. Despite his tired body, he smiled and said, "This time, character attributes I should become right now." The game screen is constantly updated. After a while the screen displayed the options. He spoke up, both the monosensitive genius and the sword fighting and martial arts genius. His eyes reflected the computer screen. If you choose 2 or more genius attributes, there will be a penalty. Choose only 1 or less to avoid penalties. At this moment a message caught his attention: neutral attribute, negative attribute, terminal illness. He moved the mouse and clicked on it. He said, "I have an incurable disease and so does my character." The system displays a notification: "Will you start the game with the selected character?" He calmly replied, "Why not?" He clicked to confirm. Suddenly, his eyes were hit by light from the computer screen. That light startled and frightened him. His body fell backwards by inertia. He fell hard to the ground, trembling as he tried to get up, thinking in panic, "Am I dead?" He looked up at the screen announcing, "Character creation successful." His eyes gradually dimmed. "I think death is something I've forgotten, but at least I want to die contentedly." The system notification sounds that the character's name has been forcibly changed. In a room an announcement rang out: syncing 4%, 6%, 19%, sync stopped at 71%, character setup complete. At this moment, one person's hand moved slightly. On the bed a teenager was panting. He stood up and looked around. The strange scene filled him with panic. He got out of bed and said doubtfully, "This is the place," he thought, as he was surrounded by feelings of déjà vu. Feeling the feeling under the soles of his feet, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "It's impossible. I recognize this place." He rushed in front of the mirror. Seeing his appearance in the mirror, he raised his hand to touch the mirror, and he entered this hellish game. The young man's face with white hair and deep purple eyes appeared. He spoke, "Knox." The thought appeared in his mind, "I already own the most evil character." I don't know why that line appeared. It started with, "Yes, it was a landing." He recalled the backstory of this character, Knox von Reincarnation. He is one of the dark masters of the Inner Lunatic. The family is deeply involved in the world's most evil criminal organization, the youngest of the 5 siblings of the Reincarnation family. The Reincarnation family has given birth to children talented in both magic and swordsmanship through the ages. But among all the members, there is a useless boy. That person is the current him. Knox, who was born foolish and guilty, signed a contract with a demon from the Forbidden Realm. He becomes the most evil disaster in the story of Inner Lunatic. When he came here, he scratched his head and said, thinking about becoming Knox, "It's not a dream." While he was extremely confused, the system appeared to confirm what he thought. Basic information: name Knox von Reincarnation, male gender, age 14, human species, dark main element, achievements no. Seeing the system screen, he was so happy that he cried. He said, there was even a status window: stamina 2, mana 9, luck 7, willpower 10, magic 25. The status panel shocked me. Why are my stats like that? Stamina is only 21. And on top of that, my negative trait is neutral, negative dark attribute, incurable disease, pain, illness, frequent cold hands and feet. He was extremely suspicious of life and thought, don't tell me, it's the character I customized before. His hand tightly grasped the status panel that displayed the last remaining year. Depending on his characteristics, he unwillingly said that he was limited in time in real life, and I still have a time limit here. I try to remember my actions at that time. I don't remember exactly why I did it, but thinking back, I had a vague idea. I want this character to be like me. He remembers himself before he died, a character with no one to rely on, and will die. The remaining time will be the same as me. His hand tightened on the status panel, thinking, of course, I didn't know it would turn into such a disaster. Just when he was extremely regretful, the system notification rang out. You had an unread letter in your mailbox. Would you like to read it? He reached out and touched the notification, an unread letter. Hello, Yoochan. No, I'll call you Knox now. He said with a drop of sweat and doubt. It knows my name. Yoochan, my previous name, was given by my parents, but I don't know if they are still alive. He remembered the silhouettes of his parents before, but their faces were extremely faint in his memory. He touched and said, "The person who brought me to this world, could it be that he knows something about the past that I have forgotten?" The system replied, "You won't remember me, but I need to tell you something. It's really been a long time." Its words made him confused. What? It went on to say, "You have done very well in the past 2 years, you have the right to return to this place." In this strange room, Yoochan in Knox's body was startled to hear the system's words, welcoming him back. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. Going back to me, why? The scene of the past world appeared in my mind. You said that I am no longer in my old world. He frowned in confusion, and now this place is my reality. His mind was extremely confused right now. He clenched his fists. It was so unreasonable. He frowned tightly, thinking, help. The scene of a prestigious school appeared. The system spoke, "Please join Lydian Academy, then, develop your forces, and try to follow the main storyline as closely as possible. As soon as the system speaks, the whole truth will be revealed naturally." Seeing that the system wanted to disappear, he panicked and called out, "Wait, is that all?" Helpless in the face of the system's disappearance, his head ached and he lamented, "So now, I have to rearrange my thoughts." Turning his head to look at his new face in the mirror, he said, "First of all, I have been reincarnated as the final boss of this game, Inner Lunatic." He remembered the system's requirements and frowned, "But hey, I have to follow the main storyline. No matter how I understand it, it means I will die in the end." He remembered how the system called him, "Hey, Yoochan." "No, I think I should call you Knox now." He thought, "Anyway, even if the Inner Lunatic truly becomes my reality, it doesn't mean I'm giving up on regaining my memories." The image of a glowing tree growing from the book appeared. "At any cost, I will follow the main storyline, and based on my lost memories, I will find the reason I am in this world." His face was filled with determination. He clenched his fists, and survived, for that purpose. The game's villain Knox also comes to mind. I'm determined to become a true villain. He smiled and said, after thinking carefully, nothing has changed much compared to his old life. 2 years before I lost my memory, I have an incurable disease. Every moment means taking one more step towards death's door. The pills, the clock is counting down, and I spent my whole life, living in fear of death. The only thing that changes is the system of the world I understand best. He stood in that large, luxurious room. He asked, "System, what day is today?" It replied, "February 4th, 1812. He sighed, meaning, "I don't have much time left." The sunlight shined on his radiant face. He wondered, "So now, why did I start the 28th play with enthusiasm?" He grabbed the door handle and prepared to leave the room. Suddenly a sharp pain appeared in my wrist. The pain shocked him. The system rang at this moment. "The unfavorable attribute has been activated. Because of the influence of constant illness, you have developed grade 1 wrist inflammation. Please rest and fully recover." I'm so helpless. What the fuck? In the hallway, Yoochan uncomfortably rubbed his wrist and said, "What the hell is wrong with this body? Am I that fragile?" While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly stabbed by a maid. The collision caused the dishes to fall to the ground and break into pieces. The maid fell to the ground. She rubbed her head and said, "Who is it?" When she clearly saw the person she bumped into, she screamed in panic, "Young Master Knox." Yoochan's face turned purple. He held his wrist in pain. Suddenly looking closely at the maid sitting on the ground, he suddenly thought, this face, brown hair, and light orange eyes, this is Rona. Rona crawled up, crying, "I'm sorry, please forgive me for making a mistake that hurt you." Looking at the beautiful face with tears in front of him, he thought, did this innocent-looking girl talk bad about Knox behind her back, even if he is evil? He bowed low, narrowed his eyes, smiled and said, "I will forgive you this time, anyway." His face turned into a cruel look and said, "If she makes the same mistake again." Rona was scared, tears streaming down her face, crying out, "Yes, there won't be a next time." After scaring her, he suddenly felt a pitiful silence around her. It seemed so quiet. Looking up, he saw the servants around him, their faces filled with fear and trembling. He suddenly realized, he forgot, "I'm a very crazy person." "Really, Knox, what kind of life have you lived?" Rona sat on the ground trembling and said, "Anyway, young master, where are you going so early?" He calmly replied, "Practice room." The answer surprised everyone. He narrowed his eyes and calmly ordered, "Oh, Rona, come with me." Hearing his request made Rona freeze as if struck by lightning. She panicked and thought, "Don't tell me, he's going to hit me." Rona walked in front and led the way for him to the practice room. The hallway echoed with the footsteps of two people. Yoochan thought as he walked, first of all, I need to survive. Remembering when death came to him in the old world, he became even more determined. After experiencing death, now I am sure that I don't want to die. While walking, memorize the layout of the villa. To survive, I need to adapt to new circumstances as quickly as possible. He touched his chin and thought aloud, that doesn't mean he can't change. The sentence had no beginning or end, making Rona's head full of questions. In his mind, the map of the game appeared. As someone who has played this game 27 times, I know most of the hidden aspects of this game. He shouted in his head, status window. The status window appears. Inner Lunatic, with the storyline of a duel between angels and demons, spanning across the empire, the game has many fans around the world. The special thing about Inner Lunatic is that you can customize your character, allowing players to have many different playing styles. While low-rank attributes like normal or talented can be specified multiple times. In most cases, the genius attribute can only be assigned once. If you plan while walking, using your genius attribute, you can reach the top more quickly. Anyway, I own both of those things. In this game, there is a concept called attribute penalty. Remember when selecting attributes, when specifying an attribute that exceeds your limit. Genius in swordsmanship and combat gives you swordsmanship skills. The image of a swordsman appeared. It allows players to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. On the other hand, genius senses mana, increasing your sensitivity to magic. More allows you to cast spells effectively. Then one can use magic. He touched his chin wondering, those things have many benefits. He remembers the plot. The main character has a skill that is, understanding the mind, allows you to see other players' status windows. And the acting master allows you to perform any expression in any situation. It would be very useful in your situation. He concentrates his thoughts as he walks. His spirit of steel can be used in battle, allowing the player to maintain a steadfast spirit. With a cold appearance, there is only one problem. Suddenly remembering his own attribute, making him full of black lines, is an unfavorable attribute. Terminal illness would be the worst, but still. Unfavorable illness, curse, illness, constant illness, cold limbs, precious amulet. He thought helplessly. He looked like a mobile hospital. For people with cold limbs, except for players with heating skills, setting foot in a cold area is almost impossible. And with my constant illness, I would faint at least once per chapter. He scratched his head. Well, I guess there's no other choice. Looking up at the practice room gate, he thought, let's move forward step by step. Rona quietly walked and thought, we are already right in front of the practice room. Does he really want to come in? Suddenly she looked at him in surprise. His face was filled with determination. He walked into the practice room, pushing open the door. He thought, first of all, curse of sickness. The player has been cursed with a curse of sickness since birth, and the growth speed has been reduced by half and will reduce the ability to withstand adverse effects from enemies by 2 times. I set the first goal. I have to remove the curse of illness first. The hands tightly grasped the wooden sword in their hands, swinging it continuously. No matter how long I think, I can only conclude one thing. Yoochan's head was full of sweat, sweating and swinging his sword. I thought, my life is over. His face was purple with sweat all over his head and he was panting. He continued thinking, like the introduction to a novel. The wooden sword flew up and fell to the ground. He fell to the ground, thinking that after careful consideration, that's what I concluded. It was as if all his energy had been drained from him and he lay on the ground, someone who couldn't even swing his sword 10 times. He cried and thought, I didn't think the debilitating curse was such a debilitating curse. In the practice field, Yoochan sat on the ground, as expected, many good weapons. I think it's because of the background of the Reincarnation family, originated from the sword. When it comes to the Reincarnation family, there are a lot of good things to say about them. He turned his head and sighed wearily. The most famous title is probably the noble family of lazy swords and darkness. The reason they were called that was because of their technique of infusing dark magic into their blades and using it to deal with their enemies. In his mind, an image of a person holding a long black sword appeared, all thanks to the commander's blade. Known as the tyrant blade of darkness, it would be passed down to the heads of the family, and that process continues through generations. Thinking of this, he scratched his cheek, but it had nothing to do with him. Besides swordsmanship, there are many benefits to being part of a noble family. In the golden sunlight shining down on the training ground, he exclaimed, the most important thing is money, money. He clenched his fists and made up his mind, money was the best. The Reincarnation family is one of the largest nobles in the storyline, of course, they are extremely wealthy, to the point that he raised his head to the sky and thought, their useless son has enough money to do nothing for his whole life. Then he remembered the image of Knox's father in the plot, most likely because of Knox's father, Teo, don't care much about whether Knox spends wisely or not. Knox is not that type of character to begin with, youngest son of a noble family. He propped himself up and stood up, after all, his model was very clear and he would definitely use up all the money he had. His knees were shaking from overuse. He consoled himself, until Rona brought back the items he requested. Remember your face full of panic and suspicion about what you're planning and don't make me do anything strange, he thought helplessly, I can't even run. Go back a few minutes ago, Rona pushed a card in front of Yoochan. There are many objects on the card. Rona spoke up, wooden sword, towel, and water are here, master. Rona quietly thought, is he really going to practice? He waved at her and asked, is there anyone around? Come here, Rona. Seeing him calling her, she was extremely frightened, raised her hand to avoid. Why, are you planning to hit me? He heard that and said angrily, what are you talking about? He picked her up by her ear and said, come here. Then he whispered in her ear. Rona listened and said yes. Suddenly she heard something strange that made her blurt out, what? He wanted to use up all that money. She hastily refused, the idea he told me was nonsense. Without letting her finish her sentence, he ordered her to shut up and find those things. His command made her panic and reply, yes sir, don't raise your voice at me. She quickly ran to carry out the order, thinking, he has changed. In the practice room, a sword was abandoned on the ground. Yoochan walked to the cart. He thought, I don't know how agile Rona is, but I must need those things here tomorrow. Pick up the teapot and pour yourself a cup of tea. The tea that Rona brought, he drank and thought, I need to cure this curse in my weak condition. I never thought the curse would be this bad. While he was lost in thought, a sound suddenly rang out behind him. Hello, Master Knox. The sudden sound made him startled. The cup he was bringing to his mouth spilled out a little. He stammered, oh man. A tall man wearing a monocle stood behind him. That person was the head butler, Rodwell de Ernerk. His information immediately appeared in his mind. As a manager of Reincarnation's assets, he was not someone I could easily deal with. Knox's father's advisor, the head of the family, Teo von Reincarnation, that's Rodwell. His hand holding the cup trembled. He tried to control his fear. This was a challenge he needed to face. Calmly placing the teacup back on the tray, he thought, he almost never cared about me. Did he notice something strange? I have a way to handle this. He calmly spoke up, what are you doing here when you should be serving my father? The system rang, the character specialties and acting masters were activated. Your acting has passed him by. He bowed his head and replied, after being entrusted by the homeowner, I came to inform you of something. He asked suspiciously, what happened? He said, yes, you are required to attend dinner tonight. Hearing that, he was extremely scared, trying to control his trembling body, screaming in his heart, I still don't understand this family very well. Are you kidding? And my father wants me to have dinner with him. He pretended to calmly refuse, telling my father I couldn't come tonight. Hearing that, the butler sighed and thought, I wonder why his master asked him to join us for dinner tonight. He spoke up, the daughter of the Stilliner family had come to visit the family. It seems she came here to be trained as a knight. A girl with bright red hair appeared in his mind. He continued, if you don't participate, master. He advised, I'm afraid the homeowner will be angry. He sighed helplessly and replied, I understand. His answer made him feel strange. He asked curiously, Master, there's something a bit strange about you today. He still calmly replied, what do you want to say? He expressed his doubts, you have never held a sword before. I noticed that you came to practice at the gym. He asked, can I ask why? He replied coldly, allowing me to clarify this matter. He radiated an extremely strong aura and said, don't go too far with your master as a butler. Whatever I do, for whatever purpose, is none of your business. I'm the one who decides that. In front of his brother's spirit, he remained calm. He placed his hands in front of his chest and bowed, asking for forgiveness, Master. Watching him walk away, he silently thought, something must have changed in him. Stepping out of the practice field, he said, I need to report to the homeowner. While at the villa, Yoochan closed the door tightly, sweat drenched his hands. He was breathing heavily, his face was pale, he was so tense, I never thought this would happen again. He walked and said, I wonder what will happen if I have a little loophole. He won't follow me. He was helpless to give up and forget it. He remembered what the butler said earlier. The daughter of the Stilliner family, a girl with red hair appeared. What is she doing here? The starry sky has fallen. Looking at the dining room, a person was holding his chin and laughing and saying, Hey look, that idiot is really coming. I probably won't be able to swallow this meal. Yoochan sat at the table with an expressionless face. At this time, the person with white hair and yellow eyes continued to mock him. Don't tell me you still haven't gotten used to meeting people like this. A person with a similar face sitting next to him replied, It seems that's true. Those two people are twins Hart and Alan. Ignoring his expressionless face, those two continued to talk. I never thought you would dare to show your face here. It's unbelievable. He said, Did you hear that he has feelings for the maid? Alan followed suit. I know, he is truly a hopeless child. He quietly listened to those sarcastic words and thought, I didn't even do anything wrong. At this moment, the dining room door opened. The maids bowed low to greet, and from outside the door a voice sounded. It seemed like everyone was here. Yoochan tensed up his nerves to prepare for the next battle of wits. The person who entered was Theo von Reinhafer. He thought, the head of the family, Knox's father, and at this moment walked in followed by a girl with red hair. She said, Hello. She was an extremely beautiful girl like a bright red rose. She introduced herself, I am Talia von Stilliner, pleased to meet everyone. Knox's father spoke, Stilliner's daughter has requested night training, and she will be with us for a while. Everyone in the dining room heard this and whispered and trained the knights. He went on to say, treat her like family. Looking at the girl in front of him, he remembered her information in the plot, Talia the hero of the inner lunatic, and the one who fought against the future villain, Knox. He tensed up and sweated. She was the one who would stick the sword into his chest later. In the mansion. In the dining room, Theo von Reinhafer is talking to Knox von Reinhafer. Knox, I called you here today because of something. When he heard him say that, he just remained silent and Talia von Stilliner didn't seem to understand what was going on. He continued to say, It's crowded now, let's have a meal. During the meal, Alan and Hart suddenly looked at him and smiled sinisterly. Immediately afterwards Hart spoke up, Father, I think it's time for you to make a decision. Who will be able to join Elden Academy and become a talented member of the family? According to von Reinhafer, when he heard that, he thought deeply and said, I know, surely, the time has finally come. Elden Academy, the most important place within Lunatic. Because inside Lunatic, there is a rumored story that the students have to fight demons through various trials in the academy. At this moment, Knox von Reinhafer was thinking, surely the person admitted must be me. As long as it doesn't affect the game's plot, we need to find teammates for ourselves. After a moment of thought, Theo von Reinhafer added that although everyone already knew, only 3 members of each family were allowed to join the academy. The reason is that in order to protect the academy from the power of the nobles, I have reserved 2 admission tickets for your 2 elder sons, so there is only 1 ticket left. Knox von Reinhafer now thought a little urgently, before finding his ally. Then getting that ticket is the best thing for us right now. He calmly continued, I will choose the remaining person to join the academy. Knox von Reinhafer forced a smile and asked, So, what you mean is that we will choose people by having us compete against each other, right? According to von Reinhafer, when I heard him say that, I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Knox to speak up like this. The next second he calmed down and said, Yes, I will choose a battle date next month. I will decide who will be chosen, after witnessing your performance at the training ground. Alan and Hart immediately mocked him. If you want to give up then accept it now. A weak person like you who has never held a sword has no chance against us. When you hear them say that, say that. He then picked up the glass of wine and continued, Isn't that something you should say only after you've won? Alan shouted angrily, Do you think you can win against us? Knox von Reinhafer looked at the glass of wine in his hand and thought, This war will be my chance to be accepted into the academy, without having to worry about their ridiculous prejudices. After a moment of thinking, he continued, Knox von Reinhafer smiled extremely confidently. He would be the only one chosen to go to Elden Academy. At this moment, Theo von Reinhafer coldly glanced at him. The other 2 guys couldn't say another word even though they were extremely angry. Talia von Stilliner now laughed and said, Well, the youngest son of the von Reinhafer family is really confident. Hearing that, Knox von Reinhafer, although calm on the outside, was actually extremely scared. He thought to himself, I think I've received the attention of someone I shouldn't touch. Turns into a long period of time after meals. According to von Rienhofer, who was sitting in the office, he calmly asked Rodwell de Ernerk, based on your report, it was clear that his behavior had changed suddenly. Rodwell de Ernerk respectfully replied, yes. According to von Rienhofer, he fell into deep thought, I couldn't believe he had changed without me seeing it with my own eyes, the kid had somehow changed his personality like that. It wasn't that its body was taken over by a demon. Anyway, I felt quite curious. Thinking about this, he immediately said to the butler, okay Rewell. Continue focusing on Knox. The scene changes to when Knox von Rienhofer is practicing, the maids are all talking about him, look at him, the young master is practicing again. Man, he's really, I heard there's a competition coming up next month, but why? He just ran around like that. As he ran, he looked at the servants talking about him, and couldn't help but think, how can I hear them whispering so clearly, I don't remember that I have something like that inside. While he continued running, the system notified him that his physical strength had increased by 0,1. Looking at the increase in his stats, he couldn't help but wonder, was it only 0,1? Slowly he thought, why am I running around the yard like this? It's because my biggest weakness is physical strength. The condition to activate Sword Genius is to reach level 4 in physique. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel sad. Unless my physical strength is like Knox's, it will be activated immediately, but I'm suffering from the fatigue of the advice. After running for a while, he stopped to rest, he was breathing heavily from fatigue. But inside I was extremely happy thinking, I need to improve my physical strength by 1,9 in 1 month. Weakening curse, a curse that cuts your stamina in half. Right after that, Knox von Rienhofer released his attribute table. I was almost exhausted running with my life like this, but everyone could see, I only increased by 0,1. My incurable passive, I've also reduced my stamina by half. As a result, I have to train 4 times harder than others. No matter how hard I try, when I have an incurable internal disease, I only have 15 stamina points left. Rona just pushed the cart over. Having said that, I have purchased the items you told me about yesterday. He happily thought, she's more resourceful than I thought, then said, at least now she's useful. Looking at the pile of things on the table, he couldn't help but think, how can I reach 4 stamina? I won't let any problems happen, of course, me. He held the bottle of medicine in his hand with great confidence, an expert could do it using previous experience. Rona asked him curiously, why do you need this? She continued saying, all of those items were either difficult to use, or remedies that people usually avoided using. Weren't that scroll the only one that was useful to you? Knox von Rienhofer calmly answered her question, people avoid using it because they don't know how to use it. Hearing him say that, she was a bit surprised, how to use it? Knox von Rienhofer looked at the pile of things on the table and then picked up a purple bottle. Then drink it all in one gulp. Rona screamed in fear, young master, that venom. As soon as he finished drinking, his face immediately turned pale. He thought to himself, it was poison. Right now, he saw a system notification that he had used 3-headed snake venom and his physical strength temporarily increased by 1,5. Countdown begins at 9 minutes 59 seconds. Knox von Rienhofer leaned his hands on the table in pain. Rona saw that the situation was so serious and said, I will call the housekeeper. When he heard that, he quickly stopped her, wait. Then he immediately took something else from the dining table. Seeing him continue to eat, Rona was so scared that she turned pale and shouted, don't eat the core like that. The system announced that you had eaten the golem core. You will gradually fall into a state of petrification. The mysterious puzzle piece has been revealed. The 3-headed snake venom is working on the golem's core. Seeing the system notification, he happily thought, good, the mysterious puzzle piece has worked. I have to continue. Originally a golem core that could temporarily amplify the user's defense ability, this was an item to create combat golems. But when used together with 3-head solid filter, he thought that the special effects notification system was being activated, the 3-headed snake venom was being diluted. The debilitating curse has been removed. Knox von Rienhofer now smiled extremely confidently, that's right, the curse of weakness has been lifted. Rona looked at him like that and was extremely scared, young master, he would die. After a while he finally returned to normal, but there were still many hidden things to discover. Rona ran over worriedly, are you okay? Rona now seemed to be overwhelmed by his beauty. She shouted loudly, young master. Knox von Rienhofer continued to pick up another bottle of water on the table. Then it immediately pours on you. The system notifies you that you have used the Golem Core's petrification effect. The Golem Core's petrification effect has disappeared. The fairy mist is reacting with the Golem Core. Knox von Rienhofer smiled with satisfaction. It felt strange. The system notifies that a sealed fragment has been activated, and the user will be temporarily given the bonus feature. He smiled complacently, exactly as planned. Finally, he took another roll of paper from the table, leaving one last one. Then tear the scroll in half again. You have used the scroll to increase stamina quickly. Your stamina growth rate will double. He now fell into deep thought. I broke the curse, and since the chief is limiting the debuff of the incurable disease trait and I use the scroll, my growth rate will be double that of a normal person. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel happy. So does that mean I will be able to increase my stamina parameters faster? During this time, Rona suddenly rushed to hug him. She said with short tears and long tears, "Master, is the day okay?" Then she cried and pulled his shirt as she spoke. Suddenly he took off his clothes, making me think there was something wrong with his head or something. He looked at her like that and was extremely scared and said, "Bring me a towel quickly." Knox von Rienhofer looked at her and smiled, thinking, since the curse has been lifted, maybe I should treat her a little better. He forced a smile and said, "Of course I'm fine." Rona was still crying and replied, "Are you sure you will be okay if I don't call the head butler? Shouldn't you rest now?" Knox von Rienhofer gently told her, "It's okay." She gently asked, "Then, what are you going to do?" He didn't hesitate to answer and ran. Some time later Knox von Rienhofer continued running in the garden. He ran in front and Rona ran behind him holding a towel. At this time, there was a person standing on the other side of the gate looking at the two of them and said, "What's wrong?" That person was Talia von Stillener. She puffed her cheeks and propped her chin up as she said, "Why would a weak person like him accept a match with his two brothers?" The servant next to her suddenly spoke up, "Miss, you shouldn't be staring at the little master of the Rienhofer family like that." It was impolite to do so. Before the maid could finish speaking, she interrupted. Frowning slightly he said, "He doesn't even use a sword anymore, all he does is run, and despite Rienhofer's other knights. I offered to teach him but he refused." The more she talked, the more confused she became. Within a month, he would be beaten to a pulp and that would be the end of this matter. Even though she said that, she was still a bit worried. "I'm sure things will turn out like that. So why should I even bother?" "I thought so but she said she couldn't stand it." Emma saw you like that and asked, "Young lady." The next second Talia von Stillener with an extremely determined look on her face turned around and left. "Emma, I'll be right back." A moment later Talia von Stillener walked up to Knox von Rienhofer. "Behold," she said very confidently, "I am Talia." On the surface, Knox von Rienhofer still looked at her calmly and said nothing, but inside he was really scared. Why did she come to find him? He stood up and said, "What do you want? I seem to have heard your name before." Talia von Stillener thought a bit awkwardly. What was with that cold attitude? He's probably too stunned by his beauty. Yes, that's probably it. Talia von Stillener said fiercely, "I wanted to ask, are you sure you can defeat your two brothers? That's why you agreed. By running around like this, do you think you have a chance?" Hearing Rona's words, she somewhat sympathized. "I agree." The more she talked, the more confident she became. "If you ask, I'm ready to help you." But in the end he turned cold around him and left to her surprise. "No, I refused. I'm not interested. So you go, okay." Talia von Stillener was rejected by Knox von Rienhofer. So embarrassed and angry, she shouted loudly, "How dare you? This is how you behave when I ask to help later." Seeing her angry, Rona turned pale and thought, girls don't like talking like that. At this moment, she was extremely angry and said, "Forget it." Then he left angrily, "So just do it your way." Knox von Rienhofer was stunned as he watched Talia von Stillener leave. Rona, who was not around, sighed in frustration. He didn't understand anything. His expression now looked a bit worried, thinking, things are complicated. The next second he used his clairvoyance to see Talia von Stillener's status. At this moment, he seemed to see something quite interesting. In the inner circle, most men had a stamina parameter of 4. She had a great stamina parameter. He put his hand to his chin and thought for a moment, even though it was nothing compared to the 3 sword saints on the continent. Or the potential of one of the 4 great mages. At least she has the potential to reach their level. The more Knox von Rienhertz thought, the more tense his expression became. She can kill several demons, with half that trait. The trick feature that Talia uses will awaken with white fire, and it will be used to burn the demonized Knox in the future. If he could make Talia his ally, the plot would change too much. I need to find a way to stick to the plot while not meeting death. Thinking of this, he felt a little depressed inside. From the beginning, was it possible to have a good relationship with the person who would kill him in the future? Scene change 1 month later. Talia von Stillener is walking around the mansion. Then his expression suddenly darkened. She thought about what the soldier had just said. Great, she learned quickly. As expected of the Stillrainer family's talent. Her expression was sad when thinking about the words and talents of the Stillrainer family. Right now she was thinking about her older sister who was truly talented in her family. She stood still for a moment without saying anything. Then grasped the sword tightly. Then he got bored and said, I don't know if I can become a knight. A knight must not be blinded by greed, always be humble, while sacrificing themselves for noble purposes. Above all, they need to learn the shape and style of the sword, to be able to become a knight, true knight. She said with a sad tone, can he beat his brother, who has been training for so many years, by doing that cardio? I don't believe it. The next day at the field. Alan and Knox von Reinhardt are standing in the arena. Others were sitting in the stands watching. According to von Reinhardt, who spoke up at this time, Rodwell. He sat with his arms folded sternly on the chair and said what he thought the outcome of this match would be. Rodwell the Ernst seems to find it difficult to give an answer, i.e. At this moment, the referee interrupted his words, please pay attention. The official match to decide who has the right to enroll in Elden Academy. Alan and Knox von Reinhardt heard that and both got into a preparation position. Please allow me to begin. As soon as he started, Alan rushed to attack Knox von Reinhardt. Theo asked him, Rodwell, what do you think? Rodwell bowed slightly and replied, if it was as usual, young Master Alan would probably win. Theo listened and nodded, yes, I also thought so. Priscilla sat quietly watching. Rodwell wondered if the homeowner had predicted any other outcome. Even though young Master Knox has changed, I still don't think he will win. This is too strange and impossible. I also once walked the path of a knight, fighting side by side with the homeowner. A sword is something that is sometimes complex, but other times it is the simplest thing in the world, and how much time one practices and how much one meditates on it determines one's level. There is only one thing that can turn the tide and bring a stronger person to its knees. In other words, genius is like writing, an overwhelming talent. He wondered for a moment whether young Master Knox was born with that kind of talent. Suddenly Theo spoke, interrupting his thoughts, however. It's not like his chances are zero. You never know with the blood of the Reinhardt family flowing in his veins, whether such a cunning child will be born with the same amazing ability as the three-sword emperor, or not. Looking at the board, the sword and martial arts genius attribute had not been activated. Knox was annoyed and cursed it. Why don't I have any luck at all, even though my luck stat is so high, or from the beginning I had a negative luck stat? Let's talk about the results first. In the end I couldn't raise my physical strength. 4. Notice, a attribute is in effect, stamina increased by 0,1. Knox thought for a while, his physical strength reached 3,8, right. Suddenly the hurried footsteps of a maid called Knox, young master. Rona ran and cried, do I really have to run with you? Knox kept running then turned back to look at her. Of course she was my maid. If she didn't run with me, then what was the point? No, that's not what I meant. Who was going to serve me? Rona kept running. Brother. He was running and crying. It seemed like his intentions were being revealed. Knox turned around and smiled at her and said, okay, give you one more job. He gave her his handkerchief, and she pouted at him as she received the handkerchief. Seeing her like that, he said directly, are you secretly cursing me? Rona shook her head in refusal, then bit her laziness, biting her tongue. He is smiling at her. Then I thought, at this level, her physical strength must be high, so I should use clairvoyance to check. Look at Rona's stats. He looked back at his physical stats. Even Knox was surprised. What the hell? 4,5. A maid is stronger than a normal man. What did the Reinhardt family make her do to she is like this? Rona added a servant with a higher starting index than him, a score he had not yet achieved after a month of hard training. He was angry and felt it was unfair. Rona was tired and ran over to remind him, but it's already late, the competition is tomorrow, you should go rest. Knox kept trying to run until he sweated too much, but for him, there is still no time left. Alan said your name, Knox. He arrogantly said, "You better withdraw." Then he stressed himself again, "Even though you are a stain on the family, you are still my younger brother. I shouldn't hit you too hard, should I?" "Isn't that right?" Knox replied calmly. "Based on your expression, you don't want me to retreat, right?" He laughed and said in a sarcastic voice, "I've been discovered. Actually, I want to leave a good impression on the lady of the steel in her family. You see, I believe you will help me." Knox said but was a bit dismissive, "I guess I didn't know if this was a good idea or not. I can analyze. Elden's physical strength is at level 8, he keeps saying. By the way, are you also interested in this lady?" Knox thought, there is no way I can win with these methods, normally. He reviewed everything around him. With this situation, the match announcer announced, with the reward of being accepted into a Lydian academy, the sword battle would begin. Knox von Reinhaver and Elden von Reinhaver, both must accept the outcome of the fight, and must not doubt the outcome. Knox fell into a state of suspense and anxiety. If he lost here, everything would end, from regaining his memories, to finding out who sent him the letter, and even though it was delayed for a year, the battle would be over, my life will also come to an end. His hand held the sword tighter. The announcer asked, "Is everyone ready?" So, to begin, the shout rang out and the two immediately rushed in and swung their swords at each other. Elden slashed past Knox, he had to quickly dodge. "Then put your feet out to maintain balance." His body tried to maintain stability right from the first moments of the match. He slid a long way to the ground. Knox's sword trembled slightly. Elden was quite pleased to see that. Good blocking. Then he jumped on his feet and rushed towards Knox, who was standing there unsteadily. "The truth about this damn game called Inner Lunatic. It means I'll have to give up everything if I lose, but if I can win then that's it." Suddenly, his stamina was increased by 0,1. Knox also felt this, even though he was sweating profusely. He suddenly gave a strange smile. "If I can win, I feel like everything will be under my control." Elden was a little annoyed when Knox became a bit arrogant. He scoffed, "The wind is so strong that it makes you stupid. I guess I need to hit you a few times to calm you down," he said, swinging his sword towards him. Priscilla von Aurel looked at the match and smirked. Perhaps she was worrying unnecessarily after hearing that it had changed. After all, the child who will join a Lydian academy from the Reinhaver family will be my son. Suddenly the words, "so pitiful," reached her ears. Looking in Theo's direction, he was a little pensive. She smiled, "This family will too, one day." Theo raised his voice, "I was looking forward to this day because I heard he had changed. Is this all he can do in the end?" Rotwell saw his mood and asked, "Lord, should the match be stopped? If we let the competition continue, young Master Knox will need a lot of time to recover, and at this time Knox is also a bit exhausted." Looking at Elden's madness, he realized, Elden and Hearts they were gifted, but not to the level of an unpolished gem. Compared to the eldest son Garen, their skills were lacking. The law of the power of the black sword, which brought everything to him and made his enemies submit, was overwhelming power. Who did it learn from? Theo closed his eyes and sighed. Then he leaned on his arm to sit up and replied dejectedly, "Okay, this contest can stop now." Now Knox's stamina is increasing by 0,1. The battle was still going on. The swordsmanship and martial arts genius attribute had been activated. Knox was also drenched in sweat. Hearts provoked, "Are you crazy, Knox? The time rotation skill has now been activated. At this moment, you must be surprised and pay attention to the things in front of your eyes." The magic circle was strung around his body. I've heard this saying somewhere, everything and everything around was almost frozen still. Geniuses and commoners live their lives in different times. He looked up with steady eyes, looked at everything around him and realized that this was the turning of time. Everything seems to move, a skill that causes the perception of time to slow down many times. He firmly grasps the sword in his hand. The opponent is slowed down, completely different from moving faster, although it is quite difficult to take full advantage of this skill. Hearts' actions at this time were very slow, as long as the sword and martial arts genius attribute was activated. Everything is enabled. He easily used his sword to slash away his opponent's sword. Hearts was immediately so surprised that he couldn't figure out everything. Knox rhythmically captures every move of his opponent. "I will be the winner." Hearts' sword immediately fell. He grabbed his trembling wrist and looked at Knox with hateful eyes. He swung his sword high. Looking at Hearts with cold eyes, "This will be fun." He was starting to get a little scared but still spoke loudly, "What are you?" He has regained his composure now, but even so, we should not lower our guard. The skill only has a duration of 5 minutes, I'll have to end this within that time. I told Hearts, I've been gentle with you up until now. He spread his arms out with a calm expression, but now I'm no longer interested in you enough to do that, brother. Let's end this quickly, both of you please come up here at the same time. Both Hearts and Elden were surprised by his decision. What? They exclaimed. Knox tilted his face toward Theo and said, Father, please give me the right to fight both of my brothers at the same time. Theo was surprised by his son's words. Both Rodwell and Talia were surprised. She reminded him, what the hell are you planning to do now? Theo quietly assessed his son's abilities. That temperament has changed. It seems like my son still has a secret he keeps. It won't hurt to observe him a little more. He immediately issued an order. I allow this 2-on-1 match. Priscilla suddenly called him. But he didn't listen and ignored it and ordered to start walking. Elden immediately bent down and picked up his sword. Hearts was furious. How dare this bastard humiliate us like that in front of father? At this time, Knox also confidently held his sword in his hand. Hearts shouted, ready to go. Then, at once, both men rushed forward and hit Knox. The swords kept colliding with each other. All 3 swords and 3 operators continued to attack. Elden shouted, he attacked deeper to the left. Hearts was irritated, shut up. But compared to their hurried rhythm, Knox has a more stable rhythm and doesn't even seem to waste any effort. At this time, the proficiency of the lower sword skill has increased thanks to the special effect of the genius's timeline. He thought to himself, has his proficiency increased? Okay, then I can get the path of the blade. He just kept defending and hitting them. Easily and flexibly hit their shoulders and weak points. The two of them, Elden and Hearts, were both exhausted to the point of panting, yet Knox was still very gentle and calm as if he had no effort. Talia didn't ask or worry about him, but was in the stands calling Mr. Knox's name. She looked at his appearance and thought, why Knox? The family's shame could be changed to this extent. That was what was clearly visible on their faces. It was a face filled with fear. The 2 brothers turned to look at each other. Don't let your guard down, Knox's voice said. Right in the middle of the match like that, he approached them. Each of them had a scared expression on their faces when they saw Knox approaching. Then gently swing the sword from inside to outside towards them. Then he jumped up and rushed forward. Talia observed and thought, there is still one more important and dangerous thing about this match. She looked at his expression and face and thought again, but the feeling of feeling the weight of the sword in her hand like this. It's worth enjoying. Suddenly everyone watching had a surprised look on their faces. Even Theo, he looked down in surprise. Elden shouted, this was impossible. But then he was easily hit by Knox so much that he backed into the wall behind him and was hit hard. The 2 of them all sat down and were angry, damn it. At this point, the genius's timeline has completely expired. Knox looked down and thought, that's it. Is it over? He took a deep breath and looked down at them. Priscilla stood him up out of worry, shouting her children's name, Hearts Elden. Knox quickly said, look over here, everyone knows the winner, right? The manager also said, of course. He announced that the winner was young Master Knox von Reinhaver. Elden was so angry that he was shaking, damn it. His hand dropped down letting the sword fall from his hand. The sound of a falling sword echoed the clanging sound of metal. Theo quietly looked at Knox. He also turned his eyes to look at his father. After that, I bowed respectfully and asked permission to leave. He made his way out of the arena. Talia ran to find him. Saw him coming home. Talia thought to herself, I have to force Knox to ask about this. It was already dusk outside. Knox looked visibly tired and kept breathing rapidly. Looking down at his hand, he was surprised, was this blood? It seems like I've gone a little past the skill's time limit. He recalled that the genius's timeline skill had a fatal weakness. If used beyond the set time limit, the user himself would be in a disadvantageous state, or in other words, it would be counterproductive. System notification: the player's lifespan has been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours due to the reverse effect of the natural duration skill. A portion of the user's health will be permanently stripped away, and it is the worst adverse effect, thus making the user's body susceptible to illness. Knox looked at his hand and thought, I already have an incurable disease. He thought to himself, fortunately this adverse effect did not happen in front of others. If someone accidentally caught him, his application to the academy would be ruined. Suddenly, a voice behind him startled him. "Boy! Are you hurt? It's Alia and you're coming." She asked, "Were you injured from the last match?" Knox was startled and afraid she would know about him. Damn it. He just wiped the blood from his mouth, cursing in his heart. Damn it, she found out, and why does it have to be Talia? I can't let her know about these secrets. He thought for a long time before daring to say a word, "Miss," but before he could finish speaking, Talia interrupted him. "You can defeat your brothers with that ruined body." Knox didn't believe it and asked again, "What?" Talia said somewhat confusedly, "I think. I misunderstood you," she said, shyly lifting one side of her hair. Her face was now pink with embarrassment. After listening, he thought to himself, what she had seen in the past month was that Knox had never once held a sword in his hand. On the first day, she only saw him clumsily swinging the wooden sword. How could such a person actually win? And she thought that it was definitely because he had talent. I need to ask how he was able to awaken such talent, and how he practiced it. But, when all the matches ended, his demeanor when he was alone. Unexpectedly, while thinking, seeing the progress, I couldn't help but be surprised and wonder, what's going on? Why is he in this state? Isn't he already overwhelming his brothers, with his intelligence and talent? Knox isn't useless, that's just a rumor. He simply trained hard to win at all costs. But at this moment he couldn't help but cough. Talia immediately ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" However, just as she was about to reach out to help him, he coldly pushed her hand away. His face shows discomfort. "Don't touch me." Even though he's so cold on the outside, his mind and emotions are being invaded by shame. "I admit, because I've been caught up in the game for the past 2 years, my progress in the eyes of others, it was too difficult to understand. Initially, she was the character who would kill her." His action startled her and made her retract her hand. She let out a loud noise and then confusedly said, "I just..." Her face sank apologetically. She spoke softly, "I'm sorry." After hearing this, Knox looked dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Huh." She honestly confided, "I didn't think you were so serious about the sword. I heard you were weak from birth. That's why you only practice physically. Sorry I misunderstood you." Pretending to be incompetent probably wasn't your intention either. Emma said that people can make such mistakes. The sincerity on her face made him confused. How should he answer? "She's as honest as what I saw in the game, even though I know she has the characteristics of a knight. She's the daughter of a famous and prestigious duke family. Probably it's hard for her to admit to others that she was very wrong." He lowered his voice and said, "If that's what you think about me, then please don't tell everyone about my bleeding." Responding to his advice, she firmly said, "Of course, I won't say anything." And Knox still hasn't stopped worrying. He thought to himself, I probably won't need to worry about other people finding out about this problem anymore. He told her one last time to keep his word, then coldly turned and left, his back looking so lonely. Talia looked at him, her eyes shining, her cheeks pink. When it just got dark. As von Rienhofer sat in thought, he thought about Knox and said, "It seems my guess is correct." Then he asked Patriarch Rodwell, what did he think about Knox's talent? Rodwell replied seriously, "At first I couldn't understand why the master let himself be beaten like that. But, for children the same age as Master, and also for other young masters, I think Master is the best." Hearing this, Theo propped his chin and replied, "I agree with you, and, I don't know why. But, I think it still has talent hiding from us." He ordered Rodwell, "Observe all its actions, and do nothing but observe, no matter what it was doing." Rodwell replied seriously, "Yes sir." He was lost in many thoughts about Knox again. "I wondered if you... Do you have enough talent to inherit the power of the Supreme Black Sword?" "I don't have much time left," he thought, then he clenched his hand. He turned to instruct his butler, Rodwell, that what he was doing was important. Rodwell knew that and bowed his head and replied, "I will try my best." The sky was covered with darkness. Outside, the stars were showing off their radiant beauty. Even though it was late at night, Knox's room was still lit. The system notifies you that you have completed the training mission and have won the first battle. He looked up at the notification window and talked to himself. This is a world that has become reality, but the game system still exists here. The parameter window is still displayed. The system says, "You will get a reward." You have received a free index point, 1 point multiplied by 3, reading the text in front of him. At first he was somewhat stunned, saying, "This is," but as soon as he realized that this reward was a bargain, he couldn't help but shouted with joy, "I won the lottery." The next second he frowned again and said, "I spent a month to increase my stamina by 2 points, you should have given it to me sooner." His reason told me, but, the stat I need to add more. He shouted the command, the parameter window, immediately many information panels appeared. He scrolled up and down for a while, thinking that it wasn't physical strength. That is, luck. Now he saw the luck section, and his index was 10. Seeing that, he also guessed that the reason was, because it was not a stat that could be increased through hard training, and also because luck was the most valuable stat in Inner Lunatic. Let's see its value. The system shows the value of that piece of luck, welfare, sweeping a wide area 27 times, that has been bestowed. You have received a random gotcha ticket. You have received a first skill confirmation ticket. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The welfare system is still here, that's good. Let's gotcha together." As soon as he finished speaking, something that looked like a wheel of fortune appeared before his eyes. It looked so huge and scary. It even emitted a strange purple light around it. He thought a little worriedly, seeing this thing with his own eyes was so magical. Then you turn the button on it. Let's see, when the luck stat is at its maximum, I think the chance of intermediate and higher level appearing is 95%, probably. The ball immediately received the command, the blind boxes in it began to rotate. In his mind, he calculated that the primary and lower levels would be white, the intermediate level would be silver, and the high level would be gold. The highest level will be rainbow, please, give me gold or higher. After a while, the ball released a beautiful little blind box ball. That thing emitted a very bright light. Then the cover of that thing disappeared, leaving only a shiny golden scroll. Seeing that, he immediately shouted with joy and appeared. He slowly opened the scroll, and at the same time the system also displayed a notification, confirming the level. "Congratulations, you have received the advanced trait." He was so happy that he exclaimed, in disbelief. On the system screen were words, displaying skill information. Name, Supreme Tower, High Level, Trait, Incompatibility, Effect, reduces others' combined stats by 20% when your total stats are lower than theirs. His eyes lit up as if he had just dug a mine full of gold. This was a high-class item. His heart was filled with joy. He couldn't believe it, but a debuff skill appeared. "But I still have a reward, right?" The system asked him again, "Do you want to use a one-time skill confirmation ticket?" Knox silently looked at the words written on it, silently calculating which skill he would receive had already been decided, one of the hidden puzzle pieces, which could only be obtained through members of the Reincarnation family. To be able to get this, I need that skill. Theo will soon gather all the brothers in the school code, this will be the time I use it. Suddenly he realized with a start, thinking about it, wasn't it almost time for him to return to Reincarnation school code? It's been a while since the graduation ceremony of the Elden student, Grain von Reincarnation, the second son of the Reincarnation family, in training to become a knight. He must be in the middle of some kind of excursion. I have to find the hidden piece and deal with Grain. There's no time to rest at all, the only thing is luck. Speaking of this, he was a bit confused, thinking that he probably didn't need to worry about Talia anymore. She's not the type of person to break her promise, there's no reason for her to approach me anymore. The night passed very quickly. Early the next morning, in the lobby of the Reincarnation palace. But Knox now wants to regret what he thought, that's what he thought last night. In front of him right now was Talia, the person he thought he didn't need to worry about anymore. He was a bit impatient and crossed his arms, his voice was cold. "Didn't we agree on everything yesterday? What else do you want from me?" Talia just looked down, she hesitated. "Let's speak." He didn't hear clearly so he asked again, but with a very indifferent attitude, "Huh?" She mustered all her courage to confidently ask him, "Tell me, how could you become so strong so quickly?" After hearing what she said, Knox could only keep silent. He thought for a while then decided to move forward and nonchalantly said, "Secretly follow me and practice for a month." Talia quickly asked again, "Is it a secret?" But he didn't answer her and just kept walking, causing her to quickly chase after him. "Wait, at least practice." "No, at least you can tell me how to practice, but..." In his mind, he was analyzing her psychology and actions. From what he remembered, Talia was a character who always wanted to win recognition from her older sister. Then he turned around and coldly replied, "You know, before asking me such things, consider your own practice." Then you should think about what talent you possess first. Faced with his unintentional answer, Talia looked dumbfounded after hearing it and was momentarily speechless. After Knox finished speaking, he felt a bit worried. He touched his chin thinking, I've never comforted anyone before, what should I say now? Thinking for a moment, he spoke. This time his voice was a bit gentler. Don't compare yourself to anyone. Then he immediately turned around and left, leaving Talia alone in the middle of the large room. It seemed like she still wanted to say something more. But then she stopped, just absent-mindedly wondering, did he just leave? Outside the palace. Knox was out now. He thought to himself, she doesn't intend to keep chasing me, right? There's no need to let her see that I received the hidden puzzle piece, when she could kill me, he kept thinking as he walked, until a group of people appeared in front of him. One of them was Theo von Reinhardt, who was looking at him silently. He looked towards the house where they were standing and wondered if this was the school coat of the Reinhardt family. Famous for creating the best steeds on the continent, here, the horses are meticulously raised, so every one of them looks big, beautiful, and healthy. Rodwell stepped in front of Theo. He bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, Chief, please call me." Theo raised his voice, "Are you all here?" He said to the boys in his clan, "I'm sure everyone knows the reason I called you here. From now on, you will choose for yourself a steed that will stay with you for life." After listening, he immediately thought to himself, I knew it right away, it was time. Horses are considered the most sacred animals, both on the continent in general and the Reinhardt family in particular. If you decide to become a mage or a knight, you will choose a horse when you are young, so you can have a companion for the whole trip of your life. Elden Academy teaches how to ride horses, and later in the game there are many big battles that break out. You will have to raise a pony from scratch if your horse accidentally dies. In addition, teleportation magic is extremely expensive. It's a strangely practical disadvantage. Horses are an extremely important form of transportation. That's why I need to choose the best horse for myself. Theo then turned towards Knox and said, "Then, the winner of the match, Knox von Reinhardt, you can choose first. I will only give you one chance." My two brothers looked at each other. It seemed they had some hidden meaning. One pouted, the other smirked. Knox looked out toward the stables. He slowly walked forward, preparing to make his choice. And Theo silently looked at his son and thought, I don't know. Which horse will the youngest child choose? The horses here seemed quite welcoming to him. He walked up to them, thinking they were all quite adorable, good horses. But the one I'm looking for, he glanced around. Then his eyes stopped. There it was. Among the healthy brown horses was a weak, hunchbacked gray horse that looked more like a donkey than a steed. He walked towards it. The horse seemed to realize someone was walking towards him, so it raised its face to look at him. He pointed at it and said loudly, "I will choose this one." This decision of his surprised both of his brothers. His father was no exception. Confusion was clearly written on his face. He hesitated a bit and said, "I will give you another chance." He thought, looking at the poor horse, is there another chance? Shows what a bad choice they think they made, a decision. Through clairvoyance, the system immediately appeared, loading the target's index window. Basic information, name not yet chosen, gender male, high level, 0 years old, obsidian type, dark attribute. Reading the information panel, he thought to himself, level is high level. And depending on its development, it can also gain more than one level, which means that this horse can at least reach the highest level. In addition, it is an obsidian attribute type. An extremely rare attribute in nature, and its name is based on the native gemstone. This is a rare horse. If the clan leader knew this, he would have chosen this one long ago. Indeed, people are not interested in looking at it because of its bad characteristics. The system board says, positive, strong as steel but not activated due to bad effects, courageous, not activated due to negative effects, neutral, steadfast hard. Negative in effects, death is determined to be an effect. Remaining time, 2 days 16 hours 12 minutes, at some point. It is a trait that is even more troublesome than the trait of being terminally ill. Knox thought for a while and then firmly said, I won't change my mind, I will choose this horse. He was also certain in his heart, but with my knowledge, I will be able to save it. Regarding his son's opinion, Theo had no opinion, but he was extremely confused as to why he decided to choose such a choice. Is he seeing himself in that horse? After all, the boy is just a sensitive and weak person. What a disappointment. He didn't look him in the eye but said, I hope you won't regret your choice. Then somehow, because he was so disappointed, he coldly turned away. Seeing their father's back begin to fade away, his two eldest sons quickly exclaimed, "Father!" Rodwell spoke to comfort them, "Young master, we will observe, please choose a horse." Before this scene, he could not hide the sadness in his eyes. His heart only had one sentence, asked, "Is my choice that disappointing?" Suddenly Rodwell came forward. He raised his voice. It was Rodwell. He respectfully said to him, "Young master, please name your horse." He replied, "Okay, a name." Suddenly he noticed the horse approaching him. He immediately sat down and gently caressed him, saying, "Carl, I will choose the name Carl, the name I used to solve the inner lunatic game. It is a very meaningful name to me." The sky had begun to turn orange-yellow like an egg yolk, with a hint of purple above, signaling that sunset was about to end. Inside Knox's room, he brought the horse Carl to his bed, even thoughtfully covering it with a blanket. He looked at it and thought, "First of all, I couldn't let others know what I was doing, so I brought it into my room, now." Suddenly, his eyes and hers met. He looked straight into its deep black eyes and thought, its eyes looked full of life. "Just like I'm struggling with my life, I guess you are the same, struggling to prolong your life even just a little." Suddenly he nonchalantly called out, "Rona, I know you're there. If you don't answer me right away, I..." After hearing this, Rona quickly appeared. She was in such a hurry that she fell on the floor, but she still tried to respond to him. "Oh here, it's me." She awkwardly scratched her head and asked, "How did you know I was there?" He crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "I'll be caught with my own eyes. Why do you always fall like that?" Then he pointed to Carl, who was lying quietly on the bed, and ordered, "Take care of him for me." Rona limped up and said, "A horse on the bed." When she stood up straight, she realized that the object she needed to take care of was an animal. Seeing that, she sulkily said, "Am I the one who has to clean up this mess?" He happily replied, "It's a sick horse, so try to do your best." Rona turned her eyes towards Carl. She hesitated a bit, but in the end she still accepted the order. "Okay, I will take care of it." He smiled and thought, "Anyway, this is a bit troublesome. What's going to happen next will be quite shocking. Can Rona solve it?" I just saw Rona standing in front of Carl and asking a lot of meaningless questions. "Is your name Carl? Are you hungry?" 3 days later, one morning at the Reincarnation Palace, the peaceful space suddenly rang out with the screams of the maid Rona. She cried and cried. In her arms was the horse Carl, but it just lay there without moving. She cried and said, "Young master, Carl is dead." He thought Knox would also pity and worry about his horse, but he just stood still, calmly thinking. She cried as if it was dead. He remembered the moments when Rona played with and cared for Carl like her own pet, like always. "Rona has always been sincere and attentive. I feel a bit sorry. From the beginning, I knew this would happen." He looked at the weak horse that had now truly collapsed, and he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. Carl can't be saved anymore. Thinking about it, he came to her side and reminded her, "Enough crying, this is really annoying, we need to concentrate, get up." Rona whimpered and snorted, then hesitated to speak, but, "Young master," Carl said. He said coldly, "Don't worry, Carl will come back again and stand right next to me." Hearing that, she asked incredulously, her sparkling eyes looked up at him, "What, young master, is your head still okay?" He didn't want to explain too much to her, so he gritted his teeth and uttered each word, "Back, back." Then he pulled out a scroll from his pocket. She timidly asked him what scroll that was. He didn't answer her right away but opened the scroll. In the middle was an image of some kind of matrix, then he placed that thing on the ground. Immediately, the mysterious array appeared on the ground. The power radiating from it was like gusts of wind. He thought to himself, "If I infuse mana into this scroll." When Rona witnessed this scene, she couldn't help but feel scared. And he was both nervous and looking forward to what was about to happen. She quickly ran to him and stammered, "Young master, did you just use mana? This is illegal." Her voice made him lose concentration. He thought to himself, the ability to control mana mine, one more time. Then he looked up at her with cold eyes and warned, "If you make any noise, I'll kill Carl again. It's because of you that he died." After listening, Rona could only cover her mouth with her hand, while Knox focused seriously on carrying out his plan. "Your mind is focused on the matrix in front of you. I need to concentrate. Forget about whether I'm allowed to use mana or not. I can't even enlighten the properties of mana genius anymore. In this empire, people under 15 years old are not allowed to use mana, except for members of the royal family. Thanks to that law, children of the royal family were able to possess magical skills, which was many times better than students who only learned about mana later. All I can do is pouring my mana in like a waterfall. Suddenly, under the matrix, a mysterious purple light emerged. His awareness told him that he could feel a faint source of energy under his fingertips. This is mana. At this, he smiled with satisfaction. Ha ha, it's interesting, using a one-time skill confirmation ticket. I must have made a mistake. The magic I'm going to use right now, it's black magic. At the same time, the system displays a notification that you have received the one-time use skill Necronomicon. Black magic appeared. In the midst of that magical light was a skeletal hand holding a mysterious book. The system continues to notify that the designated target Carl may become a zombie. Do you want to use magic? Before the scene that happened at this time, he also had many thoughts in his heart. The dead spirits and the inner lunatic had two main characteristics. First, they were creatures brought back from the dead through darkness, magic and dark mana. Second, just because they are brought back from the dead doesn't mean they don't have an ego, rather they are reincarnated back into a stronger existence. Most importantly, they will show unconditional loyalty to their owners. The point is, there is only one family that can turn corpses into dead spirits. That is a famous dark family, the Marbus family. Reinhafer is also known to be a dark family, but unlike the Reinhafer Knights, the Marbus are a family of dark magicians who can control dead souls. So, players who have no relation to the Marbus family can't use that family's skills. That's not right. One-time skill option, the thing I choose from it is Necronomicon. The name of the murderer. At this moment, a strange black hand emerged from the matrix, surprising Knox. Gradually, more and more black arms appeared. They surrounded the horse Carl lying motionless on the ground. The more arms there are, the more Knox's mana is depleted. This made him unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Rona immediately shouted, "Young master." But he still calmly reminded her, after all, his eyes were still focused on the entity in front of him, just a little more. The source of that dark power was so great that it could cover his entire body. He coughed a few more mouthfuls of blood. His body was now drenched in sweat. However, to achieve his goal, he still tried to stand firm in the middle of the matrix, thinking to himself, my mana is exhausted, damn it. Suddenly he raised his eyes. Carl's horse, which was still lying motionless, was now able to stand up, surrounded by the power of black magic. Its eyes turned white and it hissed loudly. Also at this time, the notification system and skills were used successfully. The horse was initially very weak when trying to regain life from the hands of death. Now it has transformed into a majestic and tall entity. The system said, Carl, the player's pet, has died, reincarnated as a dead spirit. Its eyes turned from dull and dull to a pearl-emitting light. Knox couldn't hide the joy on his face. In his heart he couldn't help but rejoice. It worked. Rona had already cried all her tears. She softly called him, young master, and Carl and Knox calmly stood up and wiped the blood off their lips. Carl slowly walked towards its owner. The system appeared again to announce Carl's characteristics, attributes, strong physical strength, extraordinary steed, bravery, neutrality, and devotion. Basic information, name Carl, male gender, high rank, species, death spirit horse, obsidian, dominant element, darkness. The predetermined death feature will be removed. During a limited period of 1 year, the growth rate of the pet will increase by 1,5 times. Because it is a dead spirit, it can be summoned and protected according to its mana. Of the player, his heart now seemed to want to shout, I did it. He gently stroked its head and said, from now on, I will be your owner. Now, in the middle of thinking, he suddenly exclaimed, ha! Carl's horse was also a little startled. Unexpectedly, Rona rushed forward and hugged Carl. He asked her in confusion, Rona, what do you think you are doing? But I only saw her burst into tears, tears of happiness falling down her cheeks. She hugged the horse and put her arm around his shoulder, sobbing, young master, something very bad happened to me. How could you use mana so arbitrarily? And I thought Carl, also in trouble, there's always something wrong. Yet the horse Carl, for someone who once took care of him, dared to arrogantly turn away. Seeing that, she couldn't help but scold him in surprise. Carl, do you know how much I appreciate you? Give me back the carrots, and he neighed in response. Seeing this scene, Knox himself was quite relieved. He continued to calculate his plan. Now, let's move on to the next hidden puzzle piece. A few days later, when night fell, Knox went into the stables alone. The moonlight shines brightly on the path he walks. In his hand was a stone along with a mysterious piece of paper that looked like a map. He looked at the map and thought to himself, the road hasn't changed much compared to when it was a game. What a relief! The second hidden piece of the Reincarnation family. It is an item that I must have, a key that can cure bad parameters, even incurable diseases. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from far away. Knox cautiously turned back. But there was no one there but him. He asked himself, am I too worried? But this is no longer a game, but reality. And I don't want to die a second time. He looked at a nearby sign. On it was a scary warning: Lost Children's Forest. Children are not allowed inside, because if they dare set foot in, they will die, will get lost and lose their lives. The system announces, you have entered the Forest of the Lost Children. If you cannot complete the mission, you will die here. Knox went deeper into the Forest of the Lost Children. In Reincarnation territory, this is considered a taboo area, because of the darkness and mist, so no matter how good the person who enters the forest is at finding their way, they will still end up in this place. It's hard to find a way out. Knox realized, this was the implication of the name. This place was a place where anyone could become a lost child. However, in the game, this name has another meaning. That is, if I were an adult strong enough to defeat demonic beasts, I wouldn't receive any treasures from this place. He shivered a bit because of the cold, but then closed his eyes to think for a moment. Moreover, the system will increase the difficulty of defeating monsters significantly for adults. I don't know how many times I can find a way to defeat them, because that's probably the least difficult of this forest. He thought for a moment and then guessed, about 2,5 stars. Of course the maximum difficulty is 5 stars. This is truly the hardest game. He looked around. The truth is, the last time I played, I had a hard time conquering this place without knowing what kind of item I would get, but now that I think about it, it was a really suitable item. Does it fit the incurable disease attribute? He stepped forward, then pick up a bunch for yourself. That's it. He lit the fire to make the flame shine. He used the light of this torch to illuminate his surroundings. It went with him to a tree, and it sucked in quite a bit of wind in that direction. Even the smoke from the torch is blown away by the wind. The most important key to conquering the Lost Children's Forest is, he looked in the direction of the smoke from the torch, the direction of this mist. Or more accurately, the opposite direction from the mist. He closed his eyes and calmed down a bit before continuing. He gently placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword, feeling that someone was lurking around here. He said loudly, how long are you going to hide? Why don't you come out? Everything was still strangely quiet. He sighed, still planning to run away. His right hand gradually pulled the sword out of its sheath. Something flashed by at a very fast speed. Before that, Talia sighed. She was complaining, I can't believe my beautiful appearance is useless. She just sat there complaining and thinking, inexplicably, when suddenly a voice called her, "Milady." Emma next to her said to her, I beg you, young lady, can you stop following young Master Knox? The maid said, if you continue like this, I will also be scolded. Talia courageously said in her chest, Emma, I guarantee that you will not be fired by my family. Emma felt that she still didn't quite understand what you meant, so she stammered cautiously, that's not what I meant. Maid Emma immediately lit a candle for herself, then she walked softly step by step. She thought to herself, if it wasn't for Lady Chell. Talia is also a talent, strong enough to take on the next position. I don't understand why she's so hot-tempered, maybe because she feels inferior towards her sister. She opened the door slightly. The owner must have given up and gone to sleep. She held the candle and gently walked inside but didn't see anyone. Emma immediately turned pale with fear and called her name, Milady. Her hands were shaking as she thought, it's a big deal, stop talking. She's going to find young Master Knox. Emma immediately called everyone. Everyone didn't understand what was going on and asked, what's going on? Right now she was in the forest, and her whole body was covered with leaves. The person who discovered her was Knox, and she was the one who hid and stalked him. He suddenly called her name, Talia. Talia saw him in this awkward scene and said hello, but Knox wondered why she was here. She sat up and said, no. Suddenly he noticed movement. He immediately pushed her back and shouted, stepped back and brought the floss forward. Appearing before their eyes was a four-legged creature with large, sharp claws. Its tail is raised according to the wolf's hunting instinct. And it is a gray wolf, its mouth drooling greedily for the prey before it. Talia thought, is this forest the territory of gray wolves? She was so scared that she kept holding his arm. Now I only carry a knife. His arms tightly hugged Talia's waist to prevent the wild animals from stalking the two of them. Its eyes kept looking coldly at them. The gray wolf howled loudly. He and Talia can only stand together to defend and fight together. Today is also the full moon day, the day when the wolves are stronger. The wolf suddenly opened its big mouth and rushed forward. He immediately looked closely at its movements and then looked at it with cold eyes. Talia now only has a small knife as her weapon, and is almost defeated. But suddenly he let her go, making Talia panic. He rushed forward and repeatedly slashed it with many slashes. It was immediately cut off and fell right in front of Talia. She looked at him and admired him even more. It was great, it was just a wolf, but I couldn't believe he handled it so simply. Knox's face was sprayed with a lot of wolf blood on both his face and clothes. He turned to ask her, "I'll ask again, I thought the people following were my brothers, what are you doing here?" She was still wearing her pajamas and stood there saying no, going for a walk at night. "But Knox is serious, don't joke with me, otherwise I'll leave you here alone." Talia suddenly felt worried when she heard that. Immediately grabbed his arm. It was so sudden that Knox didn't understand anything. Talia immediately explained, "I didn't do anything strange, I just saw that you suddenly became extremely strong, so I also wanted to become strong like you, then I looked out the window and saw you there, so, I was wondering where you were going, and as I guessed, I knew right away that you had some special training methods, which is why I followed you and entered this forest, don't think much." Knox breathed a sigh of relief. "Now I'm sure of 3 things. Talia thinks highly of me, and she doesn't hold any grudges against me, which is nice." Looking down, he saw that she was crying in fear, her hand was holding on to his arm, and she was a fearless girl who followed others at night. "Because she is a key character, I can't leave her alone," he coughed a few times and replied, "From now on, follow me." He took a step forward. "Since that's the case, let me make this clear." He turned to tell her, "I'm not trying to help you, I'm just trying to resolve this situation so my family doesn't have to fall into an awkward position." Talia sheepishly apologized, "I understand, sorry I was wrong to come here." He looked at her expression and thought, surely he won't do dangerous things anymore. Suddenly Talia called his name, "Knox." "Thank you," she said shyly. He paid so much attention to her that he didn't say anything or think anything. Talia looked up and said, "Me too." But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw her surroundings and was startled. There were dozens of dark shadows and glowing eyes looking at the two of them. She called his name, Knox, and they were surrounded by gray wolves. When he arrived at the Forbidden Forest, he saw Talia von Stilliner wearing pajamas and following him, wanting to teach her a lesson when suddenly he sensed danger. He held a torch in his hand to illuminate and saw something. Then 2 people appeared from the darkness and were immediately surrounded by wolves. She was scared when she saw the situation in front of her. She just followed Knox without knowing that she had entered the Grey Wolf's territory. Now she only had a dagger on her. She trembled and clutched her shirt tightly. By Knox von Reincarnation. Seeing her actions, he was unhappy and pulled the shirt out of her hand, causing her to be surprised and say, "Stay away from me," his hand holding the torch tightly. "You will block my way of swinging the sword." He just let go of his hand holding the sword and moved forward. His face still had some blood from the monster he fought earlier, but he still maintained his composure and was a bit pensive. Even though there were a few unforeseen license plates, he needed to concentrate first. He let Talia hold the torch so he could fight the gray wolves with sharp teeth, but before that he remembered an important scene. This place was before the main scene, because this was an area in the opening part, head. So there won't be any boss monsters, but an elite monster will appear, 1 level lower than the boss monster. It's the evolved form of the Grey Wolf I just slashed earlier. Elite, the Grey Wolf, while thinking, remembered the magical image of the wolf standing in the moonlight. But, knowing in advance who the enemy was, while he was thinking, the wolves were already preparing to attack. They rush in as fast as lightning without letting their prey react, but with Knox it's different. That doesn't mean everything will go smoothly. But Knox's neat sword strokes did not allow it to hurt the 2 people in the slightest. His slash sent them flying away. Sometimes, before we even realize it, they are forcing us into a corner. He had this thought when he noticed a strange wolf behind the pack of wolves. His eyes looked at it and he had a bad feeling. One day, when he killed a few wolves that had just jumped up, the wolf he noticed was a bit different from the rest and suddenly attacked unexpectedly. "I'll do this again at times like this, when I'm still Yoochan," Knox told himself, his eyes turning steadfast as he held his sword tightly. And while playing inner lunatic, he thought of another move that he knew with both hands holding the sword, which he reversed in an instant. A slash sent them into the wolf's body, jumping up to attack suddenly while his head was still constantly asserting himself that he was just a weak, trashy guy. After that move, he breathed a sigh of relief. Knox handled it so easily that she couldn't stop praising it in her heart. Great, really great. Her face was amazed and her eyes clearly showing admiration. I'm sure he hasn't shown his full power yet because when he fought his brothers before, his swordsmanship was much more impressive. Has he killed a grey wolf before? She not only praised but also wondered when she saw the grey wolf's corpse. Stay away from me. Stay away from me a little. Remembering his previous unintentional words made her a bit sad, but I think Knox still thinks I'm very weak. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a wolf howling in my ears. The wind picked up, causing leaves to fly everywhere. Both she and Knox felt something unusual coming their way. Knox looked up at the sky and confirmed that it had finally arrived. There was a rustling sound of footsteps moving towards the wolf pack. A wolf foot several times larger than the other wolves approached. A huge grey wolf with 3 scars on its left eye entered, the elite grey wolf. Outside the forest, the lights were as bright as day. The servants who were splitting up to look for the two of them kept calling out, "Young master and lady, bring more torches here." In front of the forest entrance there is a sign reminding everyone. The servants approached and discovered that there were 2 small footprints, which seemed to be the exact footprints of the young master and young lady. Emma and the others went to discover the sediment hole. The butler confirmed the footprints and said about his guess, "I think the young master has entered the forest of lost children." Along with Lady Talia. After saying that, Talia's maid Emma sat down on the ground in fear and exclaimed, "No way." She was visibly sweating coldly and kept turning to ask the head butler, "What should we do now? We have to go in there right away." Her response was his stern and calm voice, "Don't be stupid, thing, that's impossible." She asked again in surprise as if she couldn't believe what she just heard, "Why?" He did not answer her, but only answered that question in his heart, because this was a forest that even the Reincarnation family could not conquer. The Forest of the Lost Children is the most forbidden place for the Reincarnation family. While the family on Reincarnation is known to be the strongest family in the south, the truth is that there is still a forest that they have not yet discovered, can be conquered. To put it simply, they do not have the capacity to do it. Of course the truth is that only immature children can enter the forest, and this forest can only be conquered by only children. This is still not paid dad. He remembered what he knew and the rules of this area. But even so, he still couldn't understand why he sent the young master into this forest. Looking at the footprints at the edge of the forest made him constantly think. I don't think he was fascinated by a spiritual monster. Looking at the footprints, we can see he moved very cautiously. Foes was his initial thought, but he later dismissed it, and there was no sign of anyone breaking through this area's strongest mana barrier. He noticed the mana barrier around this compound, not changed one bit. It was these things that made him think of the unthinkable. This meant that young Master Knox had intentionally entered the forest. He looked at the scene in the distant forest without stopping to think. His hands clasped behind his back tightly. I've been wrong before. Now I can't continue to deny him anymore. He is no longer the weak young master of the past. At this moment, he understands everything. But in this situation, they couldn't do anything. He stepped forward and said seriously, there was only one way for these two people to come back. That's the young master using his intelligence and finding a way out of the forest. Just like what he said, Knox is taking advantage of his own abilities to find a way out in this dangerous forest. Emma kept crying and looked at the forest, panicking but unable to do anything. The other servants could only stand outside helplessly. Emma cried endlessly and blamed herself endlessly. She was the one who had lost the lady and put her in danger. Meanwhile Talia was more tense than ever. She pulled out her dagger. She shifted into a ready position to prepare for battle, holding a torch in one hand and a dagger in the other. Knox also just wanted her to be vigilant and protect herself and not attack arbitrarily, but when he saw her serious actions, he thought differently. Even though she was scared, she still maintained her focus. He nodded, remember, don't attack on your own, you could get hurt, just stay away from this. Conserve your strength and try to run away if you are attacked, only then can you increase your survival rate. Hearing his words made her even more scared. But for him it was different. In fact, killing an elite grey wolf was not dangerous at all. In his thoughts he did not forget to look and rate the wolf in front of him, because the difficulty was only 2,5 stars. Looking back at Talia, at first he only thought, I just want Talia to be cautious and be able to react to the threats around her. Looks like she's taking it well. Besides, she's not strong enough for me to trust behind her back. He glanced at her and slightly praised her action. Back to the battle, now I will. Knox used his genius attribute to create a golden light that covered his entire body with the intention that when using this skill he could finish it off with one blow. But this elite grey wolf stared at him as if planning something. He and she both realized that something was not quite right. Things were not as they thought. The elite gray wolf not only did not attack but also lay down looking very relaxed. This made Knox so angry that he laughed. "Don't say, this wolf." But before he could react to its actions, other wolves rushed forward to attack. When they are attacking, they should not distract you. Looking at them like that, he wondered why they reused them. But then the elite gray wolf reacted like a signal. Another attack took place with wolves from different directions rushing in at the same time, surprising Fanv. With each slash, a wolf died under his sword. While he was busy dealing with the animals in front of him, he didn't notice that he had erased one of them behind him without realizing it. It roared and rushed forward. He quickly turned back, but it was too late. At that moment, a dagger rushed forward and stuck straight in its throat. Save Knox from danger. Be careful, Talia stood on the tree and reminded him, moving quickly, not knowing when she climbed up there. Even though Knox told me to run away if I'm in danger. But we can't do that. Underneath her feet are wolves constantly scratching the tree trunks wanting to climb up. He was surprised to see her do that. "Talia, are you planning to help me?" Talia sat on a high tree branch holding a torch and asked Knox if he was okay. "Are you injured anywhere?" Hidden in that question is concern. As for him, he was filled with amazement. Talia couldn't believe that she had just helped her. As soon as the wolf growled, he immediately glanced over. With a perfect sword strike, the two wolves were slashed to death. After reaching for the sword, he panted to try to regain his rhythm. "I'm fine, now," he answered and nodded slightly at her, constantly reminding himself, now is not the time to think aimlessly. Hearing his answer, she breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm showing off my pathetic appearance again," he purses his lips, not too happy that I'm like this for others to see. But now he encountered something. The skill effects were being counteracted, which made his hands tremble non-stop. But, the war is still going on. But the elite gray wolf also stood up and approached him. "It's time to end. I think it's making him enter a ready state of defense." The elite gray wolf was not in a hurry to attack, but circled around Knox at a very slow pace. Because it moved slightly. Both were still attentively observing each other, both sides had not yet taken any action. Then it bowed its head slightly as if greeting an opponent. Then the monster suddenly accelerated and almost disappeared into the dark night. He worriedly surmised, it was coming. He glanced to the side. He saw it jump next to him in the blink of an eye. This surprised him to no end. "You can guess what it wants to do. Don't tell me what this beast is." He turned to his side. I was slow. It successfully attacked Knox, injuring him. Its sharp claws were still stained with his blood from the scratch. Talia saw this and shouted his name, "Knox." After scratching, it quickly jumped into the forest and hid in the darkness. The distance between normal wolves and awakened wolves was too far. He was careless and underestimated his opponent. He grabbed the wound in his heart with his hand and cursed loudly, "Damn, is this really a 2,5-star hard fooge? It's incredibly strong." Knox quickly regained his composure and switched to defensive mode, not rushing to attack anymore, paying attention to his surroundings. This gray wolf elite is much smarter than in the game. Seeing its actions, he constantly thinks, and the wolf is not in a hurry but always keeps a suitable distance from Knox. "Try to calm yourself down so you can concentrate on this battle." While observing my surroundings, I warned myself that I was too careless. I should have noticed it right away when I saw how it controlled other monsters. Who would have thought it even knew how to take advantage of the terrain to fight? There was a rustling sound. It was still from his side that he came. He stared in that direction and thought to himself, "From now on I will always have to be in a defensive position first." Then he counterattacked, thinking so that he swung his sword and slashed at the wolf. But it missed a beat and it narrowly escaped. This is even more beneficial for Knox. The sinister wolf seemed to seize the opportunity. Its mouth opened wide to reveal sharp teeth that took the opportunity to attack him. Many thoughts appear in his mind. They are waiting, until the time is ripe, the moment of weakness explodes. As I swung the sword wide. But even if he regretted being too confident now, he also knew that the situation was not in his favor anymore. Gritting my teeth, I wanted to risk it just once. But it seemed that luck was not on his side. Right now, his body was shaking and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He knew this reaction, the counter skill. When he was attacked, the wolf jumped in front of him. Staring at its teeth right in front of my face, I could only close my eyes and die, constantly blaming myself. I didn't expect this, because this is a game I've cleared countless times, so am I too arrogant, and think I can do anything? That was such a stupid decision. But when he thought he would be bitten to death, there was a loud thud, but he didn't feel any pain, so he opened his eyes. A dagger, he wondered as he saw it appear stuck in the wolf's eye. He seemed to clearly think of something that reminded him of a human figure. If it could take advantage of his weaknesses, then on the contrary, his side could also take advantage of its weaknesses, and the person who couldn't have caused that change was not him. He remembered Talia was still up in the tree supporting him. Take advantage of this rare opportunity created. He used all his strength to swing his sword. The sword stuck in the middle of the monster's body. Blood spurted out from the wound continuously, causing it to roar in pain. That blow finished off the monster. It fell dead to the ground. After that blow, Knox also fell to his knees, his hands on the ground constantly shaking. He knelt there, breathing labored breaths. Knox, she called his name worriedly. She was about to jump down but noticed something. The two gray wolves under the tree climbed the mountain pass and waded into the stream to look at the scene before them. They immediately turned around and ran deeper into the forest. Seeing that, she quickly jumped down and ran back to his place. Knox, are you okay? She looked at him worriedly and asked. He only replied, yes. While wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, I'm still alive, thanks to you. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Looking at her expression about to cry, he thought, just now I was about to say thank you to the enemy who will take my life in the future. He quickly turned his head away and told her that there was no need to worry. But the wound on his arm betrayed his words. She looked at the wound with tears in her eyes and said, I know, you were injured before, are you really okay? It's just a light scratch, he replied, taking the torch from her hand while she was still trying to ask, but still, before she finished speaking she affirmed, I'm fine. Hearing him say he was fine made her feel less stressed, and was glad that he wasn't injured anywhere else. When she wasn't paying attention, a spider appeared on her shoulder, crawling towards her face. This scared her so much that her face turned pale and she screamed. He quickly turned his head and looked at his head, thinking, is there still a monster? Unexpectedly, Talia jumped on him. He suddenly called her name, Talia. Talia hugged Knox tightly, her eyes looking down at her somewhat weak face. There were spiders. Seeing the spider slowly crawling up her body, she became scared and glared at it. She was so scared that she couldn't control her emotions and jumped up and hugged him tightly. He staggered and tried to keep them both from falling. How long was she going to hold on to her? He looked at her, his eyes softening a bit, wondering if she was afraid of spiders. He gently pushed her hand away and asked in a questioning voice, if something like a spider scared you, why the hell did you follow me into the forest? She blushed and looked in the other direction, stammering an answer, that's a spider, aren't you afraid of it? They both looked at each other. She clutched his cloak tightly and he looked at her teasingly. She definitely wouldn't be able to become a knight. It took a while for her to quickly react and deny those words. No, she finally let me go. After speaking, his body trembled and his mouth kept coughing, making her temporarily put aside her anger and worry. She quickly wondered if you were okay. He suppressed his cough and calmly told her, I told you not to worry, that's right. He looked at her and thought, Talia, I guess she also has her own worries. He closed his eyes and enjoyed every gust of wind that came. I was able to survive thanks to her, even though I couldn't say that because she suddenly screamed. She still looked at him worried about his health, but thank you. Dawn has also come and it's time to take her back to her safe place, now. A huge foot of some beast appeared on the ground. We just need to leave this forest. The fresh light of the sky shines and each tree branch makes the air fresh. But mixed with that feeling, there was a maid who was crying and muttering nonstop, I was the one who killed the young lady. Emma knelt on the ground for a long time, continuously wiping away her tears, so what if they didn't recover? The man standing in front is her house's butler Rodwell. Lady Talia's disappearance will create a problem between both pseudo-clans, because there are many children in this area, missing in this forest. He closed his eyes feeling restless, and there were also secret rumors that the Reincarnation family was an incompetent family. The bodyguard standing behind suddenly shouted loudly and pointed forward, Mr. Rodwell, look there. Everyone's eyes turned to the front. The mist of the forest had disappeared. Emma and Rodwell both felt surprised that the forest had been restored. She stood up and grabbed his elbow and said, I'm not sure but that's what I'm thinking isn't it? The fog is slowly disappearing, you're right. He turned his head to look closely and confirmed, meaning this forest had been conquered. He continued to reason based on the current situation. There is only one possibility that we are thinking has come true. She tearfully said hesitantly, meaning, young Master Knox. Ahead, he and she walked step by step out of the forest. Her face was both tired after a night of fighting and also happy because she was finally able to get her outside. The young master was coming. The two bodyguards behind him continuously exclaimed. They couldn't believe he was able to conquer this forest. He was able to walk out as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. He became excited. I couldn't stop being happy, now I'm sure. He walked towards everyone thinking, the class of the descendants of the Reincarnation family will encounter a big change. Then Knox wondered, why are people gathering around here like this, lady? She exclaimed and ran to hug her. We were very worried about you. Everyone in the family was very worried because of your disappearance, master. He coldly quipped, I can't believe the family is worried about a worthless person like me. Our family's dark family name is about to disappear. As for her, as soon as she saw you return safely, she cried so much that you had to stop and comfort her, young lady. Then she used her hand to grab her shirt. Lift your whole body up and use the law of deterrence. I will remind you of the 71 rules of the Stillrainer family. Please follow me. Talia became cautious. Emma, I'm sorry. The girl looked at her and grinned. There was no way I could blame her. The clan leader would personally explain the rules to her. He stood outside and listened to everything with some admiration. It seemed like that maid also had amazing physical strength. Then she and Emma bowed respectfully to thank you, young Master Knox. Thank you very much for protecting our lady, he replied. Her face turned red, even though I had no intention of going with her. He wasn't arrogant at all, just complimented her. She solved the problem herself. Don't feel too disappointed. Those words of encouragement made her blush. Rows of green trees in front of a luxury villa make everything strangely peaceful. Entering the house, he threw his bag and sword on the sofa. Slowly taking off his jacket he said, now it's over. He rubbed his head absent-mindedly. He couldn't believe that Rodwell was waiting outside the forest with the cavalry. It was truly a surprise. Knox smiled and reached into his pocket. Even so, I got it. He took out a small ring and the system immediately displayed, you have received a new holy object. You have received a blackened ring equipment, a mysterious puzzle piece. The system displays a ring radiating mysterious power, basic information, name of the blackened ring, classification of equipment, low level, intermediate, dark attribute, physical strength +1 mana, conditions of use only for users, only dark magic can be worn. When you wear it, you have the power to create a scary skull, a special effect. When you defeat an enemy while carrying this equipment, you will take away a small part of their vitality and make it your own. The higher the level of the defeated opponent, the more life they can steal. He held it in his hand and happily looked at it, thinking, the only holy item that can steal the vitality of another person is a blackening ring, even though he only owns this ring. He clenched his fists with a serious expression, which didn't mean he would live much longer. Then pick up the ring and look at it. A person's life cannot last forever, and considering that only a very small portion of life is taken away, it will not be an easy thing to overcome this disease, this dangerous disease. Then put it on your hand, and as long as you can grapple and grow, you have equipped the blackening ring. He looked at it with joy. That was better than living a hopeless life on the brink of death. Still looking at her smiling, I could definitely feel my vitality and mana gradually increasing. He turned his head back and called, Rona, I know you're in there, so come out here for a bit. The luxurious door is gradually opened. Rona looked in from the outside and asked, young master, can you see through objects or something? He looked at her and said, maybe that's it. She raised her hand to cover her face shyly. So does that mean you can see my naked body too? She had him sign her head and then quickly deny it. What the hell are you talking about, that head? After being beaten, she weakly rubbed her head and looked at him, saying, why does it feel like you flicked my forehead? He sat down and put his hand on the table, challenging him to a fight. Stop talking nonsense, let's arm wrestle, again. She put her hand back towards him and said in an arrogant tone, young master, if I win this time, you will increase my salary, right? I told you, but if you lose, it will reduce my salary by 20 points. Hands clasped and ready to start, okay 1. He looked at her and looked very confident, 2. As soon as he finished counting, he quickly threw her hands down before she could even react, 3. Rona's face darkened and her smile lost some of her pride. What just happened? She stood up and objected, don't you think that reducing a maid's salary by 20% will reduce the reputation of a child of a noble family? Well, I guess that's true. She stood there with her hands clenched and she was sweating profusely. But, I'm famous as the incompetent child of the Reincarnation family, that's what people say. He sat there with his chin in his hands, smiling brightly. So we decided not to care about losing something like honor anymore. I'm sorry. Suddenly the system reappears. The effect of the constant illness characteristic has been activated. You have received the level 2 wrist bone node. You have received the level 1 flu. He looked at the features with displeasure. These damn unfavorable features. Seeing you like that, she was a little concerned. Rona, I won't deduct your salary anymore in exchange for bringing me a towel and some ice. Even if you don't want to, you have to accept everything the ring needs. For now, I'll be satisfied with this ring. I need to rest a bit. In the dark night. Your face appeared covered in blood. This turn it's 1+1. I'm sure that's the name, Yoochan. The morning of the luxury, the 2 remaining secret pieces in the black flame ring. It's been 6 months since I got them. In the villa, Knox is closing his eyes and thinking about something. Unfortunately, he hasn't had a chance to use it yet. In front of him was a large wooden sign stating that he had been punished. He looked at it and then sighed, while holding a broom and complaining to her. It's not like I got into any trouble. I even wiped out the whole peanut forest. I can't believe they punished me when they should have rewarded me like a joke. So. He turned to seek agreement from Rona. She asked if it was reasonable. Rona. She was a bit shy when talking about this issue. Yes, but I am the family's servant, so if I say something bad about the family's owner, my salary will be reduced that day. He turned his back on her and affirmed, I swear I won't let you lose your salary if you lean towards me. The homeowner is too strict. He sat on the chair and sighed listening to her. How could he not understand her feelings? I have also tried very hard to adapt to life here, and to be a useful citizen in the world, while following Carl's growth process. He thought thoughtfully. He couldn't continue like this. His life expectancy, even now, was still decreasing day by day. The system appeared saying he had 147 days left to live. After seeing this, he bowed his head and clenched his hands until shaking. This damn system is more devoted to my life than me. Thank you for explaining it so thoroughly. After that, I quickly regained my confidence. I couldn't bear it any longer. I had to go find my father and ask permission to go out. Yet someone came to look for you first. I had just boiled more warm water for a bath. Rodwell put his hand on his chest, leaned over and bowed his head. Sir, if only the master had orders to call you. That invitation surprised him quite a bit. While waiting for my son to come and follow me, I sat down and reminisced about the days when I was young. The scene before my eyes was a bunch of dead bodies lying on the ground. He alone held the sword and looked up at the sky, going back to the past. His eyes stared at the flock of beasts flying in the sky. Ferocious monsters rushed towards him. They were getting closer and closer. Without any fear he held the sword in his hand. Eyes became focused on them. Without hesitation the old man's sword reached them like a flash of lightning. Returning to the place where he was sitting on the chair, he thought about the scene at that time. The hordes of monsters flocked to him that day. The gloomy black mist appeared around him, the people they had captured and purged all night. He gradually opened his eyes. Everything was like a nightmare. Look at those gloomy mists penetrating you. A mysterious-looking holy sword that exudes dark power. One day one of my sons, perhaps, will learn how to wield the supreme black sword. He tilted his head and put it on his neck in thought, but he shouldn't rely too much on his feelings. Aiming at a truly talented person is much more certain, because one of them. There used to be a rather large and very powerful badge on it. You will have to kill me yourself in the future. Soon after, Rodwell also diversified. He walked in solemnly and said, Sir, you're almost there, it's too late. He looked and ordered, drag it here immediately. Lackney Forest is a place that even I don't know how to destroy. In the forest, there was a warning sign about its danger, but that Knox kid did it this time, so we should praise him. The people in the vassals don't seem to like this Reincarnation master at all. The reason why I rewarded him so late was because of the strong opposition coming from the vassals of the family, and sent him an investigation report. Those vassals did not believe that Knox, a child who was not good at anything, could change so dramatically and began to investigate to see if it was really Knox who wiped out that forest, or not. I sadly rested my chin and looked at the report. Even I couldn't ignore the views of the vassals, so conducting an investigation was still a necessary step. He was startled and looked at the slightly open door. He bowed his head and greeted him solemnly, Pleased to meet you, my lord. Entering the room, he immediately said, No disrespect, yes. He started with a question, You probably already know that your impulsive actions are not right, yes. He clasped his hands together and looked cold on his face, but fulfilling the responsibility of being a homeowner is my duty, even if I am an incompetent and useless person. Those who have meritorious services still deserve to be rewarded. I called you here to discuss silver for rewards. He was surprised at his suggestion. A wish. He looked at him expectantly. I will fulfill any wish of yours. I still can't believe my ears. What? Dad said I can have whatever I want. He sat calmly on the chair, letting the chaotic thoughts run through his head. Even someone like me who plows the lunatic internet day and night, this is also the first time I witnessed the rewards. I'm still a little skeptical. Normally he's a bit bossy and strict. It feels like someone shot me in the head, but more like someone stabbed me in the back. Knox asked again, anything? He looked at him seriously. Standing up, he reaffirmed in a deep voice that I will give you anything as the head of the Reincarnation family. I do not hesitate to swear, this promise is completely true. I swear under the eternal heroic history of the Black Sword. Seeing that, he felt somewhat reassured. He thought he was joking, but he was serious. Afraid that his son would make a strange request, he added, of course, if the request is too ridiculous, I will have to reconsider you, but I believe you will not ask for anything like that. He happily told him, please give me some time to think. Theo immediately agreed and announced, okay, so now I'm lifting your detention, but you're not allowed to cause trouble again like last time. He bowed his head in agreement, yes sir. In the morning, the sun was high in the sky, illuminating the entire villa area. You must always remember clearly in your heart that you are a member of the Reincarnation family. The large door was covered with a bit of luxurious gold. The next day, the Reincarnation and Stilliner families met and said goodbye. Talia's maid Emma also appeared with her. Talia smiled brightly and said goodbye to him, so see you again at Elden Academy. On his part, he coldly turned away. While she still happily reminded, I will come see you later, remember. Rodwell reminded him cleverly, Master, you should answer this lady's question, okay. He had already demanded one thing from her. The condition was that before then she had to become an official knight. She didn't feel burdened at all, but instead became full of spirit, I promise. Not giving up, he added a few sarcastic words, at least don't panic even if you encounter a large spider. Hearing these words, she was embarrassed and felt sad. I thought I was going to cry, but she was a strong girl and gave him a punch straight in the stomach. He also regretted being punched in the body, knowing that, he wouldn't say anything about spiders. Looking at her calmly, he said he was a wolf. She loudly stated her wish without forgetting to threaten, anyway, I will return after becoming an official knight so you should watch your head carefully before meeting me. When he heard her speak, it was like lightning struck his ears. Oh my head, was she planning to cut off my head? Emma walked over and politely thanking everyone very much for everything, especially young Master Knox, the maid of the Stilliner house. What kind of relationship do they have with me to thank? She looked up at him, thanking him for saving Lady Talia. Looking at her for a while, he said bitter words, but at first I had no intention of saving her. The carriage has arrived and everyone is out of the gate, so stop bothering me. He looked towards the carriage as it was disappearing, so someone was gone, why? He looked up at the clear blue sky, and I felt like I was gradually getting used to this strange life. I also feel relieved, although I don't know why, but I'm quite happy. The system informed him that he had 146 days left. He was surprised by the information he had just received and looked at it. The scenery around the villa, from the house to the garden, to every corner in here, was already familiar to him. There was no time to relax anymore. A few days later Rona suggested, by the way, you need to find a new maid and attendant. He touched his chin thinking, maid, that reminds me. Rodwell appeared from nowhere to greet him. Good morning, Master. Rodwell, what's going on? He raised his hand and introduced himself to the girl standing behind him. Elden Academy has sent a trainee maid to serve you. From today onwards this girl will serve you, so I brought her here to serve you. Hello first. This maid has a very pretty face and is very polite. Pleased to meet you, Master. My name is Jatri de Lavilla. I will start working as your exclusive maid from today. He was silent for a moment, then introduced himself. I am Knox von Reincarnation. As soon as I met him, I suspected, based on the information displayed by the system, that she was Jatri de Lavilla. The system clearly lays out the shortcomings and advantages as well as the strengths she has. And in the present the game is currently following the orders of Theo von Reincarnation. Knox buttoned up his shirt and was still concerned about his own life. 146 days when my time was limited like that, everything I felt really went by very quickly. My strength index system, the only positive thing here, is that I'm actually growing very quickly despite having this incurable disease. Quietly watching the wind blow leaves through the hallway. I will soon be accepted into Elden Academy too. Rona was behind him happily as if she was the one being accepted. 2 months from now you will finally be able to join Elden Academy, are you worried? He turned back and calmly asked, are you happy because we are finally leaving this place to go to the academy, what? She bravely said what she thought even though she was a bit shy. I was starting to miss him. I'm helpless after listening, don't overreact, I won't reduce your salary. He stood there pondering, well I don't even have time to tease her anymore. Within the next 2 months, if I don't increase my stats even a little, I definitely won't be able to survive, be inside the academy. The school with the badge that everyone wants to have, Elden, the most prestigious academy in the Empire, is where talented cadets gather from all over this territory. The image of the guy appeared in my mind. After getting beyond that place, and entering the main plot, I would also have to play the role of the villain Knox von Reincarnation. He gritted his teeth and pondered, damn, why is everything so difficult? While thinking, she suggested, by the way, you need to find a new maid and attendant. Hearing that, he suddenly thought, a maid, that reminds me. Rodwell walked in and bowed his head and said, good morning young master, what's wrong Rodwell? He extended his hand to introduce himself. Elden Academy has sent a trainee maid to assist you. From today onwards I will serve you, so please allow me to introduce myself. She politely bowed to him. Pleased to meet you master, my name is Jetri de Lavilla and will start working as your exclusive maid from today. He politely introduced himself. I am Knox von Reincarnation. Before him was the information about this maid, Jetri de Lavilla. She was. The information shows that she is very suspicious. Above all, she was following orders from your father von Reincarnation. She looked at him friendly and said, I will try my best to support you, I know they won't let me leave this place comfortably. According to von Reincarnation, one of the biggest villains and one of the strongest elements in the entire world, while people were wondering how he could be in his current position, many people asked, did he climb to that position with his own swordsmanship alone? There's no doubt that he's good at it. She knelt down with her hand still holding the corner of her skirt, but that reason was that she could climb to the role of leader of the Reincarnation family. He stood there silently, making the atmosphere more tense, because he is suspicious and suspicious of everything and everyone around him. He looked at her seriously. This time I have great expectations from you. She did not hesitate to obey. Yes, sir. He continued, I heard that you lost your position as the heir to the Lavilla family. If you do well this time, the Reincarnation family will not hesitate to support you in that inheritance. She coldly replied, I will support the young master with all my heart. As he spoke, he raised his hand to ask, making her confused, no. He put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at her in the murderous aura around him. That made her a bit shy. Once you realize what he means, I will monitor him closely, and report everything back to you. She went out and closed the door, pressing her back against the door and remembering, don't forget, who your master is. She took a breath, still placing her hand on her chest. Then took out a necklace from his collar. Looking at the picture kept in the pendant makes me teary-eyed, from this moment onwards. Inside the picture is a couple looking very happy. I can't hesitate any longer. That night in Knox's room. He lay on the bed with his hands behind his head wondering, is he an insider? His eyes looked up at the ceiling with a worried face, perhaps wanting to confirm whether the person inside this body was Knox or not. Then imagine the spooky scenario, because being possessed by demons is not uncommon in Inner Lunatic, and Knox is a character who has been possessed by a demon Bale countless times in the main story. Then he sat up. Well, that was fine as long as he didn't know his true identity. Thinking so, he also felt extremely insecure. I remember when I first met the maid, but the problem was Jetri. The power of Jetri de Lavilla's magic book and calendar. Even though she's not too relevant to the main plot, it would be a waste to leave her aside like this. She was originally destined to become the head of the Lavilla family. The man was covered in blood, holding a sword that mixed with the sea of blood on the pile of corpses on the floor, but her father and mother were killed by the hands of her own uncle. She just sat cowering in a corner crying, and then she lost her position as the next heir of the family. What happened after that was obvious. In the end she became a maid, working for the Reincarnation family in order to escape her family's supervision. On the outside she has a cheerful appearance and is always smiling, but her cheerful image appeared, her mind already exhausted and rotten, a character on the verge of complete mental breakdown. he finally concluded, and so her final decision would be before the first part of the main storyline begins. In a dark corner she lay on the cold ground, she committed suicide. He lowered his head to his knees, confused. What should I do? Look at the palm of your hand and think, will it make a difference to the plot? Is it the right decision to save someone who is destined to die, knowing that doing so would be the same as putting yourself in a trap? The next day was also at this villa. Both maids, Rona and Jitri, were called in. From today onwards, I quickly and seriously instructed, we will go hunting monsters inside the forest in my territory. She was surprised that the hunting also involved her. Of course you two will also follow and support me. She shivered and quickly said that, hunting monsters in Star territory, I will be on leave due to illness. As for Jitri, she immediately agreed, surprising her, she understood. He immediately held her hand tightly while crying and advising her, Jitri she couldn't agree to everything like that. Knox also considered her panic. It was normal for a maid to be afraid of hunting monsters, after all it was a ridiculous request. Even though she said that, her hands still trembled, so she answered immediately. Thinking for a moment, he happily told her, Rona, I know you've used up all your vacation days. Even though she didn't want to hear that, she couldn't refute anything. She wouldn't be allowed to take sick leave today, so how could you do that? You don't just bully her. Have you forgotten how incompetent and useless I am? If you don't do as I say I will lower your salary. I will be gentle with those who have just started. What about reducing the regular salary by half? She continued to cry and endured it. Do you want me to bring a bow or a sword? He stood there satisfied because he had achieved his goal. Suddenly she called out to him, young master. She gently asked if I should inform Mr. Rodwell that I would leave the mansion this time before we prepared. Thanks to her, he suddenly remembered, yes now. With the blackened ring he is wearing on his finger, the priority now is to increase his lifespan. Then we rode our horses straight into the forest, because now we can go anywhere we want. From inside Theo was standing watching them disappear with a complicated expression. A few days later, the lost forest gradually transformed into a normal forest after being treated. An aggressive wolf is attacking someone. None other than Knox. He quickly used his sword to slash its body. The system said he was able to steal a small portion of the wolf's vitality. He breathed a sigh of relief and also extended his lifespan by 2 hours. He glanced around. Had he defeated all the wolves in this area? The corpses of the white foxes he killed lay collapsed in a pool of blood, because he also gained 2 hours of life just from this hunt. So it can be considered that this hunt was quite successful. Jitri delicately handed him the water bottle. It's been almost an hour since you started hunting, aren't you tired? In return for thanking him, the negative emotions he was showing clearly on his face made her confused. Damn it. He felt quite disappointed, because he did not activate the genius time he had spent so long to be able to hunt. He picked up the water bottle and took a sip, which meant he had only earned an hour. I already knew that the calculations wouldn't be balanced, but this is too different from the plan and I can't hunt monsters like this every now and then. He still stood there drinking for a long time because he was busy thinking, but the biggest danger was still the limited number of monsters in this area. Seeing the wolf's corpse, Rona was devastated, because I had been hunting for the past few days and had killed almost all the monsters. The more he thought about it, the more it hurt him. At this rate, his plan to have a wonderful life was in danger of going up in smoke. She gave him an extra towel and he sighed and said, not having enough monsters in this area is also a huge problem. She laughed it off and Rona shouted in confusion, I can't believe you think the number of monsters is a problem. If anyone hears this, they will think you've become some kind of weirdo. That's gone. He was also quite surprised but didn't pay much attention. The sun had reached the treetops. After thinking for a while, he decided that there was no other way but to return to the mansion. She happily gave him a suggestion, should I prepare warm water to bathe him or not? I will prepare it at a comfortable temperature. He looked at her and agreed, as expected from a genius support person, okay I want a shower before dinner so please control the time properly. She smiled brightly, okay, just leave it to me. Seeing you being like that, Rona was a little jealous, young master, don't forget about me too, I will clean your room, oh well, do whatever you want. She quickly picked up her basket and ran to work. Jitri couldn't help but smile at this cuteness. Suddenly he called her, Jitri, yes Master Knox. He tilted his head seriously and said, I have a question for you. As soon as she heard that, she hugged the towel tightly in worry. He raised his face to look straight at her and said, who does she serve? Faced with that question, she was stunned. Why? Because the system was clear, he decided that no matter how beautiful a great sword is, if I can't use it, I won't hesitate to throw it away. It goes. She just stood there silently. He didn't wait, so that was her answer. She became confused and her voice was shaky. I still hadn't said anything. She tried to explain but he interrupted. Young master, I know what you want to say. He looked at her coldly. Don't worry, I have no intention of coercing you further. Jutri bent down and remained silent. He said, I'm really grateful to you, at least you didn't lie. His piercing eyes continued to explain, it doesn't matter who you serve, I will consider you as someone under my command. She fell into confusion because of the vague words. Then he walked away and said, if you need me, just use me as you like, that's all I want to say. She stood there watching his back walk away, equivalent to having faith in each other. The more she looked at him, the more confused she became. Wouldn't it make more sense if the two could take advantage of each other? She knelt down in dismay. After all, that was the type of relationship I wanted to have with her. After that hunt, it was getting dark. Rona lay on the bed, chewing and talking. Isn't young Master Knox a bit too harsh? In his mind, an evil face and sharp horns appeared in his mind that she could attach to him. He would say things like, if you didn't run after me, training wouldn't be any fun. Every time, let's go practice. Don't you think he's too cruel? Jutri lay next to her, reading a book and listening to her talk about him well, right? Then suddenly looked out the window. She gently placed her hand on her chest and thought, the rumor that young Master Knox has now changed his mind that she heard from countless people when she was part of the Lavilia family. She pursed her lips and thought, I also think that rumor is baseless because it is extremely rare for a person to change that much. Remember when he took down those twins, but they said he took down both twins in one blow and received permission to join the academy. His image is radiant in the bright light, and he is also the one who has affirmed his position in the family. And she is just a weak maid under the influence of others, completely different from her who has fallen despite being a worthy successor of the family. She achingly rubbed the necklace hanging around her neck. What he told her today. You said at that time, then just use me as you like is all I wanted to say. She sat on the chair in bewilderment. What did he mean? The next morning, as usual, the servants in the villa were still busy. A short time later, an unfounded rumor has appeared in the Reincarnation family. Her figure appeared along with the crack. Rumors said that Jutri had been banished from her clan into the market and was no longer worthy to be a maid to the Reincarnation family. She held a piece of paper in her hand. On it was written a short inscription, Jutri to Lavilia listen. After reading it, she immediately curled her hand and held it tightly. You useless family head, you were sold by your own family, you will receive a suitable punishment. She fell to her knees with tears falling uncontrollably. She had been deprived of any rights she had as the direct heir of the family. Then he smiled absent-mindedly, but it seemed like he wouldn't be able to stay in the Reincarnation family any longer. There were two people pointing their swords at each other. The Reincarnation family was one of the top dark families. Theo stood there with his arms crossed, watching. She leaned against the door still holding that piece of paper. Even though I was only being used as a maid for a second daughter to a commoner like me who had just lost her title, I still had no right to serve that day. She opened the door and walked quickly down the hallway. She would soon be eliminated and would serve a new master soon. She opened the door, smiling as ever, saying hello. Everyone in the kitchen looked at her hesitantly. It seemed like everyone had heard about the rumor. I'm a little sad. I'm already used to being scrutinized by those looks. Suddenly a sound came from behind calling her name. Jutri? It was Rona. She ran very quickly to her side and said while panting, I've been looking for you everywhere. She turned around and smiled, thinking, she didn't know about the good rumors. Suddenly she grabbed her hand and pulled her away. It surprised her a bit, or was she just teasing me? Maybe she really considers me a friend. She was dragged away by Rona, but she wasn't angry at all, just watched her. No matter what, she was doing extremely stupid things. Eyes become lifeless. Rona and Master Knox, we are all doing stupid things. He sat inside and looked out the window. The end was inevitable. The letters were sent to the table, not only for Jutri who had probably already received the letters as well. He looked down thinking, all the charges that had been placed against Jutri's father, I knew they were all fabricated. A beautiful butterfly flew across my sight, but I also knew that I couldn't help her. He looked up at the sky, because there was no way of knowing what butterfly effect would occur if he saved her life. At the forest, a white wolf screamed in pain. Under its belly was a sharp sword wound. Blood was still flowing out like water. The wolf fell to the ground. Knox pulled the sword from the wolf's belly. A servant followed behind and said, "She didn't think so." A blood stain splattered on Knox's face. The servant saw this and continued, "The young master seems to be working harder today than usual." Rona and Jitri hid behind a bush. Rona said with a sweat, "In the past he was still a bit merciful." She put her hand on her chin and continued, "But today, he was a bit shy." Jitri asked in surprise, "Is that true?" She worriedly thought to herself, "This makes me a little uncomfortable." At this time, Knox waved the bloody sword, causing blood to splash everywhere. He looked around and wondered, it was almost time for that thing to appear. Wasn't it going to appear today too? Knox recalls, in the Lost Children forest, a mysterious monster would appear when the number of monsters in the forest was only about 20%. It is a hidden boss. He pulled his sword back and looked at the wolf corpses around him, thinking to himself, "I was thinking about killing it because that would help increase my stats, but I guess it probably won't work. What's going on?" Suddenly, the wind blew loudly, making Knox alert. He was thinking, "What is it?" when suddenly a large needle stabbed into his right cheek. Then it soared high. Knox quickly pulled out his sword to partially block it. He thought in panic, its speed was on a completely different level. He smiled happily and thought, "I guess being a hidden boss must be like this." A giant bee appeared in front of him. Knox realized, the Royal Wind King was special. Damn, this one is very troublesome. The giant bee rushed towards Knox. He quickly used his sword to block it and affirmed in his heart, but it was not one that he could not defeat. Suddenly one of the two maids shouted loudly, startling him, "Young master!" Jitri opened his eyes wide in surprise. She rushed out to block the giant bee's attack aimed at Knox. He watched her get stabbed in the chest by the bee and thought to himself, even without Jitri's help, it was an attack that I could completely dodge or block. Knox bewilderedly wondered why she saved him. He looked at the giant bee and then wondered, how many people would be able to rush towards a monster that suddenly appeared. Knox looked at Jitri's falling body again and thought to himself, I will take advantage of this all to save her. Knox gritted his teeth. The system displays a notification that the genius interval skill has been activated. In Jitri's memory, she was crying in pain at a younger age. Her knee had a big scrape. One person asked her, "Why does our beloved Jitri keep falling?" Another person agreed, "That's right, there hasn't been a single day where the wound on her knee has completely recovered." Adult Jitri stood outside looking at that image and thought, "That's what my parents once told me, that my wounds have never been completely healed." She lowered her eyes sadly and continued thinking, however, that not only applied to the wound in my knee but also the wound in my heart. I wondered if that was a prediction for the future itself, isn't mine. Jitri remembered when Knox asked who she served. She laughed to herself, Who am I serving? She remembered her father's smiling face. Remembering the scene where her relative had just killed her father and excitedly shouted, "Jitri, this family will now be mine." She remembered Theo Reinharnation and wondered, "Who should I serve?" A series of sentences kept appearing in Jitri's mind. Who do you serve? If necessary, feel free to take advantage of me, because I will also take advantage of you. Suddenly, Knox called out her name, Jitri, and Rona also rushed to her side in panic. The system announces, "You have defeated the monster, you will be given a special reward." Knox didn't care about the system, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Just trying to hold on a little longer." He continued to advise, "Everything is fine, now I will take you back here. Rona is by your side to comfort you. Young master, we need to quickly return to the mansion." Jitri smiled and thought, what a lie, is that the expression of someone who intends to take advantage of me? She gradually closed her eyes but still thought, I wonder why. Before completely passing out, she saw Knox's face and wondered, why do I feel a little shaken? Jitri closed her eyes, a tear rolled down her cheek. Jitri thought, and anger, in his words. At the Jitri mansion. Theo held a letter in his hand, read it and then commented, "This is truly extremely troublesome." Rodwell stood on one side and announced that based on our investigation, the content written on the letter was true. The Lavilia family had indeed decided to completely cut off relations with Jitri. Theo used his hand to support his chin, thinking silently that the reason he brought Jitri to this place was to take control of the Lavilia family. He secretly calculated, because they had lost the previous family's head, they were in an extremely unstable situation. I also thought that this would be a perfect opportunity to take over that family. Let's say, if the situation within this family is so unstable that even the position of the heir is shaken. It is realized that with the intervention of the Reinharnation family, we will be able to force them to bow somehow. He held the letter and thought, but, what if Jitri was exiled from that family, before any plans could begin? Then he asked Rodwell, then there is no other way, what do you think we should do with Jitri? Rodwell respectfully replied, although it is extremely unfortunate, we cannot let a maid who does not belong to any family take care of Master Knox. We will be looked down upon at the academy. Elden will lose if he does so. He continued, I think we need to quietly solve this problem ourselves. Theo agrees, I think so too. Suddenly a servant pushed the door open and shouted loudly, Sir. Rodwell scolded, how dare you come in here without permission? The servant hesitantly replied, I'm sorry. The servant announced, making Theo frown, Master Knox brought back a maid who was injured during his recent hunting trip. The maid continued, that maid was poisoned and is currently in extremely critical condition. She used a lot of extremely expensive antidotes without permission, so I came here to report back. Rodwell asked, don't tell me he used the ginseng potion. The servant bowed his head and replied, yes. He held his forehead and lamented, that thing cost a lot of money. Theo frowned and thought, how had the boy become so close to that servant so quickly? No one could have predicted the possible consequences of such personal emotions. In a room in the mansion, someone shouted loudly, Jitri. Jitri opened his eyes, only seeing the blurry figure of Rona talking. Jitri, are you awake? She panicked and grabbed Jitri's blanket, crying and saying, I'm so glad you're awake. Jitri worriedly wondered what had just happened. Was young Master Knox safe? She remembered the time she blocked Knox's attack from the giant bee and wondered why she did that. Rona suddenly told her that the young master had used an antidote to help her. What was ginseng? What was it? She remembered the time when the doctor asked suspiciously, what? And Knox ordered, save her. Rona continued saying, anyhow, he used it and people said it was good. He completely ignored the royal physician's refusal, and he said to use it on her unless he wanted to die. Rona commented, I guess that useless part of him is still there. Jitri heard that and thought, ginseng, why would he do that? She used her hands to grip the blanket and wondered if he was just trying to take advantage of her. Then she sat up. Rona stopped her. She needed to rest more. Was her wound okay? Jitri asked without caring. Where was young Master Knox now? Rona remembers. He was looking for Chamberlain. He told me to report back on the situation when you woke up. She left the room. Before leaving, she said, I will be back soon. Remember to rest a lot. Jitri stood up and left the bed. She opened a suitcase. Then start packing things inside. She thought, I shouldn't be here. The truth is. Jitri finished packing her suitcase. She realized, I don't know that I don't deserve to be anywhere anymore. She sadly put on her coat and took down her gold watch. Then she opened the necklace. Take away the family photo placed in there. She placed the watch, along with a letter addressed to Knox, on the table. Jitri looked back at the last line of the letter, thanking me for saving my life, then she sadly turned around and walked out. Jitri closed the door. But when she reached the hallway, she stopped. One person asked Jitri, where do you think you are going now? It turned out to be Knox, standing in front of her and stopping her. Knox stood in the middle of the dark hallway, moonlight shining on his silver hair. Knox coldly asked, I asked again, where are you going? Currently, in the Reincarnation mansion, he is questioning the doctor harshly. Someone is about to die and the only thing you care about is how expensive the medicine is. The doctor trembled and replied in a stuttering voice, no, it's not like that. If you don't get permission from the patriarch to use this medicine, then I can't use the medicine. Before the doctor could finish speaking, he interrupted with a serious face and a sharp voice, Patriarch, okay. Rodwell, who has a higher status than me in this family, please answer me. Faced with that pressure, he could only bow his head and apologize. He continued, I will present this to my father myself later, you should do it quickly. The doctor understood and quickly took the medicine bottle in concern of the maid Rona. He lifted Jitri's head and gave her medicine. Now that the poison had lost its effect, she would soon be well again. Hearing the doctor say that, Rona finally relieved her anxiety and breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her eyes and saw the young master standing up and preparing to go. She wondered. But the young master did not respond. Please come and inform me privately if Jitri wakes up. After saying that, he coldly turned and went to his father's room in his blood-stained clothes. In Count Reincarnation's room, he sat cross-legged and calmly asked him what was going on. You rarely come to me on your own. Is it because of that maid? His face was gloomy as he looked up at his father. At the same time the system panel appeared, the acting master was activated. He said, just one thing. I remember that you once said you would fulfill one of my wishes. He replied, yes. Then he mentioned the name Jitri de Lavinia, the maid who had rushed out to save him from the monster, and begged his father to hand her over to him, who had been kicked out of his clan. After listening to what he said, his expression was thoughtful and his eyebrows furrowed. He thought, this would be a butterfly effect that would affect the main story later. What about Theo's spy? That issue is no longer important anymore. He remembered, today, when I saw her trying to save me, I've realized a few things. The answer she didn't clearly tell herself before. Jitri has already shown it through her actions. Thinking about it, his face became even more steadfast in his wishes. It seemed that after that, he no longer had anything to doubt about his maid, because there would be no one who would not care about their own danger to protect him like that, although that is not necessary. Before that suggestion he also agreed, I understand, if that is what you want, it will be done. Hearing that, he stood up and said, Patriarch, this unworthy child of yours has one more thing to present. He replied, say it. He closed his eyes and said, even if he is your father. Before he finished speaking, the warning panel displayed, the acting master's effectiveness was decreasing because of your agitated state. Ignoring the system's warning, he opened his eyes with a cold murderous intent and said, please stop. Disturb your people too. Scene change, go to the maid Jitri. He saw her holding the suitcase and asked, where do you think you are going? Her face was a bit sad and trembling as she answered about that, I'm about to leave here, I think this place is no longer suitable for me. Thank you for what you've done for me. Hearing that, he asked her again. Where are you going instead of serving me, my maid? She bowed her head hesitantly, but still, you already know the answer, but I received the order from the patriarch, the male lead's father. To monitor you. But, why are you trying to hold me back, me? She spoke and cried while he still stood looking at her calmly as if nothing happened. Having said that, she screamed with tears in her eyes, I lied to you. I won't be able to say anything even if you kick me out of here immediately, so why? He smiled kindly and thought, so this is Jitri's real face behind her acting face, this part of her personality is more like a real person, a person who chooses not to give up, and managing to get through that time can be difficult and dark. After thinking about these things, he replied, people often lie to each other a lot in the beginning. Even though she heard that, she was still very guilty about what she did, but I made a serious mistake with you. That's exactly the reason, he replied. After you caused such a thing, you wanted to leave without compensating me, who told me to let you leave like that? Hearing that, she stopped crying and thanked him. He reached out and told her, Jitri, you will stay here, I don't care what my father thinks but I don't need the Lavilia family name in your name. I just need your talent. So, I want you to stay, please help me by standing side by side with me until you can atone for the mistake you have made. Hearing him affirm like that, her heart lit up. And then shed tears at his sincere words. She replied, I understand, young Master Knox. I will be by your side forever and will always help you. He walked over, smiled and seemed satisfied, very good. She continued, you asked me this question before, you asked who I serve, right? He turned his head and replied with a calm expression, yes, that's right. She looked up, radiating bright light, her face showing happiness, now you know who that person is, right? He smiled and replied, yes I know. We already know who it is. The scene changes to the maid Rona, who is currently cleaning the house and chatting with the other maids, but, that's what I'm saying let me tell you, that young master threatened even that pharmacist that, he said he would kill him if he did. And then that pharmacist was right. While he was enthusiastically bad-mouthing the young master, he and Jitri walked in after the previous conversation, causing Rona and the other maid to panic. I said, Rona, stop speaking ill of me in front of others. She opened her eyes wide and replied, have you heard everything? He clenched his fists with a helpless expression. Surely you would say that you didn't say anything bad about me, just to avoid responsibility. As if walking on a shoe, her stomach made a noise of surprise. Then asked about Jitri's health, was she feeling better? Don't work too hard, let me go do some laundry. Young master, I'm going to do the laundry. After saying that, she ran away before the helplessness of the two people. He stroked his hair and said helplessly, why does she keep causing trouble? Then he turned to ask Jitri, Jitri, you know that you will come to Elden Academy with me in 2 months, right? She replied, yes I already knew, I've already prepared a bit for that. He asked, "Are you ready?" She calmly replied, "His essential items, books, medicine, emergency supplies, clothes and a spare uniform for long trips." With both, he looked at her appraisingly. Jutri no longer forced himself to smile in front of him. It seems that this is her true personality and she no longer needs to pretend. He remembered what she said before, "I'm tired of acting and I have no talent for it at all. I feel more comfortable when she's like this." Because we no longer need to compliment each other with unnecessary compliments or talk about meaningless social things anymore. She looked at him smiling in the bright sunlight. In that situation, even though we were cornered, even when we turn our backs on each other, then we won't betray each other. Right? That's enough. Enough for my relationship with her. It seems that the two have formed absolute trust. Jutri asked a little worriedly, "By the way, young master, are you okay?" Knox held the book in his hand and listened attentively to her question. Jutri continued speaking. "Recently rumors about him have spread everywhere." He sat down on the chair and asked again. The rumors were negative. There were already a few question marks in his head. "Oh, I thought the rumors were still there, but I didn't expect there to be worse rumors." She hesitated a bit. Ahem. Jutri was a bit shy and honestly declared that they rumored that the reason he brought me in as a servant was because he liked me. Hearing this, his hand almost slipped off the chair, sweating. That rumor? Really? Knox still remained calm on the surface, but deep down in his soul, he was holding his face helplessly. He didn't expect that just playing the role of Knox would make him feel so embarrassed. He sighed and told her, "I'm sorry, because of me you got into trouble." Jutri quickly waved his hand to deny. "No, I won't tell you because I didn't have any problems." Her eyes were a bit awkward, expressing her feelings, but I was worried that the rumor would make him uncomfortable. Knox let out a breath and said, No, you've heard rumors about me before, right? I'm a completely incompetent idiot, the youngest incompetent child of this family." Her eyes were a bit evasive, awkwardly saying, "Those rumors aren't that bad." He interrupted, "If you lie like that, I'll fire you." Jutri also helplessly admitted, "I've heard that rumor, there's more." She continued to spread another shocking news. "Some people said he was a pervert, right?" "Really?" Knox was completely desperate and just hugged his face. He put his hand to his forehead and thought, "Even so, my image is much better now. Before that I was rumored to be a leaf picker and an avocado kicker." He scratched his chin and continued thinking, "Right now, I'm just a brat who plays tricks all day." His eyes showed consideration, but he had to regain his reputation. Looking at the white palm of this body, he thought, after all, Knox is an evil person. I have to be evil so that the main character can shine. He clenched his fists and thought, after all, I'm not the main character in Inner Lunatic. Thinking clearly, Knox waved his hand without bothering to explain any more and changed the subject. "Let it go, don't talk about those rumors anymore. I have a mission for you." He put his hands on the table and slowly explained, "You know, to survive at Elden Academy, you are not the only one who needs to prepare carefully, but I also have to prepare." Jutri asked, "What kind of preparation are you talking about?" The reason he was able to freely state his plans was because Jutri's loyal qualities meant that she only trusted one person. He rubbed his nose with his hand and smiled, thinking, "So it's not a problem for me to reveal a little bit about my plan to her. In fact, I need to let her understand me better, so that I can easily control her." He said his thoughts, "Before joining the academy, I intend to learn magic. I need your help." Jutri heard this news and hesitantly asked, even though he knew that using magic in this kingdom was illegal, he was still determined to learn it. He said firmly, "Of course, after all, I am a completely incompetent person, and also a pervert." She listened but didn't know what else to say. "You're a bit shameless." She sighed. He was definitely a vindictive person. In the end, she still agreed to his request. "I know," she said with a serious look on her face, "there must be a reason for you to make such a decision. I will find basic books that can be useful to you." Knox gave a satisfied smile. "Very good, she is indeed very effective." Sunlight filtered through the glass door, screams rang out outside. "Move quickly, yes, quickly prepare to go." Knox glanced outside the window and wondered what the commotion outside was about. The people outside continued to shout threats. "If you mess up, you'll be in big trouble. Young Master Grain has returned." Hearing this name, he immediately stood up and looked outside, thinking, "Grain, he returned after graduating from Elden Academy, right? I almost forgot this important event." Looking at the layers of cargo carts below, he smiled thoughtfully. The opportunity to change his life had finally come. Knox put his hand on the table and called out, "Jutri?" He glanced at her and said, "It seems like I will have to go far soon." Knowing that he was about to cause trouble again, she could only make a helpless face and say, "Young master, what do you want to do?" Knox did not answer her question but just stood in front of the balcony watching the convoy hum the melody like an omen. In a luxurious room meticulously sculpted, the dining table is decorated with all sorts of dishes that look very eye-catching. The male lead's father, Theo von Reinhafer, took a sip of the glass of wine in his hand and spoke, congratulating his son on graduating from Elden Academy. Grain von Reinhafer smiled in response to his words, thanking his father. Knox sat on one side while eating and introducing himself. He was the second son of Lady Theo, and one of Knox's brothers. His purple eyes lit up like gems. Immediately in front of Grain an information board appeared. Basic information: name, Grain von Reinhafer, gender, male, age 16, ethnicity, main element, darkness, achievements, none, skills, passive skills, none, active skills, see into people's hearts. Qualities: positive, quick to grasp the situation, neutral, meticulous, negative, hypocritical, contemptuous, value social status, pro-noble, opportunistic. Reading a series of his bad habits, Knox thought to himself, a pervert remembered for meeting many practical women. And is an opportunist. Besides, the academy professor once said, the only reason Grain hasn't been exposed yet is because Knox is a worse, completely incompetent villain. He is a man who knows how to get along well with the political world. With his political talent, he easily graduated. Elden is very famous but also very difficult to graduate. Just under 1,000 people can pass the entrance exam here, and only half of them can graduate. Returning to the conversation between father and son, Theo raised his hand and asked his son, Gran, have you decided on the date to go to Chater yet? The hand holding the spoon suddenly stopped because of this question. Grain still calmly gave a standard smile and replied, okay, I will depart south to reach Chater in 3 days. Hearing his son say that, he reminded him that if he goes there at this time of year, there will probably be a monster hunting mission. A little introduction about Chaters. A modest place outside Reinhafer's territory, a neutral territory in the south, and that place is also on the border with eastern Tajalan. They use the desert as a border. Regarding this land, not only is it desolate, it is also full of monsters, so it can be said that this is the most terrible abandoned land. The royal mission given to Grain is to stop the monsters from wreaking havoc in Chaters, because according to the laws of the Kingdom of Arkheim, a person must complete the first mission assigned by the king, to become a recognized knight, received by the royal family. Grain held out his hand and said, when winter comes, Chaters are always full of monsters. It seems the royal family wants to take action to fight them. Theo continued, even though that place was very desolate, if it was occupied by monsters, the surrounding areas would also be affected. No matter what, don't make the Reinhafer family lose face. Grain put his hand on his chest and assured him, I will always remember, father. As for Knox, who has been sitting in a corner all this time, still not speaking, lost in thought, the mission in Chaters is not simply for the purpose of hunting monsters. This place is mentioned in a few more complex storylines. This is definitely not just a side story, so Chaters is worth exploring. After thinking about it, he now asked, are you planning to go to Chaters? Graham replied, yes, and in Knox's head he calculated, naturally if someone like me wants to have that thing, I will have to join the Chaters expedition myself, so I smiled lightly and said casually, let me come along. His words surprised Gran, and his father just sat quietly looking at him. Gran looked down on this younger brother and asked, Knox, what are you talking about? Where do you think Chaters is? You also acted like a good younger brother and said honestly, I heard that it was a neutral area where monsters would suddenly attack, and also where bandits secretly recruited soldiers. Grain observed his younger brother attentively. He spoke up, I've been hearing stories about you a lot lately. Knox sat facing him and thought to himself, Grain's skill is seeing through people's hearts. He crossed his arms, raised his eyebrows and said in a condescending manner, did you pass through the forest of Lackney with the second daughter of the Stillreiners family? He answered, yes, continuing to speculate in his heart, that skill can detect why a person is reckless, and if the target's parameters are lower than him, he will quickly see the reason. Simply put, it was a skill that made him an expert in dealing with people in this world and on the political chessboard. Grain sneered meaningfully, if so, it must have been true that he defeated the twins and recruited a commoner maid. Knox spoke in his heart, but, the notice board appeared, the steel spirit was activated to counteract the effect of seeing people's hearts. On the surface he still maintained the standard smile and replied, everything is true. Grain continued, I know, you must have beaten a lot of people recently. He spoke with a superior tone, pointed his finger and said, but, I can't let you, someone who hasn't been accepted into Elden Academy, go with me on this mission. I don't want to be where is the person who cleaned up your body. While speaking, his father interrupted, wait. Grain called out in panic, Father, you have now stood up to continue speaking. I think I can guarantee, nothing will happen. He adjusted his shirt and asked, Grain, please take your brother with you. He seemed to want to protest and called out loudly, Father. Theo's expression was now impatient. He looked at him with cold eyes and said seriously, this was an order. Then he looked at him again. Knox looked a little uneasy when he glanced at him. Before leaving, he only left a few announcements. We will provide the necessary equipment for the mission, and prepare for departure in the next 3 days. As soon as the door closed, he still couldn't digest what had just happened. Why did he so easily allow me to leave? Doubt arose in his heart, because of Lady Theo. Or is he planning something? While thinking, Grain's words interrupted his thoughts. What do you want? As soon as his father left, his face didn't even bother to hide his emotions, his forehead bulging with questioning. Knox, have you lost your mind? He didn't care to answer lightly, whether he was crazy or not. He couldn't be as crazy as you were before. His answer made him even more frustrated. How dare you joke like that? He got angry and grabbed Knox's shirt. Leaning closer and threatening, you better be careful. If you get injured, it will be very miserable, especially when you have taken the rare opportunity to go to Chaytor's. Suddenly someone dropped the wine bottle in their hand and cried out in panic, oh my God. The voice caught Knox's attention and turned around. It turned out that the person who spilled the wine was the maid Yoochan. She quickly bowed her head, forgive me, Master Knox, I will clean it for you right away, please return to the room first without me. Graham frowned angrily and clicked his tongue. Knox calmly adjusted the hem of his shirt and said, Brother, I'm really sorry but my maid made a mistake. Yoochan still bowed his head. He took her with him and turned away, leaving behind a sentence, please allow me to leave first. His face was backlit, half hidden in the darkness, glancing at his provocative brother, see him later, 3 days since the separation to take down the Childers. Grain could only clench his fists and grit his teeth in anger. Back to my room. Knox told Yoochan, thank you. It's thanks to you that I was able to get out of such an awkward situation. Yoochan looked helpless. Really, you really have a talent for getting into trouble. But are you okay with that? The Chaytors are. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned back to reassure her, it would be okay, don't worry too much. In the middle of speaking, a voice shouted, young Master Knox. Rona quickly stepped in to question, he just said where he was going. Knox looked at her attitude and wondered if she had forgotten that she was her master. He didn't care about her attitude, shrugged his shoulders and said, rumors really do spread quickly, everything has been decided, wondering in his heart, rumors about his useless and incompetent son joining the team, conquering Chaytor, is it that shocking? Yoochan also raised his hand to his chest with a sincere voice, this time, I also had to agree with Rona. I think the area of these Chaytors is too dangerous, the number of monsters and robbers in that place must be in the hundreds, not less. Knox still kept a cold face and replied, it'll be fine, I know what I'm doing, but in my heart I whispered with joy, that's exactly why I decided to go there, it was an opportunity to prolong our own life. He continued, I will go on that conquest mission without you two, so I want you two to stay here. But Yoochan still resolutely spoke up and apologized. But I can't let you do that. As your exclusive maid, I have an obligation to support you wherever you go, so I will also go along. Knox was a bit surprised by Yoochan's answer and said she might get hurt. Yoochan still persistently replied, yes. But, it could happen to you too. I heard from Rona that he was extremely weak and susceptible to illness. He listened but didn't know how to respond. Each word was like an arrow piercing Knox's fragile soul. Would he be able to go such a long way without me? Besides, he was also very absent-minded and forgot many things. For personal use, your clothes need to be washed every day. She listed a series of convincing problems and asked again, could you do all of those things by yourself? I felt like I was brainwashed and agreed. What she said made sense. This world is my reality, right? The things she said just now are basic needs that I don't need to think about when this is just a game. Looking at the maid in front of him, he thought that if he had any fate, her position in the Reincarnation family would also be in trouble. Knox rubbed his head and agreed, I guess Yoochan had no choice but to follow me. After thinking about it, he answered, okay, making her breathe a sigh of relief and laugh. Knox also made some requests, but, you must follow my orders, you will also need to learn how to ride the Carl. Jutri replied, I understand, recently I've gotten closer to Carl. Hearing your answer surprised Rona, you've gotten closer to Carl. She quickly wanted to ask the secret, Jutri, how did you do that? She did not hesitate to share, I used half my month's salary to buy the most luxurious sugar cubes for the horse and it was quite open, is fast. Rona squeezed the symbolic straw in her hand and cried, Carl, isn't straw food, this bad horse? Knox also happily added a loving punch and said, well, you are truly a beast, just like your master, anyway, Rona will stay here. He turned around, leaving her with the lump on her head telling her, Jutri, you're going to help me, and since you're going with me, I'm going to need you to be very prepared. Then Knox glanced at Rona and thought, she looked quite worried just now. Will she be okay? There was a knock on the door outside. Attract the attention of people inside. The person who came was the head butler who bowed respectfully, young Master Knox, the patriarch has an item that he wants to pass on to you. He thought to himself, an item from Theo. At this moment, Knox remembered his father's words in the dining room, the family would provide the necessary items for the mission, thinking, is this one of those items? Besides, I don't know why, but Theo was on my side at dinner just now. I don't know what that person is planning. In Theo's office, when he walked in, he said, you're here. Knox clasped his hands and bowed, I heard you had something you wanted to give me. Theo won't deny it with his eyes closed, yes, but whether you can get this item or not will depend entirely on you. In front of him was a long black sword, he spoke up, this is it. He explained, the sword of the first head of the Reincarnation family. Knox thought with some surprise, the sword of the first head of the Reincarnation family. He looked up and thought, this. Really extremely surprising, because this is an item that has never appeared in Inner Lunatic. Even I, a veteran player who has cleared this game 27 times, do not have any information about this item. But why did he give me this? I really don't understand the current situation. Knox clenched his hands in silent determination, I must definitely have it. But, the appearance of this sword. According to his thoughts, perhaps to you, it looks quite old. However, this sword accompanied the first chief throughout his life. It is a sword that has been with me all my life. Knox also roughly understood his intention and raised his hand. Please tell me the test I must pass to be able to own that object. Theo replied, try holding that sword. He was a bit silent. In the end, he still obeyed him and started holding the sword. Then Knox used both hands to lift it up. From that moment, the black sword in his hand emitted a dark, mysterious aura. Holding it in his hand, he was terrified, his mana was being absorbed. The sword in his hand kept darkening. Knox saw its transformation and was startled, the color of the sword had changed, the darkness gradually spread, covering his whole body. Theo put his hands on the table and stood up to speak, as expected, he could already begin to feel mana. He looked at him a little confused. According to the compliment, very good, exactly as I thought. This sword absorbs the user's mana and releases that power several times over. He repeated his words in his head. Did it release many times more mana power? Knox questioned. I guess this sword is not easy to use. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. The sword held in his hand was still absorbing mana continuously and it had become completely black. The system sounds, warning, your mana is being absorbed at a rapid rate. Because of the sudden change in character, the acting master is starting to become unstable, his head was covered in sweat, his heart was full of insecurity. Wait, it would be too dangerous for me if the mana was absorbed this quickly. Just after thinking about it, Theo spoke again, if you want to have that sword. I just need to hold it for 10 minutes, listen to his request that Knox protested in his heart, 10 minutes. In this situation, that bastard, Theo, and he was still standing with his hands clasped with an expressionless expression on his face, and the name of that sword was Stormbringer. According to von Reincarnation, the name of that sword is Storm Messenger. Knox von Reincarnation gritted his teeth and frowned, trying to firmly hold the black-stained sword. The system said that basic information, the cloaked messenger has been weakened. Equipment classification, level that can be enhanced from medium to high, dark element. His expression was mixed with worry and fear at the announcement and special effects. Every time you use this sword to kill, it will absorb your mana and convert it to its parameters. After absorbing a large amount of the player's mana, the sword will release it and unlock its power. His hands clenched the hilt of the sword and trembled to the point of trembling. What was the use of all this information now? The sound rang out again. Your mana was completely depleted, the energy source was changing. His eyes widened as if in realization, forcing the player's life force into mana. To his surprise, the sword gradually changed from black to a surrounding red light. The familiar system screen appears. Your life is quickly running out. Knox von strained his eyes, gritted his teeth in confusion, then cursed under his breath, damn. He raised his sword and looked ahead thinking, never mind, I have to give up here. But strangely, even if he let go, the weapon seemed to hold even tighter, making him feel strange. Why couldn't he let go of the sword? He clenched his teeth, frowning at the rising demonic energy. Damn it. Theo von stood right next to him, silently glancing at how his son controlled that weapon. In his eyes, there is a stream of memories, a stormy messenger. What kind of sword is this? A magic sword can give people terrible power because it will harm the person who holds it in their hands. The first clan leader used this sword to build the family. However, while Reincarnation is famous as a dark family, his descendants cannot control that sword. He crossed his arms and looked down at the person lying on the floor thinking, out of 10 people, 9 of them just picked up the sword and collapsed from exhaustion. Holding that sword for 10 minutes was already a long time. Images of him from the past came rushing back, sweat and panting. Even I could only stand it for nearly an hour. But, he ordered his youngest son, who was not yet proficient in mana control, to use this sword. Even the recent incident where he accidentally saved the maid. And everything that happens in this family is related to Knox. This is not a coincidence. Our male protagonist now kneels down, but his hand still holds the sword tightly. The father quietly praised that the boy had improved more than he thought. His eyes clearly showed the expectation of watching him attentively. Perhaps, he possessed the talent of a sword emperor. That's why I decided to test the boy, if he can hold this sword for 10 minutes. Meaning Knox has the potential to be the greatest patriarch in the family's history. Theo von looked at him holding the black sword straight into the ground and speculated. And the boy will surpass me. As for Knox, he trembled and gritted his teeth as if he was not satisfied. Then he raised his weary face to look at the other person. He understood well enough that in the future his son would eventually finish me off. He calmly spoke, as I thought, you are hiding your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked by, leaving him stunned with the question, what did you say? The shiny weapon that he holds is confirmed by Theo von. From now on this sword belongs to you. He was still kneeling on the floor, looking at his father's back and quickly panting. His face frowned in discomfort again. Damn it, before he left, he had to give himself back his vitality first. 3 days later, the Chater's expedition departed. Someone on horseback swings their legs. There's a lot of things to carry. It turned out to be Jitri de Lavilia. She happily looked at the small package and said, luckily the dimensional bag could contain all these things. On the contrary, Knox seemed bored, his lips pursed and he did not answer. Causing her to frown and think with concern, the young master was looking forward to this trip so much. Why did he look like he was in such a bad mood? He suddenly sighed following the flow of emotions, although in addition to the storm messenger, Theo also gave him another weapon to carry. Discomfort was clearly visible on his face. Losing his vitality like this did not make him feel grateful at all. It seemed like what was in front of him attracted his attention. Grain had a lot of things. He was happily chatting with someone. Among the monsters he had studied at the academy, the other person immediately spoke up. Haha, Knox's comment continued. It was a bit too much for him to ask me to carry these things so I could follow him, but it's okay because I'm taking advantage of him. Suddenly Graham was attracted by someone else's voice. Oh look, over there. Both he and she also turned their eyes to look. In front there were 2 horsemen arguing fiercely. No, I'm sure it was this way. The other person insisted. No, it must be this place. He squinted his eyes to show displeasure. He had already lost his way. At this rate, when would he get there? Then called out the name of one of the loud people just now. Ron, didn't you say you would definitely get there? The other person was the knight captain Ron, hired by Grain, so he raised his hand to his chest and bowed his head shyly. It was my fault, because I had never gone this way before. He was extremely frustrated and kept repeating, I'm lost, right? The male lead blurted out, stupid. Lavilia curiously pulled his shirt and exclaimed, young Master Knox. He turned his head to look at her gently. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about those useless clowns. Just like that, he pulled the horse's reins. Let it get closer to the crowd. But hey, it looks like we're in trouble. Everyone turned their heads to look with suspicion and discomfort. He closed his eyes and waved his hand to ignore it. It was none of your business. He glanced sideways and said helplessly, he was lost. His brother immediately frowned, his face showing blue veins, turned his head and shouted, he told me, this is none of your business. Faced with that, he just smiled happily and said, you can take us there. There's a bit of doubt in his question now. What? Grain looked at Knox contemptuously. It was ridiculous. He had only lived in the mansion all his life and yet he could guide us there. He placed his hand on his chest confidently. Hire me as a guide. You're quite talented. The family's vassals must also praise your talent. His state of suspicion increased to the point of opening his mouth. Are the vassals really praising him? But deep down I told myself, he was blatantly lying. He focused his eyes, pursed his mouth and quietly tried to find a way. If he was late, he would be in trouble. But what if Knox couldn't do it? Maybe I could lower his confidence. If so, then even if we have to walk around, it's not a bad thing. Thinking of this, he relaxed his face and smiled friendly. If you are so confident, he will let you lead the way. He smiled contentedly. Gradually follow the wooded path, this way. The scene changes to where the pile of firewood has been lit red and flares up. At this time, the sky has come to an end with the haste of humans. They asked each other if we had finished setting up the tent tonight. On this side, Ron and Schultz silently bowed their heads in response to the scolding. How the hell did that kid find his way so quickly? Grain darkened his face and scowled in anger. This was an unexplored southern land. Even experienced guides had difficulty finding the way. How could he do that? Schultz hesitantly interjected, but it was true that he found the way. But he shouted, shut up, do you want me to believe that that brat knew the way so quickly? Hiding behind a tent, he noticed the screams of that noisy person. How could that be possible? He became bored and sighed. Unfortunately for him, I already knew the way. For a veteran player, this would be a piece of cake. Because Chater's territory is a strategic center that I have been to hundreds of times. Suddenly Lavilia expressed her wonder. Young Master Knox, how did you find the way so quickly? He calmly pointed his index finger in one direction. Didn't she see anything on the ground? There were a few strange scratches down there that startled her. The ground, he continued, was the footprints and fur of an owl bear. It is a monster with the body of a bear and the head of an owl that lives in the south. Their residence is the southern Chater's border. So, just follow the direction of these tracks, we can easily find the way to Chater's. She looked surprised and scared. If setting up a tent in the owlbear's territory would be okay. The enemy reassured them that they were afraid of fire and would not go to a place where many people set up camp. At that time, people nearby were enthusiastically preparing the camp. Someone accidentally said, I heard that young Master Knox has changed a lot. I didn't expect it. Someone again interjected, isn't he more talented than the two young masters who went through the academy? The words reached the ears where Grain von Rienhaber, Ron and Schultz stood, making their faces darken and humiliated. Grain gritted his teeth and grimaced grumpily. Shut up, TSK. Quickly turned around and asked, Schultz, you said Hartz and Allen lost to him, right? As a family butler, the questioner politely raised his hand to his chest and said, that's right. With this serious look he wants, I need to test its power. He curled the corners of his lips conspiratorially, reaching into his shirt to raise his voice. I happen to have the perfect weapon. He took out a small bag. A sound came from Grain. This is. His face also became more sinister as he calculated. Cuckoo, it looks like tonight will be a long night for Knox. When it was late at night, the campfire was about to die. And the guards fell asleep. There's an ugly monster aiming for the male lead's tent. He held the sword calmly and realized, has it begun? He put the weapon on his belt and stood up. She also woke up and called out, young Master Knox. He opened the tent door and looked out attentively, not forgetting to tell Lavilia, please wait here. In that quiet, starry night space, our male protagonist walks gently, facing the monsters in front of him. They are big and fat, with blue skin and are standing there holding wooden clubs. With a bored look, his lips pursed, the four ogres. Then glanced at the stains again and deduced, that thing could be the reason. The soil and rocks were mixed with the pheromones of a female ogre. Perhaps he was taking advantage of the fact that it was mating season for the ogres. To lure the ogres here. While Grain intended to scare me with them. He excitedly curled the corners of his lips, his hand holding the sword imbued with black energy, saying, over there, my prey and my life. The system said that the Stormbringer artifact was responding to the user's will and mana. At this moment, a monster also screamed angrily, brandishing a weapon and rushed straight towards him. Knox calmly concentrated, holding his sword tightly and slashing across the path. This attack unexpectedly created a huge commotion with a strong gust of wind. Relying on the force of the wind, he flew straight into the air. In the bewilderment of the monsters, and quickly raised his cold eyes, pointing his sword downward. Just like that, he rushed with both ferocious force and quickly pinned his sword to the ground. Their blood splattered on his face. Using his hands, he attacked each of them in a zigzag pattern. Each time he was cut, more blood spurted out. Perhaps Ogre can only scream in pain and despair when the wound is too deep. He stared intently at the weapon emitting magical energy in contemplation. This sword was quite delicious. Knox's smug smile appeared along with his thoughts. I'm quite worried that I keep consuming mana like I'm in a death battle. If I consume that much mana, I'll be in trouble, but I was worried for nothing. As if he was even more excited, he held the hilt of the sword with both hands and used force to slash through the nearby ogre, causing even more blood to splash on his skin. But that slightly smiling expression full of enjoyment shows that I feel like I can cut this bar in any direction I want. It's very convenient. Under the grass, there are now only 3 monsters collapsed and covered in blood. Knox held his sword and looked at a guy who was throwing away his weapon. There's only 1 monster left, what a pity. It gritted its teeth and sweated, always backing away in terror. Then quickly turned around and ran. When he saw it, he became even more angry. Does it want to run? Where did I let it run? The male lead immediately put his hand to his lips and whistled. Pay attention, Carl. Hearing the owner's command, the horse appeared ready to fight, its mane turning from black to light blue. He jumped up to hold the reins, and it ran away frantically. He sat on the saddle, still clutching the sword tinged with black gas. Eyes fixed on the fleeing ogre. Only to see that when he ran past a distance not far from it, he swung his sword to finish it on the spot. Knox's mouth opened slightly as if breathing a sigh of relief. His clothes and face were now stained with blood. During this information system, you will receive 1 day and 9 hours after defeating the ogres. Jutri de Lavilia opened the camp and called out, "Young Master Knox, are you okay?" She was also worried and quickly ran to the owner. As soon as he got off the horse, he immediately reminded her that I had asked her to wait in the tent. The enemy asked in panic. There were no ogres at the entrance to the forest. Should we call the night guard and call the people still awake to be on guard? He quite calmly revealed that someone had deliberately lured the ogres here. She was stunned as if she didn't believe it. Why? He immediately remembered the sinister face of that person, Grain von Rienhafer. Pointing to a stain on the tent, he said that he took advantage of the ogre's behavior to harm us, which is why he intentionally set up his tent far away from us. Lavilia frowned in concern. Does that mean that young Master Grain is trying to test your strength? Knox smiled and caressed his horse and replied, yes, then was kind to it. Carl, you can sleep now. Perhaps Grain thought, can't I step into the queue to become the family's candidate? That's why he thought it was better to test his true ability before making further decisions. In his heart he also understood that compared to his eldest brother, Gran, he was still not as strong, so he had no other choice but to use a cowardly plan like this just to gain information and test his strength. Knox closed his eyes and knelt down, reaching into his pocket for something, but I had to let him know that doing these useless things had no effect on me. While watching the owner take out a small bottle, Lavilia suddenly wondered, young Master Knox, what are you planning to do? He curled his lips and smiled, wondering if she knew how to lure out more ogres. On the other hand, he put the mouth of the bottle to fill the blood of the dead group until it was almost full. Thinking about it, this is probably ogre blood. Ogres are just like humans. They will find and avenge their fallen brothers. Back to the scene where Grain's orb is glowing intensely, there is a sound that shows confusion as to what is going on. He squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth in frustration at that light. The crystal detected the mana movement of the star monsters. Why was it still howling at this hour? There were several theories that came up when he looked closely at the crystal. It was a magical tool that could detect the mana of monsters when they came close. How could that be possible? Could it be that the monsters, or was it error? The worried frown and resting his chin on his hand showed that this was the crystal I had just received from my father. I was still at the edge of the forest. How could there be a monster strong enough to activate the crystal? It cannot appear here. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremor struck him, causing him to gasp in surprise. Turning my eyes to the other side, there was a voice, young Master Gran. Schultz shouted in alarm. He quickly ran away. He was startled but also curious and ran out to see what was going on. The scene before our eyes was a group of soldiers defending themselves against the attack of monsters. Schultz summarized the situation. The ogres, they were coming in droves. He opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth because he couldn't believe it. Part of me was too scared to question myself. There's no such thing as an ogre in this place. Until dawn, only the chaos from the battle remained. The monsters were lying dead on the grass. The deafening screams were still there. Bring the injured here. Take care of things over there. Over here, Grain scowled and criticized Schultz. You idiots. Did you plant seeds to lure monsters above my tent? He was sweating profusely. No way, that's strange. I must have planted it on young Master Knox's tent. Nearby, Jatrin the male lead also woke up. He stretched and yawned. Expression, what a refreshing morning, isn't it, Jatri? She didn't answer but closed her eyes to change the subject. Young Master Knox, let's eat. He sat on the wooden box facing the person next to him, thanked her, and she sat down too. She stood still and explained, yes, I am a maid, I cannot dine with you. He smiled gently. We were on a mission, so it would be troublesome to let her prepare her own meals, and it would be very bad if monsters appeared. Not stopping there, he calmly teased, sigh, who knows, it's so annoying. She frowned in fear at words like, 10 ogres might appear here again like how they attacked my brother's tent. Knox looked up and saw her tiredly holding her head and immediately became concerned. What's wrong? Jatri spoke helplessly. I was thinking that the master I was serving had a bit of a thick skin. He burst out laughing while holding the bowl. Ha ha, you should get used to it. Not far away, a group of people were gathering to work under Grain's direction, packing up their tents. They obeyed immediately. Yes, sir. He just sucked the spoon. Just looking at the stains on the tent, I thought to myself, we need to throw away blood-stained tents. Maybe that's the reason. We will always be constantly chased by ogres. The new maid asked the master what he intended to do. Should I help them? In an indifferent tone, he replied, no, why should that be? Jatri hesitated. Yes, that means they still will. Knox continued, yes, even if I leave this place, the ogres will likely still follow me. After finishing the story, he scooped up the soup and chewed it. From the beginning, I thought so. As long as he didn't intend to stop that idea, many more troubles would come to me. But if you tell her, she might worry even more. But that is also an opportunity for me to need more ogres to appear so I can destroy them and prolong my life. He brought out the empty bowl, surprising her. Have you finished eating? And he was still immersed in thought, and had to quickly take advantage of some more monsters here. At that time, there was a mound of land rising up that seemed to move strangely. As for Knox, he excitedly urged them to pack up and continue their departure. It's just that no one knows where an ogre is. Something is watching from behind it. The monster seemed to sense something and turned around. That mysterious thing quickly kills its prey. A blood color covered the space. It has been the second day since Grain's group departed from the place attacked by ogre. Along the way, the stick was continuously tapped on the ground. Knox von Reinhardt was covering his forehead with his hand, looking into the distance. I already understood the terrain of this entire area. Chards is still quite far away, so I'm a bit worried, but this is great. At this moment, Grain von Reinhardt rode close to him and called out, Knox. He raised his eyebrows in tension. What are you going to do about the ogres approaching us? Do you think we can cut them off? After hearing that, he immediately smiled. Of course. We can carry out a large-scale conquest here, but I will definitely draw attention to other monsters, so instead, focusing on getting out of this forest would be a wiser choice. That way, there won't be any unexpected problems. He was not convinced, showed a frowning face and glanced at it, thinking, there will be no problem. And it looked like everyone was enthusiastically talking to him. Young Master Knox, since when did you know so much about ogres? He was even more annoyed, not knowing when it suddenly took command of the soldiers. The sound of the cane stopped when someone spoke. Young Master Knox. A soldier expressed his desire to answer why he kept stepping on the ground. He replied, because monsters can appear at any time. Suddenly they jumped up, their faces darkened, looking scared and monster-like. It feels so funny that the male lead curls his lips slightly. That's right. Suddenly an earthquake occurred, causing people and horses to panic at the same time. He indeed guessed correctly, at this place. Jutri de Lavilla opened his mouth and opened his eyes wide in shock, not thinking his master could predict it. Carl and Knox noticed the ground being stirred up by something, and it jumped up as if to avoid it. He shouted excitedly, it's coming. A long-bodied monster with a wide mouth and 3 rising jaws, he recognized, was a giant worm. Everyone got off their horses and looked at it in horror, as if everyone knew that the giant worm was a monster that looked both like a snake and an earthworm. In Inner Lunatic, they are known as strange dragons and can be considered not fully evolved. Because of that, they cannot use magic, but even so they are extremely terrifying. Even compared to dozens of ogres rushing at us, this worm is still much more difficult to defeat. When he saw it actually chewing on the horse lying on the ground until it bled, he became even more thirsty, but he was waiting for it to come. He smiled until his eyes widened as both his subordinates and Grain looked at each other in panic. These soldiers would probably be very shocked if they knew that they were intentionally luring it out by constantly stepping on the ground, but they could have done it anyway. What, if you're not satisfied, go take over the body of a game character and know everything in advance. Finally, he turned to the crowd and seriously shouted, "Everyone, prepare to fight and hide in the bushes." Over there, Graham was extremely confused and had to let a few guys around him protect him. They strangely asked, "What, hide, shall we not attack it?" He glanced at the calculation in his heart, "Let the enemy fight the enemy. Remember when I told myself, ogres, it will be okay if we quickly leave this forest, now everything is exposed, it's a lie." Nearby, the guards gasped when they felt the vibrations behind them. Out of nowhere, ferocious ogres appeared from behind the dust. Knox had a plan because I never intended to run away from them. But seeing this scene, Jatri frowned even more uneasily. She clutched his sleeve and called, "Young Master Knox." Her face was dark with obsession filling her eyes. "Many ogres have already chased us." He closed his eyes and calmly reassured, "No need to worry like that, we have arranged everything." "Jatri, do you know which monster the giant worms both love and hate the most?" She looked confused and asked again, "What are you talking about?" Another earthquake scared her and she pressed her face against his back. "I only saw a group of ogres rushing towards the giant worm," he answered to his servant. "It was the ogres. The worms always hunted ogres as their main source of food, and the ogres always wanted revenge. They are basically mortal enemies. From there, experienced adventurers will know how to take advantage of this." She watched him speak again, taking advantage of this. Moving on to the battle of monsters. When the giant worm opened its mouth from above and rushed down, it crushed an ogre. Immediately the ally of the weak person rushed forward and attacked the worm's body. Perhaps this image made Jatri widen his eyes in surprise. Those monsters were attacking each other. Even Grain gasped in surprise. He frowned and clenched his teeth. Damn it, how the hell did Knox know about information like this? The male lead on this side has already prepared a few rocks. He watched and laughed, listening to the servant's probe, so now we just have to wait. When the tide of battle turned in favor of the green-skinned men, they attacked, causing the giant worm to writhe and scream loudly. Then he quickly threw stones. Each bullet hit a different enemy position. She didn't understand what he meant and said, "Young Master Knox, what are you doing? What if the ogres change their target to us? Why are you throwing stones at them?" Appearing before everyone's eyes was the scene of the giant worm falling down and crushing each ogre. The system announces twice in a row at the same time, "Your stamina has increased by 0,1. You get 8 extra hours of life for defeating the ogres." He smiled and threw rocks in his hand. "Sorry Jatri, we need to hit the ogres at least once to get experience points." But he felt a bit hesitant. The system still sounds, "You have 8 more hours of life for defeating the ogres. Your stamina has increased by 0,1. That big worm knocked down many enemies, even chewed them up, mixed with thoughts, "The war has ended." Grain stood there helplessly. Damn, it was good that he was able to take advantage of the ogres, but in the end they were still defeated. What should we do now? His eyes were scared, he bit his lip in confusion. It was really too difficult for me to defeat that worm. What would I have to do if I could escape? Even though the situation was panicking, he still remained calm and said, "Everyone, get ready to attack. Shoot a rocket bow or throw a spear into that worm's mouth." A gunner did not dare to step forward and said, "Young Master Knox." There was someone stern. "Everyone, please listen to young Master Knox's orders." Just like that, a series of arrows were shot into the monster's mouth, and they attacked in loud unison. It was injured and struggled in pain. Taking this opportunity, he pulled out his sword and smiled. It was his turn. A complex formation was deployed that stopped time. From here the scenery is tinged with black and white, arrows, sweat. Leaves and groups of people freeze. He jumped from afar. Strong footsteps stepped down. The sword combined with the time attack creates long slashes on the worm's body. And when he hit the ground, the clock hands had just passed the number 12. The giant worm was finished off, blood splattered everywhere after Knox's triumphant victory. Bonus system, you get 10 extra days to live for defeating the giant worm. You now have 122 days to live. He looked at all the dead enemies and thought, 10 days, more than he expected. I guess it was a mid-sized monster. If it weren't for the ogres, we wouldn't have been able to kill the worm so easily. His mouth opened suddenly. Your stamina was now 5. The effect of the lucky growth attribute had disappeared. He was a bit reluctant. Along with the weakness curse, the hidden growth graft he used was also gone. What a pity. Then I clenched my fists and let it go. My stamina had already reached 5. People around immediately asked, "Young Master Knox, are you injured anywhere?" He replied, "I'm fine, everyone did well." The other soldier denied it. No, he was the one who did well. They had bright faces and cheered. He was truly wonderful. He didn't show any attitude, just said, "It's not a big deal, everyone let's reform the formation." Near the worm's corpse, a hole appeared like before. The loud noise made him and everyone else alert. Continuing to be the dead worm's accomplice, a giant worm appeared again, everyone in position. He held the sword in a ready position, his face bewildered. Another one appeared. Someone cares. Young Master Knox, please step back quickly. Suddenly there was a scream from somewhere that made him widen his eyes and get out of the way. The figure of a stranger with a sword cuts off the monster's body. The closer you look, the more familiar you see those glasses. Our male lead seemed to freeze, confusedly wondering, wait, what's going on? Only when Paracelsus appeared clearly did he have a hard time understanding why he appeared here. Paracelsus smiled proudly at his bloody weapon. He trampled on the big worm he had just killed. This scene made Knox von Reincarnation even more suspicious. What was he doing here, the swordsmanship genius? Graham von Reincarnation and many people also frowned, not knowing what was going on. He looked at him without emotion, the strongest person in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors along with Theo and his disciple Celsus. Paracelsus, he stood there with his lips curled in question. "Hey sir, I just saved you and yet you can't say a word of thanks." He sweated warily when he realized it, and he hated nobles to the core. On the other side, Schultz showed an annoyed face, pointed at owner Grain angrily and shouted, "Brazen bastard, do you know who he is?" He scratched his head sarcastically, apologizing. He immediately angrily pointed his finger and shouted, "Who is that person?" He glanced and then smiled friendlily. "My name is Paracelsus, you can just think of me as a mercenary." He silently turned his eyes towards the genius and thought, with the things he had experienced in his youth, his aversion to the nobility was understandable, but, the important issue here is that the first encounter with Paracelsus should have been at Elden Academy. I have played this game countless times, I never met him before the academy opened. He clenched his fist and speculated that something had happened. Next to him, he was still investigating. "Can I check your identity?" He crossed his arms and replied, "Of course." The question that pops into the male lead's head now is, what should I do? Waiting until the sky had risen, their group continued to ride on horseback. Graham went behind to talk to him. "Hey, you said you were a mercenary, right? Are you also on your way to Chaders?" He sighed, closed his eyes and lamented, "Yes, that was my first stop. I heard that place is an ideal place to hunt monsters during this time of year." After listening, Jitri tilted his head in wonder. Knox rested his chin on his hand strangely, hunting monsters. But to further his practice, Paracelsus traveled everywhere in this kingdom before school started. Did he intend to practice in random areas? He still happily continued, "You look young, going alone. It seems you are quite confident in your skills. I will definitely pay you a good price, or you can become my monster hunting subordinate." He turned to him and smiled again. Since you are the son of one of the sword emperors, according to Reincarnation, I am actually curious about you too." He was on the outside, just turned his head and listened. The noise inside grew louder as Schultz shouted angrily, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" He just raised his hand to signal the butler, "Let him rest, I will give you time to think." And I bowed my head again and plotted, with a skill level that could defeat a giant worm with just one move, I had to recruit him. Grain added with that sinister smile on his face, "So I can regain the soldiers' attention from Knox." When the sky gradually fades, they reached a village with many houses and people living. He announced, "Hey, we're here." He thought to himself, "This is Chaders. It seems this place is even more desolate than when I played in the game." Two rats next to an empty water barrel. Being here made Grain pout in disgust. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a little girl dressed in dirty clothes approached and obediently asked, "Is there anything to eat?" He and his butler looked down at the child in annoyance. Walked by indifferently. He especially noticed that the girl had tears in her eyes. Paracelsus is no different from emotionless. His eyes focused more on the front. They stopped before a man. He put his hand on his chest politely. "Hello, I am Taigen, the leader in charge of protecting this village. You are Grain von Reinhafer who just graduated from Elden Academy. That must be your younger brother Knox von Reinhafer, right? I was informed about your conquering mission and your coming." On the contrary, Paracelsus was quite bored, a chance meeting of one of the Sword Emperors. And Theo von Reinhafer's sons. I had high hopes when I heard that the Reinhafer family was about to take on the task of conquering Chader's butt. While he was handling the giant worm with that wonderfully sophisticated sword skill, I realized that that kid was truly a talented person. He looked at Knox intently and thought, in this city I still think they still protect the young masters of noble families. His eyes were dull and lifeless, excited because of criticism. What a disappointing government. This city certainly cannot function normally. The knights who were still busy exploiting money from the people and subjects in the city were now unable to stand firm against the attacking army of monsters. Looking at the little girl and her younger brother standing in the corner with the trash, he understood the suffering. He did not expect that they would fall into a situation where only a little food would satisfy them. As time passed, in that big house, Taigen raised his hand to explain, "Because it was already late, tomorrow I will discuss the details of the mission with you. This inn is simple but I hope you can rest after a long journey here." Outside, the group of soldiers chatted amongst themselves. "Let the horses rest. How many more rooms are there, over there?" To Grain, he glanced at Paracelsus as if asking for advice. He kindly placed his hand on his chest and replied, "What you just asked me." A look of joy appeared on his face. "Oh, you've decided." The other person still kept that friendly smile but frankly, "I refused." He didn't believe it, his face grimaced and he asked, So what are you going to do? You don't intend to fight that army of monsters alone, right?" This loud conversation probably attracted Knox's attention. He exclaimed, "Well," then closed his eyes and bowed his head very politely. "First of all, I intend to follow my original plan, wishing you a safe and sound trip." Angry because of the unsuccessful manipulation, he said disparaging words. What an unpleasant commoner. He glanced at her and smiled and said, "If you have skills, you can succeed. That's how the world works. The more capable a person is, the more rumors surround him." The male lead pursed his lips and looked at the place where he stood, thinking, "Actually, we met again earlier than expected. And until night comes." Above the second floor of the building. He just closed the door and said, "Jitri, you rest, tomorrow we will continue." She just obeyed and did it, only he was there with suspicious eyes and unpredictable thoughts. He approached the closed window. Then when I opened it, what caught my eye was the sight of 3 children sitting by the fire together. Among them were 2 children leaning their heads against each other and falling asleep. Suddenly they woke up startled when they heard, "Hey kid." Looking up, I saw Knox standing next to me with a bag asking if he wanted to eat something. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the package with many pieces of cake inside. And took each one out for the children to quickly catch, saying gently, "Here it is, eat it quickly." The little girl happily held the cake in her hands and cried, "We can eat all of this." He agrees, more than anyone else. He believes that he cannot save everyone, but I guess this is just what a kind and generous person would do. The girl quickly wiped away her tears and bit into the cake with emotion, thanking him. His wishes are all wrapped deep in his heart. I want to create a future where these children will no longer have to beg. To make it come true, first I have to survive in Chaders. Meanwhile, there are feet looming in the corner of the wall. A familiar face gradually appeared. Is Jitri de Lavilia. She stood there with another small bag watching him, as if witnessing her master's good deeds. The maid smiled happily, knowing right away, he was just pretending to be cold. The next morning at the castle defense area, Taigen introduced, as you all know, the area south of Chaders is always a place where monsters gather in winter. He went with Knox and Grain, and on the way he said, therefore, we always ask for more finances and reinforcements from the royal family. Grain pointed at the rotten wooden city wall and asked, do you protect this village with only these things? He replied, yes, it's been a long time so they need to be repaired. Knox looked at the marks on the citadel wall and thought, how harsh. He sighed and continued to think. As soon as the monster tide happened, they only had less than an hour before they were wiped out by the monsters. He looked at the wall again and silently thought, this is an extra chapter. I have to decide if I need to save this village, and in most cases, I choose to help the Chaders region. The reason is very clear. Knox smiled and realized that it would be of greater benefit to him. Chaders would become an inch of land in the future. Taigen suddenly announced, and now the monsters are very different from previous years. The number of monsters attacking has increased and is more ferocious. One person in the group asked, really? Knox put his hand on his chin and frowned in calculation. These people don't know now. Having more ferocious monsters will help them in the future. Taigen announced again, surprising everyone. What's worse was that some villages saw hippogriffs appear. Graham put his hand to his chin and said, a hippogriff would make things more serious. He asked Taigen where he saw it. He immediately replied, out in the wilderness, which was quite desolate. Hearing that, Knox thought to himself, one of the main reasons why the Chaders region was captured was something that could be avoided, from this code's attack or not. He recalled that the hippogriff, the lord of the wilderness, was born unstoppable and impossible to defeat. Knox frowned and silently affirmed, but I plan to have to destroy it. In a desolate area, someone asked if that was the endless horizon of the wilderness. Taigen heard that and immediately replied, it is adjacent to Tehalen in the east, a neutral region. It is famous for being a barren and desolate place. Knox realized, it was that place, but there was something strange. He crossed his arms and said, hippogriffs don't usually stay near Chaders village, they usually stay near Tehalen area. Do you know why they appear here now? Taigen and Ron looked at him bewilderedly. Knox silently pondered, I've already guessed who betrayed us in this massacre. The mission has begun. He looked back at the wooden wall and affirmed that he should cut off the rotten elements in this village first. At a house, a person is flipping through pages of information. Then he angrily clenched his fist, crumpling the paper. Schultz angrily gritted his teeth and looked at the crumpled paper. He thought to himself, Knox von Rienhofer. Before I heard he was a useless guy, so I didn't worry about him, but who would have thought that I would fall into the plan of him, causing loss of sympathy for Grayan? His face was covered in blood. He angrily affirmed, I have spent a lot of effort to gain Grayan's goodwill. I will not let him live comfortably. Suddenly a person walked down the stairs. Schultz was surprised that he realized it was Jatri who had just finished cleaning and came downstairs. Schultz smirked and wondered, I think her name is Jatri. He continued thinking, I heard she is a commoner and a maid. Suddenly, a hand blocked Jatri's face. That hand continued to move towards her. Schultz grabbed Jatri's hand and pulled her, causing her to almost fall. Jatri gritted his teeth and asked in annoyance, what's wrong with me? Schultz smiled evilly and said, sure, there's a lot going on. No need to be nervous. I just want to have a quiet conversation, just the two of us. He continued to hold Jatri's hand tightly. But she was able to escape. She clasped her hands and said, I don't think we have anything to talk about privately. Schultz held his head and gritted his teeth and replied, come on, what's going on? I may just be a knight serving young Master Grayan, but I also want to have fun sometimes. He grabbed Jatri's shoulder and asked, you are the same, right? She shouted loudly, let me go. Jatri suddenly stopped, wait, if I refuse him. She realized that young Master Knox would lose the goodwill of young Master Grayan. He would get into trouble and attract unnecessary malicious looks from the family. Then she closed her eyes, allowing Schultz to touch her. She consoled herself, she didn't want Master Knox to get hurt. Schultz smiled evilly and said, thanks to the damn favor your master gave me, I lost more than 10 years of my trying life while here. I will make you pay. Suddenly a sword slashed his hand, causing him to remove his hand from Jatri, and at the same time a sound rang out, what do you want? I will give it to you. Jatri looked over bewilderedly. She saw Knox's bloody sword and his cold face. She saw him say, now, tell me. Knox asked him seriously, what do you want me to pay you? Schultz held his arm in pain and tremblingly declared, what do you think you are doing? Even you can't escape this after doing this to me. Jatri looked at him confused and shouted loudly, do you think Master Grayan will stand still and watch you do that to me? Knox coldly asked, are you threatening me with your brother? After speaking, he cut off his right hand. Schultz screamed loudly and fell to the ground. He shouted loudly, what a bastard, even if you have a family backing you, you will. Knox held his sword and coldly denied him, no, I am not an arrogant person just because I have my family's back. Knox said to scare him, you are the one. Then he immediately stabbed him. Jitri looked at him in panic and then worriedly asked, Master Knox, what did you just do? Master Grain will not let it go. At this time, Graham ran over, saw Knox's sword and bloody clothes and shouted loudly, What the hell is going on here, Knox? Grain shouted in panic, Don't tell me you just killed Schultz. Knox nodded and replied, Yes, you did that. He shouted, How dare you? He pointed at Knox and continued to scream, How dare you act like nothing happened? After killing my knight, Knox didn't care about him and said, Brother, what's your approach to this? You are wrong. He asked him, Shouldn't he ask in detail what happened first? Grain jumped up and grabbed Knox's shirt. He screamed at him, Why did you kill Schultz? If there was no good reason, you'd better be punished first. Knox answered him, I saw him try to sexually assault his maid. He continued to talk, making Jitri emotional. As the master, how could you leave him alone like that? Grain shouted angrily, Just because of that, she's just a civilian. Knox asked again, surprising him, What did you just say? Knox then put pressure on everyone standing in the room, then he coldly asked if he could bear responsibility for those words. Grain felt Knox's terrifying aura and thought in surprise, What, this is Knox's power? He removed his hand from Knox's collar and trembled as he thought, How strong is my incompetent younger brother? Grain avoided Knox's eyes and hesitantly said, You should report that to me first. Knox replied, Have you forgotten, I'm famous for my incompetence in the family. He pulled back his collar and continued, You've never done anything like reporting something to anyone, why don't we? He finished adjusting his collar and asked, leaving that judgment for his father to decide after returning to the territory. Grain silently cursed him, Knox, you bastard, then he gritted his teeth and hesitantly said, Okay, we will leave this matter for father to judge when he returns. Knox smiled and assessed, Your decision was not good. Then he called, Jitri, and she immediately ran to answer, Yes, young master. Knox and Jitri walked out of the room, making those who stayed behind panic. Grain wondered, when did it become so strong? He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, and the sword it's holding, I've seen it somewhere before. He looked at Knox and asked Jitri, Are you hurt anywhere? Graham realized, now we shouldn't underestimate Knox in this mission. After leaving the house, Knox and Jitri stood next to a well. He turned his head to look inside the compound and thought, the soldiers would have a fight. They were already divided into factions and were also put in a situation where they had to make a decision. Then he wondered, would they follow Grain, or me? Then Knox turned his eyes to see Jitri shaking as if he were crying. He asked her, Jitri, are you okay? She hesitantly replied, yes. She turned around and asked him, Young Master Knox, you'll be okay, right? After that, she cried and asked again, Why did you do that? If you make a big deal of it, you will only create more hatred. Knox looked at Jitri in surprise and continued, Then you will be in danger again. Knox coldly questioned her, Don't you know who the master you serve is? He assured her that I was the incompetent member of the Reincarnation family, so wherever we were. He continued to surprise her, never bowing your head. Jitri used his sleeve to wipe his tears and replied, Yes, young master, I will remember. In one room, one person slammed a beer glass on the table. Grain gritted his teeth and thought to himself, How dare that incompetent guy climb up to my neck? At first when Dad told me to take Knox with me, I just thought he was a burden, but now when he's on duty, he's completely different from what we thought. Grain remembered the sword in Knox's hand and wondered if that sword was just coincidentally similar to his father's sword. He worriedly thought, I have to be careful with him, I've lost Schultz, who can I trust to monitor him? Suddenly, Ron opened the door, entered the room and bowed, Young Master Grain, the situation on the first floor has been handled. He then stood up straight and put his hand on his chin and said, But, young Master Knox is quite different from the rumors. Grain's face darkened as he thought, He's not the only other person, but you too, aren't you the leader of the cavalry that has been in charge of this place for a long time? I even investigated his background to confirm. He silently scolded Ron, So how come Knox, a nerd, knows this place better than you? I didn't pay you that much to do your chores. Grain gritted his teeth and thought, Since the monsters haven't attacked yet, I have to take advantage of his cavalry a little more. He gave orders, making sure to eliminate all the bandits and monsters around here. He continued, If Knox is up to any tricks or acts strangely, you must notify me immediately. Ron immediately received the order, clearly. In the evening, at a small night market, Jitri asked in surprise, What were you doing all day? Knox didn't care but picked up a bottle of medicine and looked at it. Jutri asked, are you just looking at the walls in this village? He replied, yes, they are not solid. Jutri asked suspiciously, so how do we stop the monsters? Knox said, let's go. Jutri asked, where are we going? This is the opposite way to the inn. Knox smiled and said, I think we have to recruit more people to our side. He thought to himself, because even in such a small village there will be a talented person. He remembered a girl wearing a long hat. Knox thought, Elena, the person I always recruited every time I came to Chaders, a genius in preparing medicinal herbs. Knox stepped into a large puddle of water and thought to herself, meaning, she is my medicinal herb. He and Jutri walked down a small road, next to a small river. Jutri hesitated, that's it. She asked Knox, is there really a genius pharmacist hidden in such a shabby place? He nodded, yes. Jutri said again, I don't understand, if that person is so talented, there is no reason to hide in such a remote place. Knox mused, she had her own reasons, he thought, because this place was the secret way to conquer Chaders. He looked at the spider webs in the corner of the secret passage and continued to think, because in the future, Elena will join a place other than the Arkheim Empire. He continued to think that if one person did not use a secret route to conquer Chaders, they would never capture Elena. When you reach a small road, he immediately said, this way, follow me, look closely at your feet, don't let yourself fall. Jutri nodded and replied, yes. She wondered in her heart, was there really anyone here? Suddenly, a white light appeared in a small room. Jutri was surprised, that light, Knox also recognized, was it. In the room, a person was drinking alcohol and muttering, but he didn't expect that I would be stuck in this place. She tilted her head and asked herself, why did I end up like this? Suddenly, she saw Knox and Jutri entering. Knox took off his hood and smiled and said, I found you. He thought to himself, my pharmacist. The blue-haired girl, Elena, shouted in panic, who are you? She shouted in surprise, why were there outsiders here? Jutri did not believe it, it was impossible. She looked at Elena sitting on the ground in surprise and asked Knox, young master, is this genius pharmacist you mentioned a drunkard? A moment later, the room was filled with vases containing colorful liquids. Elena bowed her head and said, forgive me, I didn't know you were from a famous family. Knox answered her, it's okay, forget it, I'm here to discuss something with you, listen carefully. Elena bowed her head and replied, okay. Knox thought, at this point in the story, she was just a talented character with the strongest development potential and also a genius pharmacist. Elena, I had to recruit her. He looked at Elena, who was shyly closing her eyes and waiting to continue thinking, even though she also had weaknesses. Then he activated the skill. The system appeared showing all of Elena's basic information and skills. Knox looked at the property bulletin board with negative, drunkard lines. He held his head and sighed, TSK, then tiredly thought, to think, the talent that the incompetent Reinharnation family could recruit. Knox took his hands off his head and thought, no one, far from being a precious genius pharmacist. He said, she's a bit troublesome but we have no other choice. Elena tremblingly replied, I don't understand but I'm sorry if I made you angry. Jutri now whispered to Knox, young Master Knox, I don't know if that's too much, but I don't think hiring a drunkard is the right decision. He hesitated, knowing that but, we have no choice. Jutri asked again, it will probably be complicated, and Elena heard the two whispering to each other and shyly turned her head. Then she stammered and asked, well, aside from that, can I ask why you guys came to find me? Knox said it made Elena nervous, I'll be honest. He said, cooperate with me, Elena. He continued, if you follow me, I will give you what you need the most. Elena asked in surprise, wait, what? Knox frowned. Elena clenched her hands and placed them under her thighs. She bowed her head and replied, sorry but I can't agree with you, I have things to do here, I'm really sorry. Then Knox asked, surprising her, it had to do with her friend, May, right? Elena was surprised, how did you know? He just crossed his arms and announced that May will soon be executed. Elena stood up in panic. Knox said to her again, but if you accept my offer. He continued, making her eyes widen in surprise, who knows, I might be able to save her. Knox reached out and asked, what do you think? He smiled and asked if I had changed her mind. In a small underground secret room filled with dampness and darkness, Elena sat at the old wooden table, hugging herself sadly thinking, soon, May will be executed. She remembered when Knox said, I will save her for you, so, she remembered, join me. Elena called sadly, May. She remembered the girl with sunny yellow hair standing up and asking, "Do you want us to pay more taxes? But you have already increased taxes this month." Elena thought to herself, "My only friend." May bravely stood to shield Elena and the villagers. At that time she said, "We are slowly dying. The royal family has sent public funds to you, but you still haven't repaired the wall." Taigen and the soldiers just looked at May coldly. At this moment, Elena thought to herself, "It would be good if I was the one being dragged away." A tear fell. She blamed herself. "If I had been braver at that time." She hugged herself while crying and mumbling, "I can't save my friend, I can't do it alone." Elena remembered Knox and Jitri and thought, "He probably can't, maybe that's it, but still." She raised her head and whispered, "I don't think I will forget this quickly." Elena thought, "I will remember for a long time." At a pub in the city, the people in the bar happily laughed and talked. Candlelight glowed in a lamp mounted on the wall. A man holds a large glass of wine and gulps it down. Then banged the cup on the table. A brown-haired guy holding a bottle of wine asked, "So what did that grain guy do?" Ron held out the glass of wine, and the brown-haired guy immediately poured wine into the glass for him. Ron said, "He's just an idiot." He pointed a finger at his head and continued, "We pretended to be a team of knights," and he immediately believed it. When the people in the pub heard that, they laughed loudly. The brown-haired soldier put his hand in his pocket as if looking for something and then grinned. Even if he found it by chance, it was worth searching the residence of Ron's night squad. The brown-haired guy took out a golden shield with a sword-shaped mark and announced, "We can still get something like this. With it we can get even bigger jobs, right?" Ron took the golden badge and announced, "If I show this badge to the Reincarnation family, they will think I am the leader of Ron's knights and will give me the leader's benefits." A black-haired guy also smiled teasingly. It was a coincidence, but what was even more strange was that the two people's names were exactly the same. Ron put his hand on his chin and asked, "If he kept Grain as a hostage, he would probably get a large ransom. He's a member of the Reincarnation family, don't you think so?" There was immediately loud laughter in the tavern, but among those people there was also a silent soldier. He hesitantly asked, "But, is that okay?" He said, "It was the most influential family among the three dark families. I don't know if any of the bandits were still alive after that." He stammered on, causing trouble with them, and immediately received disdainful looks from the people in the bar. One scolded, "Coward." Another guy pointed at him and shouted loudly, "That's why people said he was stupid." He was frightened and silent. Suddenly, Ron raised his hand to stop everyone. He stood up and walked towards the soldier. Ron tapped his hand on the table and asked, "Where do you think this is?" "This is Chaytor's," he said, "where even the royal family abandoned." Ron announced, "We will hold Grain hostage, get the ransom money and then run to the east coast." He continued, no matter how influential Reincarnation was, there was nothing he could do in such a situation. He arrogantly continued, "We just need to find a place to hide and live comfortably there." One guy clapped his hands flatteringly, "Oh, what a leader." The soldier worriedly retorted, "But this time there was also a boy named Knox, he didn't notice us." Ron put his hand on his chin and replied, "Well, he is truly a dangerous person, with a very determined personality," telling the rest of the group not to get involved with him until the job is done. A black-haired guy laughed, "Don't say that, isn't he just a child? Worrying is a bit too much." Another guy agreed, "Yes," Ron said, "Okay, let's finish it." The candlelight on the wall was still flickering. Suddenly turned off. The whole pub fell into darkness. Ron's gang looked at each other suspiciously. A guy with brown hair shouted loudly, "What's going on?" A guy with black hair shouted loudly, "Who turned off the light?" Ron advised everyone to calm down. He didn't realize there was blood on his face and blood. He slowly raised his hand to touch the blood on his face. He put his hand in front of him and looked at his hand covered in bright red blood. He realized, the smell of blood. Ron turned around, seeing that the black-haired guy who had shouted just now had lost his head. Blood was still splashing everywhere. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly in pain. Ron immediately jumped down from his chair. He shouted, "Hey, what's going on?" Suddenly, Ron's foot hit something. He looked down and saw a still warm body with blood flowing freely. Ron looked down bewildered. Then he regained his composure and thought to himself, "Enemy." He opened his mouth wide, then shout loudly, "Who are you?" Suddenly, Knox, standing behind him, asked, surprising him, "Why do you speak so rudely?" He glared and called Ron's real name, Vermin. Ron immediately ran away and shouted, "You are Knox looked at the people in the pub and disdained, "You guys are hiding in this hole like rats." He looked at the remaining soldiers in the tavern and questioned, "How dare you rob the Reincarnation family? You think too highly of yourself." Ron sweated and hesitantly said, "You seem to be mistaken about something, Knox interrupted Ron, "I already know the countless crimes you have committed, including embezzlement of public funds along with Taigen. I also know that you are trying to take advantage of Gran." Ron was exposed and immediately gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Then he smiled and asked, "What do you want? Think carefully. If you solve Gran, won't your family take you more seriously?" Knox silently watched him talk nonsense. "You just ignore it this time, no need." At this time, the remaining soldiers surrounded Knox. Ron held out his hands and continued to speak. There was no need to risk anything. Knox despised him, talking nonsense but not bothering to hide his murderous intent. He tightly grasped the black sword. The sword was surrounded by a black aura. Knox quickly destroyed all the remaining soldiers in the tavern. He looked at the drops of blood flying everywhere and smiled dangerously and said, "Do you think I'm that stupid?" Ron shouted in panic, "Killing him." Immediately a group of soldiers rushed towards Knox. One guy used a sword to slash at him, but he quickly dodged. Then slash at that guy, causing him to die instantly. Then he turned around and quickly killed the two soldiers. At this time, Ron was outside looking bewildered. He gritted his teeth in panic and thought, "Damn, this bastard, has he always been hiding his strength?" Then he took a defensive stance with his sword, turned towards Knox and continued thinking, "It's dangerous, we have to end this immediately." His body was enveloped in a blue light, his eyes lit up. Ron gritted his teeth and shouted, "Remember, you died because of your stupidity." A wounded soldier at Knox's feet also said, "This time you're done." Immediately, a green sword light was slashed by Ron, and the soldier announced that it was the leader's mail sword technique. The sword quickly slashed at Knox, but he stood still. He turned black and despised, "You are more stupid than I thought." Knox grabbed the sword was again surrounded by a black aura. He used his sword, cutting across Ron's blue sword energy. Immediately, Knox made the blue sword energy disappear completely. The notification panel appears, "You have destroyed the enemy's attack because you are a genius swordsman." Ron saw this scene and gasped in bewilderment. The wounded soldier crawling on the ground was also bewildered, wondering how he could block Chater's swordsmanship. Knox then stabbed him in the back with a sword and died immediately. Knox pulled out the bloody sword from that guy's body. He walked towards Ron, disdainful as he walked. The towers were inferior. Knox said, "How dare you ask me what I want?" Ron froze when he heard him say, "I did." The notice board appears, "You have learned male swordsmanship." Knox's body was surrounded by a blue aura. He smiled dangerously and continued, "I got what I wanted." Ron looked at Knox bewildered. He grabbed his sword tightly and took a stance. He looked at Ron coldly and thought to himself, "Genius." He closed his eyes. He wondered in his heart what genius meant. Inside, Knox is standing in the middle of a world that is all white. He slowly opened his eyes. Ask yourself, is it just someone who is more outstanding than others? Knox started walking. He went to a mirror and raised his hand. He thought, what if it wasn't? Knox touched the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror, then affirmed, so is it someone who has proven that they can reach a higher level, that most people cannot reach? Suddenly, the place where Knox's hand touched the mirror immediately cracked. He remembered that from the moment he risked his life, he kept asking himself that question. The world in the mirror shattered, and Knox wondered again what it meant to be genius. He closed his eyes and smiled. In the present, Knox opened his eyes. He slashed out a stream of blue sword energy. At the same time he thought, compared to the sword moves he would learn in the future, this move might not be of much use, but this was enough for them. The blue sword light slashed across the stomachs of the surviving soldiers, making them scream in pain. The blue sword light continued to fly, destroying 2 more soldiers. Ron knelt down. One person shouted command. He looked in Knox's direction, silent, and said nothing. He thought to himself, male swordsmanship of Chater's, he said desperately, the sword technique that took me 10 years to learn, how could a child like him know it? At this moment, a pair of shoes stepped on Ron's sword. He looked up and saw Knox with a blue aura surrounding him, looking at him with contemptuous eyes. Ron shouted in panic. He backed away and shouted, if you kill me, Taigen will not forgive you. Maybe he has already heard what you did. Knox coldly interrupted Ron, "Don't talk nonsense, there are no witnesses who saw me kill you." He shouted loudly, "Anyone still alive here would see it." Knox put a finger to his mouth and announced to him, "Listen carefully, Ron, bandit leader, it's simple, I'm assassinating you." Ron asked confusedly, "What?" Knox smiled dangerously and explained, "It seems you still don't understand, if no one is alive to testify, then this is just like an assassination." Then, Knox didn't care about Ron's frightened face, he pulled out his sword. He smiled and raised the sword, then smiled happily and said, "That's what people will think." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately destroyed Ron. In a cell in Chater's prison, someone said, "Hey May, so what do you mean?" A girl was handcuffed in an iron shackle with her wrists covered in blood. May was being tortured and was having difficulty breathing. Taigen put on gloves and told May that she did not want to work and also did not want to be sold to other nobles. He then slapped May in the face. Taigen asked with a dark face, "Is that true?" May smiled painfully and affirmed, "I will never listen to people like you." Taigen squeezed May's face. He laughed, "Ha, what can you do now?" He frowned and said, "The only thing a lowly person like her could do." He continued, just struggling on the ground. May immediately spit on Taigen's chest. He looked at his shirt with a dark face. Then asked May, "What do you think you are doing?" Then he slapped May hard in the face. May had difficulty breathing when he heard him ask again, "Oh, maybe she wanted to be sold to a black magician." In her heart, she remembered when the teacher said to her, "May, I know you tried your best but this time your preparation was wrong." The teacher looked at May pitifully and continued to say, "But this is a matter of talent." The teacher continued, "I don't think you have talent in this area." Young May held the blue medicine bottle and said sadly, "How is that possible?" May thought to herself, "From the beginning I was not talented at all." May lowered her eyes and continued to think, "No medicine refining, no swordsmanship. Everything is not over." The teacher now happily called, Elena. The teacher looked at young Elena and praised, "Oh my God, I have nothing left to teach you. Why do we have someone as talented as you in our countryside?" May noticed, but Elena was different. The teacher at this moment sighed and raised his hand to say to the small child, if he was not an orphan due to war, but a descendant of nobility, even if it was only a low-level one. May sadly looked at the teacher patting Elena's head and said, "No, if at least you can leave this orphanage." May thought to herself, Elena is a genius at making medicine. From the beginning, he didn't look like he belonged here. She looked at Elena and remembered, his surroundings were sparkling and always shining. Elena's eyes suddenly looked at May, she thought, though. May looked surprised as Elena grabbed her hand and asked, "May, let's play together." May looked at Elena smiling happily and then remembered his brilliant smile. May thought shyly, making herself unable to control herself and feel jealous. May thought hard, "That's why I decided to sacrifice myself for him." She continued thinking, because she was sure that a person like me would never be able to achieve what he could. Then May smiled and said, "I've been used to struggling on the ground in my life." She said to Taigen's surprised face, "What do you want to do after I die?" She stuck out her tongue and declared, "It's none of my business anymore." May silently affirmed that she did not want to become Elena's burden. Blood flowed from May's face to the ground. Taigen gritted his teeth and continued to beat her while shouting loudly, "This whore." Suddenly a voice rang out, making him stop and stop harming himself. Taigen turned around. That voice continued, "If by the time she walked out of here she was left with only a corpse, Elena would be very sad." May had difficulty opening her eyes and looking up. She saw a white-haired man walking towards her. Taigen smiled shyly and asked, "What wind brought you here?" Knox did not answer him but only coldly declared, "According to royal law, you will be executed." Knox walked forward holding his sword in his hand. Taigen turned around and said, "Why did you come here?" There was some blood on his face. "Taigen, you will be punished for your mistakes. Your death is inevitable, your partner Ron is dead, you should give up now." Taigen looked pitiful, it was truly unfortunate. "Did you come here alone or something?" "Yes." He smiled complacently, "That's nice, it seems like young master you underestimated me a bit. Do you think you can defeat me alone?" He placed his hand on the sword, preparing to draw it. Knox smirked, of course he could. He did not hesitate to draw his sword. Things seemed to progress quite quickly. But now nothing matters anymore. A group of soldiers walked out of nowhere, holding weapons. Came to surround him. He immediately gave the order to kill him for me. He still calmly stood still despite them rushing towards him. Knox suddenly closed his eyes. Then suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes glowed because he had just awakened. The moment of genius was triggered. In an instant he destroyed a series of soldiers. Remaining time 4 minutes 55 seconds, he picked up the bottle of magical water and poured it into May's lips. She slowly opened her eyes. Who are you? Knox von Renhafer. After she woke up, then everything will end. Taigen was surprised. How could this be possible? How could you defeat them all? He fell to the ground, surrounded by a sea of blood. Don't think I will let you die so simply. He could only crawl on the ground and look up at him. How can this be real? Why did I lose to such a brat? I, the one who always planned to tell on others, failed like that. What does genius mean? In this moment, I ask myself that again. His eyes seemed to beg for something. Knox, he is a genius. He immediately pulled out his sword. What did this mean to him? Taigen's eyes were still surprised and could not believe the truth before his eyes. Am I really supposed to believe that this is happening? That I lost to a kid? Me, the great Taigen, the cavalry captain of the Chater mercenary squad. My father was the most prominent man in the village. Everyone wants to be like him, and everyone respected him. Taigen, do you know why these people are following me? No, I don't know. Is for strength. If you possess a power superior to the normal level, you can get away with anything. This is the law of a city on the outskirts of the Archheim Empire. Dad is the strongest man on the continent. Even I am just one of countless nameless pawns on this continent, and there are countless incredibly strong sword masters on this continent, and there also exist many children your age. Our genius is stronger than me. That's what you can expect from a continent engulfed in a sea of bloody war. The reason we've been able to survive until now. Because I decided not to confront such strong people. Taigen crawled closer to his brother's feet and looked up, but was full of thoughts. Knox von Reinhafer. You must be one of those untouchable geniuses my father once mentioned, to be able to achieve talent that no one can reach like you. I have avoided it, but now. The reason why we have to face death and failure like now. Because I chose to confront you. Knox without any emotion stabbed the sword straight down on him. Blood splashed all over his face. Here, Elena is sitting huddled in mud. Suddenly she heard a voice calling her name, Elena. Turning around, May and Jatri appeared. She couldn't believe her eyes. May. The two hugged each other and she burst into tears. I was so scared, I thought she had really left me. It's okay now, Elena. I'm sorry, May thought, I'm the selfish one. I thought I wanted to do what I wanted, so I left her here. Lavilia looked at them with eyes full of affection. Elena paused, but, where is Master Knox? I need to thank him. Jutri replied, oh, he must be handling the situation now and discussing important matters. She wondered, discussing. Yes, I think he is having a sincere conversation with his brother. Having said that she thought, though. Maybe that wasn't his real intention. Over here Grain is waiting. Ron, how long is he going to keep me waiting? Why would he make a Reinhafer noble wait like this? It's nothing. Suddenly he spotted a shadow of a person. Whoever it is, it's me, brother. If you're free now, I have something to discuss, something very important. Ha! Why did he go talk to you? Knox's glowing eyes glared. Like I said, this is very important. Now just sit down. Over at the mansion, Rodwell is talking with Theo, so, long story short. We have received news that Master Knox has purged all the corruption within that village, and he has given appropriate punishment to those involved. He asked for a special reward from you for achieving that, and that was it. I'm sorry but I don't know what it is, I'm truly sorry. Theo held the letter in his hand and thought, Chadris, the deterioration happening there is getting worse day by day. But, no one cares about that place at all. The reason is very simple, because that place doesn't make any profit. However, things are not that simple. That place is already a difficult problem for the Empire's family. East of Chadris is the final front line. Because if that place falls, monsters will begin to advance towards the central continent. The kingdoms in Middle-earth have mobilized a large amount of money and military force. In addition, there are mercenaries to protect key areas. A completely useless place, but one that cannot be abandoned. Chadris is such a place. That unclean land has no value at all, he began to say. The bandits there included vermin, Taigen, extremely dangerous people. handling them is extremely difficult, even for Gran, Rodwell replied, quite correctly. If Knight Ron, if the bandits attacked him, the situation would probably be much worse. If they cannot overcome a situation of that level, they are not worthy of being part of the Reinhardt family. From the beginning, I placed the Black Sword Knight in that place to prevent them from dying in such situations. Dangerous situation. More importantly, let's get back to talking about Knox. According to Theo, what makes me feel confused is that Knox is not someone with such a generous heart that he would purge the village of degradation without any purpose, and now it is the same in Chadris. Does it want the royal family to give it the power to control and operate that unclean land? Really, is there anything to be exploited from that place? In the letter, if I cannot produce any results, then I will give up my right to be the youngest child of the Reinhardt family. Theo held his chin and gave up power as the youngest child of the Reinhardt family. Rodwell asked, are you planning to refuse this request? No, I will accept it. If Knox can truly defeat all of them, I will definitely be able to receive the right to give that place to Knox from the royal family. He smiled complacently. Yes, this is an opportunity for us to know its management level. I see. If you really want it that way, I will send a letter to the Empire and start about taking over Chadris. Do it now. Rodwell bowed to obey. Mr. Theo is still thinking, Knox von Reinhardt. Seriously, how far have you planned? The next morning. Knox and Grain are still discussing. Grain said tremblingly, you mean, Ron and Tigam want to kill me? And I'm just their pawn. Unfortunately that's true. Grain gritted his teeth and thought, damn, I'm sure the family has already investigated their identities. How dare you deceive the Reinhardt family to get rid of me, you evil people. No, it's important. Knox is even more annoying. Knox smirked and said, why are you looking at me? Are you scared? He smiled strangely, really surprised, but still thinking in his heart, he really wanted to cause trouble with me. No, you must restrain yourself. If you don't pass this test, you won't be able to become a knight. In the end, I had no choice but to accept this bastard's offer. What do you want, my brother? You weigh the pros and cons quickly. I don't need much. First, give me command of all the soldiers under your command. I agreed, but in his heart he was still not willing. Even if he didn't hand over the army to it, he would still hold his life in his hands. Even though I don't want to admit it, I really don't know exactly how strong this kid is. In return, remember to protect my life and the result belongs to me, okay, but protect your life and achievements. Those are two requirements, right? Grain was angry but could only helplessly hand over everything. Okay, I will hand over the mining rights and items in my large mine as well. So you have to make sure to take care of everything properly. This price is cheap compared to your life, so don't feel sorry. Well then, I'll take care of you while I'm at Chatter. Please don't be hasty, brother. Other developments, alchemical magic potion and a bottle of corrosive magic potion. Elena is holding a piece of paper to do research. I've never done it before. Yes, I think it's possible. Knox spoke up, that's good, but it's really okay. Jutri is worried, the young master's plan is too dangerous, although this is not something a normal maid like me should ask, but why do you have to kill the hippogriff? May also spoke up, that's right, we can't sacrifice our savior in vain. Knox calmed down, don't be afraid, if it wasn't possible I wouldn't have mentioned it. I understand why they are worried, he thought. Because I haven't told them I need to get something after killing the hippogriff, I have to lie to them. I've thought it over and don't ask anymore. Jutri sadly replied, yes, I will do my best to prepare what you need. He kept his thoughts to himself. In fact, the possibility of killing with a Mac in Chadris at the beginning of the game was almost zero. Because no one has ever done it. If it weren't for me, it would be like that. Of course, no one can do it except me. Everyone gather around the table, then I will explain the plan. I won't repeat it, so listen carefully. There's no way to kill a codex here in the usual way. Was pressed and just appeared. In front of players it is called Death Water. I am the purple water that destroyed the inner lunatic island 26 times, you guys understand that right? That's why I need to kill the hippogriff in Chadris. Simply put. Because the reward I receive is also very big, so let's not discuss any more. Tomorrow we will carry out the plan. Knox is taking care of the horse and feeding it. If you don't risk your life, you cannot survive. Because the inner lunatic I enter is such a world. Under the mud, monsters emerged. They came incredibly quickly. Knox stood above watching. Has it started already? All ready, sir. Grain spoke up, okay. Then he instructed the soldiers, we only have one chance, remember, understand. Knox pondered, I don't know why, the memory is so fresh. That I have become Knox von Reinhardt, sole strategist. Lavilia is worried, young master, will you really return safely? I asked the same thing yesterday but this is too dangerous, Knox waved his hand, Jitri. Trust your young master. I won't die. Is it from that moment? He rushed down. The moment I promise something that I can't be sure of because I'm a short-lived person. He pulled out his sword and rushed down. Holding a bottle of magic medicine in his hand. Throw it straight at the demons ahead. They immediately exploded. Notification system, you have killed the iron golem, your proficiency has increased. If it weren't for that promise, I would really be dead. It has become my stepping stone. If you do that, I can enjoy this game even more. Which has now become a reality. Here it is, then, let's get started, shall we? Everyone stood above watching. Knox alone took care of all the monsters, is it a dream? Elena couldn't help but admire, I've never seen a knight so skilled in combat, humans have that ability. May also said that even though she knew he was talented, he didn't expect his movements to be so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. What kind of place is the Reinhardt clan? Jutri replied, a family famous for its swordsmanship, who deserved to inherit the black sword that decided intra-family battles. It can be said that young Master Knox is the best candidate. I still don't understand why the young master didn't correct the rumors about him, but he probably has his own reasons. May looked down and said, I think not all the rumors about him are true. He must have his own reason, the reason why he became incompetent, but I can't guess exactly what it is. Yes, I think so too, so you can rest assured. I'm sure that reason is convincing, after all he is very wise. Elena is interested, you mean you want me to hide his true self, right? Don't worry, we'll keep our mouths shut. Grain turned pale, the soldiers also gasped. He leaned over to observe. I thought, Knox, he wants to fight that thing, he's crazy. The giant griffin attacked Knox, but he quickly dodged it with reflexes. Then attack it again. Unexpectedly, it flew straight towards Gran. Damn it, we just have to do as we're told. The entire army waited until the griffin was within range of the city wall, and when given the order, they immediately launched arrows. The griffin flew straight back. Arrows were also released. The griffin could not avoid it and was immediately hit by the arrow and fell straight down. Knox contentedly held a bottle of magic potion in his hand. To defeat the griffin, we must tame its formidable ability to spread its wings in the air. The system notifies you that you have absorbed the alchemical magic medicine and your physical strength is temporarily +1, I was prepared in advance. Grain turned pale, what did you say, how dare you, forcing me to do that lowly task? If you build a star-shooting machine, give it to someone else and that's it. If so, he will go out and fight the griffin. How much do you need? I know Grain's intuition is very sharp, he will be useful. The griffin suddenly woke up, the only remaining problem was the effect of Elena's magic power and... Prove yourself. The griffin suddenly rushed forward. But then flew away again. Not long after flying, it fell down. Are you angry because things don't go your way? I can understand, normally all that damage has nothing to do with you. Because you are a griffin, a high-class monster. Arrow shot into your wing. We have soaked in countless poisons you like. Just wait and see, it will take another 5 minutes for the pain to really come, the griffin will salivate. The griffin tried to pounce. But Knox still calmly continued speaking, besides, 5 minutes is enough. This pressure, certainly different from fantasy games. However, I will not die. The griffin and Knox fought each other. At least not today. Knox said, Gran. He was sweating, is that really the Knox I know, okay, shoot. The arrow rushed straight into the griffin, seriously injuring it. Knox smiled contentedly. It's time to end everything. The griffin tried hard. Everyone above is worried about Knox. But without fear he advanced, the darkness of death. Both he and the griffin rushed at each other. But the griffin was attacked first by him. In the end, the griffin was defeated by him. The remaining demons also fell down and trembled in fear. Everyone above is happy. System notification, your lifespan increases by 60 days after defeating the Griffin, your remaining lifespan is 179 days. He smiled and looked at everyone, seeing everyone happy made him happy too. Grain still couldn't believe his eyes. Damn, how was that possible? The Griffin is a high-class monster. As strong as he is, how could he be embarrassed in front of a nameless boy? To defeat it so easily would be at least on par with a sword master. Do I have no other choice but to acknowledge its strength? Knox von Reinhardt, if what it has shown so far is its true power, then maybe he will take a big step towards the position of inheriting the family. I need to make sure I choose the right side. As soon as Knox stepped up, he spoke up, I will take care of taking the Griffin's body to the Citadel for safe disposal, and you will take care of dividing the spoils afterwards. Knox just looked without saying anything. Now rest. Knox thought to himself, it seems like I scared him a bit, great. Now, let's see the hidden rewards after doing the mission. Elena cherishes the item. This heart has the power of the wind inside it like you said. If we know how to use it properly, we can create elixirs or equipment that have only been possible before. Heard rumors. I don't have much time to wait for you to figure out how to use it properly. Just use it to make a normal elixir. How long will it take to complete? It depends, but with the tools I currently have, it will probably take a while. I will provide you with all the tools you need. Just in case, I also want to invite you to, Elena and May, to work as logistics for the Reinhardt family. The two people heard that and were confused. May said, but we are just civilians, is that so important? You guys are talented, so I will definitely use you. If you need anything from me, just say a word. However, I will not tolerate any act of betrayal, no matter the reason. No matter who is in the present, they don't know how to use this monster's magic core properly, especially since no one has ever seen it because it only defeats a hidden boss that shouldn't be there. If you defeat it, you can get it. And only geniuses can make it into other items, normal people cannot do it. Elena happily replied, we would never do that, our lives were saved by you, so we vow to trust and follow you for the rest of our lives. The answer sounds good. So I have 2 genius characters for beginners. In 3 days, we will depart, so get ready. You guys will secretly make the elixir at the family mansion. I don't want others to see what you are about to do. Do you understand? Not yet. Oh yes sir. Jutri followed Knox as if he wanted to express something. Young master, you are really nothing like what I have heard about you. What do you mean? Some people say you are a selfish person who only cares about yourself. Now at least I know that you are not that person, but can you promise me one thing? I don't know when that day will come or if it will come, but if one day you feel that everything is difficult, please let me help you even though I know I'm lowly. I can't understand why you have so many people who don't like you. Knox looked at her and finished speaking. Then turned and walked away. Okay, if that day ever comes, I will let you know. Are you going to stand there? It's very cold here at night. If you don't leave quickly, both you and I will catch a cold. Hearing that, Jutri felt warm and smiled. Unexpectedly, Knox caught a cold and was lying in bed with Jutri next to him to take care of him. I know what you're going to say, so there's no need to say it. It's too corny. It's okay, everyone gets sick sometimes. As you get older you'll get sick less often. His face turned red because he felt the warmth and care. The system announces, you've got a cold, you've got a chronic cough. It's really a complete nonsense. The subordinates shouted. Both young masters had returned. Knox and Graham returned with May and Elena, Jutri following. They are young Master Knox's new followers, yes. People around immediately started talking. What? He couldn't help but bring back the women too, and there were still 2 people left. It's true that the country is easy to change, nature is hard to change, just keep it small. Do you want to get into trouble? What if he hears it? Blood will spill from your head. What else? At this age, you already know the smell of women. TSK. You know, back in my time, the incident happened. Nihilam is probably all a lie, right? But Clan the boss said everything was true, he wouldn't lie. Knox heard everything and thought to himself, no matter what I do, I can't change the image of myself as useless in everyone's eyes, so I won't change it anymore. He immediately spoke up, don't you guys have anything to do? You must be busy with your free time, right? Rodwell approaches, Master Knox. The Patriarch asked you to meet him in his private room. Knox also knew, it was time. Knox walked to the private room and stood in front of Mr. Theo. Theo glanced and said, I'm here. Yes, please call me. Knox knelt down. I have something to tell you. I'm sure you also have something to tell me. I heard that you had a great contribution in helping everyone return safely from Chadris and also eliminating evil there. Even Grain had to acknowledge your abilities. Did he say that to his father? Yes, the boy said that if it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been able to pass the night training. Knox looked down in thought. Grain, is something wrong with him? He continued, but I didn't call you here to talk about these meaningless things. You gave yourself an impossible task and completed it, bringing honor to the Reincarnation family. Therefore, I will keep my promise to you. Knox saw the stamp on his letter. He immediately smiled. He stood up and placed his hand on his chest to express his gratitude and thanks for the patriarch's generosity. As if I still wanted to say something. He thought to himself, what, do you have anything else to say? Knox von Reincarnation, the youngest son of our family. Are you interested in this chair? He couldn't believe it when he heard that. Damn, why did Theo suddenly act like that? On this side, the red hair is observing everything that just happened. The griffin is dead. Kremser bowed and said, the Reincarnation family finally took action. According to the news we heard, we took control of the Chadris region and Chadris was given to the youngest child of their family. The redhead ordered, Kremser, prepare for war, will we be okay? Their family has robbed me of something precious, I have nothing left to lose. Yes, sir. He smiled sinisterly. He held his daughter's hand and went out. As he had planned in his heart, that moment was approaching. The day I have this kingdom in my hands. In the day of my awakening. Scene changes back to Knox. Rodwell spoke up, Patriarch, you are asking young Master Knox this question a bit too soon. Surely you also know the value and responsibility of being a family patriarch. Must ask now. I'm sorry but I don't agree, more precisely I think young Master Knox is not strong enough right now. Isn't there still young Master Grain? Theo slapped his hand on the table, you are not the one who has the right to decide. Knox replied, I don't want to sit in the position of patriarch, father, and I'm worried that I have to be responsible for many things. You're my son, are you afraid of this chair? Why shouldn't you be afraid? Okay, I respect your opinion for now, thank you Dad, but you know. A person with talent will always reveal it sooner or later, humans are weak creatures who always want to test and show their own strength. Yes, Chief, go home, you must be tired from the journey. Thank you Father for your concern. Knox returned to Jitri's room and asked, did the patriarch scold him? No, don't worry, it's nothing. It's not something we can't refuse. By the way, May and Elena's accommodation has been arranged, you've worked hard. Ah, it's nothing, I'm just doing my duty as your servant, if everything in the world had rules, no one would hate, rob or fight. You did a great job Jitri. Yes, young master, thank you. Knox pondered, is it time to get serious? The best training organization for mage knights, Elden Academy, I have to become the best there is. Theo is still pondering over here, as expected, talking to my son is difficult. Rodwell replied, it's too early for young Master Knox to tell you, if he knew the meaning of your position, the answer might be different. No, his eyes are the ones that have already decided his path. The boy looked like he was afraid of something, not my position or myself. But something more terrifying, like the fear of looking into the abyss. Death, now the boy is afraid of death, but why is it like that? Rodwell added, saying this is a bit extreme but I think what happened to the lady left a huge shock in young Master Knox's heart. That's right, the boy must really resent me. Because to her, I'm just a pathetic person who doesn't protect her mother. Chief, more importantly, I think young Master Grain has already begun to act. This time is a big step, we know. Father, please surrender and accept, the power of a duke will belong to me. The graceful figure gently moved in front of the mirror and then stopped, behind her was the maid arranging her clothes. Talia von Stillener turned her head and asked, ahem, what do you think, do I look good, Emma? The maid nearby secretly sighed as if it was a familiar question, Miss, I've seen you bring this set back and forth 20 times. However, the young woman still didn't seem to feel secure and walked back and forth holding this dress and another dress until she was dizzy. It looked good, this wasn't bad, what jewelry should I wear? The pale pink crystal high heel stood out incredibly on the expensive carpet, the maid's sigh rang out again, how excited are you? Talia's cheeks turned pink, of course, we're talking about my admission to Elden Academy. Seemingly following her master for too long, Emma didn't hide her feelings and said, that's not what I wanted to say. I mean, young Master Knox, this is the first time we see him again after he became your fiancé. The young man's face appeared in your mind. Makes those cheeks red and hot again. I think this bow will be better, right? It seemed like her own advice wasn't very valuable. Emma helplessly agreed. This made Talia sad. Emma, you're just answering me for formality, right? Servant, trying to avoid the eyes of her foolish master. She always carries something like that, right? In another space. Luxurious lights shine on each wooden shelf full of books. Each strong footstep resounded. Knox is dressed in a luxurious outfit. Looking towards the small figure sleeping. As if sensing the gaze, Elena raised her head and a tired voice rang out, "There you are, sir." He replied faintly, "Yes, elixir, but, before that, are you okay? You don't look very good." The girl in front of her forced a smile as if she wanted to hide something. May appeared from nowhere and said, "She's like that every time she focuses on something too much. I'll be there to take care of her." The haggard girl whispered to her, "She is the best." Very quickly Elena moved her hand forward. "Enough talking, please look at this." Knox looked away in the direction the other person was pointing. His face seemed dark. Before his eyes was a glass bottle filled with newly prepared elixir. The deep blue color seemed to radiate light around them. The hand moved slightly and easily brought it up into the palm of the hand. Basic information about the elixir is clearly visible. Elena looked intently at the expression on his face, her hands clasped together, waiting for an assessment. How was it? Knox's face quickly became bright, his seductive eyes wide open, happily looking at the bottle of elixir in his hand, thinking, finally got it. Elixir of wind, surrounding the glass bottle is a mysterious blue wind that is gently swaying. Not only does it increase stamina by 1, it also increases dexterity, a hidden stat. Dexterity and moment of genius are the perfect combination. The image of the moments when the cogwheel of fate turned, and the image of the wounded body from the fight appeared. It was really good to receive this item now, just as I expected from the genius pharmacist. Looking at her expectant face, he mentally assessed, Elena, things have been much better for me with her as my assistant. The deep voice rang out, you did well. Those 4 short words were enough to make you breathe a sigh of relief. He opened the lid of the jar and brought them close to his mouth. Tilt your head up and swallow it all. The small blue wind from before gradually grew larger and swirled around Knox's indifferent figure, causing him to feel a little surprised and more or less feel the changes in his own body. His pupils seemed to change. He smiled slightly. Now, all preparations are complete. The luxurious and noble figure turned away and walked under the sparkling light of the rainbow. We should go to Elden, right? System notifications about information indicators continuously appear. Just like that, the genius sensed that mana was activated thanks to mana stat reaching 10. Under the sunny sky, an ancient and equally luxurious building appears. The silhouettes of men leisurely riding horses appeared more and more. Knox walked down, radiating a rare aura, coldly looking around. Behind was the maid bowing respectfully. The surrounding crowd was surprised by this scene. The discussion quickly rang out, white hair and purple eyes. Could it be the youngest son of the family, Reincarnation? The other person put his chin in thought and replied, I heard rumor has it that he's going to enter this academy. The surrounding crowd is buzzing with various negative attitudes. That kind of trouble. Hey, watch your mouth, you'll die if anyone hears it. Faced with those trivial assessments, Knox just smiled faintly. A second later, he spoke up, why is it so noisy? Is there a dog barking around here? The surrounding air seemed to stagnate. Those who were loudmouths just now were now speechless, not daring to say a word. Knox leisurely walked towards them step by step. Behind him, Jatri sighed timidly. But immediately after that, his eyes opened wide as if he saw something very special. Near them was an equally luxurious carriage approaching. A woman walked up to them. Brown hair tied back in a bun gives a feeling of closeness. When his eyes saw him, he immediately bowed his head. Master Knox and Jatri, behind him, quickly bowed in return. He looked at the other person a little cautiously. It seemed like you guys were coming early too. The person in front of him did not rush to be rude and continued, yes, we are also talking about the Elden admission ceremony, too. Emma turned around and went inside the carriage. Young lady, please step down to greet young Master Knox. As soon as she heard her fiancé's name, Talia's face turned red and she stammered, what, Knox? She was so scared that she didn't dare to go out. Wait a minute, Emma got bored seeing this expression, so she could only smile and wait. Very soon, the foolish lady stepped inside. His eyes tried to look away to hide his embarrassment. Looking at Talia step by step approaching him, Knox silently assessed, she was still the same as usual. But, I couldn't help but notice that it happened while I was unconscious. The familiar scene appeared in his memory again, the sword was mercilessly stabbed into the ground. Knox panicked and pointed at Jitri. What did you just say? The servant's monotone voice rang out as if confirming it was not a dream. Yes, I am talking about you marrying Lady Talia, everyone knows about it. He gripped Jitri's shoulders tightly as if in panic, but shout loudly, that's the problem, I don't know anything about it. Remembering that chaotic scene, Knox tried to suppress his awkwardness and thought, after I checked, it was true that the family had agreed to the marriage without my knowledge. Damn it. While he was busy thinking about the past, Talia's face turned red, standing in front of Knox and softly saying, "Hey, Knox, hello." The boy leaned against the wall and looked away, saying hello. Jitri asked in a low voice, "That's Lady Talia, your fiancée." As soon as he heard it, he quickly reminded, "Jitri, I said not to talk about this." Looking at the other person's slightly funny expression, Talia once again mustered up the courage to speak, "Are you okay?" Knox coldly replied, "Yes, I'm fine, what about you?" Her cheeks were red again, it seemed like the girl's heart was beating wildly, so was I. The loud sound of a horse's cry interrupted their conversation. Everyone turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. The indifferent figure of a woman gradually appeared. Knox's eyes scanned with disgust, thinking, she's here. One of the geniuses of Elden Academy. Star merchant and head of the Rivalan family that dominates the continent. Eleanor de Rivalan, the figure of an arrogant woman carefully held by a servant, appeared. I didn't think about it. She looked at the people blocking the way with disdain. Oh my god, look who's here. Cover your mouth and smile softly. Isn't Master Knox from the Rehafer family? I didn't think you'd be accepted into Elden Academy. It's nice to meet you. Looking at the other person's expression, it's not difficult to see the problem. Knox secretly thought, she is someone who does not have good intentions when meeting me. With an unfavorable face replied, Eleanor. She tilted her head slightly, yes, it's me. Vague fragments of an old time appeared, the noble from the merchant family that you always despised. I am Eleanor de Rivalan. I never expected to meet you again. My face cold as a beast. The bloodthirsty wilderness looked straight at the opponent, his voice somewhat harsh, Knox von Reinhafer. The face in front of him made his mind dizzy and silently mentioned her name, Eleanor de Rivalan. The glittering gold coins appearing in Knox's mind evoked vague information about the person in front of him, the only child of the wealthy Rivalan family, whose wealth could shake the entire continent. She is also one of the bright stars who will dominate the financial world in the future. Her nickname is the Rich Fox. His cautious eyes that could not be hidden appeared again, moreover. Assessing the young woman in front of her, she had met Knox when she was young. Fragmented memories appeared clearly in his mind. The person in front of him was once a naive and nervous little girl standing among countless strange nobles. Knox was despised and said harsh words when she was young. A lowly person like you is actually a noble. How pathetic. I didn't expect that you would use money to buy status. You think that can change your past. What about my family? The scene of a weak girl not knowing how to respond to her opponent's arrogance is something that is hard to forget. Seeing clearly Knox's attitude towards her, the other noblewomen used the wind to break bamboo shoots, contemptuously covering their mouths and scolding, "TSK, stupid girl, get out of my sight." At that moment, besides silently suffering and holding back her weak tears, Eleanor could do nothing else. But returning to the present, it seemed like times had changed. He continued to evaluate that the tense relationship between her and Knox was one of the retributions that Knox of the past had accumulated, even though it was now. Then my karma is gone, damn it. His eyes beat backwards. Talia, not knowing what was going on, was still listening intently. Knox couldn't help but think in surprise, unable to believe that there were two characters here who could stab a sword through his heart. Seeing his quiet, contemplative look, Eleanor spoke up, "What's going on here? You're behaving very differently than usual." Knox quickly returned to his original appearance. His tone changed. He crossed his arms and looked straight into the other person's eyes. "What about me normally?" She looked at him mockingly. "I'm sure you know that too. Are you the type of person who likes to hear the truth from other people's mouths?" Knox sighed and cursed. "Damn, I keep getting tired." Gathering all his courage, he shouted loudly, "If you want to cause trouble then go away." Seeing that familiar, obnoxious appearance, Eleanor burst out laughing. "As I expected, he still hasn't changed at all." Knox looked at that attitude and couldn't help but be wary. "What do you want? Do you want to be recognized by me?" She covered her mouth and laughed as if she had just heard a funny story. I'm sorry, but I don't want anything from that useless Reincarnation guy. The blue-purple light appeared before his body without realizing it. Knox thought to himself, now I know that she doesn't have any positive feelings about me at all. Let's see her attributes first. Very quickly, he activated clairvoyance, easily knowing the opponent's information and abilities. Her attributes aren't too different from what I know, so that's reassuring. He still hadn't let down his guard and thought, the Rivalin family, their middle name, was bought by Eleanor's merchant father. Even though she hated her position, Eleanor had no choice but to take advantage of it. Simply put, she was filled with anger, but then the Knox of the past hit the honeycomb right away. This. He couldn't help but whisper, in her eyes, he was truly the worst guy in the world. Eleanor bowed in a noble manner. Okay, I will leave here as you wish. Unfortunately, I don't think we are close enough to wish each other luck. As she walked closer to them, Knox said sarcastically, why should I wish a lowly person like you? But in return Eleanor wasn't angry at all. Yes, then goodbye. While Talia was thinking and stupidly looking at her figure, he spoke up, let's go. Elden Academy's admission ceremony is about to begin. The voice in her ear woke her up from her daze, and she quickly replied, oh, okay. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the young woman next to him, Knox couldn't help but think, Talia is clinging to me. After all, as my fiancé, I can't leave her behind. I just need to take advantage of her love, this image and take advantage of her when possible. Looking up at the sky, he silently reminded himself that he needed to stay alert. Inside was packed with people, all nobles came to study. Knox exclaimed, as expected, the lords of many famous families had gathered here. Knox thought to himself, some of them will be useful, I also need to recruit them somehow without affecting the story. In his mind, potential faces appeared and he thought, the strongest characters. However, if I bring them to my side, it will disrupt the original plot, so I have to approach them carefully. Looking around, Knox realized another problem, but, I felt like there were a lot of people looking at me. Am I thinking too much? May immediately replied, yes, there are many nobles looking at you, very. When they looked at Knox, their faces couldn't hide their worried expressions. May took a breath and continued, well, it seems you are quite famous. He closed his eyes without hesitation and replied, well, I'm a bit famous. At this point Talia timidly started talking, well, but it seemed like their eyes were filled with hostility, so does that count as famous? While the space was still very bustling, a sudden sound rang out, can everyone hear me? Knox spoke faintly, here it is. All the servants standing behind bowed their heads respectfully. A mischievous little figure like a little elf appeared, in his hand was a lollipop to chew on. Hello everyone, a rich voice rang out. This made everyone confused, the sounds rang out wildly, so small, she was tiny, so small, who is this child, where are the professors? The crowd became curious and asked each other, what is a child doing at the sacred entrance ceremony of Elden Academy? She followed her parents here and got lost, but she was greeting them, I guess she's just being polite. Looking at the bustling crowd, Knox just exclaimed, these idiots. Looked at the person standing in the stands and thought to himself, he is a genuine monster, not someone who can be judged by appearance. Secretly used clairvoyance to see the other person's information, but her age and race were completely hidden. Looking at everything, he put his hand on his chin, I absolutely must not displease him. Talia looked at Knox in confusion, sensing this expression, he gently raised his hand, it's nothing, if you don't want to die then just keep quiet. The person above spoke politely, nice to meet you guys, I am Noah von Trinity, the newly appointed principal of the academy. You guys don't know this yet, but... A scary light suddenly spread around her body threateningly, if I heard anyone say it again from childhood. Then that person will die, you know. Noah's attitude changed continuously, making everyone overwhelmed. Now the entrance ceremony of Elden Academy will begin. All the nobles are still in shock. What? One of them raised her hand and asked, we haven't heard of any such law. She immediately replied, of course. This is a rule created by the new principal to filter out trash talent. An unannounced force struck directly in the middle of where they were standing as a warning, all of you. Very soon they were standing in the matrix. I hope you can come back alive. The hand very quickly continued to increase in strength. Knox looked at everything and immediately knew. It's time to start. One by one each individual disappears, we have to survive at any cost. Everyone fainted and was teleported to a strange forest. A blonde-bearded man with a bald head like Saitama, took a deep breath, shouted loudly, and woke up. His bald head is shiny and his cursing sounds, "You mice, how dare you sleep in front of my eyes, have you all lost your minds?" Everyone lay on the ground, trembling, trying to get up but couldn't. From among the crowd of people lying on the ground, a pair of shaky legs stood up, making the bald teacher a bit surprised. "I guess there's still one person left." The male lead had difficulty getting up. After suffering the after effects of the magic, he was very uncomfortable, his face turned pale, but he still tried to go to the bald teacher. He had endured it, but the after effects of the intermediate magic, forced transfer, cannot be ignored. Looking at him having difficulty moving, he frowned slightly. He hobbled towards him. He was a bit hesitant as he saw the teacher's glowing head, but it shines just like in the game, like a shining halo. Remembering how handsome he was when he still had hair, the male protagonist couldn't help but feel bored. The plot mentioned that he used to have a lot of hair. Burnin, a professor of combat and a graduate of the academy since the early days, players gave him the nickname Takoyaki Burnin, an embarrassing nickname, because of his bald head. He's quite skilled in leg movements. The more I think about it, the more determined I become. Nothing bad will happen if I approach him. Seeing the male lead keep staring at his bald head, he was extremely uncomfortable. Shouted loudly, "What's wrong, white-haired guy, why do you keep looking at me with those eyes?" He silently cursed himself in his head. "Damn, am I too focused?" I was staring at him unconsciously. I helplessly activated the skill. "Acting genius," replied to the teacher. "It's nothing, sir." He seriously said to the male lead, "I will give you this advice, take it to heart. I have very good instincts. If you dare to think anything dissatisfying about me, I will not forgive you." I immediately interrupted him, giving my opinion. "Please tell me the content of the test. Can we talk about the following topic, Professor?" He looked at the group of people still lying on the ground refusing to wake up and agreed with him. "Okay, but, before that, I will wake up these sleepy guys first. I advise you to cover your ears if you don't want to be stunned." He obediently listened and covered his ears. When he saw that he was covering his ears, the bald man focused his internal energy into his palms. Then he tightly grasped that stream of energy, creating a wave of sound that echoed through the sky along with the screams of the crowd. They all jumped up, confused, and cursed. What was that sound? Who the hell made that sound? Before one guy could finish cursing, the teacher immediately slapped him on the head. Angrily threatened, "I did it, what's the problem?" Those who had just woken up frowned at the bright light from his shiny head. Seeing them like that, he became even angrier. Not only did he dare to curse me, but he also dared to be angry with me. Did he want to die? The group quickly apologized. "It was my fault, Professor." Then the teacher told his subordinates to take the students who had not yet regained consciousness to a safe area. Having finished speaking, he immediately explained to his students, "Now, I will begin explaining the entrance test of Elden Academy." The male lead listened attentively, and rearranged everything carefully in his mind. Basically, the test was: first, on this island created by magic, we must hunt monsters with everything we have. As a reward, a magic stone will drop from them. The less mana the magic stone contains, the more valuable the magic stone is. People will start to wonder, why is that? Wouldn't it be better to have more mana? Thinking of this, he almost understood. The corner of his mouth curled up involuntarily. However, that was only half true. They test two things from this test. First is sensitivity to mana. That has been tested and recorded by how quickly you wake up after being subjected to Noah's magic. The second is to test the ability to sense the fading of mana, an ability that allows mages to push their limits on the battlefield. They've been sifting through magic stones and rocks since the beginning. Those are the usual things that happen here. Standing in front of the students, the bald teacher announced that the place is a maze created by the principal of Elden Academy, Noah von Trinity. There are so many enemies here that insects like you cannot imagine fighting them. The students were confused by the teacher's words, so I will break the rules and allow them to work in groups. Suddenly countless swords appeared next to the male protagonist and other students. The teacher immediately said, "You guys better start moving quickly." In front of everyone's confusion, he turned away with the glare of his head. "I will wait for you above." Having finished his work, he just left, ignoring the students' discussion. "Professor Burnin, I still have questions. Did he just leave?" "He really left. My head is still, it still hurts. Damn it, to think that this would happen here." Famous and talented students all gathered here, such as Paracelsus, Leon von Marvis, Eleanor de Rivalen, Penelope von Arkheim, Echidna von Zeno. Breaking everyone's confusion, Zeno spoke up, "Does anyone want to help the princess with me?" Rivalan did not pay attention to her words, immediately looked towards the male protagonist and suggested, "If you work for me to pass this test, I swear on my family's honor that I will reward you. You don't care about her, just leave." He thought contemptuously, "Inner lunatic. Ordinary things and status won't survive in this damn game. The important thing here is knowledge. To prevent my incurable disease from developing, I need to monopolize all advantages." Standing in front of the gate to the inspection area, he was confident, "Rush forward, and let that happen. I have no other choice but to work alone." Teacher Saitama stood high above, observing the situation. He was quite surprised by the male lead's actions. "Even though the bundle is harder than I thought, it's still strange. How can a new one not only withstand the principal's intermediate magic, but also decided to raid the forest alone? I'm quite worried about you, this kid. Aren't you afraid of danger?" Thinking back, he suddenly realized, no, it was exactly the opposite. There's a reason why the dirt kid doesn't feel scared. That's based on that kid's expression. "I guess a diamond on a pile of dung is still a diamond after all. Let me see you, what can you do? Hidden dragon of House Reincarnation. Let me see your talent." Returning to the male protagonist, the sword was already stained with fresh blood. The corpse of the monster he killed like a wolf. Goblins lying on the ground, along with pulses flying out from their bodies. While the male protagonist is focusing on visiting thousands of people, then a shadowy figure was following him. Is a girl with silver hair. Seeing him gradually walk away, she also followed. Scene changes, a stream of blood splashes out. The wolf lies dead on the ground. The princess's team, consisting of Zeno, Talia and the princess, are fighting a goblin vase. Talia was quite troubled, thinking worriedly, "I don't know where Knox went, I knew that I was with him just now." While she was distracted, Zeno scolded her, "Talia, what are you doing? Don't forget that you are responsible for protecting Princess Penelope. Make fun of it and kill these monsters." She suddenly came to her senses. Okay. The three of them finally defeated the monsters. The princess held the purple magic stone in her hand and asked her teammates, "We have climbed quite high. At this height, this must be the purple crystal, right?" Zeno looked at the magic stone and replied, "Probably not. No matter what you say, she is also one of the four sages. Maybe she tricked us into something in the test, but it's not easy to steal like this." The princess also agrees. "I agree." The princess was worried when she saw the people in her team tired and out of breath. With the current situation, wanting to go up further will be very difficult. Zeno heard the princess say that and was a little dissatisfied, thinking, "But even if it's difficult, you can endure it. I promised that I would help the princess sit at the top. The Arkham Empire is now rotten to the core, needing someone like her to ascend the throne to bring it back to its former glory." She thought thoughtfully, "I will do anything to can do that." Talia spoke up to reassure the princess, "I'm fine, princess. Allow me to gather those who can still move on and continue if you're okay with that." Zeno also agreed, "I think so too." Princess Penelope pursed her lips awkwardly, hand holding the magic stone tightly. Then she relaxed again as if she had made up her mind. Thinking about the current situation of the Empire, she resolved, "Okay, let's go. Everyone please try to endure a little longer." As for the male protagonist, he is in the cold snowy mountains. The system kept warning that his stats were decreasing. "I'm resigned, I know that right away." He sighed, snapped his fingers, and summoned a small fire to warm him. The system announced that his indicators had returned to normal. Seeing his stats, he was bored. If he wanted this damn body to be useful, he had to first make it no longer cold inside. He adjusted the fire to fly closer to him. That close should be enough. He walked slowly on the white snow. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he was extremely appreciative of this scene. You could immediately tell when you saw this that this was made by the ice wizard Noah von Trinity. There is more ice on the top of the mountain than usual. He took a breath, then closed his eyes. Emitting streams of magical energy to sense the surroundings, this island looks like that but is not like that. The deeper the magic flow went, the more he gradually understood this island. Noah von Trinity created this place and called it Noah's Maze. Everything here is magic. Therefore, all living creatures and monsters that appear here are also from her magic. He withdrew the magical aura, sinister as if he knew something, no matter how much mana she had. That doesn't matter. The sound of cracking ice doors, the rustling sound of the forest, and the screams of the monsters showed that this was not an easy pass for him. He did not flinch in the face of the trolls and ice trolls. Everyone was afraid of them, because they were both strong and able to heal themselves. He despised them. They were one of the monsters that made newbies die, but to me, they weren't a cemetery at all. A dwarf rushed up to attack. He gently dodged to the side. One was standing behind, intending to play dirty, swinging a mace at him. As expected, these guys are not as old as our male lead, so he sat down to avoid them. Then the monster turned around and quickly swung its mace at him. Faced with this unexpected situation, his face did not change color. "Block with your sword, knock away our mace." Thinking about the staff's work, his eyes flashed a purple, angry color. Noah could obsess about talented students to the point of madness, but not to the point where he would extinguish their talent before they could. Where is it blooming? Moreover, ice trolls are not weak enough that students can kill them. They are at least lower, middle. If this wasn't a test but a real-life situation, its difficulty would be enough to get people killed. His face gradually turned cold. So what did that mean? The girl following him looked at him standing proudly in front of the monsters and couldn't help but chuckle. He moved quickly past each of the trolls, fighting them. The male protagonist had realized the pattern. The ice trolls in this test would repeatedly attack in a certain pattern. Which troll the first to appear will also land a blow right in the middle. Then the next troll will swing a blow even though its attack range is wide but slower than the first one. The last one is the weakest, so it will stab. He triumphantly blocked the last one's attack, so I could block it like this. Then he made a slash across the troll's body. Then another one was cut down. To the last one, the male protagonist tightly grasped the end of the sword. Stabbed hard into its heart. Immediately he crawled behind it and slashed. His face remained unchanged as he defeated them. The dead trolls lay scattered on the white snow. He gently took the magic stone. Their corpses gradually disappeared. Found it, the gray crystal. The piece of gray crystal that Noah hid by implanting it here is the reason why I didn't bother looking for other crystals until now. I can exchange it for the scroll I need the most right now. Moment of genius. After completing this part of the plot, I will upgrade that skill. The person in Eleanor's team held the crystal in their hands. She said, "With this level, we will definitely be at the top." The girl next to her also looked at the crystal and replied, "I'm quite looking forward to it." Everyone around also agreed, clapping and praising Eleanor. "That's right, she's good." Hearing that, she replied expressionlessly, "Well, it's just okay." In her heart she thought, just like they said, this is enough to get good results, but... Eleanor thought about Knox leaving and wondered why she felt so uncomfortable. She began to remember the past. Her father squeezed her shoulder and scolded her loudly. "You quarreled with the young master of the Reincarnation family. Why? Haven't I told you so that no one can look down on our family? We have to climb higher, higher, even if it took everything. You should have enticed him, right?" Hearing that, Eleanor trembled in fear and cried. She looked at her father's face filled with anger and thought, "He never considered me his daughter." Returning to the present, she wondered, Knox von Reincarnation, why did he disappear alone when this test was of no use? Did he know any secrets about the test? She was silent for a moment. Then raised his hand and said to the people on the team, "I have a suggestion for everyone. If anyone wants to climb higher with me, the Rivalin family will reward them." Hearing that, everyone started talking. Someone asked, "Don't you like this crystal? If you climb higher you could get hurt. I think this is too dangerous." After hearing that, Eleanor just smiled and said, "People say you eat too much, right?" Seeing that, everyone around them also began to respond, each person saying, "Yes, I'm going with you, me too. Let me join too." She thought, it was all about money. I don't know what Knox is thinking, but it's okay to take a look. Then she raised her face and smiled brightly, "So let's go." Meanwhile, Knox was in another place killing monsters. He thought, the reason he took the risk was very simple, because the reward would also be greater. The chance of prolonging the moment of genius is almost zero. This is almost impossible unless you unlock the hidden stack quickly. He silently said, if he was noticed, he couldn't bear it. He was about to leave when suddenly a hidden weapon flew towards him. He quickly raised his sword to knock away the hidden weapon. When the hidden weapon flew out, he saw the person who threw the hidden weapon at him. Knox was surprised by his identity. Paracelsus smiled lightly and raised his hand to greet him. He didn't expect to see him here. "I'm very happy, young Master Reincarnation." Hearing this, Knox felt strange. The two looked at each other for a moment. He wondered how strange it was that this could happen. Knox opened the system panel to view his information. Basic information: name Paracelsus, male gender, human species, main element steel. Attributes: advantage, sword genius, medical skill, fierce versus strong, light versus weak, disadvantage, lazy, impulsive, despise nobles, stats, durability 10, mana 8, luck 2, will 10, charm 25, passive skill supreme swordsmanship, active skill sword vitality, of the wanderer. After reading the information, Knox became even more confused. One of the strongest characters of Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors. Why is a famous character like him here? In this chapter, he should have fought with the main character and then be moved when he saved Eleanor from danger, right? Wait, something's not right. Paracelsus swung his hand and threw the short sword. Knox raised his sword to block. Suddenly he realized where Paracelsus, the main character, was supposed to fight him. He pulled out his sword from behind as he approached and said, "I'm a little interested in what you brought, give it to me." Seeing this, Knox activated his genius acting skill and said, "Dirty thing." The two continued to fight. He fought while thinking about the current situation. If I'm not mistaken, the main character of this world doesn't exist now. I think I'll have to cut him off here. Damn it. Knox quickly dodged the knife and shouted, "Can you be responsible if the plot changes?" Paracelsus replied, "I don't understand what you're saying, but from the beginning you were very suspicious. When I met you in Chaders, you were very familiar with that sword." Knox frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He still smiled vaguely and replied, "You seem to be scared. Why don't you just give me that sword and then we can go our separate ways? The black crystal is probably the way to get a high score." He asked directly, "What if I refuse?" Paracelsus seemed reluctant, "So I have to do everything I can to get it." Knox realized, damn it, so you had planned it in advance. He didn't care and replied, "Is that so? But who knows, you've fallen into a trap." He looked at him, thinking, he might become one of the strongest characters but his powers are not yet complete. Even if I'm a genius, I'm sure if I use my genius moment, he will lose, but I can't waste it on this battle. Knox remembered Eleanor. He decided, assuming the main character really doesn't exist in this world, then I have to save her. Maybe this is a gamble, but I have to bet. Knox said, "You are not the only one who knows the secret, Paracelsus." He still smiled and replied, "If you remember my name, I wonder if you will ask me for mercy." He didn't pay attention to his deceitful words and said a name, Celsus. Paracelsus heard that and was startled. His face could no longer hold a smile. Knox raised his sword and pointed it straight at his face and said, "I know you joined the academy to uncover the mystery behind your master's death." He stopped laughing, looked annoyed and cursed, "Bastard." This time it was his turn to laugh and say in a provocative voice, "Do you want to talk?" Eleanor was climbing the mountain with her team when she coincidentally saw Penelope's team. The princess seemed to know in advance, so she was not surprised to see her appear. Penelope spoke first, "Eleanor de Rivalin, I knew you would come here." Eleanor bowed to her and said, "I don't dare get in your way, princess, but I have something to ask you back." Next to it, Knox and Paracelsus are fighting. Penelope nodded and said, "I understand, but I have no intention of participating in a meaningless fight." Echidna saw that and quickly spoke up, "Princess." Penelope replied, "Objectively speaking, Echidna, if they don't get seriously injured then we have very little chance of winning. Furthermore, if they decide to join hands during a crisis, it will be even more dangerous for us." Hearing that, Echidna sighed, hand holding the crystal tightly. "Even though I don't want to, I still listen to your words and I will follow your orders." Eleanor stood looking. She wondered, strangely, the Knox von Reinhardt I knew was supposed to be a useless guy, right? Since when did he become so strong? While she was still speculating about him, a dark shadow appeared from nowhere and was approaching Eleanor. Echidna walked up behind Talia and asked, "Were you watching them fight?" Talia was startled and replied, "Ah, Echidna." She walked up to Talia and said, unexpectedly, the Eastern Destroyer was one of the new students. It seemed his name was Paracelsus. Talia asked curiously, she knew, who was the person fighting Knox, Star? Echidna nodded and started introducing, yes. The Silver Wolf Paracelsus, from an early age, was famous for his achievements in slaughtering countless bandits in the East. Talia replied, I understand. Turning to his opponent, Echidna continued somewhat unexpectedly, but this time, I have a different view of the fifth son of the Reinhardt family. I didn't expect him to be so good at swordsmanship. If I wasn't a useless lecher, he could have become an excellent knight. Talia protested, I don't think Knox is lecherous. She looked over and asked, how did she know? Talia didn't answer, just looked away. On the side of the battle, Paracelsus was still swinging his sword, cursing, "Bastard." Knox leisurely dodged and thought. He was wavering. It was a very natural reaction. Because Celsus was his only teacher. Moreover, he is already dead. It's because, you bastard, at Mills Academy. Paracelsus stopped and said, "That's enough politeness." After speaking, he rushed up. Knox promptly blocked the move. His genius action skill was activated. He laughed, deliberately provoking, "What's wrong? I'm not the one who killed your master." The two continued to fight. Paracelsus continuously rushed to attack while Knox only dodged and blocked without counterattacking. I thought, his attack direction has become simpler. He may be a genius but he is still young. Knox used a fake gesture to lure Paracelsus closer and then used his foot to hit his stomach. Paracelsus reacted in time to shield himself and then backed away. He let out a breath and smiled. Then he continued to attack. He said, "Let's see if you're still talking nonsense." Knox replied, "I'll just keep talking." His legs started to tremble, his attacks were becoming sharper. I couldn't keep this up forever. He thought about his skill. When he used his master's sword skill, the life force sword, he would definitely be defeated. It was not unreasonable for that sword skill to be chosen as the sword skill of the Sword Emperor. Knox clicked his tongue. Paracelsus saw that and immediately said, he was distracted. He grimaced and said, "Trying to rob others like this, you really are a commoner, aren't you?" After his words, Paracelsus's trait, the aristocracy, was activated. He said, "As for those above us, the ones who created a damned world, those are the nobles." Knox retorted, "Ridiculous, people just need someone to hate." He doesn't pay attention to Knox's words, "You're wasting your own time." Knox still provocatively said, "If everything ended like that, would you be satisfied? You probably don't want to hear about your teacher." He looked towards Eleanor. "I just need to wait a little longer. The monster that attacked Eleanor will appear at exactly 9 p.m. The system displays a warning that it is currently 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus raised his hand and said bluntly, "I can still get that information from you after removing some of your organs." Knox replied, "Do you think you can escape after harming a noble?" He replied, "I'll think about it later. Don't you see we have quite a crowd watching?" Knox said, "I don't care because this will be the final attack." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "You're confident, aren't you?" Paracelsus said straight away, to see how confident he was. Knox smiled and opened the skill. In the blink of an eye, he swung his sword at him. "I just said, go away. We don't have time to care about people." Eleanor couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that scene. He accelerated in just a blink of an eye, even though he was fighting Paracelsus, the strongest among the new students. Suddenly she discovered that something was approaching, a dark shadow, moving very fast. Impossible. That thing emerged from the ground. When she saw its shape she shouted, "De Bon Yan." She thought to herself, "If I can't dodge its attack, will I die like this? Is that so meaningless?" Eleanor covered her ears and trembled, so scared. At that moment Knox rushed forward, one sword strike destroyed de Bon Yan. She raised her head and saw his cold expression. What a pathetic sight. Knox von Rienhofer held the sword and looked coldly at Eleanor de Rivalin, while the shadow of de Bon Yan dissipated. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Why you?" He put his weapon back into its scabbard and sarcastically brought along many people but could not kill this small fry. He thought and analyzed. In fact, this was a normal reaction. De Bon Yan is a mid-range to high-level devil. Furthermore, it was not originally in Noah's maze. That thing is a true monster. The person who killed Paracelsus's teacher was involved in this event. Eleanor was originally meant to be a sacrifice, but after being rescued by the protagonist, her cold personality will soften. But in front of these girls, he thought, but now it's completely meaningless. He pursed his lips with determined eyes. Looking at her, she was gritting her teeth in confusion. There was no main character in this world. Penelope von Arkheim stepped forward to investigate. It was true that he had saved Eleanor, but the situation just now happened unexpectedly. Seeing her, he immediately bowed his head respectfully. "It was you, Princess." She calmly explained that this situation should be handled by Elidane's professors and Dean Noah von Trinity. De Bon Yan is not the kind of evil that students like us can deal with. Not hesitant about his position, he immediately argued that enemies do not choose their opponents. "Strange, I thought you, Princess Penelope, would understand better than anyone else." Another pink-haired girl raised her hand as a warning sign, not to insult the princess, Knox von Reinhardt. With an annoyed and frustrated attitude, she raised her voice. You know this situation is unusual, right? That's why you stepped forward to help. While staring intently at her, frowning and confiding her words, he wondered, dusty pink hair, vertical pupils, Echidna von Zeno, the future head of the Zeno family, the person closest to the princess, is known as the Snake of Greed. Obviously Reinhardt and Zeno are not friends. How can two families of darkness and holy light be related like that? There can't be such a simple scenario in this inner lunatic. Knox crossed his arms and frowned mockingly. I don't want to talk to the Holy Family's hound. She gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes at him. You are insulting the Zeno family. Someone's footsteps were watching the conversation from above. He still looked surprised and provocative, so what should he do? The loud voice interrupted from the person standing up here. Stop fighting each other. Vernon jumped down step by step screaming in anger. These brats. When the male protagonist saw the professor, he said, the test is over. He glanced calmly and announced, yes, the test was over. He also leaned forward and held out a piece of purple crystal for the professor to see. He crossed his arms and looked at it, half praising it, half criticizing it. He didn't expect that someone would bring back a piece of black stone. It was truly excellent beyond expectations, except that it was very arrogant. He glared as if he didn't understand what he meant. At this time, Vernon officially announced the results. His face was cold and his lips pursed as he listened. The person who scored the highest score on the entrance test was Knox von Reinhardt, who brought back a black stone. The remaining contestants who bring back purple and purple stones will be ranked second. Does anyone have any objections? One arm raised. That was Penelope's. She was skeptical when talking about the incident. What about the Nightbone Yan attack? That was also part of the test. It's not like monsters come from nowhere. We need a clear explanation. He seriously pointed his finger and said, we are in the process of investigating this matter. Although not enough to endanger her life, Eleanor will still receive a separate compensation reward. Furthermore, white-haired boy, since you rescued your comrades, you will also receive a special reward. He closed his eyes and turned away to the professor's surprise. I don't need it. A serious look appeared on him. It was impossible to get entangled with Eleanor in this way, even in a twisted world full of injustice without a main character. This was not advisable. More importantly, accepting the reward would mean that I deliberately stand up to protect her and must try to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Before you turned away and left. Eleanor called him by name, Knox von Reinhardt. Why did you save me? This sentence passed to him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He glanced at it until he was sweating, and in an awkward situation, he immediately cursed in his mind. Damn it, right when everything was going smoothly. If you want to overcome this situation, turn on the system and the acting master attribute is activated. He turned his head, his eyes expressionless, and replied, she just happened to be standing there while I killed the monster. She opened her lips slightly as if she didn't understand what he just said. On the other side, Knox closed his eyes and bit his lip. Damn it, digging his own grave. Eleanor de Rivalin, like her Golden Fox nickname, she is cold, calculating, and believes that everything in the world, including people's hearts, can be bought with money, but... The scene changes to a small space, with two people sitting facing each other. Eleanor looked out the window wondering, Knox, why did he save me? He even refused the reward Professor Vernon offered. The image of him accidentally spitting out the sentence, she just happened to be standing there while I killed the monster, appeared in her mind again. Eleanor affirmed, what an unbelievable lie. The other party agrees, it's really unreasonable. Little Rick asked again in wonder, it wasn't the lady who said it, he was nothing but a scoundrel. She immediately denied it. No, that lie was not true, there must be another reason. She was thoughtful and a little gloomy, listening to what the other person said. That's it. Then he expressed his determination. Perhaps we should investigate further. He obeyed. Yes, I will try to dig up as much information as possible. But she said, no, making his eyes widen in surprise. Holding the scroll in her hand, Eleanor insisted, I will confirm with my own eyes. If the Reinhardt family knows we are snooping around, they will not leave it alone. The scroll was divided into content, general subjects, basic physical training, general combat research, and history of the Arkheim Empire, elective subjects, royal etiquette, exotic magic, and advanced combat weapons. He closed his eyes and smiled in approval, yes. Meanwhile, at the castle of the Reinhardt family, he was leaning back in the chair, next to Jitri was covering himself with a towel. She frowned worriedly. Master Knox, are you really okay? You look pale. Could it be that the disease has come back? He closed his eyes and reassured me. If it was a disease, I would have had it and recovered a long time ago. Don't worry about it. His heart wavered again. But, what an awkward situation. If there is no main character, someone will have to take over that role. This is extremely necessary so that I can regain my memories and find the sender of those mysterious messages. There is no other choice, but the character Knox I play is the villain. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide as if he discovered something interesting. Immediately sat up and shouted, "Ah, there's still a way." She was also startled and looked at him in bewilderment. "Master." The male lead smiled excitedly. "That's it, the only way is to play the protagonist and the antagonist of this damn world at the same time." Turning the angle of view somewhere, the smell of blood and dead bodies filled the air. The afternoon air was desolate. In the center is the back of a blonde woman holding a sword. A hooded man stammered, "Luna, miss, the star's orbit is gradually changing. That person will awaken." She opened her mouth to predict that the continent would once again be bathed in blood. Having finished speaking, she walked away and told her subordinate, "Duff, to prepare, we have to achieve our goal, you know what to do, right?" She put on her coat, revealing her diamond-shaped badge. The outside is decorated in a semicircle. Her majestic and beautiful aura comes with great ideas, because of the collapse of the Archeim Empire. The scene changes to the male lead's past life. Yoochan is sitting in front of the computer screen, piles of paper scattered around. His eyes only had the light of the system on the machine. His line of thinking is expressed through many experiences. There is one thing that gamers who have played countless games have noticed. That is, there is a very thin line that separates the main character from the antagonist at the end of the game. I also agree with that. They both had pretty much the same experience, including bosses that are absolute evil. In most recent games, when villains appear, they have often experienced trauma or lived a life of tragic injustice. The main character is exactly the same. Simply put, even villains have their own reasons to explain what they are and why they do what they do. Knox's face now looked a little disappointed. Everyone was always crazy about such villains. He walked attentively in the crowded street, mouth open to confide. Of course, this does not mean that the main characters and antagonists are exactly the same. An antagonist will always be an antagonist, they cannot become the main character. He smiled slightly, even though that only applied in games. In a world about to be destroyed without a protagonist, the only way a villain can survive would be to transform into both the villain and the protagonist. In front of him opened a path of green color. He pursed his lips and looked at it in the long road. Surrounded by that color, Knox could only sigh in annoyance. I don't like taking risks, but what needs to be done must be done. I have no other choice but to do this. He reached out and gathered his strength into a small glowing ball, the largest villain organization in Inner Lunati, a group for those who want to overthrow the royal family. That power continued to amplify, becoming brighter until it lit up a long alley. He decided that after he made his move, he would join Lunatic. The school side held a meeting, with the participation of 6 professors and Noah von Trinity, the new principal. Everyone's face seemed serious. Silence reigned, causing her to look to the side dejectedly. Vernon nervously turned to the person next to him and said, "This won't be dangerous, right? Do you know anything?" Raz von Celestia calmly replied, "You are the one overseeing the test. Have you made another mistake?" He gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes in frustration. "You bastard, I told you, I didn't do anything." She was resting her cheek on her hand in silence when she suddenly opened her eyes wide and smiled. Her hand broke the pen. "What do you two think you are doing?" Vernon immediately put his neck around Raz's neck and forced a smile. "Haha, nothing." He was sweating trying to start a conversation. "Did we miss something?" Both professors fell silent when they saw the principal's inner thoughts. That gray, scary face looked like he was about to explode with anger. "I still hadn't said anything." On the surface, she talked and laughed happily. "I already informed everyone about the specific content. You two didn't pay any attention, right?" One of the professors said, The principal is talking about the enemy that appeared during the entrance test that threatens the academy." She looked away in boredom. "That's right. That person's goal could be for Elden Academy to collapse and also to overthrow the Empire. Eleanor de Rivalin is just starting out, so do you know the reason why she, the so-called star in the financial world, is being targeted?" Raz frankly expressed, yes, because the Rivalan trading company that the Rivalan family is taking over has 70% of the goods distributed throughout the Arkheim Empire. Vernon continued worriedly, if our enemies intentionally targeted the trading company Rivalan, that meant they also had their next target. Noah seriously agreed, yes, and because of that, what happened this time is a challenge as well as a warning to the Academy. We must prepare carefully for what is about to happen. Everyone bowed their heads in unison, saying yes. She pulled out her chair and stood up, but then sat down again. Cheerfully announced, oh, there's one more person, which can also be considered quite dangerous. All eyes turned to her. Vernon wondered, a dangerous person. She glanced as she remembered, yes. Scenes from the past come rushing back. The principal secretly saw Knox's back walking leisurely, surrounded by dozens of corpses. Returning to reality, she smiled brightly and expressed interest, a student, possibly the most talented person in this new batch of students. Rez opened his eyes wide in surprise. Who was that? He originally had that reaction because he thought, Noah von Trinity, there's someone she considers talented. This is the first time that's happened since what happened to the princess. In the middle of a crowd of people, she loudly announced her name, Knox von Reinhardt. He was startled when he heard, Knox, the notoriously useless and perverted name of the Reinhardt family. On the contrary, she just waved her hands and closed her eyes leisurely. Really, that child. Having said this, she held her stick tightly. The corners of his lips curled up in a smile. Then naively said out loud to the surprise of the professors, he might be even stronger than me. Rez stood up and pounded the table in disbelief with wide eyes and mouth wide open. The two people on this side asked each other in doubt, did I hear it wrong? The other added, what's with that useless name? Rez's mood stopped immediately in shock and amazement. Scene changed to the pub, the door has just opened. Then the male lead walked in. The shop owner glanced at him and asked, young man, what are you doing here, are you lost? He silently noticed the change. He must be Chiron. He was the owner of the tavern leading to this world, but his true identity was a bit different. He immediately approached him and happily spoke. The moonlight stroked the clouds. The empire was rich and strong. He pursed his lips and looked at him a little skeptically. He also coldly looked back at him. At the end, Chiron pouted and said, go inside, even though I don't know why that person gave you the password. Knox deliberately continued to talk. Didn't he intend to introduce himself? He closed his eyes and said, I'm Chiron, that's the name everyone calls me. He calmly turned his back, so I'll come in. Standing in front of a cabinet with bottles of wine in each compartment. He pretended to reason, to get into Lunatic's headquarters, then thought while changing the position of the bottles. Holding green bottle, 3. To the golden bottle, 1. Finally purple is 8, 4. Right now there is a faint blue light in the air surrounding him. Until it is strong and bright. Causing Knox to squint his eyes and have to cover his face with his hands. System notification, you have been exposed to high-level magic, your mana will temporarily flow backward, the mana sensing genius will be disabled. Teleporting the player to the specified location. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was that his stats were still too low and he felt dizzy. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Looked up at the person pointing the sword at his neck. Standing before his eyes was a cold girl with a diamond-shaped badge combined with a semicircle. While raising her sword, she asked, who are you? The tip of the weapon made his skin bleed. He still smiled and replied, Luna. Ignoring the blood flowing down my collarbone. Knox remained calm, leader of Lunatic, the only Sword Emperor among the 3 Sword Emperors whose face was unknown. I came here for you. Her eyes widened in surprise. You not only know where our secret headquarters is but also who I am. I ask again, who are you? He raised his hand and declared, Knox von Reinhardt. With a serious expression, as he raised his hands to show surrender, he sincerely said, I want to join Lunatic. Returning to the building where the main male group rested. Paracelsus was sitting on the windowsill. His expression was thoughtful, his eyes looked outward wondering, Knox von Reinhardt. He seemed to know something about the death of old man Celsus. He also knew that his master was dead. I'm pretty sure he was thinking that one of the 3 emperors suddenly lost his life because of another person. The shame of the Reinhardt family is truly a joke. I didn't expect them to lie this way. Paracelsus remembered the moment Knox fought. For a split second he could defeat him in a battle of speed. I've never seen anyone so fast except the old man. He was depressed, pursed his lips and leaned his head against the glass door. All information about him must have been faked from the beginning. Rumors about him and his actions are all lies. Tired of thinking, he started to walk towards the bed. Lying on the soft pillow, the worry still remained in him, but why? Why would the Reincarnation family hide such a talented person? It's none of my business. I will crush everything that stands in my way, even a prestigious family name. The sky tonight sparkles with bright moonlight. While Paracelsus calmly rested, a few scars appeared on his chest. His eyes closed and he truly fell into a deep sleep. In that dream a series of images appeared with someone's voice. The Queen of the Empire, Esteban von Archheim, had lost her mind and tried to lead through tyranny, leading to the royal power being divided. Turn. In the political context, Princess Penelope, who is known to be benevolent, is also cross-factions against the eldest prince. Paracelsus at this time was still a young man. He listened attentively. You will have to choose a side if you want to survive. Or join Elden Academy and think about which faction you want to join while studying there. That is my last mission. At this time, in real life, he was trembling and grinding his teeth in discomfort. Celsus's face was filled with hope in that dream. I gave you everything I had. Suddenly he fell down with drops of blood splashing out, revealing that the black-clad man behind him with that terrifying look had killed him. He only opened his eyes wide, an expression of panic mixed with pain. He stood there as if dumbfounded by the tragic loss of his master, who was very sad. I'm sorry for passing away before you. Paracelsus sat up, holding his head, panting. Then quickly calmed down and looked at the red light below. It turned out that the glove contained a shining ruby. He gritted his teeth and scratched his head, looking very troubled and thinking to himself, if you're already dead, don't haunt me anymore, master. After saying that, he automatically got out of bed. I walked away frustrated. Damn, why do dead people appear in my dreams? As for Knox, he was still raising his hands to surrender before Luna's sword pointed at his neck. The system then displayed some basic information, attributes as well as stats and skills of the opponent in front of him. Looking straight at that strong, cold girl, I remember a few things. Luna. One of the 3 Emperor swords, a monster that stood shoulder to shoulder with the knights and climbed to the top at only 20 years old. Luna's swordsmanship is unmatched by anyone. His eyes became more cautious. Moreover, it was not like the black sword that I could only learn when I became a clan leader. I can learn her swordsmanship if I gain her trust. Of course I have to join Lunatic and prove my ability. She asked questions about why a member of the Reincarnation family would be interested in a criminal organization like this. The sharp tip of the sword slowly penetrated deeper into his neck, causing more blood to flow. The system updated the situation again, showing level 1 bleeding. The male lead sternly said, it was all to destroy the Archheim Empire. Luna frowned, her mouth opened as if surprised. What? He continued, you probably already know that we need to first destroy Elden Academy, which is under the kingdom's protection, and then the kingdom. He put his hand on his chest confidently. I will be your spy. She smirked and laughed. Do you think someone is capable of doing that? Knox spoke firmly. Of course. The leader of the organization looked straight at him as if considering. And glared down, lowering his sword. You also have great courage. What is your name? He touched his neck as if rubbing a wound, smiled and replied, Knox von Reincarnation. She turned to call out her name. Duff, the hooded man kneeling there, said, yes, I am. He closed his eyes to listen to orders, preparing to challenge the moon. At this point, I glanced at the new guest for a moment and then respectfully said, yes. He walked up to him, held out a coat, told him to bring this in and follow me. He took it with both hands, a little curious about what was to come. It's late at night, the red light from the moon shines. He looked satisfied. Well, everything went as planned. Duff pointed to a formation that required, after reaching the top of the altar, no matter how many enemies appeared, kill them all, and remember that the cloak you're wearing must not fall off. Knox looked at him and expressed what the reason was. The opponent also answered immediately, because that was the only way for him not to be exposed to berserk. He remained silent without showing any expression of self-understanding. In fact, he already knew the reason, berserk's abnormal state. One of the worst traits, trading sanity for strength beyond limits. The moon is crimson. When someone is immersed in the moonlight, no one can keep their mind, to be more precise, rage. So this challenge needs 2 conditions to overcome. Still standing under the moonlight, beware of the rage state. And kill all the monsters. Initially, the game does not provide information on how to overcome this challenge, because in a world with a protagonist, no one would join the antagonists. So no one knows how to overcome it. But I will do it. Luna crossed her arms and revealed that once she participates in the challenge, only two things will happen. She curled her lips and smiled softly, pointing, passing and becoming a member of Lunatic, or die here. Knox's eyes widened in surprise. But it was only fleeting when he smiled and fought, to see. Duff calmly took a knife and made a cut on his hand. Blood dripped into the center of the battlefield. Blood runs along the border creating red light. Develop a formation with many circles. He raised his eyes and looked to the side. There was a bunch of monsters standing there. Witnessing their murderous gazes, he pondered, this is definitely a case that he cannot currently handle. Every monster is a chimera of at least intermediate level or higher. Just their quantity is enough, never mind. Knox smiled excitedly and threw his cloak out because, there is still a way. This look on the male lead's face is truly very exciting. Duff was surprised and Luna crossed her arms and pursed her lips, is he crazy? Up here he is in a state of dizziness and loss of balance. The system also continuously shows that the blood moon is causing players to enter berserk state. Attention, you may lose control of your mind. Note, you will not be able to regain control when you lose your mind. Suddenly his eyes lit up with an interesting smile when he heard the announcement that all the players' stats increased by 1,5 times. Berserk's adverse effect has been activated. Luck and charm are not increased by berserk. Under the blood moonlight that covered the entire space, Knox von Reinhardt stood in the battlefield, clutching his sword. Outside, Duff and Luna were still attentively watching each other's reactions. The system kept warning, the red moon had caused the player to fall into an abnormal state. Berserk, be careful, you may lose control of your mind. Note, you will not be able to control your mind again after losing control. His dark purple eyes glared. Then suddenly turned to see his eyes wide open in surprise. His face darkened but his smug smile was always present. The familiar screen said that all of the players' stats had increased by 1,5 times, and a series of items such as basic information, attributes, stat increases and hidden parameters are all clearly displayed. She stood outside watching him, wondering to herself, is that kid crazy? Knox was still in a state of excitement, looking ahead. Afraid that the situation was not okay, Duff turned to ask his master, unable to believe that he would throw away his cloak. That was no different, throwing away his life. Should we stop him? She calmly said without hesitation, no. From the beginning, he was not the type of person who would listen to warnings. Whether he dies or not is not our concern. He faltered in confusion, but, he belongs to the Reinhardt family. According to von Reinhardt, if he means to harm Lunatic, then we won't be okay, right? She curled her mouth and affirmed that that would not happen. No, I will definitely not let that happen. From the beginning, do you think Theo von Reinhardt is the type of person who is filled with fatherly love for his children? He hesitantly looked at the owner. No, not at all. But Luna quickly changed the subject. Just observe first. That reckless brat must have a plan. As a subordinate, he only knows how to obey orders. I will listen to you. In Knox's place, he took a fighting stance, holding his weapon, waiting for the enemy. The monsters immediately rushed forward, baring their sharp teeth. He used all his strength to avoid the scratching attack. Then swung the sword tinged with strong demonic energy. Laughing excitedly, he slashed down with extremely strong force. His eyes lit up with excitement, the enemy's blood splashed all over his face, making him even more excited. The whole world was dyed bright red. This was the description of the new moon challenge in Inner Lunatic. Knox lingered and let out a long breath. Some of his parameters had increased slightly. My talent, height and shoulder width have all increased, taller and wider. I have now reached a level where my peers cannot easily defeat me anymore. The monsters are still rushing madly. He glared coldly and swung his sword. Immediately turned around and cut off the body of one. Then I looked up again. He pressed his lips together and threw a blow that cut off another man's head. Its head fell to the floor, splattering blood everywhere. He lowered his sword and let out a long breath of recovery. But there are still many enemies, they keep shouting threats. Outside the formation, Luna and Duff are still monitoring the process. And Knox is still in full strength to attack, in an abnormal berserk state, one of the most devastating attributes of the Inner Lunatic, also the only attribute that appears when meeting the red moon. But, from the beginning, I came here with the intention of taking advantage of it. Because of the talent I possess. The system continued, because you possess 2 special genius attributes, you have neutralized the abnormal state of the red moon. Swordsmanship genius, combat genius, and mana sensing genius, the abnormal state has been temporarily disabled. With a thoughtful frown on his face, he held the sword that exuded black aura. Simple, from this world's perspective, the level of talented people is very unfair, and I am a beneficiary of that. But, so what? The male lead jumped up high to cover part of the bloody moon, but held the sword with both hands, then looked straight down at the darkness of death. The finishing blow was effective, all the heads of nearby animals were severed. She frowned expectantly, and he opened his mouth slightly in surprise at this. The system also said that under the effect of the artifact of the Holy Silence Ring of Black Fire, your lifespan increases by 2 days and 7 hours. Knox seemed to gradually become more violent. His hands and clothes were covered in blood with a provocative sentence, "If there is any problem with this, just try getting terminally ill and see." His blade glides gently, causing all monsters to receive the attack immediately. Luna raised her hand and said something unclear to him, but he gritted his teeth, his face darkened in annoyance. It was too noisy. His hand tightly grasped that dark sword, mouth breathing evenly, step by step passing corpses like straw, without any emotion when standing before her. His eyes showed fatigue, his body was soaked in more blood, and asked if the test was over. A moment ago, she saw Knox's killing ability when she chopped off the lion's head. Luna seemed very satisfied and smiled. "I think we will recognize him as a member of Lunatic." Duff expressed that the number of people who can have talent and reach that level like him on this continent can be counted on the fingers of one hand. She raised her hand to call, "Hey, Knox von Reinhardt, you passed, come back." Meanwhile, he was still enthusiastically stabbing his prey repeatedly, blood spurting out nonstop. She squinted her eyes in question. Was he mentally controlled by madness? He made a fist and suggested that perhaps they should kill him now. As for him, he still points his sword straight at the enemy, then raised his weapon behind his back. The scene surrounding him now was only the crimson color of blood, tears, and incomplete monster bodies. His eyes turned straight to the lunatic leader, and approached where she and her subordinates stood. That's why Knox asked, "Is the trial over yet?" The other person quickly replied, "Okay, it's over." Theo raised a monster. He looked at her and opened her mouth to agree, "Yes, that's right." He smiled extremely satisfied, "I was successful." Luna also looked excited and silently complimented, "Knox von Reinhardt, you are really interesting," but on the surface she said, "Duff." He bowed his head, "Yes, sir." "Then give the cloak back to the new member. Take it, this is a cloak that only noble members of Lunatic can wear." The system shows up again, and equipment has been received. He happily looked at the ring in his hand. A series of other notifications came. You received the Lunatic member's cloak. Displays information about the item you just received. Intermediate, advanced, equipment requirements must be an official member of Lunatic. Moreover, this shirt also has a special effect. You will receive a special skill, an oath under the moonlight. Lunatic members can confirm their identity through the patterns on their shirts. This cloak is made from black spider silk. It neutralizes all light attribute abnormalities. Displays information about your passive skills, including advanced level and some indication of organization membership. Plus, based on game time, after 1800 hours from day to night, the power your attack will increase by 1,2 times. He happily put on his cloak, his lips curved into a wonderful smile. Under the blood-red sky, Luna and Duff were standing facing Knox von Reinhardt. He is wearing the exclusive robe of the Lunatic organization with great pride. In this challenge of conquering Lunatic, having the passive skill Moonlight Oath is very useful in any place. Help me a lot. Unfortunately, it can only be used at night, but this skill can increase your attack power by 1.2 times, which is very rare in Inner Lunatic. Knox opened his index panel and looked at the 6 indexes: Endurance, Luck, Will, and Charisma. He looked at the willpower point, 12,3, and immediately felt happy. He had one more willpower point. He closed his eyes and pondered, his mouth smiling slightly in satisfaction. Great, this result is the best. After a while he opened his eyes and looked straight ahead of him. Opposite him was Luna, looking at him with wide eyes with a questioning look. She put her hands on her waist and walked closer to him and asked, "It seems like you demand more from me." Knox remained cold and seriously replied, "It seems that in the moon trial, no new recruit performed as well as me. So I think I need to receive adequate compensation." After hearing what he said, Luna crossed her arms and thought for a long time as if considering his request. The corner of her mouth curled up into a smile. Not bad, brave, although I don't know how long he will keep this tone. After speaking, she turned around, looked down a bit and told the servant, Duff, bring that thing here. He was extremely respectful. Yes. Duff took out a white mask and carefully bowed it to its owner. Here. Luna took it, and gave it back to the male protagonist and introduced, this is the item Lunatic got recently, the Moon Shadow. Similar to the name, this item will create a clone. Duff stood next to her and listened attentively as she continued, it would probably be beneficial for him, because he was a spy in the academy. Luna looked straight into Knox's eyes again as if asking, how are you satisfied? He smiled and bowed his head before she spoke, of course. His face was full of intrigue and he thought, I can finally touch it. Holding the mask in his hand, he looked at it carefully, moonlight. At the same time, the system also appears stating that you can use the Moon Shadow item. His eyes now glowed, radiating a small circular area across his face. The screen remains visible, creating a player clone. Please enter your attribute name and basic information. Knox wears a mask of contemplation. This is the main reason I contacted Lunatic in the first place. This item can help players clone. Being both the protagonist and the antagonist, this thing will allow me to do that. He returned with a cold face as he took off his mask, thanking her, Commander Luna. She frowned and advised, listen carefully, new soldier, there are a total of 5 ranks in Lunatic, except for the commander and deputy commander. The members will be ranked from 1 to 3. Since you're new, we'll start with 3rd place. He listened and bowed his head, showing an excited reception. I understand. The other person crossed their arms and surrendered. Well, get ready to accept the first mission. She didn't forget to turn to him expectantly, hoping he wouldn't disappoint me. Knox von Reinhardt. He tilted his head down, quickly retreating behind the teleportation door, before Luna's gaze. Waiting for Knox to leave, she proudly surveyed her subordinates. Do you find this kid quite interesting? Duff respectfully approved. I agree. He also raised his hand to his chin, hoping to express his question. I don't understand how he endured the Blood Moon's wrath. Luna turned her back to look at the Blood Moon and coldly said, I understand what you mean. If you weren't a genius, you wouldn't be able to last even 5 minutes in that challenge. Her face full of excitement, as she spoke, she remembered the image of Knox from before, including the genius who could fight without a cape. Then you have the courage to be recognized. Duff approached Luna and agreed, I also agree. She thought about it and then decided to just keep an eye on him for now, to see if he would entertain us or be of any use to the organization. Scene change with Knox. He has come out of the teleportation gate back to the pub. Chiron was cleaning and immediately looked over at him and asked, are you in the middle of work? He glanced at him and coldly replied, something like that. His lips curled up a bit as he thought, if he really risked his life at the altar, others would ask why he did such a crazy thing. Of course I didn't do that. Want to resist the element of berserk soldiers. 2 natural disaster attributes are required. Genius in swordsmanship and combat, along with a genius in mana sensing. Thinking back to the time when he was covered in blood with the black energy on the sword just now, the idea suddenly occurred to him. Simply put, only he could use the power of the Blood Moon here. Chiron closed his eyes and guessed that he must have got what he wanted. Knox rolled his eyes and looked at him curiously. Do you have a problem with me? The other person frowned and probably wasn't happy. I just felt it was unfair. Let's introduce ourselves. He froze with his mouth open in surprise, not understanding what he was saying. He looked at him and raised his lips, introducing his name to the other person. Our male lead looked towards the guest and excitedly said, I'm Knox von Reinhardt, we're done. Chiron just leaned on the table and reminded, see you later. Keeping up with the Academy's class schedule isn't easy, but if it were you, hiding your strength would be even harder. He went to the door and opened the curtain. Taking advantage of this time, he added a few more words, don't stand out too much. Cut to a scene at a large house of the Reinhardt family. Inside, Knox grabbed the door handle and opened it. It seemed the plan was going smoothly. When the door opened, he saw the servant exclaim, young master. Jutri de Lavilla looked worried and asked, how dare you skip class on the first day of school without telling me? He immediately changed his distorted face and sweated more. And approached my maid in shock. There was no way I could have seen her sleeping before I went out. She squinted her eyes a little disappointed. Young master, did you hear me? How many times have I told you, stay away from dangerous things, even if there are many false rumors spreading in your family, you still have a chance to rebuild your name. He closed his eyes and turned away, sighing as if saying she was worrying in vain. Then he glanced at her again and asked, "Oh, how are you today? I remember that the servant also went to school." Jutri was silent, she just gently rubbed her hand. She became thoughtful and sullenly replied, "Nothing special." With his chin resting on his hand, he questioned himself, nothing is real, even though it is a subject only for servants, most of them are low-ranking nobles. Now that Jutri has become a civilian, she's the perfect target for others to cause trouble. She still stood there silently, her face expressionless. Knox then held out a small brown cloth bag and talked to her, "Here, take it, if you have any trouble while studying, open this bag." The maid respectfully extended her hands to carefully receive the bag. She observed it as if she discovered something, speaking, "This is it." He turned around, smiled and told Jutri that you should only open it when you're in trouble. Because inside is an item that specializes in handling absurd situations. She widened her eyes and looked at the owner, "Why can't I open it now?" Knox closed his eyes and gently said, "Not really." She took both sides of her dress and bowed her head to show obedience. "I understand, if that's the case, I will open it." He was pleased to praise, "Very good, don't hesitate at all, just use it when you see yourself in danger." Jutri looked at him with touching eyes and whispered, "Yes, young master." The system continues to notify you that you have successfully joined Elden Academy. His attention turned to the next screen. His eyes widened in surprise, finally. On the incoming panel with the content, "New mail has been delivered to your mailbox, do you want to open it?" He immediately raised his hand and pressed the screen, opening it. Immediately a golden light appeared, along with white feathers flying in the air. Knox suddenly widened his eyes. In front of him was an angel. She had blonde hair, wearing a pure white dress and wings, and also had a halo on her head. He opened his mouth in surprise at her beauty, his hand also unconsciously reached out to touch that splendor. Knox, wearing a cloak covered in blood, read the notification from the system and opened it. He looked at it in surprise. "Hello, long time no see, Knox. If you received this letter, it means you have successfully joined Elden Academy. I know you can easily become a member of Elden Academy. What a happy story." He stood there with his chin in his hand, thinking, this person's tone of voice was as if he could see through him. He seriously reasoned, this person probably knew him. Still standing there listening to the letter, "But the arduous journey has only just begun. It must be very difficult for you now, but what awaits you is many times more difficult and painful. No one but you can do it all." He stood like that looking at it for a long time. His silhouette walked in the night sky with a mirror in his hand, because only he could see the end of this story. I quickly fell to the ground and continued to listen. "I know this sounds very irresponsible, but I will find a way to help you as much as possible." He sat on the bed without taking his eyes off the system. "It's not much, but I hope you accept what's attached to this letter." He coldly raised his hand to look at the ring and said, the content of the letter this time did not help much. After reading, the system gradually disappears. I think of a powerful man who takes over the entire game. There's a high possibility that the person who sent me this letter is an inner lunatic master. He can freely interfere with the system, and he can also send me something, so that's almost enough to draw a conclusion. His eyes became serious, so I had to focus on completing the main plot as much as possible. He remembers the past journeys, lost memories, and completes the game. Sit on the bed and think for a while, just put unresolved things aside. The system displays the mailbox, see what the gift is like. Click here to see the character system. He was quite surprised with what was inside after pressing it. What appeared at the top was the name of his Reinhardt family's landlord according to von Reinhardt, in addition to another very familiar name. Everything in front of him makes it hard for him to believe. Wait. Click on the name displayed above, Talia von Stillener, if I guess correctly. After clicking, a list of their backgrounds appears. Talia and follower both appear on this list. He smiled darkly, an amazing ability. His eyes widened. Initially, to use clairvoyance in inner lunatic, you had to meet that person face to face first. He smirked, showing confidence, but now it's different. I can check the status of any character I want. He comfortably said, this gift can only be sent by masters. Then his eyes became serious, even though he followed this crazy old man. The index showed his physical strength. His physical strength increased by 1.2 in just such a short period of time. The man always exuded an elegant yet scheming appearance. He already held the title of Sword Emperor at that age and could still be stronger. Then he suddenly remembered something. Oh right. His face darkened. When he looked at his stats, he realized this. He looked into the mirror which reflected his true appearance. This world was just like a game, but it wasn't a real game. He looked to the side and stretched out his hand. It was difficult to throw away the pot. Picking up the paper and looking at it, I guess I should feel happy because the class selection process went smoothly. On that paper were written team fighting techniques. A bunch of people surrounded the house. Inside, Jutri was surrounded by other servants talking. Two people stood next to each other and said, "Is this her?" She heard and endured everyone's objections, that person from the Lavilia family who had now become a commoner. She gradually felt like she was separate from everyone. It seemed like she didn't understand how thick-skinned she was and came to Elden with her young master. Without stopping, they pointed at her with harsh words. If I were her, I would be so embarrassed that I wouldn't even dare show my face. I probably want to risk eating too much. She frowned in displeasure at their insult. Even though she was so beautiful, she would easily seduce someone's son. The more you say it, the more exaggerated it is. After all, she is the servant of the rumored incompetent young master. All three of them stood there mocking. I heard that he was also very lewd. Obviously she knew how to take advantage of him. The three of them were tossing and turning. Isn't it obvious? Yes, that's right. They still raise their voices as if they're afraid she won't hear them. But where is her house? Well, anyway, they don't make any noise, so we don't need to worry about her anymore. She clenched her fists trying to suppress her emotions. She frowned darkly. She had to endure countless insults. Becoming more upset, because a fallen noble cannot have a bright future. Everything here seems too luxurious, however. I should stand up straight and try to avoid conflict as much as possible. I'm not allowed to cause trouble for young Master Knox. Her legs lifted up and she walked towards the girl in front. Politely offer, "Excuse me, but can I ask for a moment of your time?" The two girls looked at her, wary of one of them stepping forward to show off. Sour tone, "Ha, my time." She looked at her with disdain and introduced herself. "I am the Count's daughter. I am Giselle of the Flores family currently serving young Master Kane." She crossed her arms and said, "Do you think I have time to talk to a commoner like you? You ignored the bad words and got straight to the point. I just heard you spreading rumors through the base about my young master." She challenged, "So what?" They all looked and laughed and she continued, "It was not my fault that bad rumors about your young master were spread in this high society." She continued, "If you want me to apologize, I would like to refuse this request." She stared at her, just like what young Master Knox said, status is extremely important in this place. She breathed her hands into her apron pocket. In her hand was a small bag and she slowly opened it. There was nothing else she could do. As soon as I opened it, Knox appeared. Took her by surprise. He actually appeared before everyone but as a child. The whole group screamed, startled. She spoke up, "Young Master Knox." That identity opened his mouth. "I'm Knox von Reinharnation. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't matter." He looked at her and said, "If Jutri has decided to open this bag, one thing is certain." He pointed straight at the group of people, "You or you over there." She looked at him surprised. Then asked, "Is this the son of the Reinharnation family?" His face is mysterious. "You are all dead. I will return your heads to your families." He then turned into a blue light. Then disappeared. She was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts speechless. Young Master Knox, this is the thing that can solve all situations. Her face darkened in fear. Without hesitation, he knelt at her feet. Adding honorifics is also more comfortable. "What is your name?" She sighed and said, "Ha ha, I'm Jutri." Just because of one detail, she was even more scared. She just sighed and died and the Reinharnation family could erase her family from this world in just a moment. Immediately, I bowed my head and begged, Jutri, I'm sorry for behaving disrespectfully. I don't dare do it again. Please forgive me this time." Those who had been mocking her were also shy and bowed their heads in apology. Jutri just silently looked at everyone trembling in fear of him and thought, well, this can be solved, but then there will be more bad rumors. She was just talking nonsense. How could she think like that? Making her even more guilty. Then she turned and left. The weather was foggy all day for Knox, no clouds, no stars, no moon. He walked with his maid Jutri. Seeing that the owner seemed quiet, she was concerned and asked, "Mr. Knox, are you okay?" His eyes don't lie, it clearly shows the sadness of his exhausted health through Jitri's words. The dark circles in his eyes are too dark. Knox rubbed his eyes. Even though he was tired, he still said, I'm fine. Fatigue can't take away the joy of completing his work. Somehow I finished choosing classes in the academy without my knowledge. That was when he devoted all his heart to investigating his own considerations. While they were talking, they didn't notice the boy standing in front of Knox and Jitri. He wears a simple beige-brown khaki overalls often found in coffee shops, a woven shirt that highlights his compact physique and of course the indispensable hat for artists. He politely took off his hat, lowered his center of gravity, and respectfully greeted Knox, the youngest son of the Reincarnation family. I don't understand what's going on right now. Who are you? The little guy said, sorry for the late introduction, I am Rick, servant of Lady Eleanor de Rivenlin. When he took off his hat, his brown hair matched the outfit he was wearing, looking harmonious with calmness and respect for the other person. With a friendly smile, it was an honor to meet you. After hearing the boy's introduction, Knox unconsciously felt a strange familiarity. He whispered the boy's name. He himself knew it was his first time meeting Rick, but he had a strange feeling towards the others. Fuck it, what the hell is going on? Only the system can answer his feelings. You are trembling, acting like a genius has been activated. You are no longer trembling. Knox was notified by the system, so he was able to determine who the character was talking to. He realized that a dangerous character was approaching him right from the first half of the story. Knox remembered that Rick was a deceiver, when his true nature was hidden behind the veil of an innocent boy with countless sins, deceiving the eyes of ordinary people when they first met. Only Knox himself knows Rick's mysterious story that, in the next 3 parts of the main plot, he betrayed the Rivalin Company to carry out evil plots. He is a servant of the devil and a traitor, devil worship. Or in other words, he was a traitor who would stab Eleanor in the back. He reviewed the current situation. The saying that the enemy of his enemy is his friend was not true in this case at all. Rick was the worst of the bad people, and being associated with him did more harm than good. Without making him wait too long, Rick brought out a gift of kindness. This is a gift from the lady to him. It is a precious artifact. It was simply a small turquoise blue gift box within reach. Before he could see it, Knox flatly refused and went away. His hunch said, I'm curious about this artifact, but this is a poisonous apple, I shouldn't accept it. Rick didn't seem to know his refusal. He was stunned. Yes. Doubt and anger turned into indignant eyes. He even intended to use force to threaten me. Do you want me to repeat it? Maybe Knox's actions scared Rick. He was overwhelmed, not knowing if it was fake or not. He clearly showed fear when he saw the sword. Knox did not want to indulge in social conversation. He tried to suppress his composure, existing through the window of his jade soul. Knox pulled back the sword so hard it made a noise. Rick seemed to understand what was going on, and at the same time Jitri bowed politely to him, implying that he was seeing off the guests. Knox doesn't care but just wants to go in your direction. Jitri calls for you. Mr. Knox, wait for me. She's concerned about you. You're tired. What if you go so fast that you faint? Then, Knox said, do you think I'm that weak? It's true that the things that keep happening make Jitri more worried about Knox's health. That day, just now, he had a cold, flu, and cold hands and feet at the same time. She firmly said, I don't think there is anyone as weak as you. Knox tried to advise her, I won't deny it, but I'm fine now, I won't die suddenly. Jitri replied, yes I know. But I still feel bad. She's so worried about Knox, he's always at the center of everything. He calmly said, I guess I'm a bit famous. Jitri was also helpless with her master's calm appearance with everything. She was silent in contemplation. Part of Knox wanted to advise her, but it seemed that being too worried also made him nervous. They accidentally made eye contact, and even he knew that. Here. I mean more to her than being the owner, I'm the one who saved her life. Furthermore, in the case of characters with loyal attributes, they are very worried when separated from their master. Fluently extinguishing Knox's thoughts, Jitri curiously asked, oh also, why did you act like that towards that person? When she asked, Knox revealed an insecurities that made it difficult to answer, and became even more uncomfortable when Rick's name was mentioned. She noticed most clearly, yes, you seemed more emotional than usual. Knox didn't want Jitri to know the problem of the story he had read, so he put his hand on her shoulder, advising her, listen carefully Jitri. I don't know if anything happened, but don't do anything related to it. After hearing him say that, Jitri still couldn't understand what he was thinking. She immediately thought of the young lady who often met him recently. I don't know if it was because of her problem with Lady Eleanor. He's not someone who would act like that, I'm sure there's some reason for it. She replied, yes, I understand, I will keep my distance from him as you said. Knox only needs to know that he alone knows the character's future, not getting involved with the current character, well. After that, I went back to my room to clean up and renovate it. If I think about what will happen in the future, it's better to keep my distance from Eleanor. Besides, we've already attracted too much attention. He also told himself that from now on we have to be very careful. The next day, all the students in the Royal Academy gathered to listen to the announcement from a professor with many years of experience in education and training. They all gathered and sat straight in their arranged positions. Before, Knox himself did not like going to the academy, but he was forced to follow the schedule, which is what I did when I entered the academy. Why did I have to endure this torture in the first place? It was so tiring. The teacher announced that today you will form a team. This team will last until next year, and you will work as a team during that time. To form a team, the most important thing is to know each other. Forming a team is Knox's biggest problem right now. Damn, I'm too optimistic about my situation at the academy. He was even more worried about the fact that he didn't have any friends here. It was a bit difficult to form a team in this situation. In addition, the professor further advised that any cadets who are familiar with other students should take the initiative to form a team of 4 people. You guys have 30 minutes. The announcement was like a deafening bullet from Knox. Forming a team was truly too much for him. He sat motionless in anxiety. Impossible for someone not good at relationships like Knox. How to form a team now, this. After that, he boldly asked the professor, what if we couldn't form a team? He bluntly said, you will receive an F, you will not be allowed to continue this semester, so pay attention. The professor threatened me, you can't do everything alone, understand Knox? Knox had to accept it. Yes, he thought angrily, what, an F from the start? It is very difficult to graduate from Elden. If you receive an F in even one subject, you will be immediately expelled. I can't let that happen. After that, the position changed dynamically as the students changed places to form teams. Princess, let me help you. She said, allow me a chance to help the princess too. Paracelsus, let's team up, I see how talented you are. My friend Leon was also asked about forming a team. Did Leon want to form a team with me? The atmosphere is very exciting about you forming teams together. Only Knox is helpless and doesn't know what to do. He is inherently stronger than the other students but is helpless in the situation of working in groups. Think about it, I have to think of a way for Knox, who is not good at relationships, to find friends. Suddenly, the character that Knox did not expect, Eleanor, appeared. She was warmly welcomed. Eleanor, will you team up with me? I'm very good at sports even though I don't look like it from the outside. No, Eleanor will team up with me. I will provide you with many good things like relationship resources, which are what my family has. But Eleanor didn't care at all about those words. She calmly ignored them and slowly walked towards the object she was aiming for. Speaking gently, Knox von Reinhardt. Looks like you don't like my gift. Knox only knew how to stay silent and listen to her instructions. What do you think? Will you give me a chance to repay my debt? Then he tried not to care. What was she saying? The main target is Eleanor. I will team up with you. Knox predicted it would happen. Even though it sounds a bit arrogant, I knew it right away. In the end, I had to team up with her because there was no other way and cause more trouble. Suddenly Talia appeared. Knox teamed up with me. I'm even more tired of the 2 girls. There's a guy who wants to join my team. To everyone's surprise, Talia smiled gently and full of love, raised her hand and said to Knox, Knox, we are on the same team. Hearing that, Eleanor also paid attention and turned around to look, thinking, wow, I forgot about her, and Knox sighed helplessly, another mess of problems. Looking at Talia awkwardly in the crowd, he immediately realized, I understand. Talia is so kind that whether she likes it or not, she doesn't want Knox, her fiancé. Looking at Talia's adorable worried face, he continued thinking, there are no members on the team so she wants to help me. Thinking so, he felt a bit confused and whispered, this really gives me a headache. This look on his face was secretly observed by Eleanor. She thought a bit and then deliberately spoke in a rather mocking tone, which was unexpected. Hearing this, Knox knew she wasn't any good, so he glanced at her and asked, what do you mean? Eleanor replied with a smile, I'm surprised that someone like you has a girlfriend. Hearing that, he didn't say anything more, just glanced at her. He felt a little guilty and thought, based on what Knox had done before, I couldn't deny this, but strangely I felt quite angry. Talia stood to the side and didn't see him say anything so she stammered, Knox, will you team up with me? Eleanor also added, so we only need one more person, right? Knox looked at the other two people with some dissatisfaction. It seems like my opinion is no longer important. Eleanor replied calmly, you have no other choice. This sentence immediately hit him right in the heart, making him feel a little uncomfortable and let out a sigh. Her intuition is so sharp, he thought to himself, just like what Eleanor had said. To be able to restore my memory I need to stay at Elden Academy, and I also need to have good grades. Thinking of this, his face looked a bit thoughtful. To be able to do that, I need to be in the top 10% of the academy here. He imagined a giant monster with an anger like a burning red fire that could not be extinguished, thinking about the first battle with the Demon King. It will be the first time I need to play the villain and the hero at the same time. Thinking about it, his face became sharp, extremely serious, waiting for the difficult things ahead. Scene change. Now in the academy everyone is making friends and talking happily to each other. A guy in the academy who looked very honest and straightforward came up to talk. Hello, I'm Pell, nice to join your group. He started talking to the two girls from before, and Knox didn't care much, but looked at the system board and thought to himself, unfortunately, the last person to join my group was an ordinary person. The system board is currently displaying all information about the person named Pell. Name Pell, gender male, age 15, race, human, main element, no achievements, no positive attributes, art of survival, obedient, ready, meticulous, pious, neutral, negative, naive, stamina 4 mana 3 luck 3 willpower 2 charm 10. Suddenly he saw the line of information at the bottom of the table, which made him pause for a moment. Second, wait, passive skills, active powers, blessing powers. Looking at these lines, he immediately smiled inwardly, wonderfully. Knox continued thinking, even though his stats were pathetic, he had the power to bless. This is the most powerful skill in Inner Lunatic, able to awaken the greatest power of all team members. After making the information panel disappear, he spoke even though it had no effect on the caster himself. Knox looked towards Pell and thought, but this is quite strange. How can a new student possess such a powerful skill, a skill that should only be possessed by monks and nuns in the monastery? I will find out later. Pell and everyone are now introducing themselves. I look forward to accompanying you all. Eleanor also gently said, I am Eleanor de Rivalin. I hope everyone will try their best. Talia is a bit shy. I'm Talia von Stillener. Nice to meet everyone. As for Knox, he's out of place in the crowd. I don't even need to introduce myself, you guys just need to not get in my way. At this time, the teacher also came and said to everyone, well, it seems like everyone has their own team and I hope you can get to know each other next week. With a low voice, the teacher continued, besides, your groups will remain the same before the next semester. Okay, class is dismissed. After finishing speaking, Knox below immediately showed an annoyed and disdainful look on his face. That old man, Talia in the back heard that and was a little worried and reminded, Knox, I think you just spoke too loudly. She was confused. Well, I don't think I should call the professor by that name, but without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Knox didn't care and left. Whatever, he had already formed a team. Seeing him go back, she was a little confused. Hey, Knox. After chasing after her, she was a little embarrassed, avoiding his eyes and asking, what's your class schedule like? I'm just asking for no reason at all. Hearing that, she thought to herself, I didn't expect her, ask me this again, it's obvious she's following me. She held back a bit and awkwardly said, I'm just curious. That's right, because I'm curious. Knox pushed her away and coldly replied, you want to know which subject is easiest to get the highest score, right? Do you think I will tell you? Talia was a bit confused and immediately denied, no, it wasn't like that. Knox didn't even bother to drag me to say more to her and left. I couldn't let her have that much information about me. Talia also helplessly watched as Knox strode away without looking back, and Knox was still thinking, that would never happen. The story goes to Academy District 4. In this place, Jitri and Knox were shopping. She stood in front of a store and said, there are many things we have to buy. Flipping through the notebook she read, equip grimoire, pen and so on. Then she suddenly looked at Knox and said, I guess that's why people often say that the academy here often has money problems, and Knox is now wearing a shirt to avoid others from recognizing him. He answered each item on the shelf, yes, but for me, that problem is okay. Holding the bottle of medicine in his hand, he thought to himself, somehow, if a person can graduate from this academy, they will be noticed by many sponsors even if they are just ordinary people. After choosing, he immediately let his maid Jitri pay while he still pondered, unless their abilities were useless then they would have a rich life immediately. While walking on the road, suddenly the two heard a very loud shout, and the bastard turned around. Jutri immediately said dissatisfiedly, "What a noise." Knox still calmly replied, "This is where all kinds of people gather, anything can happen." He glanced at her and said, "We don't need to worry." Suddenly he noticed someone in the distance and exclaimed in surprise, "What is that person?" Not far away, there was a guy spitting haphazardly. "Then get angry, point your finger and curse wildly, go away if you don't buy anything else, don't block others." Knox looked at the person who was being cursed and judged, the son of one of the three dark families, the young master of the Marvis family. The boy looks cold, but this noble handsome man in front of him is Leon von Marvis. Right now he probably doesn't have any money because his family recently went bankrupt. Knox looked at him with a worried expression. He was a good person and hoped his salesperson would ignore this matter. Jutri standing next to him was also a little surprised. At this time, Leon also replied to the rude guy who was cursing him, "Please forgive me, I just want to see more about the goods," while the other guy jumped up, "Don't talk nonsense, you only held and looked at exactly one item from just now." He looked at him with an angry face, stopped talking and walked away. "The Academy's standards must have dropped a lot. I can't believe the Academy would accept a beggar like you." Hearing that, Leon immediately lowered his head. When he raised his head, his face was different from before, his eyes shining brightly indicating an overwhelming anger. The magic also appeared to be thick from his body. He repeated the other guy's words, begging. Leon with a cold face deployed magic as if he wanted to attack that guy and replied, "Even though my family is poor, you have no right to say. We are beggars." Knox and Jutri, standing from afar, saw this scene and were stunned. "Oh my God, is he crazy?" Knox ran as fast as he could and rushed forward, wanting to stop him. This kid couldn't do that even if he was provoked. As he ran, he was so worried that he was sweating. There were many people here. He was planning to use his magic. Why was that dark magic very dangerous? At this time, Leon was still deploying his magic and showed no signs of stopping. When Jutri saw him running so fast, he was surprised and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Although Knox was worried and ran very fast, he still answered, "This kid is really crazy and looking at his eyes it looks like he's going to do something really stupid. We have to stop him first." Jutri then asked in confusion, "Why are you can tell just by looking at his eyes?" He said seriously, "Because we see that look very often." Hearing this sentence, Jutri did not ask any more questions, seeming to understand something. The businessman who was shouting loudly just now looked at Leon in front of him and was also a bit scared. "Hey, do you know what you are doing?" He was panicked but still speechless. "How dare you?" Suddenly a loud voice demanded, "Step back." Knox's shadow flashed past along with the voice, "You." He blocked in front of that guy and continued, "Quickly leave here. Unless you want to die." The merchant at this time heard that and was not afraid of death but shouted back, "Why do you dare to give me orders? Do you know who I am?" "I am." Knox couldn't stand his chaotic nature and replied, "Ridiculous." He pulled down his hood and said, "Do you need it?" To the surprise of everyone there. After pulling down his hood completely, revealing his handsome face and silver hair, Knox said a little angrily, "I have to tell you who I am." Sunlight gradually covers the splendid and magnificent castle. Talia von Stillner questioned Emma, "What do you mean? Even though I was on the same team as Knox, he wouldn't tell me anything about his class schedule." Her voice became more harsh and heavy. The reason for that was because he was embarrassed because he was going through puberty, right? She turned her head, staring at the maid's scared face. "Is what I said true, Emma?" Suddenly her face changed, her eyes filled with tears as if she wanted to cry. Emma tried to calm her down. "Miss Talia, please calm down, things are not as bad as you think." She waved her hand, "Although I can't guess what Mr. Knox means, I think he will pay more attention, only to you. She still feels restless, I understand, but now that I'm grown up, I know many things and feel whether they are right or wrong." She remembered her actions. "I also knew I was not good, so I tried not to bother her. Or hinder Knox. It helps us gain a little more sympathy in Knox's eyes." She fiddled with her fingers, but still. Emma felt somewhat embarrassed by that expression on Miss Talia's face. "Yes." Emma thought to herself, "It's not okay, and if it keeps like this, she'll be sad and won't be able to do anything else. I need to do something." She began to feel regretful. If she had known things would happen like this, she probably wouldn't have said good things to young Master Knox in front of her mistress. Talia suddenly asked, "Emma, the two of you are sitting in a luxurious two-horse carriage made from wood. Do you feel that my fiancé treats me quite coldly?" The maid replied, "Yes, maybe because he is still young. It's embarrassing because you're in puberty, miss." She asked in surprise, "What about puberty?" The maid answered, "Yes, boys of that age have erratic temperaments, they will have many actions that are impossible to predict, so young Master Knox, there's nothing strange about treating the young lady like that." Having said that, Emma secretly thought to herself, "It's true that I was too careless. When she asked me like that I didn't pay attention. Now thinking back it seems like she has started to like and pay attention to me, young Master Knox already." She felt even more regretful. "At that time, I didn't care about that issue at all. I just thought she was asking casually like that. I didn't think it would become as serious a problem as it is now. I know that. Then I would have said or given her some better advice instead of answering her question in such a formal way." She sighed. "Now I can conclude, Miss Talia likes Master Knox. This is progressing too fast. It's true that no one can calculate anything in advance." She said to Miss Talia, "Miss, I have something to tell you. Master Knox is actually not really that kind of person." Talia asked again, "Oh, so what do you think?" She hesitantly told her master, "Since he was already engaged to be your fiancé, the fact that he was a bit indifferent to you at the academy was probably because he was at the academy. There are many people in the academy, so it's impossible to act like a family." Suddenly, Lady Talia grabbed her hand, Emma, with both of her hands. Talia agreed, "It's true, thank you for telling me. It's true that people who have experienced love have more experience than me." She stammered, "Yes." The young lady happily told her, "Thank you. After hearing you say that, I no longer have any doubts. You are like an expert in love. From now on, whenever I have any questions about my feelings, I will come to you for advice. You seem to not be in tune with Talia's current emotions, oh lady." She thought to herself, "I didn't do this right, but I had to do it to cheer you up. I'm so sorry, miss." Her face was completely distorted, her limbs seemed stiff, but there was one thing. She remembered that her love history was as short as her American history. She had never loved anyone, so my love life was still vague. Suddenly someone came and knocked on their door. The two were surprised, not knowing who was calling outside. Emma spoke first. "I am maid Emma of the Stillrainer family. May I ask what business you are here for?" It turns out, the person who came to find you two was Eleanor de Rivalin. "Hello." She announced herself, "I'm Eleanor de Rivalin. I'm the person who studied at the same academy as your young lady and was in her magic fighting group. I wonder if you have some free time today, Talia, to talk to me, right?" While Emma's face remained expressionless, Talia stopped to think for a moment. Eleanor." Emma spoke up to Eleanor. This was a bit unexpected, so if she didn't have an appointment, invite her to come again next time. But seemingly contrary to her expectations, Eleanor's face only showed a gentle smile. She suddenly mentioned a name that stunned the two, Knox von Reinhardt. She clearly stated the purpose of this surprise visit. "I came here to talk about him." The castle gate is slightly open, rays of sunlight also follow to visit the huge house. It seemed like Talia had decided to go with Eleanor. The two walked out of the gate. To break the cold atmosphere, Eleanor spoke first to Talia's surprised expression, "Very happy to meet her. She's shy. We've met twice today, in the lobby and here." The scene changes to Knox. "Do you need me to tell you who I am?" Everyone around looked at him, silently commenting, "White hair and purple eyes, this is probably it." One of them asked him, "Are you from the Reinhardt family enrolling in the academy?" He replied coldly, "Does this still need to be verified?" He faltered and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your identity sooner, because the cloak you were wearing scared me." He turned his head and coldly replied, "Okay, stop talking." He scowled at him, "Now go away before I get mad at you for your behavior just now." Looking scared, he quickly ran away, his face covered in sweat. "Yes, I understand." Witnessing that scene, Leon von Marvis, the young master of the Marvis family, was so surprised that he was speechless. "You told me, I was talking to him. Why are you interfering in this matter?" Suddenly, a previously motionless skeleton suddenly had green light streaks surrounding it. Mouth wide open, it suddenly rushed to attack him. He questioned him. He intended to talk to someone else. He was using his hands to fight them off. It seemed like he was doing it quite easily. He gave him a look as sharp as a razor, with black magic like that. Having said that, he continued to use his bare hands to fend off the terrible power created by those seemingly harmless skeletons. And boom, just using his bare hands, he successfully crushed their skulls. Everyone was amazed at his strength. "I asked for help from the young master of the Marvis family. If you do this, the guards will leave you alone." It seemed he had just awakened to his actions. In response, he just bowed his head. So I understand what you mean. I may have lost my temper a bit. Performing black magic without permission is already breaking the kingdom's laws. It's my fault. Lost control when he talked about my family like that. Having said that, he bent down and told him, "Thank you very much for waking me up and stopping my actions." He was satisfied. "Okay, it's good that you understand, but have you bought what you need yet? I give you my bag of money. If you don't have any money left, please use mine temporarily." He opened it, and inside was gold. He seemed a bit shocked by this unexpected gift. He shyly told him, "Why did you help me like that? You and I don't know each other at all. Your voice seems cold. If just by doing things like this you want me to be grateful to you, then no, I won't be indebted to you for that." He dismissed it. "Okay, with that little money, it's nothing to me, don't think too much." His face suddenly became more serious. "But really, I did have a purpose in doing that." He looked at the skeletons still surrounded by green streaks. He turned away, stammered and said, "Of course I understand." And he recovered those monstrous skeletons. They gradually disappear like ashes. He held the bag of money, took a coin and told him, "The money you gave me, I saw it as money to keep my mouth shut but..." He continued, "The power of black magic controlled these dry bones. I could feel the unique power of the Marvis family emanating from him. This made me quite curious." Having said that, green light emitted from the coin just like the skeletons. He asked him, while the coin still had a strange appearance, "I wanted to ask Mr. Reincarnation." He emphasized, "May I ask why you can possess that special power to control dry bones from my family?" Talia and Eleanor were sitting and drinking tea together at a round table placed in a corner of the room. Talia hesitantly asked, "You said there was something you wanted to tell me. May I know what it is?" Eleanor thought to herself, "What's going on?" Her reaction was far from what I expected. She's so elegant. She put her hand on her chin and thought, "Knox, does he really have feelings for her?" But without anyone answering, she reassured herself, "No way." She told herself, someone like him would only see the engagement as a bondage. I have to get straight to the point when telling her. Thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth to Talia, words that the young lady never thought were true. Knox was a dangerous person. She slowly sipped her tea and said, "First of all, he is the son of one of the top 3 dangerous noble families in the kingdom." While Talia looked down the more she listened, she spoke in a very calm, honest voice, and the truth was that there were countless negative rumors about his behavior. The lady of the palace hesitantly said, "I." Talia firmly affirmed her opinion, not thinking Knox was a bad person. The old memories she had with Knox suddenly came rushing back. She stopped drinking tea, and suddenly a thought flashed in her mind. She put down the teacup and said softly, wondering if other people thought like her. She paused, suddenly realizing something strange. She felt even more strange. "Talia von Stillrainer, you're so strange. Why would an honest person like you like a no-good guy like Knox?" She looked straight into the other person's eyes, the emotion she felt from her eyes. Eleanor begins to feel bad, hostile and angry towards her. She decided to explain her previous statement. "Let me tell you clearly, Knox may have flaws, but I don't think he is someone who would do something evil." She seemed a bit hesitant, although he was easily misunderstood because of his cold attitude towards others. But Talia contradicted her, "But that was just part of his personality." The noble lady growled, "I have heard about your engagement with him, but that is no reason for you to speak well of him." She put down the teacup and took her time. "I also know that marriage contracts between noble families can easily be changed." Her face became more serious than ever, "Which is not the reason I trust Knox." She lowered her face and slowly spoke each word, "People don't change easily." Having finished speaking, she stood up and was about to leave when Talia spoke up, "That might be true, but..." She turned around and listened. I hope she remembered something. The lady recalled the old memories between her and Knox. Knox, he saved her. Those unhappy memories suddenly returned. If Knox hadn't been there, she would have died. Talia said with a firm voice. I believe she knew that well. Talia questioned her, so why did she still doubt Knox? Hearing that, she just remained silent and said nothing. Her eyes wrinkled. She sighed. It seemed I had said the wrong thing. She put her hands on the table. Sadly, let's end the conversation here. Thank you for your time. In response, Talia simply said, okay, goodbye. She pulled out a chair and turned on her heel to leave the room, leaving Talia sitting there alone. The rays of sunlight still gently shine through each window, penetrating every corner of the large castle. She stood alone, seemingly having some idle thoughts next to the fountain. Rick saw her standing there alone, so he walked over and called out loudly, "Miss Eleanor." He asked her if the conversation just now was okay. She didn't look angry at all. Looking sad, she asked him, "Rick, what do you think is the most important thing for a businessman?" He confidently answered, "Of course it would be, I's always cautious and always suspicious of everything." She thought sadly, her mood seemed to be getting heavier and more doubtful. She remembered the things she had achieved, which had earned her the title of wealthy fox and star of the financial world. She still asked herself, but has he really changed? She feels so small and scared. Don't make me laugh with that thought. Her hands tightly grasped the hem of her dress as if wanting to reassure herself. She corrected herself, there was no way that could be true after such a long time of him being like that, it was impossible to not change. The scene changed back to where Leon and Knox were, the atmosphere still seemed heavy. Knox warns everyone, get out of here quickly. He gritted his teeth, his face darkened. Green smoke is creeping everywhere, every corner. He feels worried about the current dangerous situation. He asked, a magical barrier, and thought to himself, the situation has become more complicated. He thought, no matter how obsessed Leon was with money, it was impossible for him to stay calm with me when I used his family's magical power without that magic being passed down to me, outsider. Leon waved the coin in his hand, telling him, if you want to negotiate with me, you must bring something valuable to negotiate. He smiled faintly, "Ha, are you saying I have to give you something?" Meanwhile, he calmly said, "This magic is related to your family, I'm afraid you will trade everything for me, this and that." He glanced at him, he spoke as if he knew me very well. He growled, "Leon von Marvas, your family is also one of the top 3 dangerous dark families like the Reinhafers family, a family that once had great influence in the kingdom before." He retorted, "I don't like the way you use the word once." He replied, "You must know clearly that your family is no longer as strong as before." He suddenly mentioned a name that was both strange and familiar, Sylvester. He reminded me of the past. I know those people used the war of territorial invasion to defeat the head of your Marvis family and then took away most of the Marvis family's territory. He remained silent and said nothing, his teeth clenched together. But then, you raised your head and questioned him. Are you trying to prove that you have more information than I know about my family? Are you provoking me to avenge my family? He shook his head. Revenge? No, I did not act for that purpose. He clearly stated his true purpose. What I want is resurrection for your family, for a talented young family leader to be recognized and for your family to once again become one of the accelerators, top of this continent. He smiled and said, "Isn't that what you're really aiming for?" He bowed his head. Not bad, it seemed like he knew me quite well. He asked him, "So, how did you get the power of the Marvis family like me?" He replied, "By chance, I only recently realized that the magical power I have is the power of about your family." "You make a decision, I trust you." He asked again in surprise, "You just trust me, don't you plan to ask anything more?" You grabbed the money bag tightly, you gave me the answer I wanted. He thought to himself, I see, what he wanted from the beginning was not the way I got magic power from his family. He suddenly realized that he wanted to know how much I understood him, and why I intervened in the problem he was having and promised a future of recovery for the Marvis family. But he still told him, "Well, I'm glad you have an answer." In response, he was just cold, "Thank you for your help today, I will return it in the future, as long as it is not related to money." He turned on his heel and walked away. "Don't worry, I don't expect you to return the favor." The next day, the magnificent castle looks even more splendid under the sunlight. He was walking into the lobby, thinking, I'm finally here. This is Knox's vitality, strength and resting place. The time to enhance the moment of genius has arrived. He smiled, his expression looking satisfied. Moments of genius. Even among the characters of Inner Lunatic that possess the genius trait, it is still considered the strongest skill. It can be said that this is also a type of DLC for Inner Lunatic. DLC is content that developers add to their games after that game has been released for a while. Knox is sitting in front of the computer. The system continuously notifies you. You are the first person to successfully complete Inner Lunatic 10 times. Hidden attributes have been unlocked. Your playable character has been granted active skills moment of genius. Attention, this is a skill that can only be obtained when your character has at least 2 genius attributes. He stood in the castle, exclaiming, "At first it was just a game that I loved, so I didn't even know what was in the DLC. If I hadn't made that decision that day, I would have died many times now, already." He smiled, but inside he felt uneasy. Thinking about it gave him chills. Noah von Trinity was sitting on the bench, praising me. You did well this round, Knox von Reincarnation. It seems like your family is raising a monster. He was angry, calling others monsters. Don't you think that's a bit too much, Principal? She replied, but what I said was not wrong. She put her foot down, her feet emitting blue light, and coldly said, otherwise. She gently asked him in a sharp voice, how do you plan to explain that you were able to fight the ice troll so calmly? She smiled warmly. Why is a talented person like you called useless? Thinking about it, I still don't understand. She suspected it was because of Emperor Theo von Reincarnation, who had a reputation for having a bad personality. There's no way it could be like that. He thought in frustration, damn, he doubted me. Well, that's right, because Knox was originally just a useless person, his acting genius was activated. He smirked, but not now, you stop shaking. He replied to her, no matter what kind of person I was in the past, it's none of your business. She nodded, yes that's right, but, you know what? She looked at him with her deep eyes, I was interested in your talent, it was so interesting. She licked the lollipop she was fondling in her hand, making me want to kidnap you. You seem dissatisfied, Principal, I don't think it's appropriate to say it, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. He already knew her previous actions. Furthermore, he transformed himself and followed me. She was interested. How did you notice? She threw out a strange-looking scroll. Okay, let me see how much longer you can hide it from me. I'm happy to finally have it, she explained, that's why I called you here. She introduced the scroll to him, a skill-enhancing scroll. It can maximize the effectiveness of one of my skills, truly a valuable item. He seemed a bit surprised. This was the first time I heard of an item like this. She told him, okay then take it. He happily held that roll of paper in his hand, kept throwing it up and down, playing with it endlessly. But when the scroll landed in his hand, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Meanwhile, she was still playing with the candy all this time. He wondered about her attitude. What was that moment of panic? Did I see wrongly? But receiving that item was enough to make his mood much brighter, which made me excited for what was about to happen next. The system notifies you that you have received a new creature, displays the creature's information, and then the system gives you the necessary parameters of the skill enhancement. The system asks, the skill enhancement scroll can be used, do you want to use it? He answered decisively without any thought or hesitation, yes. There is a notification, please select the skill you want to enhance. He chose a moment of genius. You have used the artifact. He smiled triumphantly, his face filled with satisfaction. Your skills have gotten stronger, you get a moment of genius. You have acquired the artifact at the initial stage, additional effects will be provided. Skill effects are doubled. The running duration of the moment of genius has been changed to 10 minutes. He thought to himself, moment of genius is a very difficult skill to improve, because from the beginning it is already an overwhelming skill, so there are not many ways to make it stronger. One of those ways is to use scrolls. Having the creature at such an early stage is a good harvest. She excitedly asked him, did I get the results I wanted? I made up my mind, I can't get involved with him anymore. I replied, yes, if there's nothing else, please let me go first. She told him, okay go ahead, you must be very tired having to rescue your classmates in that test. He hesitantly explained, stammering like a chicken with its hair stuck in its hair, that, he thought, there was no point in hiding it any longer. He sighed, yes, it was just accidental. He begged her, please forget about it, I don't want to attract attention from the academy. She nodded, sure, no need to worry, just go back and rest. Knox, thank you, sincerely thank you for your generosity. As he walked, he looked back at her. Noah von Trinity was truly a dangerous person, he had to be more careful this time. She stood high, slowly watching his leaving shadow. There was a gentle whistling sound. She was excited, really looking forward to seeing what kind of monster he would become. Suddenly, she asked someone, do you think so? The morning sunlight shines down on the splendid golden castle. Professor Raz von Celestia is teaching, so you need to learn about the properties and characteristics of each element. Knox sat studying and thinking, the basic magic of the Empire. It was not mentioned in detail in the original story, but the important thing here is not the lesson, but Professor Raz von Celestia. The system displays information. Raz von Celestia, 35-year-old man, human race, main element is Earth, only achievement is being a professor at Elden Academy, as well as some other information here. He silently commented that he will play an important role in this chapter. He glanced at some information about the professor, shook his head and said, not very strongly, but knowing the information in advance is good. But he felt impressed by him, really impressed that he could become an academy professor with those skills. He ordered his students, let's start the lesson. But he also had certain questions. He seemed extremely proud and looked down on his classmates. He didn't know what talent such a person had. Principal Noah also had a very mischievous side. He groaned and introduced, not only the students of the academy but everyone on the continent possessed different elemental mana. He told his students, today, we will see what kind of things you possess and how to express it. He called out, Cadet Knox von Reinhardt. He nodded, yes. He continued to ask, do you know what element you possess? He replied, darkness. He asked, what are the characteristics of the element of darkness? He explained that, unlike the 4 basic elements, it is cloudy and does not mix with other elements, but its destructive power is much stronger than that of other elements. In return, it is notoriously difficult to control and only a few individuals or families can use it properly. He continued to question him, what the opposing element was. He answered confidently, the element of holy light. He's cold, if so. If the holy light element and the darkness element clash, which side do you think will prevail? He answered in a calm, holy voice. He slammed his hand on the table. People usually don't criticize the element passed down in their family. It seems you're a special case. I'll just ask one more question. The professor calmly asked the question, if you had to confront someone who possessed holy light magic, what would you do? He smiled faintly. If that person still doesn't know his advantage. If you appear dangerous, I will kill you immediately, ensuring that it will not create any trouble in your future. All the other students were very surprised by his answer. Even the professor had to gasp in surprise. What the hell is he saying? Sunlight shone down and filled the ancient castle. Schultz de Nefer was sitting in the room, shirtless, seemingly motionless. His shirt and hat were all lying on the floor, and suddenly he let out a soft groan. His mouth was tightly closed with a bandage, his other 2 hands were holding a syringe. He injected a whole big tube of medicine. When the solution began to be injected into his blood vessels, every vein on his body stood out clearly. Schultz looked like a devil right now. His entire body was covered in large and small blood vessels. He dropped the syringe, the few drops of solution left in the tube splashing everywhere. Schultz looked at his thin, pale body, with veins everywhere, and on his chest, for some reason, there was a large black goat in the middle. He slammed his hand against the wall. Now, just a little more and he could become a real devil. Suddenly, from the mirror, a blood-red hand with razor-sharp nails appeared. Someone told you, it's as you said, Schultz de Nefer. That's probably a devil. You will become a devil instead of a normal human. He encouraged him, you will not need to sleep or grow old, you will surpass human limits. He knelt down on the ground. Thank you, I will do everything in my power to resurrect you. In response, he just smiled triumphantly. Gently, he reached for his familiar beret. He put it on, arranged his clothes neatly as usual, and returned to his identity as Rick. He now looks no longer like Schultz de Nefer, but like the usual gentle Rick. The scene returns to the classroom. Knox continues to answer the teacher's questions. Yes, while that person is her natural enemy and he still knows nothing about her. He was answering very sharply, I will kill that person. I want to make sure that person will not cause any trouble for me in the future. Teacher Raz von Celestia said in surprise, you want to root out the weed before it becomes a problem in the future. I haven't thought of this answer yet. Knox explained, I'm sorry if that's not the correct answer, I just think it's the most effective way I can do. Compared to doing nothing and sitting still and waiting, the acting genius has activated strongly. Looking at his student, Mr. Raz silently commented, his eyes did not waver, his posture was unwavering and his shoulders did not sag. He suddenly understood. Knox von Reinhardt seemed like this kid wasn't joking. I was starting to understand why Dean Noah was interested in him, however. Teacher Raz ordered, teaching assistant, prepare the little devil immediately. He stammered, yes. He scowled at you, didn't you hear clearly? I'm telling you to prepare for the test. Mr. Raz thought to himself, that kid's arrogant attitude needed to be pulled down, otherwise it would be difficult to manage in the future. He stroked his beard, satisfied. To have a sharp sword, he needed to go through countless hours of practice. The necessary tools were brought, and some students also left their seats to go to the podium. The teaching assistant nervously picked up the towel and pulled it out. Everyone was so surprised, they could only stammer and stammer, that. Master Raz explained, they are the lowest ranked devils provided to the academy by the association. They are called little devils. The demon was skinny and had a strange shape, looking at everyone with angry eyes. A student cried out in fear. A devil, Mr. Raz reassured everyone. Although a bit aggressive, they were not very dangerous. They were as weak as paper. The students could easily defeat them, knock them down. There were whispers from everywhere, something, even that. A timid male student was scared. This is just the first class to get acquainted with magic. Is this the standard that every student needs to achieve when studying at Elden Academy? He cleared the order. Come on, focus. You guys are the elites who got accepted into the academy, right? Teacher Rez emphasized to his students that they must remember that their goal is not to become a knight or a magician. The goal is to destroy all evil on this continent to protect the people. He waved his hand. To do that, you need to have knowledge about demons, which you currently have very little knowledge of. Everyone looked at each other with unprecedented determination. Teacher Raz instructed that all of you must inject magic power into the cage to subdue the little demon. Knox was surprised, captured the devil, subdued, and he thought to himself, why did this thing appear here? He suddenly remembered, based on the original plot, this thing should only appear when I was in my second year. Something wasn't right. Meanwhile, Mr. Raz is telling the students, after concentrating magic power into the palm of their hand, transmit it to the target to be dealt with. He pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket. The test would end in 15 minutes. And he thought to himself, no matter how talented Reincarnation was, there was no way he would have expected a little devil to appear in the first class. A new student would be scared by a little devil to pee his pants. Stop. Confident professor, I will teach you how the world works. Reincarnation, practice is truth. Anyone can say it with their mouth. Suddenly, his face was wrinkled, sweat was pouring down. What is this? Inside the cage, the little devil was trembling in fear, holding his head in pain with both hands. He looked at it in surprise. What is going on with this devil? Other academies are being hypnotized by demons. What about this one? A student suddenly carried the cage containing the little devil and ran away shouting, Emma, I won't do that again. One female student held her head in her hands and complained. Something was strange, while another felt happy. The cake is so delicious. They were all confused, feeling like they had just lost consciousness. Emma, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Knox raised his hand. Professor, I'm sorry but... He proposed, can you change my little devil? I haven't done anything yet and it's already trembling in fear like this. He let out a loud sigh, his face drenched in sweat. Ha! Knox turned around in surprise. Who made that scared sound in class? His face still showed surprise. Mr. Raz excitedly asked him, Hey, Knox, how did you subdue the little devil? He quickly corrected, Wait, you just said you haven't had time to do anything yet. His eyes were shining like car headlights, his hands were clapping together. Great, I was so stupid not to notice your amazing talent. The professor decided, Great, I'll give you another chance. He pointed his finger at you. Listen here. In making a surprising announcement, I give you the opportunity to become the best student in this course. He thought to himself, the best student is what I think, right? Knox imagined himself, something like what I had seen in the movies, of becoming a teacher's assistant. Everyone exclaimed, so jealous. Would he become the professor's best student? He agreed because this was a rare opportunity. But he raised his hand and said, I refuse, having the reputation of being the best student but actually being a slave to the teacher. Mr. Raz was very surprised by this answer. My brother. He got angry and I refused that suggestion. The other students were stunned. You, what do you think you're saying? Everyone sighed with concern. Even Talia was surprised. I couldn't believe that he calmly refused after receiving such an offer. What kind of person are you? A few hours ago, when Raz von Celestia was walking in the hallway of the academy, Vernon rushed after him. Listen to me, that damn dirty white-haired boy is incredibly strong. He smiled with strong conviction and raised his voice. I assure you, that Knox kid is a crazy kid. Raz heard Vernon say that and immediately frowned. His voice was stern. Even so, then she's just a new student. He gently looked at the teacher next to him with a stern look and continued, Don't have such high expectations for new students. Vernon still wanted to persuade more with a very determined look. Raz, your problem is that you are too conservative. Principal Noah also told us to keep an eye on him. She definitely has talent. What else does she need to prove? That child is a talented student recognized as the best by one of the 4 great sages. Raz deliberately walked forward, still interrupting conservatively. I need to see for myself his abilities. Don't worry about this anymore. Vernon stood behind him and looked at him with his mouth open. That expression made Vernon feel helpless, this attitude of the teacher, hey wait for me, but Raz still walked forward. Returning to reality when he received a refusal from Knox, he was extremely surprised and refused. His whole body trembled, his eyes widened in shock, even his voice was unclear as to why. All the students standing there and witnessing were also extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Is he crazy? That is Professor Raz's opportunity to become a teaching assistant." Another student said, "He is a good person, the highest authority in magical education at the academy." The rumors continued to grow and never subsided. There were mountains of people lining up just to become his best student. I couldn't believe he missed that opportunity. Another student couldn't. He couldn't help but scoff. That was exactly what a good-for-nothing Reincarnation family would do. He literally just threw away an opportunity that fell from the sky. Someone immediately replied, "That's why useless people like him are not allowed here." Despite all the gossip and mockery of himself as a fool, Knox's opinion remained unshaken. He glanced at them and whispered, "Say whatever you like, I don't care." He just raised his hand to cover his annoyed face and thought to himself, "Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why do the people around me keep causing trouble for me?" At this time, in the group of students, someone suddenly spoke up, "Professor Raz, I have a question." Hearing that, Raz still maintained a sad look. "Speak up." As soon as he received the professor's approval, he immediately said, "Why did you give this opportunity to Reincarnation? Aren't there many students who are better than him?" Saying that, he happily extended his arm towards Echidna and Penelope and said, "Besides, your power is light magic, right? I think the princess and Echidna both deserve to be considered for the top student position." Knox crossed his arms and glanced at him while silently cursing, "Bastard, look at the way he took advantage of his powerful family to flatter the princess." But then he suddenly smiled, "But he is very smart, at least he knows how to rely on the right people. I will remember your face." When Raz heard his student ask that, he immediately coughed. "I am the one who makes the decision, of course based on a number of reasons." Seeing the professor preparing to say the reason, all the students there listened attentively. "If I didn't say it, the students might not be convinced, and it might also spread negative rumors that I was biased." Knox's talent. "So we will speak frankly." He suddenly turned his gaze towards Knox, "The reason he was the most suitable person to become my top student and teaching assistant." Suddenly, when he said this, his eyes towards him became strangely gentle and affectionate. This action made Knox gradually feel uncomfortable. He told him no and then again, he was too stubborn. At this moment Raz spoke again. "First let's start with how he overpowered the magic and controlled the demon." A moment after Raz had stated his entire reason, a monologue voice rang out, and that was it. Knox was now falling into deep contemplation. The summary of Professor Raz's opinion would be like this. "I don't know why, but I overpowered the demon quickly. Even though it was just a low-level demon, it wasn't easy to do it for the first time, so it was no surprise that Professor Raz was attracted to it. Second, his talent is a genius who is sensitive to magic power. Professor Raz has been pursuing magic for a long time. It's easy for someone like him to distinguish between those who have magical talent and those who don't. Now, Raz was reaching out to him and speaking, with all that in mind. It's fair to say that Knox will become my #1 student." At this point, he turned his eyes full of expectation towards me with a friendly smile. Faced with that expectation, Knox returned, "I'm not afraid to repeat, I already said I won't be your teaching assistant, teacher." He didn't want to accept this truth, so he said, "Knox, just take your time and think more." Perhaps because he thought this was an impulsive decision on Knox's part, he patted me on the shoulder and told me, "You're deciding too hastily," but I felt uncomfortable and reminded him, "Please wipe your saliva, then let's talk." Then he looked at the decision to leave, before turning around and saying with a careless look, "From the beginning there was a more suitable candidate here than me, so I would be very grateful if you ignore this suggestion, for you." Seeing his figure gradually move away, Raz was extremely panicked, his hands clenched and he kept calling, "Knox, Knox." Right now, many eyes are focused on him. Some people are worried, others have curious eyes. Even Penelope feels the same way. "He's different from what I heard." Echidna just heard her say that and confessed, "It's my fault." Her eyes full of guilt glanced at the princess. My ability to gather information was still lacking. Penelope quickly replied, "It's okay, Echidna." She hesitated a bit and then said, "I think I'm a little curious about him. Knox von Reincarnation. Will he become a light to help the royal family or a dark cloud hovering over our heads?" The scene gradually moves to another time. Now Knox is standing tiredly next to the hallway panting. He wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Why is he suddenly acting like that?" He looked at me like a bee saw honey or something. His hands clenched, his expression annoyed, and he lamented, "Why couldn't there be a normal character in the novel Inner Lunatic?" Then he leaned his head against the next door, his voice filled with fatigue. "I have to push him far away to live a peaceful life in this academy." Night has gradually fallen and covered everywhere, now at Knox's residence. He sat in the room with a haggard expression. At this moment he received a question: "Did something bad happen in the academy, sir?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Well, extremely terrible." Knox von Reinhardt couldn't help but remember every moment in the hallway and in the classroom. Raz was also behind him whispering in his ear, "Becoming my #1 student." Even when he was in the cafeteria, he tried to sit across from me and repeated, "Becoming my #1 student." However, that wasn't the most terrifying thing. While he was in the academy's bathroom, he also heard his name being called from behind. Raz poked his head through the door again and said, "Please become my #1 student," which made me feel extremely angry. A scream emitted from his throat, attracting the attention of those outside. When meeting Knox outside the bathroom door, Raz still tried to say more. "Knox, have you finished thinking? Become my #1 student." "I'm tired of hearing these words, Professor Raz." Knox deliberately said one sentence and then coldly turned away. "Please stop, forgive me, the teacher is crazy." Faced with words that were said straight to his face, he seemed very happy, even patting my shoulder, and compliment, "I really like the way you talk so rudely, I really like it." The more Knox remembered that moment, the more disgusted he felt. Damn, Professor Raz kept telling me to become his #1 student. Jitri heard the master complaining and could only advise, "I think it was because he was too excited to find a talented person like you." "But the Professor Raz you mentioned is the one who is the best at magic theory in the academy, right?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Jitri was even more surprised. "So that's strange. According to others, I remember that he was a good professor. Why does he keep clinging to the young man like that?" Knox von Reinhardt looked at the servant next to him and said, "I also know that he is a pretty good person." Then he quietly looked through the window and added, "The main problem was his attributes." At the same time, right at Theo von Reinhardt's luxurious mansion, something was happening. The bodyguards inside the palace are extremely tense and ready to fight. "Stop him, don't let him pass." At this moment, there was a bloody sword dragging on the floor, creating a dark red streak of blood. The person holding that heartless knife was Garen von Reinhardt. He boldly stepped forward, his whole body emitting a terrifyingly dark aura. The bodyguards saw him entering and immediately shouted, "Everyone quickly get him back. Didn't you hear what the clan leader said? You can't let young Master Garen enter." Faced with this, Garen gave a scornful smile, truly cruel. His footsteps still did not stop, that dark purple aura was still emitted. He arrogantly walked past the bodyguards, who could only look on in shock and made no move to restrain him. Just one glance from him made them tremble. Before continuing, he said one more sentence, "That's not the way a father treats his son, right?" At this time, Theo von Reinhardt and Rodwell de Ernerk were in the office. They were all extremely shocked when the door opened. Garen von Reinhardt arrogantly walked inside. Rodwell looked at him in extreme surprise. He couldn't even move because of that terrifying aura. Young Master Garen had become even more powerful and terrifying in such a short period of time. Facing this cold-blooded boy, Theo still kept a calm expression. "Garen, I don't think you will return to Reinhardt again." Faced with this sentence, Garen didn't seem to care much. "Why do I need to have a reason to return to my home, father?" Hearing that, he was upset again. His eyes were extremely cold and emphasized, "This place is still your home." A sudden silence appeared between the two of them. After that, Garen also smiled slightly and nodded, "I'm sure I told you, it's time to give up." Then he raised his face to look at him and said, "Dad, you probably don't have much time left, right?" Theo said bluntly with an indifferent gesture, "That's none of my business." Garen used his quiet voice to threaten again, "Demons are always lurking around his father. When he becomes weak, they will grow stronger, and devour everything in sight." Theo still wasn't the least bit moved by what he said. "It sounds like you want that to happen to me." Garen continued to speak, "Father, what I need to do here is very simple." Then he used his tone to interrogate his father, trying to find out where that sword was. Theo's face gradually changed when he heard him ask, "What?" Garen rolled his eyes again and asked, "The first clan leader's sword." "Where did you hide the Stormbringer's sword?" Upon hearing his son mention a name that shouldn't be said, Theo von Rienhofer immediately became tense, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Jean von Rienhofer, how dare you mention the name of the first homeowner, you so forget about it. Before these words, Garen von Rienhofer appeared very calm. That's important now. The important thing now is to become stronger and build a more powerful force. That's what's important to him, an aristocrat. He still kindly said, you don't know what's really important. What surprised them was that at this time, Garen von Rienhofer suddenly taunted his father about the past. If he knew clearly what was so important, then why did he let that woman die? As soon as he finished speaking, the two men froze. Rodwell de Ernerk wanted to make eye contact with Garen to remind him, no, you must not mention that woman in front of the homeowner. As for Theo von Rienhofer, when he heard his son say that, his face darkened. You just said that woman, you are being too disrespectful to me. Garen said seriously, my mother is Priscilla von Aurel, I only have that mother. Moreover, he tried to emphasize further that that woman was father's mistake, and she was just a guest in the Rienhofer family. Theo von Rienhofer could not stand Garen's constant words, he coldly shouted and went out. But he still wanted to say more. Father, he immediately blocked his throat with his hand that was tightening more and more on the chair, his voice also became more ferocious, I said get out. Theo von Rienhofer looked at his son with murderous eyes and threatened, I don't want to behead my son myself. Garen couldn't do anything now, he hesitated for a moment and then said, T will regret it. As Garen turned to leave, he added, soon, Dad will understand, it's for you. Until I walked out the door of the clinic, I still tried to turn my head and repeat the sentence, it's for my child. Theo still just looked at him lightly without saying a word. Witnessing the homeowner's unstable mood, Rodwell immediately asked if the homeowner was okay, but unexpectedly he said the next thing, apologizing for letting him see that side of his personality. Rodwell heard this and immediately said, please don't say that, I will be loyal to the Rienhofer family, but if the whole world knows that Mr. Garen is shaking hands with the devil, I'm afraid everything will be dangerous. He suddenly hesitated for a moment and then spoke up his idea, so I thought I should quickly choose a new heir. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately glanced at the homeowner to gauge his reaction. After listening, Theo immediately fell into deep contemplation, one person, trying something new. Rodwell immediately replied, yes, we just received some good news. He held a small scroll in his hand and said, Mr. Knox is the top student in Elden's entrance exam this time. Theo replied casually, so, as I remember, the new principal of Elden Academy to be. Jutri hastily said, yes, Noah von Trinity. He then opened the scroll and continued to introduce, one of the four sages who recognized Mr. Knox's talent. Theo pondered something again and suddenly his name was Knox von Rienhofer. Jutri was so tense observing his attitude that his hand tightly grasped the scroll and didn't let go, thinking to himself, maybe it's still not big enough but if it really has talent like what I've seen, then it has a lot of potential. However, thinking about this, his eyes clearly showed his tension and worry. He had a strong belief in his heart that Mr. Knox might sit in that position. The scene gradually shifts to the next day. At this time Raz and Knox are talking in the room. He is still extremely earnest, become my student. But he still flatly refused, I don't want to, seeing that Razbian offers attractive benefits, you will sponsor me a lot, I will be able to graduate from Elden Academy without worrying about anything, any fees at all. After hearing this, Knox was even less interested, I have a lot of money, don't you know I'm from the Rienhofer family, he immediately added, along with a great reputation. But his eyes were still lifeless and he replied with a careless look, what is the use of fame, it is just an unnecessary luxury for you. Raz was extremely sad when he rejected me again and again, but still earnestly regretting his talent. Knox, please think again. Knox was also extremely confused at this time, thinking to himself, going crazy, he just kept looking at it. He suddenly sighed. My mind suddenly went back to the night before when I was talking about this with the servant. Jutri advised me, shouldn't you listen to him if he's really sincere? She also added more convincingly to you, I observed Professor Razmore and realized that this was not like what he did at all. They said he was a teacher who only focused on helping vulnerable students. Hearing this, Knox suddenly laughed and scratched his head. You're right, I can't keep avoiding this forever, no matter how crazy the teacher is, he will give up when he knows what I'm missing. She quickly replied, yes, I also find him a bit strange. Back to reality, after a moment of thinking, Knox von Rienhofer finally spoke, making Raz a bit startled, even though he had already explained it yesterday. But really I still don't understand, why would a good professor like you want me to be his student? As soon as the question was finished, he did not hesitate to answer, because I am excellent. Knox seemed to be skeptical and continued to ask, I want to hear the real reason, why does it have to be me? He raised his head to look at him and continued speaking, not the other excellent students. Rez hesitated a bit then asked, do you have time? Knox was still talking, he must have heard that you are a useless person, maybe he still didn't understand so he replied, what? At this time, Knox put his hands on the table again, his eyes a bit dark and replied, meaning I have nothing but time. Rez laughed happily, it was a good joke. He started to ask, so can you listen to my story, can you enjoy the cup of tea I have prepared? This is the best herbal tea I bought from the rival and merchant group. I only answer him with 3 words, you will listen. He poured a cup of tea and said, the reason why I need you, I mean an excellent student, is so that I can complete my research. Knox seemed quite surprised. His teacher's research, he replied, must be to be able to have a weak person, unable to use mana. Rez also honestly expressed that only then can I fulfill my wish, that's why I need you. Just seeing his face through a cup of tea, you can see his sincerity clearly expressed, because he doesn't want anyone to die, because he is too weak to struggle with life. Speaking of this, he suddenly felt sad, yes, just like the way his son died. This is beyond Knox's understanding, causing him to ponder the story behind each character that he does not know when focusing on inner lunatic. In this world there will always be unexpected situations. At this time, the noble professor's story was officially revealed through his story. Born into a family from the title Celestia and ruling the entire family, he had no outstanding talents but was able to accept it into Elden Academy the amount of theory he had and became a professor. When actually fighting, the teacher always gives bad results, and his friends always look down on him. No matter how well the teacher did his writing, they never stopped looking down on him. He always overcame that inferiority complex with his research. After a period of continuous hard work, he became a professor and even married a woman. However, no one fully recognized his achievements when he was a professor. All his achievements were publicized under someone else's name and everyone looked down on him. Even though everything is like that, he still has a son with his wife. The teacher's only child grew up and was accepted into Elden Academy. He overcame all difficulties and graduated. He told the teacher, your father will work hard so that everyone respects him. I was very happy to hear him say that. My son joined the army directly under your majesty and went to the front lines to fight. He wanted to return victorious so that everyone could respect me and raise the reputation of the Celestia family. But on the battlefield, my son died. It died not long after the battle began. It died after being hit by an arrow containing mana. Is this enough for you to understand why you are so obsessed with research for the weak? After hearing this story, it also made Knox have certain thoughts. This story is not too outstanding. The cruel world of inner lunatic. There are many such stories out there. His eyes slightly shifted to Raz's body. A question briefly appeared, but why? He stared at the sturdy back looking up at the sky. A thought arose in his heart. The back of the professor he saw through the screen and the back of Professor Raz now looked different, so much each other. Finally he came to the conclusion, I think I understand a bit of his loneliness. After a moment of contemplation, Knox finally spoke up, I'm sorry but after hearing the teacher's story I became more certain. I knew there was someone more suitable than me. Someone who will listen to your story and take it more seriously than me. I think that person is the real teacher at this time. Raz heard him say that. His face was a bit bewildered. After that, Knox just left a photo on the table, got ready and left, seeing him again in the next class. When he was gone, he was alone in the room. He immediately looked at the photo placed neatly on the table. In the photo is a teenager with purple hair looking at the photo with a smile. Raz looked at it with sad eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, they are so similar. The forest scene shifts to Knox's palace as night falls. After returning, Knox received news that was truly a disaster. His expression was annoyed and he kept asking Jatri, what? Say it again, who came back? She heard him ask and immediately replied, the eldest son of the Reincarnation family, Mr. Garen has returned. So several guards have died. Hearing this I became even more nervous. A sudden surge of hatred made him repeat his name, Garen. I suddenly thought in my head, the eldest prince, Louis and the #1 villain of Inner Lunatic. Finally starting to take action. In Knox von Reinhaffer's room, a deep sigh suddenly sounded. He was still deep in thought, the one who caused the worst ending. Then I didn't know why but asked, Jatri, you recently came to our mansion, right? This question of yours made you a little startled. But it's not a lie to admit, yes Mr. Butler Rodwell agreed to train us, so I went there with Rona. This information made him extremely surprised. What? His eyes were deeply filled with an inner feeling that he scratched and despised the second wife of homeowner Theo, that is Knox's mother. The person that homeowner Theo really loved was her, not his biological mother, his. I don't know if he hates Knox, but if so then he might even be able to harm Jitri. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, then sighed. Why does Knox have so many enemies? Then he seriously asked, did Garen do anything to her? Jitri thought for a moment, then hesitantly spoke, thinking about it. When Knox heard this, he couldn't hide his anger. He clenched his fists in his palms and silently cursed, this bastard, is he really causing trouble and bothering her? Jitri said a little worriedly, Gia, Garen keeps following me. Hearing her say that, Knox immediately stiffened, his eyes clearly showing disbelief. Jitri saw that the homeowner's expression gradually became awkward, her eyes could not control herself and avoided him. At the moment when Jitri was at the mansion with Rona standing on the side chatting, Garen coldly walked in. Seeing him, the two of them quickly moved aside and respectfully bowed their heads to let Garen go. But suddenly at this moment he stopped and glanced to the side, slightly frowning. Seeing Jitri suddenly became a little curious, what was that maid? She looked so special. Garen then called out, hey. Who are you? I've never seen you before. She quickly bowed and introduced herself, hello young master, I am young master Knox's close maid, my name is Jitri, it's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing that, Garen immediately said, that's enough of the procedure. Suddenly he walked closer to her and made an offer, I want you to become my maid, I know you are capable of many things. His eyes looking at her were a bit coercive and a bit scary, inside you have enough ambition to make me satisfied. Faced with this proposal, Jitri did not hesitate to refuse, I'm sorry, but I have already served Master Knox. I'm afraid I have to refuse your proposal, your words have made him unhappy, his newly smiling face has wrinkled, his voice has become more irritable, whatever. He still tried to ask, I'm sure you know who I am, wondering why you rejected me, facing an aggressive person that made her awkwardly keep touching her apron. Garen still didn't stop, that bastard Knox gave you a lot of money. Jitri immediately denied this question, no, simply because I wanted to serve him. Garen was not satisfied with this answer, becoming even angrier, is that what you want? That is not something that an ordinary person like you has the right to decide, whether to accept or not accept. Witnessing his ferocity made Rona worried, but Jitri still calmly replied, that was the reason the other day, Mr. Knox always respected me, I'm sorry, I don't know you what kind of person is he, but above all, I want to be by Master Knox's side to see what he can do in the future. Hearing this, Garen found it even more unbelievable, he couldn't believe that she would want to serve a little rat like him, what a strange person, perhaps because of this thought he wanted to convince her to the end, I will pay you 3 times what he paid you. Faced with a lucrative bait, Jitri flatly refused, she bowed her head at a 90-degree angle and cautiously said, excuse me. This action made Garen's face wrinkle like a jujube. Returning to reality at the end of the flashback, Jitri told Knox that he wanted me to be his maid and even wanted to increase my salary. Hearing that, he quickly asked, how much? Jitri did not bother to hide and immediately answered, 3 times. As soon as her words ended, he thought a lot, even though I also have money, the real story hasn't even begun yet, there will still be many things to do, I can't use that much money now, this. But I couldn't give up on Jitri, and for her part, when she saw Knox remaining silent for a long time, she was extremely curious. He suddenly grimaced and continued to sigh. Then he stood up and said, if you want to increase your salary, I will also increase it 3 times like him. This sentence of his made her a bit surprised. Knox didn't pay too much attention to that expression and just said, don't worry about it and just focus on work. After hearing what he said, Jitri finally couldn't help it anymore but burst out laughing. It was clear that he was talking very seriously, but making her laugh made him very confused. Jitri also realized his mistake and quickly turned away, then couldn't control his speech disorder. I'm sorry, error. This action of hers made Knox feel like lightning was exploding in his ears, panicking in his heart. What just happened? Did she just laugh? It couldn't be. But on the outside he still tried to stay calm and asked, have you decided to work with Garen? What he said was the answer, you've been thinking a lot these days. Jitri said sincerely at this time, I will not follow young Master Garen, and the salary I currently receive is enough. Hearing her teacher say that, he couldn't hide his wonder, so why did she laugh? Jitri didn't answer at all, I couldn't say. Knox sternly suggested. It was an order. She knew she couldn't avoid it and immediately came up with an excuse. I suddenly thought of something funny, so I just laughed. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smirk. Jitri, you're really bad at lying. But she still didn't respond and looked away and sighed softly. Knox didn't want to interrogate her any further at this time. He walked outside with his cold, unpleasant face, thinking, whatever, as long as he doesn't lose her, he said before leaving. But Garen, that bastard, once he catches you, don't try to run away. Of course that's the story after I became stronger, he thought to himself like that, then deliberately coughed. The scene gradually moved to Elden Academy, at a training area with green grass, on which were many students wearing white shirts and black pants. They were practicing frantically. There are 5 mandatory classes at Elden Academy that new students will have to take, the first being the history of the Archeim Empire. Talks about the creator god Arden and the strongest unified kingdom that humans have forgotten. Second is the art of horseback riding. Third is the code of chivalry and etiquette in the academy. The fourth is the Empire's basic magic. And finally, the subject Knox had the most difficulty with. When all the students were jogging persistently, Knox seemed to be falling behind, his body shaking weakly as if he could not continue running anymore. The subject that made him look like that was the curse of physical training. Every step he took was extremely heavy, one step required him to breathe. Even lifting the bar was extremely difficult, even though he tried his best, it was still difficult to complete it. After a while of practice, Knox was finally able to rest on the green grass, drinking sips of water and panting. Knox's physical strength was at its limit. Just as he was bringing the water bottle to his mouth, someone walked up to him and said, "That's strange, Knox." That person was the academy's lecturer. He said, "You are like a mayfly." Knox's words just woke up and he couldn't help but spit water out. He wiped his mouth uncomfortably and glanced at the lecturer very sharply, wondering what he meant. He also quickly answered, "I am very good at achieving results within limits, but it seems like you're having a lot of trouble when it comes to physical strength, like you're blocked by a wall that you can't overcome." His words made him secretly admit that the lecturer at Elden Academy was different, just like he said. That's because of Knox's terminal illness attribute. Knox's stamina was stuck at 15, only half of his maximum stamina. At this time he stood up, his eyebrows furrowed, clearly showing his unpleasant attitude. "Aren't you a lecturer? Why did you say such depressing words?" Hearing that, he quickly replied, "I'm sorry if it's a bit rude, but it would be better if you paid attention to what I said." He explained very conscientiously, "If you keep doing this reckless exercise, you might shorten your lifespan." Knox had no choice but to obediently answer, "Okay, I will remember." His eyes stared helplessly at the words, "Your lifespan is decreasing at a rapid rate." Then he thought, "You're still counting down in your head, how can you not pay attention to what's going on?" the teacher said. His face was irritated, his eyes clearly showed the frustration in his heart. He couldn't help but say it out loud. It was really annoying. Not far away all his actions were recorded in Paracelsus's sight. He looked at him with eyes filled with curiosity. "I still can't understand him. He did everything in the entrance test to get first place, but now he's hiding his physical strength." Based on his speculation, he said that this was definitely related to him acting like a useless person. Paracelsus's tracking eyes were finally discovered by the sea-jumping Knox, who quickly turned a sharp glare on him. Then he laughed softly, "Annoying bastard, if I take the test again now, I will lose to him." At a bustling market with many people passing by, Knox is now hiding behind a mysterious black suit. Even though he covered himself very carefully, he was still discovered. He didn't expect to meet him in a place like this. It turned out that the voice belonged to Rick, he said cheerfully, the youngest son of the Reincarnation family. Knox clearly expressed his disgust when seeing his appearance. He silently asked in his heart why. "He's following me again, that amazing guy who ruined this game." After Rick's seemingly friendly greeting, Knox looked at him with murderous eyes, thinking to himself, Rick's real name is Schultz de Nefer. The person who created the worst ending was equal to Crown Prince Louis von Archeim. Then he quickly looked at Rick's information as the system compiled some basic things such as personal information, attributes, stats, passive skills and negotiation modifications as active skills. He looked at it thoughtfully for a long time. Based on the knowledge he already knew combined with the system's news, Knox also came to a conclusion that he would later attack the Rivalan Merchant Guild and betray Eleanor. So he is the #1 target I have to avoid. Thinking so, he looked at him with a solemn look and said, "You are the one who brought that gift to me before, what's wrong?" Rick heard him ask that and replied, "It's not important, it's just that I saw a noble from an influential family like Reincarnation walking around without a defender, so I was a bit confused." Hearing that, Knox said coldly, "It's none of your business." Faced with this cold and somewhat hateful attitude of his, Rick still maintained a cheerful attitude and replied, "That's right." Suddenly, the next second he clapped his hands loudly, "It's fate that we met here. If you need to buy some items, do you need my help? I have a lot of free time right now." Knox didn't say what he said was true. "I doubt that was the only mission the Rivalan family assigned to you." Faced with this doubt, Rick respectfully replied, "Up until now the great nobles have always turned a blind eye to servants who deviated from their work a little." He opened his eyes and flashed a meaningful look at Knox. Facing those eyes, he still showed his coldness. Living in a world of lies, facing a sinister person he understands very well, "I have to find out what he is planning. There must be a reason for him to approach me." Then in a cold and disgusted voice, he said, "I don't like people who talk too much." Rick could only laugh when he heard it. "Yes." Then he bowed his head and gave a friendly smile. "I will remember this well." The scene gradually moves to Eleanor de Rivalan's mansion. At this time, Eleanor was sitting at the table sleeping across the papers. A servant came to her with a stack of papers in his hand and said, "This is the document that the lady requested." Eleanor held it out and took it, not forgetting to say, "Thank you." She seriously took out each page of documents and observed them meticulously. In a pile of documents, there was a piece of paper with Knox's photo on it and his full name in the title. Eleanor looked at it for a long time with a very thoughtful expression on her face. Knox von Reincarnation. She is extremely confused and doesn't understand why he saved her. Eleanor sat at the table thinking for a long time. But even so, she still couldn't find the answer. He had no reason to do so. First, the Reincarnation family has almost no interaction with the Rivalan family. If he wanted to achieve something he could have agreed to Professor Burnham's proposal, but he refused it. The youngest son of the Reincarnation family that I know does not have such kindness. What's certain is that he started behaving differently since the Lost Children Forest incident, but I don't know the reason for this change. The more she thought, the more confused her mind became, and the more her judgment became erroneous. Finally, she closed her eyes, frowned slightly, and sighed. Her mind suddenly remembered the young man named Rick. There are not too many questions left. His recent whereabouts are a bit strange. He is also gathering people in the Merchant Guild. But when she thought about it, she was not at all wary and thought that it probably wouldn't cause any trouble. After a period of fruitless reflection, Eleanor had to look at her file again. She stood up and looked through the glass window. She looked for a long, long time. Her eyes seemed to contain some sadness. While in a confused mood, she gently closed her eyes. A piece of memory from the past suddenly reappeared. She remembered the time when her father clung to her arms angrily and scolded her even though her tears were flowing. "How stupid, why did you do that?" He glared at her fiercely and said, "If necessary, he must sacrifice everything he has." His hand squeezed her shoulder. Eleanor looked bewildered. Her tears seemed to freeze at those words. Right at that moment, another memory of a dark day also appeared in her memory, at a church with a classic appearance. She was still small and wearing a black outfit standing next to a woman. Eleanor still didn't understand what was going on that day and could only look innocently at the woman next to her who was sadly shedding tears. Her eyes slightly shifted forward. There was a woman with red hair and white clothes lying there as if in an eternal dream. A soft voice rang out, "Mom." When she remembered it, Eleanor bowed her head again. In the end, her tears could no longer be controlled and instead ran in streams. Back to reality, she was still standing silently by the glass door without saying a word. Perhaps her heart was aching as she remembered her bad memories. The scene gradually moves to the bustling market where Knox von Reincarnation and Rick have a meeting. They are standing together at a stall selling goods. Rick then repeatedly introduced that there was no need to buy a high-end crystal ball to use in magic class. When you turned second year you would be given an even better crystal ball for free. For cauldrons and ladles used in alchemy, you should buy one made of special iron. Items will usually be made in an empty chemical room, only needing to meet minimum requirements. Rick pointed at a stall again and said, "The shop you saw over there is affiliated with the Eleanor Merchant Guild, so you can buy goods at a reasonable price." At this moment, Rick paused with a thoughtful look on his face, to see what else was there. Even though he was still very enthusiastic about introducing him one item after another, his doubts still did not subside. His eyes were still not gentle. Even in his thoughts he was cautious, even though he was not. "I want to admit it, but Rick really has talent." trickster attributes and negotiation modifier passive skills he has. If he wasn't a demon, I would consider recruiting him, but... Just thinking of this, Rick Trang's conversation with the adults suddenly returned. He came to him and said, "You must have bought everything you need." Knox heard that and politely replied, "Yes, this is enough." He glanced at him with sharp eyes like a knife and said, "But I still don't know why you came to see me." Before this question, Rick seemed somewhat embarrassed. The next second Knox reached out and grabbed his collar. He quickly used his strength to smash his brother into the wall, acting so quickly and decisively that even Rick was caught off guard. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at him and quickly interrogated him. "Why did you approach me?" Rick still wanted to continue pretending, so he smiled wryly and deliberately asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing this hypocrisy of his, he pinned him tighter against the wall. His voice became irritated for a moment. "Don't waste my time." Knowing he couldn't avoid it anymore, Rick gradually revealed, "Well, it seemed like our conversation had to be brief." He raised a somewhat provocative look and said, "I'll get straight to the point." Just a second later, a red and black aura suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Knox immediately felt it and quickly turned his head to look. As soon as he saw it, he discovered that this was a barrier, which looked like soundproofing magic. At this point Rick showed a devilish face. He firmly grabbed his wrist and bluntly said, "Betray the Reincarnation family and become the Crown Prince's servant." His strength was so strong that it was difficult for him to escape. His trembling hand pulled Rick's shirt shoulder. Then it was discovered that there was a dark space in his chest, with black veins surrounding it. Finding this, his eyes became angrier and he quickly discovered that the person he was following was not the Crown Prince, but a demon, right? Hearing him say that, Rick's face flashed with surprise, and his chest also showed the shape of a devil more clearly. His eyes suddenly narrowed again. Then he exclaimed, "He really knows a lot." Rick suddenly smirked again. Black veins appeared more and more. "I didn't think it was my master." Knox was now extremely tense, staring at him, perhaps waiting for his next words. Rick's eyes lit up at this moment. He smiled devilishly. On his chest appeared more clearly the image of an evil demon that looked very much like a goat. With his sinister smile he continued, "He didn't like that." Knox slightly lowered his head and called bail. He then asked, "Do you really think that your master will satisfy your wishes?" He confidently replied, "Of course." Hearing him say that, he pushed his hand away. "Then tell me, I hope you won't regret it." Then he also adjusted his outfit to make it serious. He had just finished dressing up when he told me to say it just in case. He just wiped his hands and walked away to his surprise and said, "If you dare insult me and my family again," he said with sharp eyes, "that I will kill you." He was a little scared and replied, "I would remember." Then he left that alley. In the forest, Vernon was standing in front of the group of students and said, "Okay, everyone has gathered, we will start today's lesson." A brown-haired boy asked if that was the crazy lecturer from before. The black-haired boy standing behind asked the bald man in surprise. A blond guy wearing glasses gently pushed the glasses and told him to be careful. Then he said that calling a non-bald person a bald person is okay, but calling a bald person is very rude. The other students were immediately surprised when they were lectured at their careless words. Suddenly Vernon coughed softly. Veins appeared on his face, but in his heart he told himself to calm down. "I can't trample on the Academy's kindergarten just because of this hairless head." After regaining his composure, he said he would tell you about the location of today's lesson first. Let the students look around, and then he said, "This place is Clariel Plain. This is a famous place in Elden Academy with many fragrant flowers and strange grass." The support teachers led the horses behind him and he told the students that they would learn basic horseback riding here. After explaining, he said, "Okay, try riding the horse that you were assigned or the horse you brought yourself." A dissatisfied student complained that "I still haven't had a chance to visit this place." Another student wondered if there were people who brought their own horses. A girl with moss green hair worriedly said, "A horse? I've never ridden a horse before." The disgruntled red-haired girl asked why we had to go to Elden Academy just to learn horseback riding. The blonde kid next to us disgruntledly said, "We didn't have a choice. This is a compulsory subject. If we get an F we'll be expelled, you know." Knox suddenly appeared, led the horse and called Carl. Vernon saw that his students had chosen their horses and immediately said, "Okay, you guys should try riding." He also advised to hold the reins tightly to avoid falling. He looked at Paracelsus and admired how good he was at riding a horse. Then he told himself that if he had lived in the East for so long, he must know how to ride a camel or horse. Everyone stood in the distance looking at him and Carl and then talking about whether that was a black horse. A jealous guy said how could a worthless guy like him own such a good horse. One person said the Reincarnation family was rich, although still not as rich as the Revolin family. He chuckled and admitted that Carl was indeed a good horse. Then he proudly thought that this was the benefit of a former player. The red-haired boy happily told me he had done it. Vernon complimented that good, slowly communicate with your horse and ride it. Seeing that everyone had settled down, he said okay, it seems like you guys are used to your horses. Then he shouted loudly and said it was time to start the main race of today's lesson. The students were surprised, so they asked in unison what the race was like. It's a question, but hasn't everyone here just started riding horses today? What does a moss-haired kid say? Is it unreasonable? The other boy angrily pointed at the horse and said that the horse was planning to kick me to death. Teacher. One worried kid said he was going crazy. The boy wearing glasses seriously said he was probably angry because they called him bald. Suddenly the teacher appeared from behind and gave him a blow on the back of the head and he lay unconscious. Then the teacher stood there seriously and said the racing rules were very simple. The students reluctantly stood there watching their classmates faint and heard the teacher tell them they would ride their horses and turn the corner. The teacher showed the direction to the students and told them that place was located in the unnamed forest at the end of the forest and to return to this place. The teacher also gave a reward that the first person to return will get extra points, if you have any questions. He stood from afar looking at the teacher and joked that the rules were as simple as his head. He called Talia and said it wasn't important. Let's go, she asked confusedly. What did you just say? He didn't say much but climbed on the horse and said it was nothing, she should take care of herself. He recalled that although horseback riding was a class that everyone had to take, the events that happened were also very important. There was an episode about the first time a demon appeared. Because they just appeared for the first time, everything was arranged for the main character to encounter the demons. Rudger, the demon who appeared in that episode, trapped the students in the unnamed forest. The main character then overcame the demon along with the students of the academy. After recalling the plot, he concluded that this episode's sequence was like this. But he remembered and thought, but there is no main character here. Instead, in a place with so many people with strong personalities like this, I don't know how things will turn out without a leader. Then he frowned and thought it was important to think clearly, but there had to be action. Talia worriedly asked Knox, do you want to come with me? She quickly explained that I was not afraid, just in case something happened. After all, the forest is a quite dangerous place. Eleanor glared at her and asked if it seemed like she had enough confidence to take care of others in the race. He angrily approached Eleanor and asked if she could stop bothering me and go on her way. She frowned. Then quietly went to his horse. Talia seemed to understand what he meant, so she said, well, maybe that's what the race is, it's best to return as quickly as possible. She hesitantly told Knox, you go first, I'm not good at riding horses. He interrupted what she was saying and said the race wasn't important. After speaking, he took the horse and left, leaving her bewildered. Wonder if racing is not important, then what is important? The students took their positions and the teacher called for the race to begin. The students shouted in unison, let's go. After starting, the group of students rushed away with their steeds. He started last, so he had to try to rise. Interspersed between the sounds of galloping horses were shouts of hurry up, hey ya. A kid turned around and looked at the group behind him and said I wouldn't lose to a group of civilians who had never ridden a horse. Suddenly Carl felt something strange, so he had an unusual reaction. He understood what it meant, so he comforted Carl. I know, the system displays a notification that due to the effect of the sensitive magic genius, the circle has appeared. Talia, Knox and a few students were surrounded in the magic circle and the students shouted something in panic. Two students who didn't understand anything asked, what is that? He remained calm and explained that this was teleportation magic. Everyone just stay still. I told them if you don't want to die, all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was teleported along with screaming sounds. A demon appeared after the group was teleported away and it was Rugger. He said finally, my chance for revenge has come. He reassured everyone that everyone should stay put. Then he said in a serious voice unless he wanted to die here. Then he dismounted. Then told Carl, it's all up to you. The group of students panicked and asked what was going on. After a moment of chaos, the group of students was teleported to an empty lot. A girl rubbed her head and complained that my head hurts. Where are we? Another male friend, as soon as he sat up, replied that it seemed like we were in the forest. A girl with short brown hair argued, "We're still in the plains." Everyone began to lose their composure and panicked, discussing what was going on. Was this also a test? Knox seemed to feel a bit of magical energy passing by, so he thought this must be teleportation magic. He looked up at the magic energy that had just disappeared and said, but unlike Principal Noah's magic, the move itself seemed unstable. Penelope approached and asked him if he knew what was going on. He replied that I was trying to find out the reason. He suddenly asked, "But surely there are other people besides us who don't belong to the academy." Echidna angrily asked what he was talking about. If he knew anything, he should tell us the details. I seriously said, "Know your identity, Echidna, you are not a princess." He used angry eyes and said in a harsh voice that there was no reason for me to tell her. Her face darkened and she gritted her teeth. Eleanor approached everyone and asked about teleportation magic. "You said that right, and this was due to outside influence." He glanced at her and replied yes. Having gotten the answer she wanted, she asked him again why he thought that way. Talia stood next to her and shyly asked, "I also wondered why he thought that way. Maybe this was a test for other professors too." He sighed and thought this was why people who lived comfortably couldn't do it. They were too complacent. He thought to himself, this is inner lunatic. We are in a game known to be one of the hardest. He told everyone the magical energy looked too unstable. The system immediately jumped out and told me to activate the acting genius. He explained that it was an indeterminate form, evidenced by the fact that it completely disregarded the safety of its target and only focused on its main function. A student heard that and immediately replied, "Yes, the format is very strange, and if it was done by the professors, they definitely wouldn't want to endanger us." Then Leon added to the group, "There was no reason for them to do that to children from prestigious families in Elden." That young man asked everyone that I agree with Knox. What do you think? Penelope thought to herself that she didn't want to admit it, but he was right. She glanced at the teleportation circle and thought the format was extremely unstable. There was indeed an outside influence. Suddenly the hair on the back of her neck got creepy because she thought, could it be because of her brother? He interrupted her thoughts and told everyone that whatever, we have to get out of here quickly. A blonde-haired young man immediately responded and replied that I agreed. Leon said, "I don't think it's a good idea to stay in this kind of mana." Echidna angrily rushed forward and asked if this guy from a dark family intended to decide everything himself. She shouted that you should quickly prove what you said first. Penelope darkened her face and told her to stop. Penelope admits that Echidna, everything they say is true, if we stay in this unstable mana vortex for too long. Then she said we would die. Echidna incredulously called Princess Penelope. The other students were also talking and thinking about it carefully. The way the magic circle was deployed was indeed strange. The other guy admitted that yes, it's too ineffective. A group of students were gossiping that the princess was really sharp. She learned magic earlier than us, right? Paracelsus heard them talking nonsense, so he pulled out his sword and told them to calm down. Echidna panicked and asked him what he was doing. He turned to look at Echidna and asked her if she couldn't smell blood. He then explained that this was a mid-level monster or higher. Its location was. Knox interrupted him and squeezed in above us. As soon as he finished speaking, a four-winged monster jumped down from the tree branch above their heads. He took the opportunity to slash across the monster, causing it to bleed. He finished cutting and told everyone to prepare to go. The monster was slashed and fell to the ground while he gently advised him in such a dangerous situation. Then loudly announced that I would command the war. What are the other students talking about? Who is in charge? A confused female student asked Knox why he was an incompetent person. The male students panicked and said they were crazy. Penelope also seemed worried and didn't know what to say. She blamed herself that the monster attacked without her even detecting its presence. Then somehow she wondered if he was the first to notice, an incompetent member of the Reincarnation family. Everyone stood looking at him. Then wonder why you suddenly changed so strangely, Knox von Reincarnation. At the original gathering forest, Mr. Burnham was really complaining. The teacher looked at his watch and wondered if the current generation of students don't know how to ride horses. The teacher was bored and raised his hand to look into the distance and wondered why there wasn't anyone like this yet. Then the teacher commented that this was the worst test in history. Suddenly, Raz rode his horse and rushed forward and loudly called Burnham. Something was wrong. Burnham was confused and asked Raz, "Why are you here?" Then he asked again if the teacher was having a second-year lesson. Raz dismissed all of Burnham's questions and asked that it wasn't important now. Where were the students? He still leisurely replied that they were learning to ride horses in the plains. Suddenly he felt like he felt something unusual and thought, wait, this feeling. After regaining his composure, Vernon asked what was going on. Raz explains that he discovered a dark magic user in the academy. Having said that briefly, he then elaborated that 3 hours ago, a giant magic circle had been activated and we had followed its traces down to this flat headland. Vernon got angry and scolded that things always happen when Principal Noah was absent. After being angry, he calmed down and said, damn it, we have to go quickly. Suddenly there was the sound of a horse rushing from behind the two teachers. Vernon recognized it as Knox's horse and noticed something on it, so he walked up and said it was a letter from the white-haired student. Inside the letter it was written that the demon had appeared, the force was unknown, and needed immediate aid. Vernon nervously read to himself that he needed immediate aid. After reading the letter, he turned and asked Raz if the unknown forest was that place. Raz quickly replied, let's go. Both teachers rushed on their horses, thinking that it would take at least 2 days to reach the unknown forest, too late to use more teleportation magic. The two teachers could only pray that everyone was safe. Returning to the unknown forest, the group of students he guided was still safe in a forest full of monsters. Echidna said, I don't want to admit it, but, she hesitantly admitted that your guess was correct, Reincarnation. Just now Knox told Penelope to forget, I don't need a forced apology, Princess, she asked confused why. He said frankly that this incident was because of what happened before, so please give me command of all the students. Seeing that she was still awkward, he spoke frankly according to royal rules. When she heard him say that, she faltered and replied, but it might be dangerous. She then regained her composure and loudly announced that I, the princess, will personally be in charge of all the students. After hearing her statement, he silently lamented how annoying it was, then called Pell loudly. He quickly replied yes. He ordered you to tell me the instructions to be followed in case of emergency. He was startled and replied, okay. Next he read that the top priority was protecting members of the royal family, and command would be given to the most exceptional knight or magician. After hearing Pell read the law, he turned to Penelope and told the princess that she was the only royal member here. He looked at her and thought, and she is also the most powerful person that the monsters need to defeat in the future. The simple reason was because the lightning magic and destructive power she possessed were things that were only passed down within the royal family. He patiently explained further that if everyone here died, she would also have to protect her own life. Then he concluded that it was royal law. She hesitantly responded to that. He interrupted her words and admitted to himself that he had the fastest judgment during that ambush. And the fastest response was me. While he spoke, everyone turned their admiring eyes towards him. Then he looked straight at her and said, so please give me the power. The right to decide the life and death of everyone here, including you. Talia standing on the other side thought he really wanted to be a commander when everyone's lives were at stake. She whispered surprisingly. Then she looked at him with shy eyes and thought she was right. Knox was a knight worth following. He noticed the unusual look in her eyes and wondered what the hell was wrong with her. He said that if no one else has any other opinion, I will be the commander and responsible for everything here, and if you don't want that, then prove that you guys are worthy of this position. He smiled lightly and said that if I could do it, I would be happy to give up this command position. Everyone was just silent and no one said anything. Some people even think that if something bad happens while protecting the princess, the commander will definitely face severe punishment. A boy thinks that even if he does well at first, there will definitely be mistakes along the way. Meaning that Knox is currently drinking alcohol, wanting to get out of trouble, but the more he does it, the more difficult it becomes for himself. That guy laughed loudly at him and said, you're stupid, do whatever you want. He didn't respond but just glared at him with bullet eyes. He recognized that look and was scared and said to himself, damn, those eyes are so scary. After dealing with him, he said it was decided. From now on, follow my instructions, otherwise you will be punished according to the law. Echidna glanced at Penelope but didn't see any reaction, so she just gritted her teeth and endured it. After dividing the squad, he said, we will start moving now. Everyone, follow me. Eleanor asked, wait, shouldn't you tell us where to go first? He quietly told me I wasn't good at explaining, so I should follow as closely as possible. He fumbled and thought that if she knew how many times I had played this chapter, she would be even more terrified. Then he silently admitted that it was because I'm a veteran of this damn game. In a certain cave, Rugder was using a magic ball to observe a group of students hunting wild boars. Bill appeared from the dark stone and told him to swallow those humans. He ordered Rugder to eliminate all of them. He gave Rugder some strength. Then said, if you can do it, I will give you my powers even though you don't deserve them. Rugder received that huge power and happily replied yes to his master. Then he swore that I would handle everything and not disappoint you. After absorbing all the power in the dark stone, he immediately threw it away. Then told Elden, a perfect mission for me. He said, hinting aggressively that I will punish you for daring to abandon me. Inside the magic ball is an image of Mr. Vernon and Mr. Raz riding horses to find a group of students. Rugder smiled evilly and called Raz von Celestia. It was starting to get dark. And the group of students hunted many wild boars. Knox said, from now on we have to split up the tasks. He looked in the direction of Paracelsus and Leon said, to you and you help me. Paracelsus helplessly sighed and said that it was true that he had defeated me, so I had to listen. Leon replied that even though I'm lacking, I'll try my best if I can. He was happy in his heart because he had the strongest group of new students on his side. Then he glanced in another direction and thought next. He told everyone there were 2 ways to get out of this forest. He listed each way as having to break the barrier from the outside. Next is either kill the wizard who used teleportation magic in this barrier. Penelope said in that case, he understood what she meant and immediately interrupted that yes, it would be very dangerous. Then he concluded that but we have no other choice. He explained to everyone better that it would take Professor Vernon 2 days to get from the plains to this place as the crow flies. Our best option would be to try to survive as long as possible while kill the sorcerer. He thought to himself that he actually knew that this incident could not be resolved by the first method. Then I thought if we want to get out of here, we must definitely kill the wizard. He is Rudger, the demon who lives in this forest. Everyone looked at him as if expecting him to instruct them on specific tasks. He thought for a moment and then said, first we will collect food. Looking at the pile of pigs the group had just hunted, he said we would have to hold out for 2 days with these things. Paracelsus panicked and asked, Noble, what did you tell us to eat? He angrily pointed his finger in that direction and replied that this is a wild boar. What's wrong? He sighed and said, I know you're very good, but it seems your idea is wrong. Then he explained that this was the mountain behind a noble's house used for hunting. Then he kicked the pile of wild boars and added that we cannot eat the meat of monsters like that, they are poisonous. He calmly replied, I know. He glanced around and added that I also know that the plants around here cannot be eaten indiscriminately. He was surprised and asked, why did you tell us to eat this? He said, how can we eat the meat of monsters? No matter how hungry we are in the East, I have never touched them. After grumbling, he put his hand on his stomach and complained, do you know how long it will last? He looked at him and wondered if this lunatic could eat the meat of a demonic beast and only get a stomachache. He silently thought it best not to have anything to do with him. He quickly told everyone to come and see, I have my own way. He picked up a handful of grass and then ordered Leon, summoning the undead and telling them to protect the other students from monsters. Leon quickly replied okay. Then he put his hands on his hips and told Paracelsus that I want you to protect the princess, although your mouth is a bit insolent, your skills are also very good. He trembled angrily and replied that I will beat you to death later. After he assigned the task, everyone took turns leaving to do the task. Waiting for everyone to leave, he smirked and thought it was time to start. He then began his cooking skills with great skill. The group of students were surprised and asked what was happening. A student still couldn't believe it and looked at the pan of meat and said, look at the color. Another girl continued and said we would die. A second later, he immediately put the grass and leaves into the pan. And the group of students were surprised again. Someone exclaimed that the color of the meat had changed. He immediately explained to everyone that I only use this herb to neutralize toxins in meat. Talking more about that type of grass, the red rake plant can neutralize the poison of mid-level monsters and below. Look at the dish that has just been cooked and explain that the wild boar is one of those monsters. The male student immediately asked in bewilderment. The girl next to me also confusedly replied that I thought I had read it somewhere in a book. Some people wonder, but living in Reincarnation's house, how can he be hungry? How does he know how to do that? Someone had the same question, so they replied I don't know. Then he looked at Penelope and asked, Princess, do you want to eat rare or rare? While she was still hesitating, he explained to himself that he skipped the fully cooked part because Lena had mentioned in the game that well-cooked meat would be thrown away. The other practitioners' mouths watered when they saw the deliciously fragrant pork in front of their eyes. Penelope still hesitated before his question. Raz von Celestia rode after Vernon and asked him, Noah, can you hear me? Vernon nervously replied, yes, the demon must be at least middle level or higher. The Academy has determined that this is a serious problem. At this moment, a circular robot suddenly appeared in his ear. Vernon's tone was serious. I was on my way to rescue the children with Professor Raz. At the other end of the second, he heard that but just remained silent and didn't say anything else. Vernon continued to speak. The other professors were also ready to carry out mobilization tasks, and the other end of the line immediately made the sound of eating. Vernon heard that sound like lightning. He seemed to freeze for a moment and then thought, what is that? It sounds like someone is eating. Immediately after that, he immediately rejected that thought. No, I know he's a bit crazy, but he definitely wouldn't eat in a situation like this. Raz von Celestia asked a little worriedly, Principal, are you really eating, star? The person on the other end of the line now answered, can you hear that? When the two of them heard that, they were both so shocked that they froze. At this moment, they seemed unable to say another word, while the person on the other end of the phone still laughed loudly and said, no need to worry too much. Noah von Trinity was sitting in the room leisurely eating candy and said, they would return safely. The person on the other end of the line heard her say that and hesitantly replied, but, if it was a second-year student, it wouldn't be too serious but. Speaking of this, Vernon's tone became extremely serious. They were only first years, they hadn't even been enrolled for long. Basically they had just completed their rookie transformation. Raz von Celestia was by their side. Totally agree, yes. Raz von Celestia added with a serious expression, they hadn't even learned basic defensive magic properly. At this time suddenly the call was disconnected. Raz von Celestia asked in surprise, hung up. Vernon calmly replied, yes, hung up. Just then Vernon whipped the horse, damn it, we have no other choice. Let's do everything we can. As soon as he said this, he immediately rode away in front of Raz von Celestia's surprise. He looked after him and said, Vernon. At this moment, Raz von Celestia suddenly remembered, learning his best art, Knox. I won't let you die in such a place. The scene changes to the forest where a group of students are gathered together and sitting around a fire. While the students were gathering, Knox von Reincarnation on one side poured blood onto the ground, forming a circle around where the group of students were sitting. Leon von Marvez looked at him suspiciously and asked, why did he shed wild boar's blood? Paracelsus calmly answered him, if he used the blood of a powerful monster, weaker ones would not dare to approach. He slightly smirked and said, we used to do that too. Anyway, when traveling, night is the most vulnerable time to attack. Leon von Marvez now understood and replied, I understand. Penelope von Arkheim came from afar and called his name, Knox von Reincarnation. He glanced at her. She bowed her head slightly and said in a gentle tone, thanking you, thanks to you we are safe. He frowned slightly and looked at her with a cold tone, we still have a long way to go, there are many monsters around here, and we still haven't defeated the wizard, what's more? This night is still very long. Penelope von Arkheim looked at the group of students resting in the distance and calmly said, I know, but the truth is that so far no one has died, I think that's thanks to you. Having said this, she was silent for a long time. Immediately after that, he turned around with a determined tone, please forgive Echidna's rude behavior, she was prejudiced against the Dark family because she was influenced by the negative emotions that everyone had, for them. Knox von Reincarnation looked calmly at her and thought to himself, why is she worried about me? I don't like the way she said it. Right after that, he immediately told her, you don't need to worry about someone like me, you can't thank a trash who was thrown away by the Black family, the royal family would be very shocked if they found out, she said, replied calmly, that's just how people perceive it. Her eyes at this moment only looked at him and added, but I am different. If I can save more people, then even if I have to join forces with the devil. At this point, Penelope von Arkheim's face is filled with determination, I will agree without hesitation. Knox von Reincarnation looked at her coldly and said, that shouldn't be said. Penelope von Arkheim turned around and smiled softly, I was just kidding. When he heard her say that, he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. She turned around as quickly as possible. Penelope von Arkheim, also known as a benevolent princess, has her biggest flaw. Can be extremely practical. Von Reincarnation coldly glanced at the princess standing next to him. She was a dangerous character who could sacrifice her life for her beliefs. The nickname of benevolent princess can easily be changed to cold-blooded princess. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately took out the brown bag, stood in front of everyone and calmly said, now we will form a team of 4 to set up tents, I have a few so each group come and take one. At the same time he was thinking in his heart, there is a space pocket, it's really convenient. When people saw the dark space, they were all talking. Why did he bring that thing with him? What the heck? Maybe it's because of his family. I heard that when he turns 5 he will be pushed away, off the cliff to survive. It's impossible. When Knox von Rienhofer heard these words, he couldn't help but think. He didn't expect there to be such a bunch of false rumors, probably because it was a dark family. Then everyone went to set up their tents. Knox von Rienhofer was a bit worried at this time. It was best to be careful. Talia von Stillener came from behind and asked him, what should he be careful of? When he saw her, he coldly replied, nothing. Then Knox von Rienhofer told the other group of people, if they have chosen someone to rotate on the night shift, they should take turns guarding this place. At the same time, he also had his own thoughts in his mind. It was time for me to catch him, its head. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. There was a problem in the second part of the academy during this ambush. If we don't quickly kill the wizard who placed the barrier, it will be impossible to advance through this plot. After a while of hard work, everyone became tired. Everyone who takes it gets sleepy. Knox von Rienhofer now took out his sword and thought to himself, and that means, if no one kills the witch, he thought as he held the sword and went deep into the forest. There was also a dark shadow standing behind him. Knox von Rienhofer walks with a determined look on his face, and will not be able to complete this story. A moment later, the barrier fluctuated a bit. The black curly-haired guy in the group of students also seemed to notice that fluctuation. Then stood up nervously. Then shout loudly, everyone get up quickly, something is wrong with the princess. Penelope von Arkheim now worriedly walked over and asked, what's wrong? The other guy continued to say, there are a large number of creatures possessing mana, gathering around here. Echidna von Zeno immediately ran out and stood in front of Penelope von Arkheim and said, Princess, please stand behind me. Paracelsus on this side seemed to sense something, so he reached out and pulled out his sword and said, they're coming. Anyway, wild boar blood is nothing compared to truly powerful monsters. Paracelsus now turned back and asked Knox von Rienhofer, what are you going to do? Then she was surprised because she couldn't see him anywhere. Talia von Stillener kept looking around. Knox von Rienhofer. Leon von Marvis immediately opened his weapon. He had work elsewhere for the time being, so he handed this battle over to me. Echidna von Zeno said in surprise, what? He swore to protect the princess but now he ran away. Leon von Marvis said in a calm tone, yes, but he didn't run away. Echidna von Zeno heard that and asked him, how did he know? But there are too many of them, too dangerous. At this time, monsters in the forest kept running. Talia von Stillener behind also agreed. Echidna was right, there were too many monsters to deal with. He calmly replied, it's okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately released his strength and power. Everyone was overwhelmed by his power, an unreasonable amount of mana. What the hell was going on? Leon von Marvis on this side couldn't help but think, I'm also curious. Knox von Rienhofer. Remembering last night, Knox von Rienhofer gave him a purple gem. He was a bit surprised at the pearl in his hand. In my heart, I thought to myself, what kind of person are you and why did you give me this responsibility? Returning to the present, Leon von Marvis stood proudly in front of the beasts and said, I am the patriarch of the Marvis family. The results of this battle. Having said this, he immediately used his strength to attack the monsters. He summoned a soldier's skin with his power. The soldier he summoned pierced the beast's body with one blow. Then forcefully cut it in half. Next came a series of zombies that he summoned. Over here at the witch's residence, there are countless formations around. But Knox von Rienhofer still did not hesitate to step in. As soon as he entered, the system immediately notified him that the mana sensed had neutralized the magic that imprisoned the magic power. The effect of subduing rebel members increases attack power by 1.2 times. He stood below holding the sword and said coldly, how long was he going to hide? Rugder hiding above said with great interest, really interesting. He said as he jumped from above and stood next to him, who would have thought that he was a student? It was here that his smile became extremely scary. Not only could he find my location, but he also dared to challenge me. Immediately after that, he used his power to attack him. At the same time, the system also announced that the acting master attribute was being activated. Knox von Rienhofer smiled confidently, his voice a bit sarcastic, those words are not appropriate coming from your mouth. Rugder was stunned at his words, knowing his fate. As soon as he finished speaking, he became extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, you dare. The next second he jumped out of the ground. Then rushed towards him. Then he forcefully launched a move, but in the end he blocked it. Then he slashed him once, making him back away. As soon as he stood firmly on the ground, he raised his hand to look, and saw that his hand was injured by his brother's sword. He was surprised. Rugder was now extremely angry and said, "Who are you?" Knox von Rienhofer calmly replied, "You don't need to know that." The more he said that, the more angry he became. In the end, he released all his life force. A powerful stream of black mana shot out. He said angrily, "Let's see if your mouth can still be arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards him. But he was slashed across his arm. Rugder's arm broke off to his surprise. Knox von Rienhofer now looked at him and thought, through the first fight. His sharp eyes looked at him, his tone was cold. "The most important thing is, I actually don't need to use skills." Rugder's arm fell to the ground after a slash. Rugder couldn't hide his worry as he looked at Knox von Rienhofer. Then he immediately used his power to regenerate the hand that had just been severed by Knox von Rienhofer. At the same time, he also thought in his heart, even if he borrowed the power of the devil, he still could not confront me. Rugder said angrily, "How dare you?" Having said this, he immediately used his strength to attack you. "Don't think that you have defeated me. You are still much worse than me." But in the end Knox von Rienhofer blocked that blow. His eyes were now filled with murderous intent. The next second, he immediately knocked him out. At the same time, the system also announced that the sword and martial arts genius attribute has been activated. You can counter your opponent's attacks. Knox von Rienhofer raised his hand to prepare a fatal attack towards him. He said coldly, "Weakly." Then he was beaten so much that he had to scream. Finally he collapsed on the ground. He stood looking at him with cold eyes. The notification system, the acting master attribute, was activated. Rugder's severed arm in his hand then said, "Do you really think you can defeat me?" Rugder lay on the ground in pain. "I couldn't help but think to myself, I should have been more careful from the beginning. That bastard is from the Rienhofer family. Could it ruin my plans again?" He tried to get up, still stubbornly saying, "How dare a lowly person like you treat a disciple of the Demon King like me like that?" He ignored what he said, but now with the sword in his hand, he spoke many words. Rugder was scared and lay on the ground. Just as Knox von Rienhofer was about to attack, a voice came from behind, stopping him. A man from behind panicked and ran to stop him. "Don't, Knox, that person is." Raz von Celestia said with a surprised look on his face, "My student." Hearing that, Knox von Rienhofer stopped. "What?" Raz von Celestia bowed slightly and said, "I sincerely apologize to you for what happened, but this is true. That person, Luger, is my student." Rugder now laughed loudly and said, "Just a student? What a nonsense, Professor Raz von Celestia." He said in a mocking tone, "Have you ever considered me your student?" He continued to say, "You abandoned me. After I lost an arm in the Royal War, I was expelled from the academy because I was considered useless." The more Rugder spoke, the angrier he became. How dare he call himself a professor, making excuses. Raz von Celestia clenched her fist. "It's true I didn't pay attention to you." He continued to say, "But you misunderstood. I only did it because I was worried about you." His expression was a bit painful and he said, "I don't want you to follow in my son's footsteps. I have no choice but to issue an expulsion notice when you earnestly want to go to the battlefield." Rugder heard that and angrily replied, "People must decide their own fate. Lars, you are really too arrogant. You are the one who turned me into a scum wandering around." He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "I really didn't think you would turn out like this, but..." Then Raz von Celestia asked Rugder, "Is this the magic you wish for? Is this really the magic you've been waiting for so long?" Rugder remembered their past and was silent for a while. Then he smiled. Then said, "It's no use, it's too late." The next second, Rugder turned around and attacked Knox von Rienhofer. Then he broke free from Knox von Rienhofer's control and rushed towards Raz von Celestia. With an extremely indignant look on my face, "I will take you with me, Raz von Celestia." He was extremely scared. Just when he thought his best friend had died at the hands of his student. Then Knox von Rienhofer immediately stood in front of him and said, "The fate of a Demon King's disciple could no longer be changed." He radiated murderous aura as if he wanted to kill someone while continuing to say that the end of an evildoer is only death. As soon as he finished speaking, Knox von Rienhofer stood behind Rugder. He then realized it and said in surprise, "What, this speed?" The system also announced that the acting master attribute had been activated to its peak. Rank compatibility between character Knox von Reinhafer and all attributes has increased. He waved the sword and smiled coldly. I understand the kind of boring feeling you have to endure, but it can't be changed anymore. Warning system, players may lose their ego. Knox von Reinhafer also felt dizzy at this time. He then immediately slashed Rugder in half. His body split into two. Blood splashed on the ground. His blood stains were still on his cold face. He slightly turned his head and looked away. Rugder's body also gradually disappeared. Raz von Celestia kneeled in despair before his student's body. His face gradually became fearful. Then he looked down sadly. Only then did Raz von Celestia speak. Knox. He coldly replied, yes. He asked him desperately, what should I do? Knox von Reinhafer asked confusedly, what do you mean? His tone now became extremely desperate. You know, right, my research is to help the weak. But now I don't know. At this point, he clenched his fists, wondering whether the research was useful or not. Why continue research if we can't save a single student? Raz von Celestia's expression was now filled with despair and helplessness. He had lost his goal. Knox von Reinhafer looked at him coldly. Then wipe the blood off your face, honey. Actually, I don't understand the relationship between the teacher and him. Raz von Celestia's heart now became extremely worried. This was a gamble. When Professor Lars's research is announced, the game's manufacturing and enhancement system will be unlocked. He frowned at him and thought to himself, he needs to continue his research. Thinking of this, his hands clenched tightly. Was that all I wanted? Knox von Reinhafer's heart was filled with doubt at this moment. Right now, the system immediately notices that the player's emotions are mixed with the ego of the character Knox von. Warning, acting master attributes are shaking. At this time the rain also fell. The two of them stood in the increasingly heavy rain and kept saying, no, actually, it's no problem for me, but... Knox von Reinhafer still thinks in his heart that using Professor Lars is the best choice right now. After a moment of silence, he said again, I think that research is very useful. At the same time I also thought, why should I worry? Raz von Celestia asked him desperately, don't you see how pathetic I am? He looked away and said, no, I think, the teacher did his job well. Knox von Reinhafer now smiled bitterly and thought to himself, I understand, Professor Lars is being influenced by what I did before. That's why I'm worried. Every word he says sounds real, and when I respond, it will create great impacts at that time. After a moment of silence, he also spoke up, actually, you are very lazy. He continued speaking to Raz von Celestia's surprise, so, don't give me too many cards. I don't like drinking tea, I prefer drinking coffee. Knox von Reinhafer smiled softly and added, I don't need money, and I don't care about reputation either. Raz von Celestia saw him say that and immediately responded, I didn't let him continue talking and interrupted, but the teacher's research was different, and at the same time I also thought, maybe. Knox von Reinhafer smiled brightly and continued, it is very valuable for the future, that's what I'm going to do, maybe. At this moment, he couldn't help but think, it was not me, a game addict, but the teacher, the one who contributed to creating this beloved world. I knelt down in front of him and thought, maybe I thought wrong about him. He looked at him silently. He said softly, Professor Lars. The more Knox von Reinhafer talks, the more serious he becomes. I will become your student. Raz von Celestia seemed unable to believe his eyes. Knox, looking at his brother's surprised face, thought to himself, nothing has changed. I only see Professor Lars's back through the screen, that resilient back, and I, the only rebel here, need to reflect, he firmly said, if necessary, I will go with you. Knox von Reinhafer smiled slightly, I hope to learn many good things from you, from which I can develop myself in the future. On this side, the group of students also killed all the monsters. Paracelsus sighed and put the sword back in its sheath. He was a little angry as he said, who would have thought that the current situation would turn out like this? In his heart he was also thinking, what kind of zombies are these? Recalling the strength of Leon von Marvis from before, unlike regular zombies. What else is waiting for us here? Penelope von Arkheim said with great admiration, amazingly, a powerful undead army. That's dark magic, huh? Its power is terrifying, I don't want to admit it, but... At this point her tone became more serious, but it seemed that Marvis had returned, the rumors were true. She then immediately ordered Echidna von Zeno, Leon von Marvis, to remember that name. Echidna von Zeno bowed his head and respectfully replied, "Yes, we will continue to monitor and find out more news." Leon von Marvis is on this side holding a purple stone in his hand. I thought to myself, high-level magic stone, without it, I'm not sure I can defeat these monsters. Holding the magic stone tightly in his hand, he said, he had predicted this. Everyone was extremely tense when a voice came from the forest, "Hey, everyone." Everyone looked in surprise in the direction the voice came from. It was Vernon with his shiny head. He said strongly, "Is it okay?" Paracelsus scratched his head and said with a helpless expression, "Perhaps, so teacher." Vernon over here kept shaking a student. "Did anyone die?" Penelope von Arkheim then stepped forward and said, "No one gets anything, everything here is fine now, but there are still many problems to be solved." Vernon looked at her in surprise. "Princess." As soon as he saw the princess, he bowed his head respectfully and said, "The situation was extremely urgent, and apologized for being rude. Can I ask who is the student who quelled the monsters here?" Penelope von Arkheim stammered and replied, "He, Knox von Reinhardt, but I think." She smiled softly and said, "He is not a danger to the other students, thanks to him, we can survive." When Vernon heard these words, he was a little surprised and asked again, "Really?" At this time, Leon von Marvis behind him also spoke up to confirm, "Yes." He calmly said, "The magic stone he gave was very useful." Paracelsus, who was next to him, also continued, "He also solved the food problem for everyone. It could be said that he was extremely helpful in every situation." Vernon's expression was a bit shocked, as if he didn't believe what he heard. The other students also kept talking about Knox von Reinhardt. Reinhardt, maybe he wasn't as bad as everyone thought, but he wasn't quite there either. I can confirm that his actions were indeed a bit excessive at times, and he also treated everyone at the academy quite poorly. I also heard that he attacked a person in Tuca Alley on Trade Street. Really? Wait, did he have something to do with that person? That's why he did that? Vernon now seemed to realize something in terms of becoming extremely tense. In his heart he thought, that's what that white-haired boy did. Plus, the magic barrier had disappeared. We have confirmed that it is a large teleportation gate from mine. The magic barrier will not disappear unless destroyed from the inside. The more he thought about it, the more worried he felt. What's going on? I could have come here earlier to solve the problem if I had been quicker, but time was too tight. So, thinking about this, his face turned pale. In that case, could he have solved all the problems here? A long time after that incident, in a large building, Knox von Reinhardt is in his office. During this time, suddenly the notification and acting system is activated. He saw that the notification system was just quiet. The system continues to announce, "You will not be able to be swayed." Knox von Reinhardt paused for a moment and then thought about the accident. After that accident in the forest, I had no choice but to become a disciple. That day, after he returned with Raz von Celestia, perhaps this was predestined, by the strange professor, Raz von Celestia. The system continued to announce that acting was being activated. Returning to the present, he was with the professor in the office. He was wearing something on his arm. His face was a little excited at this moment, but he just sat helplessly beside him and thought to himself, because in order to unlock the relic system in the future, his research is extremely necessary. In the game, Inner Lunatic, Professor Raz never died, but now things are different. Thinking of this, he elbowed his face. If I don't save him, I will be the one to suffer the consequences. Raz von Celestia was extremely painful after that blow, and Knox von Reinhardt just coldly said, "Sorry, you bothered me too much. I mean, I reacted unconsciously because you touched me." Raz von Celestia's nose was continuously bleeding at this time, but he still smiled and said, "It's okay, I know you did it on purpose, so there's no need to stick anyone in front of me." When I heard that, my expression changed, so he turned pale, and turned away helplessly. Then he continued to say, "I know that but still choose to bother you. You know that in the Empire's laws there are still laws related to sexual harassment." Raz von Celestia heard that and immediately replied, "For someone who acts like an incompetent son of a famous family, you're saying some pretty smart things. The Empire's law, if you look at the relationship between a commoner and a noble, you will see that the law has long lost its properties." Knox von Reinhardt coldly told him, "I don't think that's something a professor at Elden, an institute directly under the imperial family's authority, should say." He heard that and replied calmly, not caring, "It's okay, as long as you don't snitch on me." Hearing that, Knox von Reinhardt couldn't help but feel a little disgusted and think, he's really crazy. And Raz von Celestia over here was fixing the bracelet while speaking, this time. I advise you to go with Leon von Marvis. Raz von Celestia now activated the bracelet and added, I am talking about my recommendation to the royal family so that you two can go into Elden's treasure room and get an achievement. He stood up in surprise and said, what, did the teacher really do that? Raz von Celestia took notes and said, yes, as you know, I can persuade quite well. Saying this, his expression seemed to light up. Doing this much for his beloved student is not a problem, so there's no need to feel pressured. Knox von Reinhafer didn't know when he walked up to him and said with great excitement, who said I felt pressured. He clenched his fist and smiled very cunningly, because teacher went through the trouble to prepare such a gift, I will gladly accept it. Seeing him like that, Raz von Celestia smiled wryly and said, you look happier than becoming my disciple, I'm just overthinking everything so that's it, right? Knox von Reinhafer was now thinking with great excitement, Elden's treasure room. What an unexpected stroke of luck. Scene change when Knox von Reinhafer goes to the treasure room. He looked around and thought, this place is jointly owned by the royal family and the Rivalin family. Although there are many great achievements here, I write exactly which ones will be most effective. If I get it at this point, I will be able to grow several times faster. While he was thinking, there was a voice from behind that interrupted his thoughts. I can't imagine how many of you would have the chance to open Elden's treasure room. The person who came was Eleanor de Rivalin. She smiled brightly and continued, it seems you have a good teacher. Knox von Reinhafer said a little annoyed, you can think whatever you want. At the same time in his heart he also thought, Eleanor's interest in the Rivalin family's business has been recognized, so she was allowed to go with him. Having said this, he immediately turned around and sighed, thinking that she would not cause any trouble for him. Eleanor de Rivalin saw him like that and smiled brightly, put her hand on her chest and said, if you think that I don't want to give away the achievements that I have donated, then you are very mistaken. I want to make sure that you are paid, right, for saving my life. Knox von Reinhafer answered her with an irritated expression, you still like to make things difficult for me as always. Eleanor de Rivalin replied with a satisfied smile, you heard about how this will proceed through the words of Professor Raz, right? Having said this, she immediately went forward and opened the front door. As soon as the door opened, she turned back to look at him with a curious expression and asked which relic he was going to get. He slightly smirked and slowly said, the thing I'm looking for is. As soon as he finished speaking, she shouted, what did you say? Eleanor de Rivalin seemed unable to believe her ears and asked again, what did you say you wanted? Knox von Reinhafer glanced at her slightly, his tone bored, are you asking me to repeat what I said? Eleanor de Rivalin frowned slightly, I don't know why you want such an antique, I guess it's not too surprising if it's just a hobby of a rich person's collection. Knox von Reinhafer now has a little impatient and said, why don't you give it to me first and then continue talking? Eleanor de Rivalin seemed to have just thought of an idea at this moment, she slightly smirked and said, wait, before doing so. Having said this, Eleanor de Rivalin smiled very confidently, Knox von Reinhafer, I need to check whether you are suitable enough to receive an item from this place. He was a bit stunned when he heard that. I wasn't allowed to tell him about this. Before he could finish, she interrupted, that was my special right as the person who donated the relics. Eleanor de Rivalin continued proudly, after all, Rivalin's trade network had taken over all of Elden. As soon as she finished speaking, she used her strength to take the two of them to another room. Knox von Reinhafer looked around and thought, space transfer magic, I've seen this countless times in games. Eleanor de Rivalin crossed her arms and asked him, you don't seem surprised, after all, I've experienced something more surprising than this. Eleanor de Rivalin now smiled and raised her hand to invite him to sit down first. Eleanor de Rivalin doesn't hesitate to get straight to the point, without wasting any more time and let's begin, Knox von Reinhafer. When he heard her say that, he still calmly and coldly replied, say it. At the same time he also thought, she is forcing me to have enough strength to get the relic. Knox von Reinhafer couldn't help but have a bit of a headache thinking about it. Well, it's just a formality so it probably won't take much time. Eleanor de Rivalin looked at him with cold eyes and asked, why did you save me? Knox von Reinhafer heard her ask that and his face immediately became serious. Then asked again, was it a test? She didn't want to answer his question but said, it's my right to ask questions. He just kept quiet when he heard that, his expression couldn't help but look a little worried. Then he frowned slightly and said, like I said before, I'm simple. Knox von Reinhafer hadn't finished speaking before she interrupted, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you something. At this point, she laughed and said menacingly, "If you lie, I know, well, maybe you already know." Knox von Rienhofer saw her expression and was a little angry. Damn. At the same time he also thought, there's something I forgot. In Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting genius and acting is. Acting geniuses can see through other people's lies. He looked at her a little nervously and thought, this means what Eleanor said is true. He said, "You are really, really annoying." She heard him say that and smiled slightly, with a slightly mocking tone, and said to him, "Oh my God, didn't you say the same thing before?" Knox von Rienhofer was completely pushed into a corner by her at this time. His expression couldn't help but look a little worried. Damn it, what to do now? Eleanor de Rivalen couldn't help but tease his expression. He looked extremely frustrated. Knox von Rienhofer heard her say that and immediately angrily replied, "Shut up, you must have lied about wanting to give me the creature yourself." Eleanor de Rivalen smiled triumphantly. "Now, does that even matter?" Looking at him angry, she happily continued, "The important thing is that you will be at a disadvantage if you don't answer my question." Knox von Rienhofer said that but remained silent. He frowned slightly, then thought, it was too risky to get to this step and still let the creature slip away. First of all, she will be suspicious if I deliberately avoid this meeting. The more you think about it, the more tense your face becomes. Face to face here would be better, in that case. After a moment of silence, Knox von Rienhofer also spoke up. "She asked why I saved you." Eleanor de Rivalen heard that and quickly answered, "Yes." Knox von Rienhofer said while looking away, "Because it was somewhat necessary for me." Eleanor de Rivalen saw him like that and immediately asked him why. Knox von Rienhofer was silent and then said, "Because I need you for my plan." When Eleanor de Rivalen heard this, it was like being struck by lightning. At this point, she couldn't hold herself back any longer and kept asking him what his plan was. Knox von Rienhofer ignored her constant questions but still coldly replied, "I don't think there's any reason. Why would I reveal so much to you, right?" When Eleanor de Rivalen heard that, her face turned dark. Holding my hands tightly, still refusing to give up, I asked one more question. He still coldly said, "Please." She asked bitterly, "What happened in the dance hall in the past?" Thinking about the image of herself from before and thinking about his answer just now, she couldn't help but feel pain. Did he save me because he felt he owed me something back then? Knox von Rienhofer replied without hesitation, "Not at all." Eleanor de Rivalen now seemed a bit shocked, thinking, "Not because of the past, and I was in his plan. What the hell does this mean?" Seeing her silence, he continued, "Everything I said was true, even though she might have known it before." Hearing that, she frowned slightly and said, "Keeping too many secrets inside is not very good." Knox von Rienhofer did not hesitate to answer, "The person who should be mentioned is you. You were startled when you heard that." Then he turned around and replied, "Many people said he had changed." Knox von Rienhofer felt puzzled by her statement. Then Eleanor de Rivalen said in a sad tone, "I don't believe it at all, even if you saved me, but I still remember clearly the words you said to me the other day." Saying this, she coldly glanced at him and me. Knox von Rienhofer didn't let her finish speaking, so he annoyedly interrupted and kept doing what she liked. Eleanor de Rivalen was a bit surprised by the other person's words. "What?" continued with an annoyed look on her face, "just criticizing me and hating me the way she wanted. You have the right to think the way you want. I told you to do whatever you want. If you heard what he said, you wouldn't be surprised." Knox von Rienhofer did not dare look into your eyes and say, "Your view of me will not change." At the same time, he also thought that it was necessary to maintain such a stance. Having said this, he immediately stood up. "You're done. I received the creation. I'm going home now." Eleanor de Rivalen now seemed to have been attacked by those words. Only then did she realize that he had really changed. A long time after Knox von Rienhofer left, Eleanor de Rivalen is in the room with Rick. She looked at her reflection in the cup of tea she was holding in her hand and said, "Why did Knox choose that creature when there were many better ones, even though it wasn't that bad?" Rick stood next to him smiling brightly, "But it wasn't the best. Honestly, I don't know why a night like that day would need an orb." This Eleanor de Rivalen seems to feel unable to understand what Knox von Rienhofer is thinking. "I don't understand what he is thinking." She frowned slightly and thought to herself, having many items is even better. Things like swords, elixirs, shields, and shelves are all top-notch. But he chose instead a sphere that looks really old. Eleanor de Rivalen said in confusion, "I wonder if what he did was to make me feel grateful." Rick smiled and replied, I don't think you really need to think too much about it, right? Looking at him without hiding it won't hurt you. Eleanor de Rivalan thought thoughtfully as she put the cup of tea on the table, is it really okay to just think in a simple way like, but I have no other choice? Thinking of this, she immediately asked Rick how the goods business was going. Rick heard that and said, everything was going well. The capital's nobles and Talon Feather both imported Rivalan family's household goods in large quantities. It's all thanks to the lady. Eleanor de Rivalan's face was indifferent, her tone was cold. I'm glad to hear that. I want you to continue observing Knox. Report to me if anything happens, is that clear? Rick bowed respectfully and obeyed. Miss. Rick said and smiled sinisterly, please don't worry. Cut to Knox von Reinhardt sitting on the bed in the room. He held the orb in his hand and smiled contentedly. The system informed you that you had obtained a high-level creature, a great sage, the highest level of the orb form. Basic information about the name of the greatest sage. Mana stat +2 stamina +1. Displaying information from skills obtained from artifacts. Internal skills. Knox von Reinhardt looked at the sphere attentively and then smiled contentedly, thinking, great sage, the highest level of sphere form, thinking that I can own this at the present time, I am so lucky. The next second around the sphere were streams of black power. He looked at the ball slowly rising and said, Eleanor probably didn't know that this thing was a top product, but there was a special way to use it. Right now the system notifies that the condition is not met. Creatures cannot maximize their effectiveness. He looked at the orb and thought, saying the true name of its original owner. That will upgrade it to the highest level, the first owner of the creation. She is one of the 4 sages who will appear in the future. Is also one of the characters I often choose as a master in the game, but... Thinking of this, he hesitated a bit, it was too early to activate it. Then he looked at Jitri de Lavilia next to him, thinking to himself, if I activate the artifact, I will reveal my identity to her, because by the first half of the game, this level of use is enough. Jitri de Lavilia now stepped forward and asked with a curious expression, Master Knox, may I ask why you chose that orb? There are countless items in Elden's secret vault. I also heard that there are thousands of items for knights. When Knox von Reinhardt heard you ask that, he would laugh and reply, I haven't told you yet. I will also use magic power, so I need both types of items. Jitri de Lavilia was extremely surprised when he heard that. He continued to speak to her surprise, I guess I really haven't told you, it seems I forgot. After speaking, he chuckled. When she saw him say that, she breathed a sigh of relief and thought, what should I do with that day? The maid Lavilia panicked when she heard the male lead say, I haven't told you yet. The male lead's expression at that time was sinister, I will learn magic. She panicked when she saw the male lead leisurely lying on the bed and advised, if you learn 2 things at the same time, wouldn't it be difficult? I don't mean to doubt your ability but... With the male lead's leisurely expression, if it really doesn't work, I can live off the family's money. The maid shyly said, Master Knox, I was just bragging to the others that you have become more diligent recently. The male lead replied, I asked you to do that. She said to the male lead, do you know how mean you are sometimes? The male lead confessed to her that I am a useless guy that she doesn't even remember. She helplessly said, you also like to tease women. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I was really wrong for that. She said that, having heard everything from Reinhardt, in the past, homeowner Theo was also a very promiscuous person. And now he is paying the price for his mistakes. The male lead gently replied, I don't know about that. Then flopped down on the bed. The maid immediately noticed the letter on the table. Then tell the master, someone sent you a letter. It seems like the letter is from the royal family, it wants you to read it yourself. After the male lead heard what she said, he sat up, what the royal family, why did they send me a letter? The maid immediately said, Echidna is the one who asked me to deliver the letter to you, please read it first. He read the letter, he thought inexplicably, why does the princess pay so much attention to me, I can't let more variables appear. The letter was formal. The content of the letter was, Hello Knox von Reinhardt, thanks to your timely action, we were able to preserve our lives. So according to the Empire's rules, I want to give you a reward. I want you to come to my Empire's capital, Talon Feather, to receive this reward in person. You will leave 3 days later at 9 a.m. I hope you accept the royal reward. Dear Penelope von Arkheim. He sighed, damn, does she want someone from the black family like her to come to the capital? What kind of reward is this? The maid is worried that, if we consider the conflict between the dark family and the holy family, this might be a trap. Master Knox, I think it's best that you don't go on this trip, which is too dangerous. The master thought thoughtfully, if they wanted, they could order me to come at any time, so that meant. He told her, Jitri, to stay here. She was surprised. There was Master Knox. He said coldly, this is my order. The maid was scared and worried. The male protagonist thought, where Emperor Esteban and the royal family had built their base. Talon Feather, that place is under the control of the family sanctuary. It is no different from hell. I can't believe she told me to go there, he said. What was she thinking? Penelope von Archheim. The male protagonist remembers the time before time travel, when he played Inner Lunatic. There are a few important things to note. The first is whether the main attribute given to the player can be useful or not. If you choose a genius in swordsmanship and combat, the first path will focus on swordsmanship or combat, but if you choose a genius who senses mana, the path will be a mage. The male protagonist rides a horse-drawn carriage through the forest. In Contemplation, the second is the factions. Players will have to choose between opposing factions and thereby achieve important results. Sitting in the car, the princess spoke up, do you need to find me for something? The male lead replied, it's nothing, how can a small person like me bother you? The princess smiled, please don't say that, those words will make me feel hurt, you know. His face was cold as he thought. Among the factions in the Inner Lunatic, the two strongest factions are the royal family led by the princess. And the extremist faction opposing them is led by the dark clans. Finally, there is the merchant faction with their vast amounts of capital trying to decide what the order of this continent will be like. Although each faction has its own way of doing things, there is one thing that always remains the same, and that is the relationship between the Dark Reinharnation family and the royal family. I don't know the specifics, but I can say that the relationship is theirs is the worst. The princess smiled and said, I'm entering the tiger's den, is that what you're thinking? He thought coldly, is she planning on testing me? I'm pretending to be a useless person so I can't just back down like that. The male lead replied, I'm sorry, but I wasn't happy to go there. The princess smiled slightly and said, you don't need to worry, I'm just going with you to the capital to reward you for what you've done for me. The male lead said seriously, this lie of yours is going a bit too far. The sinister princess said, oh my, you already found out. At the capital, the two of them arrived. He said, what do you want from me? The princess smiled wickedly and replied, it's simple, I just want it. The car stopped in front of the capital. He and the princess got out of the car. Suddenly he said the princess turned around in surprise, I heard there was a guest coming so I was looking forward to it. Prince Louis saw the male lead and the princess getting out of the car and said, what a surprise, Penelope. The prince boldly stepped forward. The princess is shy. The male protagonist bowed his head and said the last sword of the Reinharnation family, asking to be introduced to Prince Louis. The princess worriedly said, I heard you should have left to join the war in the north. The prince smiled, somehow it was cancelled. The prince immediately extended his hand to welcome him, we should welcome such an important guest warmly. The prince gave a sinister smile, I will tell the emperor about this myself, and you too. He immediately replied, yes to your highness's letter. With a sinister face the prince said, let's meet often. He replied, it is my honor. The male lead thought, damn, why do I have to meet this crazy guy now? Louis von Archheim, Grand Emperor of the Empire, and the only person to hold more inheritance rights than Penelope. The male lead thought worriedly, and at the same time, is also the one who specializes in causing unhappy endings in Inner Lunatic. The male protagonist thinks that the eldest prince of the empire is the only person with a higher position than Penelope in the line of succession, and is famous for being a madman who causes trouble. The prince left. The male protagonist glanced at the princess leaving back. The princess trembled nervously. Zeno asked the princess, Princess, are you okay? The princess replied, I'm fine, just a little surprised. The princess turned around and smiled and said, Knox von Reinharnation, he's the one who scared you, let's go inside and talk. He immediately said, clear. The male protagonist thought as he walked, the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis is truly like water and fire like in the game, I will take advantage of this. And came back alive. Entering his room, he lay on the bed. Thinking, tomorrow I will receive a reward, now the best time is to think a lot. As long as there isn't an assassin crazy enough to want to kill me. Suddenly he sat up, holding his sword firmly and looking towards the door. Because there were a group of secretive women wearing black hooded clothes knocking on the door and saying, "I don't know if you can open the door." Without thinking too much, he opened the door and it turned out that the person in the black shirt was the princess. He said, "Princess, what are you doing here so late?" The princess replied, "It wouldn't be good for me to stand in the hallway, so I'll go in first." Zeno comes in and says the princess has a proposal for him. "I will protect this place because in the royal palace there are many eyes and ears." He immediately closed the door. The princess took off her hat and said, "Sit down." He just replied, his face showing discomfort and thinking, "Damn, what the hell could have brought her to this point? I'm worried, I have some predictions." The princess sat down on the chair and said, "Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time." The princess seriously reported, "But I need you to promise me. Based on your answer you may not be able to return to Elden." Not that he would probably never be able to return to the Reincarnation mansion. He looked at the princess coldly. The princess commanded him, "So I command you, in my name. Please stand behind me and pull the strings for me." The male lead replied, "I knew you would say that. You need someone to deal with the eldest prince, and cutting ties with the dark family is usually easier." He sat down and said, "A useful tool, you must want me to become your pawn." The princess replied, "It is true," he said seriously, "but..." The princess suddenly asked again. He said, "If you think I have no other choice then you are wrong." Princess Penelope. He knelt before the emperor. But the emperor looked quite tired. He said, "Please to anticipate the great son of the empire." He trembled and said, "Ah." He thought, Esteban von Archeim. The Knight of Light and Lightning, was famous everywhere. He was a legend in the kingdom of Archeim, but he lost his sanity and was called the foolish and blasphemous name of Esteban. The princess came and said, "With pleasure, the great son of the empire." The prince said, "So, I heard you want to ask my father something. Surely a worthy reward for saving the life of a member of the royal family." He replied that he was just doing his job. He thought, Prince Luis had become the head of the royal family after Esteban lost his position. The prince gave a sinister smile and thought, "I must be very careful." The prince immediately said, "Okay, the royal family will give the Ehrenhafer family's knight candidate a gift as reward for saving my lovely sister." The prince raised his hand and said, "If you have any wish, just say it." He replied, "Yes, Prince Louis. If possible, let me enter the Arc River." The prince said in shock, "What?" Everyone in the room looked surprised. He thought to himself, it's no wonder they were shocked. The Arc River is a mysterious river that only royalty and holy families are allowed to enter because it possesses a magical random stat increasing effect. The prince thought, he must be very useless, he is so impulsive. The prince smirked and thought, the bastards from the Black family are all the same. Everyone around was talking and saying, that couldn't happen. How could a member of the Dark family be able to enter the Arc River? That's right, even though he had the merit of saving the princess, it was not right to do so. He glanced slightly at the people around him. Some people thought that this was not a river that only the Holy Family could enter, correct? I thought, as I expected, there were a lot of objections. I asked like this to avoid having to say that I don't want to receive a reward, it should be enough. The princess said coldly, impertinently. How dare you raise your voice in front of His Majesty? He was startled when the princess finished speaking. Then the princess continued, there is no rule stating that only the Holy Family is allowed to enter the Arc River, right? The male lead thought worriedly, I feel a bit uneasy. Why did Penelope help me? I told you not to follow her plan. I expected her to give up. Goron said, but, the princess replied, I don't like any chaos, Mr. Goron. The male lead was worried as he thought about what she said before leaving. I feel insecure. Princess said okay. I will go now, but please remember, at some point you will have to make a choice. Under the current situation, the male protagonist has to make a choice. If the moment to choose between the two factions has finally come, then, I have no other choice but to support the princess instead of the eldest prince to avoid ending up with the prince. Bad situation, but in this situation, I can't openly support the princess. He knelt down in front of the great prince and asked if he would accept my request. He was a bit shy, but then laughed evilly. Announced to the surprise of everyone present, my brother is right, there is no law that says the heir of the Dark family cannot hold power over the Arc River. Breaking the rules that the royal family and families have kept for so long is not possible. He said sinisterly, so I will give you a test. The princess was shocked to hear him say that. This means I will confirm whether Knox von Reinharber is worthy to receive the blessings of the Arc River or not. The male lead didn't expect him to have so many tricks. I didn't think things would turn out this way. Thinking about the last time with Rivalin, it seemed like someone was interested in giving me a test. I'm a little embarrassed to ask, can I ask what the topic is? He said provocatively, a duel with me. I don't understand, why? He immediately said, I heard that your swordsmanship has improved greatly, so you demonstrating your sword skills in a duel with me is a way for you to show courtesy, don't you think? Because the Arc River is the sacred river of the country, it should only welcome those who are worthy. The male lead was upset. It seemed like he thought confronting him was a good idea. However, I didn't come here just to get beaten up, he sneered, okay. Seeing him agree, his face was as happy as celebrating. Immediately announced, then, in an hour we will meet at the training ground, feel free to choose the weapon you want. He bowed his head and replied, I understand. Regarding the princess's worries, I don't care at all, I will try my best. After speaking, he immediately left. The princess ran after him, calling, Knox von Reinharber, do you want to die? She was afraid to explain to him, don't you understand my brother's intentions? Whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter to him, because he's just trying to express himself. He wants to trample you and dishonor your family name. He didn't volunteer to answer, I know that. If I win then they will accuse me, the beastly son of the Dark family, of intentionally harming the prince, but if I lose then? The first prince's fame would only spread further, they would spread the word that he had defeated a rising star of the academy. He said helplessly, perhaps they will spread the news to everyone in this kingdom. Princess is puzzled, knowing that, you still want to agree. He replied, but what if there was one more option? She was stunned, adding another choice. He immediately said to her confusion, what if I could win without committing the crime of death? Will you support me then, Your Highness the Princess? At the place of the great prince. He was wearing a spear in preparation for battle. He suddenly became confused and asked the maid, who do you think I am? When asked suddenly, she was a little scared, bowed down, trembling and said, you are Louis von Arkheim, the second son of the Empire, Your Highness. He was complacent, yes, I am the rightful Prince of Talonfeather, no one would dare ignore me. He thought of the male lead and gritted his teeth in anger, but that kid was different. Knox von Reinharber, the maid spoke up to reassure him, there is nothing important for the prince to worry about. The maid obediently bowed before his contempt, please don't worry. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately gave her a slap in the face. He cursed angrily, worried, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm worried about just an ordinary brat from a dark family? The girl trembled and covered her face, she had committed a crime worthy of death. He didn't care and said, if you don't have a soul, don't disobey me. Father, how long do you think Esteban, or the son of the Empire, has been away from here? Saw the girl silent. He is overbearing, soon, the Empire and all power will be in my hands, so certain actions like today's actions are necessary, do you all understand? The maid tremblingly assured us, we will never make a mistake like that again. He nonchalantly replied, of course, you shouldn't. He ordered the butler, hey, butler, take her out of here. Despite her screams and pleas, he remained indifferent, please, Your Highness, just one more chance. You see, opportunity. It only happens many times to people like me, even if you were born a noble, the blood that flows in your body is not the blood of royalty, right? Your Highness the Prince, Your Royal Highness the Prince. He openly despises the male lead, Knox von Reinharber, no matter how promising they say you are, you cannot win a battle in which your defeat is already predetermined. I don't know what kind of face you'll make when you cry. At the training ground, the male protagonist and the eldest prince prepare to fight each other. In the stands is the king and the princess. He triumphantly looked at his expressionless face. He happily said, let's try our best. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, after all, you have to play with me in this little performance of mine. I'm so used to his arrogant demeanor that I'm helpless, yes, I understand. The referee shouted, okay, both sides prepare. The two men simultaneously drew their swords, and he announced that the battle between the great prince of the Empire, Louis von Arkheim, and Knox von Reinharber would be allowed to begin. Great Prince Louis confidently rushed towards him, no matter how skilled you are in swordsmanship, you cannot defeat the noble royal reputation. Even if you are talented, you are still just a pest of the dark family. Here, in the presence of the royal family and the church, you will not dare to swing your sword against me." His sword swung as fast as lightning. I can't believe that the male lead was able to block that attack. He was surprised. Nothing. To avoid the panic in his heart, he threatened me, "How dare you point your sword at the royal family?" Without even listening to what he had to say, he immediately threw his sword out, causing him to retreat several meters. To his horror, he said softly, "Your Highness. Didn't you tell me to fight with all my might?" His sword was dyed purple from magic power. He was still confused and silently cursed the male lead. "That bastard, how dare he point his sword at me, the head of the line of candidates to succeed the throne?" He was furious, his face twisted, an insect of a dark family daring to challenge my authority. He innocently replied, "I don't understand what you're saying, I'm simply following your orders." He gritted his teeth, excitedly swung his sword and said, "Okay, if you want to play like that then. I will not be lenient with you anymore." In his heart, he always despised the male lead. Even though he had a good reputation in Elden, he was still just a brat. There's no way he can defeat me, who received a high-class education from the royal family. Even the referee was powerless before his stop. Having said that, the match will end when one of the two people collapses or surrenders. The rules of etiquette are as simple as that, so this is the end of the explanation. While he was speaking, he was in preparation position. Then sped towards the main south. The two people's blades collided, causing a sonic explosion to occur. Looking at the eldest prince's fighting style, the male protagonist did not ask for an assessment. He may have been the one who created the bad ending, but his fighting ability is not that high. While beating him, he analyzed, even though his skills weren't bad. When his blade was about to touch his face, he freaked out. "Damn it. Close your eyes." Not feeling any pain, he slowly opened his eyes. The male protagonist gently retracted his sword in front of his confusion. Why did he stop? He asked him in confusion. The male lead calmly explained and gave him a thought. "What are you doing? I have no opinion on the rules of this match. But since there's nothing exciting, it's a bit boring. What do you want? How about we bet on who wins and who loses, Your Highness?" He was a bit hesitant. But on second thought, he smiled mysteriously. "Then I would be able to easily get what I wanted." He immediately agreed with me. "Okay, then nothing will be boring anymore, I agree." Bam immediately gets down to business. "Shall we set the betting conditions after the match?" The first prince said cunningly, "Sorry, but I'm quite impatient, I'll say it first." The male lead follows his wishes. The god is fine with it. His plot is gradually revealed. "If we win, I want you under my command instead of Penelope." "I'm a bit confused, what do you mean?" He was calm, pretending not to know anything was pointless. He immediately said his thoughts. "Aren't you fascinated by my sister?" The male lead's face turned pale when he heard what he said and he got goosebumps. What an ignorant guy, he completely misunderstood. He quickly scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry, but saving Princess Penelope is simply following the royal family's rules. I don't have any other intentions." "God has no reason to do so." The eldest prince seemed to wake up and said excitedly, "If so, then it would be easy. Become my knight. I want you to be my shadow, not the shadow of the Reincarnation family, and swear allegiance to me." The male lead immediately compromised. "If you win this match, then I will do the same." He's very confident in this match, and if I get hurt anywhere, I just have to blame it on him. Elden, the Reincarnation family, and Penelope are fine. Thinking then, the great prince rushed towards him. Preparing to swing the sword and not forgetting to insult you, blame your own stupidity for not realizing that the outcome of the match had been decided from the beginning. Looking at him aiming his sword, preparing to impale him, the male lead thought, "I can see at a glance that my sword cannot penetrate those creatures." While talking about his direct stab, I also thought of a plan to defeat him. Right now, I can't go through those creatures and hurt him. Having found the most optimal solution, his expression was extremely triumphant. He activated the Great Sage Creation System. Even if he only uses it once, he still accepts it. They will probably be very surprised when I learn the name of the owner of this celestial body, but, as it happens, I must prioritize my survival above everything else. Faced with his fierce attacks, the male protagonist gently dodged the attacks. After thinking for a while, he had to accept that there was indeed only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor. He confidently read the name. The owner of the celestial object was Astrid von Caliwood. A streak of light appeared in his pocket. A yellow ball appeared. Notification system. The username has been registered. The male protagonist will become the second owner of the celestial body, and his mana will skyrocket. The ball will also change from yellow to purple to match the color of the magic power of the celestial body, older brother. The heavenly body surrounded by his magical power gradually flew back, creating a huge gust of wind that made the eldest prince unable to stand. He was confused. What are you doing? He said with a smirk, this match. There's no rule against using magic, right? When he heard that, he was stunned. What? Angry, clenched teeth, a Reincarnation, using magic. Seeing the ball absorb so much of the male protagonist's magic power, he was extremely shocked, but also with so much magic power. The male lead said contemptuously, you must be very familiar with this thing, this is a magic bullet. He angrily looked up at the sky. A giant formation was created, and the celestial body along with the male protagonist continued to supply magic power to it. Beams of bullets made from magic power rushed down. Before the helplessness of the great prince, he said triumphantly, hoping you could avoid it, your highness. A giant black hole is constantly shooting purple arrows down. Louis had a hard time resisting those arrows. Arrows began to pierce the ground at the position where he was standing. He tried to dodge those arrows, thinking to himself, it felt really uncomfortable. He used his sword to deflect those arrows and continued thinking, something is not right here. Another arrow pierced his back, making him wonder, how could this be possible? Wasn't the Reincarnation family famous for their swordsmanship? Louis's magical talent was then knocked back a few steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth and continued to think, too terrible, if he was born with such strength, I would never be able to win against him. Many arrows were flying above his head waiting for orders. He looked at him and smiled and said, I know what you are thinking. The arrows are still floating waiting for orders. He clenched his fist and said, but there won't be any tricks. He thrust his fist forward and continued, at least this is better than the hundreds of thousands of shells you hide. He angrily asked him, why would a bastard from a dark family dare to mock me? He heard that and asked frankly, weren't you mocking me first? He heard that in surprise and asked again, what? He smirked and continued to say, didn't you arrange this match to mock my family and deny my achievements? Forcing me to participate in a match that is favored for you like that, the honor of the royal family is probably being damaged. The people present there heard that and could only bow their heads in shame. Louis was also stunned when he heard that. His eyes turned angry. Take out a blue magic square box. He brought the box forward and injected energy into it. A green wall immediately covered the two people. He frowned and said, bastard, there was a worried thought in his heart, if this is the case, I will lose and be humiliated. Witnessing his actions, he calmly asked again, what are you planning to do like this? He gritted his teeth in response to your question, that's not what you should say to me. Louis smiled like a petty person and continued, I heard a lot about you being a crazy person but I never thought you would dare to challenge me like this. When this match is over, then all the royal guards will come and kill you. He listened to what he said with an expressionless face. Then he smiled softly, that's what he said. He said as he finished taking out a blue ball from his pocket, do you want my beloved disciple to die here, principal? The birth ball he just took out radiated great energy. Louis was surprised by this. What? From the sphere, someone's voice rang out, I don't love it very much, but since this is a request, I will do it. When he heard that voice, Louis was surprised. Could this voice be the newly appointed principal? The person in the sphere heard it and asked again, have we met before? At the bridge, Noah's image appeared and she happily told him, Crown Prince Louis. In the space between the two of them, her voice still rang out, although it's not very cute, if you can kill my beloved disciple with his power. Saying this, her eyes showed a scary look and continued, because as one of the four saints, I bet all my honor to kill you. When Louis heard that, he trembled in fear. He has been silent ever since. At this moment, I secretly smiled, remembering things from the past. At that time, his voice rang out in the room, it was said that the royal family was planning to reward you. He now sat across from Noah, because he was said to have saved the royal family. Hearing that, she happily replied, yes. Knox's face now showed a grimace and said, it's not okay if I go there I will die, principal, as you know. She ate cookies while listening attentively to what he said. He sighed and continued, almost no one from the Dark family returned from there alive. She chewed the cake and covered it, he was right. He then snatched the cookie from her hand. He held it up high and looked at her angrily and said, "You've come to this point and you're still eating the cake." She tried to jump up and take back her piece of cake and said, "There's nothing wrong with the cake." Knox felt helpless as the person who gave her the piece of cake. "Please listen to me." He continued his concern. "If the principal spoke up, the crown prince would stop torturing and bothering me, right?" When she received the sale, she happily told him, "But then you won't get a reward anymore. You should get a reward when you do well." He crossed his arms over his chest and said seriously, "That's better than receiving a reward and only having his head back. I don't understand why things are so complicated." Noah came up with an idea and excitedly said, "Nowadays magic has developed to the point where it can stop the arms and legs, but I don't know what the head is like." He held back the anger in his heart and asked again, "Did he really say that to his disciple?" Noah continued dissatisfiedly, "Then, if there was a safe way to receive the reward, what would you do?" Hearing that, I immediately objected, "There is no such way." Hearing that, she smiled proudly and took out a blue ball. His shadow is reflected inside that sphere. Returning to reality, he looked at the ball and thought, the crystal that Noah gave here is a remote communication prop. He remembered how to activate this orb. Unlike other normal artifacts, it could transfer magic to the other side. He looked towards Louis and continued to think, adding that no matter how strong the prince was, he could not reach the leader of Elden and one of the four saints. He was looking suspiciously towards the ball. He stood next to her and spoke to her. Strangely, it was normal for the principal not to be this helpful. She heard that and reminded her, "Knox, everyone can hear you." Her eyes were as sharp as a threatening knife. "If you don't need help anymore, then let's go." Seeing that, he quickly begged, "Well, that's all I said, but I still need your help, don't I?" Louis stands on this side. He tried to show a friendly smile. It was just a misunderstanding. If I knew you were a student who loved our principal Noah, I wouldn't have done that." The two people's faces turned cold when they heard him speak. "Who is your principal? Don't pretend like we're close. I used to be close with your father, not you, and you're not my student, you brat." He was shocked to hear that. He quickly calmed the situation down. "I'm sorry, so what should I do to make him less angry?" She immediately spoke up, begging to go. Noah smirked and continued, "Beg my disciple for forgiveness, then I will forgive you." He stood next to him and saw that, thinking to himself, he didn't expect him to do it to this extent. He was shaking with anger. Then finally blurted out, "I'm sorry. You are not narrow-minded. Because of your kindness, I forgive you." She heard this and teased him, "It's really shameful." The barrier still holds. Her voice still rings out, "I will watch the match so it ends fairly, and break this barrier." Louis heard her say that and quickly followed, "Yes, yes. The barrier has been broken." He was secretly talking, "I understood." At this moment you appeared right behind him. He held a sword and turned around quickly. Using that sword, he hit Louis hard on the back of the head. After that attack, he lay down on the ground and the match ended. Seeing that scene, the nobles in the stands began to stir. A guy from the Dark family dared to challenge His Highness. What? How could this be possible? Penelope in the stands when she was stunned. Huh? How? Echidna said was her question. That Knox. Echidna was surprised at the scene just now and continued, "Did he have 2 lives or was he so reckless?" Hearing that, Penelope immediately interjected, "There was no use in speculating, Echidna, he must be hiding something." She then began to seriously think, the power of a certain force was spreading to the Arkheim Empire, so something must be behind him. In her mind, an image of Noah appeared. The princess then told the person next to her to bring him back under my command at any cost. Echidna also agreed with that opinion, even though she didn't want to admit it. Knox von Rienhaffer's skills were indeed very impressive. She remembered what happened in the past and continued, in the forest. Or even during the admission ceremony. Moreover, this match also showed that he had no intention of joining the side of Great Prince Louis. He was now pointing his sword at the person lying on the ground. Hearing that, Penelope smiled lightly. She turned her head slightly to the side and said to Echidna, "Then we have to take action." Hearing that, she worriedly asked again, "Do you have any plans yet?" Penelope raised her hand to cover her mouth. She whispered something into Echidna's ear, not knowing what the two of them were saying. She only saw Echidna softly reply, "Yes." The nobles hurriedly ran down to help the eldest prince, and Echidna asked in the audience, "Were you serious?" A person wearing armor inside said loudly, "Quickly take the eldest prince to the infirmary without any consequences." Everyone moved quickly. The people around heard him say that and were scared. Another person warned those present, not to tell anyone about today's story. The noise still rang out. "Your Highness, please wake up." Penelope calmly left her seat. She looked in his direction. The servants still continued to surround Louis, saying, Your Highness, I quietly left. Evening at the palace. At this time, he was sitting on the bed in his own room. Knox said with a tired face, he was about to die. He remembered his actions earlier and exclaimed, "That crazy prince." At that time, he opened the barrier and was about to rush towards him. His voice still echoed. No wonder everyone called him the one who created the bad ending. He reached for the ball next to him to comfort himself, anyway. In his mind, an image of a person appeared and he thought, as expected, his item was useful. He looked at the ball and smiled, thinking, not only in the early stages but also in the second half of the game it was still very useful. The energy ball reflected his image from before. It's undeniable that having this thing made it a little easier for me to deal with the prince. He tiredly leaned back and continued, of course next time I can't rely on luck alone. Suddenly someone knocked on the door outside. He was startled when he heard a noise. Worrying thoughts began to appear in his mind. Had the great prince come to take revenge? He picked up the sword next to him and continued to think, even if it was true, it was too early. He held the sword in his hand, ready to fight, and asked, Who is it? The person standing outside the door heard that and replied, It's me, Knox von Reinhardt. Echidna stood outside and called in, The princess wants to talk to you privately. Hearing that voice, he let down his guard and softly exclaimed, Echidna, in his heart, thought to himself, Isn't he waiting for the prince to come and take revenge? Knox worriedly asked, Now? Hearing that, she replied decisively, Yes, right now. He began to think in his heart, it seemed like there was trouble. He opened the door and said, Come in. Penelope entered his room alone. She coldly walked straight into the inner room. Echidna stood guard outside the door. In the room, Knox asked frankly, What brings you here, princess? She took off the hat on her head and her voice still rang out, If you came here to question me about the match with the first prince, the outcome has already been decided. She smiled slightly and turned her head to answer him, No, why should I do that? Knox von Reinhardt doesn't need to act stupid. He heard that and asked again, What do you mean? Penelope smiled and teased him, Can you imagine me having dinner with him? He heard silence. She turned to the chair in the room and said, Sit down. The two people now sat facing each other. Knox spoke seriously, It's almost midnight, princess, there's no need to rush, you can come at any time. Penelope smiled slightly and replied, No, it's okay. Hearing that, he was a bit angry and thought, No, what was she thinking that she was wandering around at this hour? He remembered those evil nobles. If rumors spread, she would be the one responsible. Suddenly her voice rang out, Were you afraid of a scandal? He did not hesitate to admit that it was true. The fact that the princess entered the room of a child on earth in the middle of the night was already a problem. She replied frankly, I thought so too. He was surprised to hear that. What? Penelope looked confident and continued, Scandal is inevitable, that's why I came. Hearing that, he was confused and mentally scolded, What is she talking about? Explain clearly to this crazy person. His voice rang out, Princess, if you don't explain clearly. Penelope interrupted my words, Knox von Reinhardt. Hearing her call his name, he softly replied, Yes. Penelope narrowed her eyes. Then she opened her eyes. Tell me with certainty, you must marry me. On a dark, ghostly night, the full moon shined bright red high above. The atmosphere seemed to be filled with the breath of death. In a certain building, the red light of the night crept through small squares, shining inside. In a large conference room, there is a round table with 4 people sitting in it. In the middle of the table is the symbol of the reactionary organization Lunatic. One of the people sitting there spoke up, So. Luna, one of the 3 sword emperors, leader of the reactionary organization Lunatic, asked if it was true that the new recruit had headed towards the Ark River in the capital. Duff immediately replied to her, Yes, it seemed like that. It seemed like the royal family was involved. Luna asked with her eyes closed, and they decided that, well, did they know how much trouble they could get into by going in there? A purple-haired girl clasped her hands together, her lips curled into a smile, as expected. That's why you can't trust children. Let's introduce this girl a little bit. Lunatic member, Marin. She gave her opinion. Of course, there must be some reason for the captain to accept him, but I still don't believe that. Before he could finish his sentence, the person next to him interrupted. Marin, be careful, words of speech. The person speaking is also a member of Lunatic, Kyle. He spoke in a low tone. His whole body seemed to radiate murderous intent. Does the captain need your permission to recruit members? Marin seemed quite scared of Kyle, awkwardly answering, Vice Captain, I didn't mean it like that, it's just. He did not listen to her explanations and teachings, and being disrespectful to his superiors is unacceptable, especially in an organization like ours, which is completely opposite to the royal family. Luna, who had been listening to their chatter, had completely lost patience and said coldly, That's enough, now let's talk about the new recruit. While in a meeting, a hooked hand rubbed against the door, creating a shrill sound. That person arrogantly walked in the middle of the meeting, but Captain. I think Marin's opinion is partly correct. He is a member of the Lunatic group, Craig. He kept the same smile from the moment he entered and spoke his thoughts. The Lunatic group hasn't recruited new members in a while. What made her come up with this idea? Luna narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She replied superficially, I'm interested, that's all. Craig laughed and deduced, there's no way our captain would be interested in a new recruit, maybe it's related to that person's family. She countered, no, it had nothing to do with the Reincarnation family. Luna seemed to think back and said at that time that Theo was indeed related to Lunatic, but that kid really seemed to hate the family. Kyle spoke up, that was quite surprising. Marin said, shouldn't we verify that? She wondered why a noble son of the Reincarnation family would volunteer to help a criminal organization. This needed to be corroborated. Luna also sat still, closing her eyes and thinking. Then she opened her eyes and agreed, okay, what Marin said made sense. Luna ordered, then let's do it, give the new recruit his first mission. We will see what his abilities are, and whether he will betray us or not. She looked towards Marin and asked, what do you mean? She was startled when she was called out. She was secretly wondering, in her first year, she didn't even accept any missions. But to verify this, there is no other way, Marin replied, okay, I'm fine with it. Duff of course fully supported saying, I agree. Kyle also replied, fine. Craig also has no opinion, it sounds good, so I agree. Luna assigns tasks, if it's done then, Marin, this time you'll take the lead. As the senior. Hearing that, she was deeply moved. I finally became a senior. In her heart, she thought, how pleasant it is to hear that word. Marin gave a sly smile, Rookie, I don't know who you are, but I will show you what a true senior is. She spoke up, can I ask what the mission is this time? Luna explained, the stairs were hidden in the academy's basement. There were 72 demons hidden there under the guidance of Elden. There are reports that the evil magic stone Paimon is there. While the rookie buys time, we'll steal it. Marin, support the rookie, it can be handled. She stood up and excitedly answered, of course. At this moment, a shadow continued to enter. Oh my god, Marin. Congratulations, you finally escaped from being at the bottom of the organization. The person who arrived is a hot girl, Lunatic member, Easel. She gave a small smile and said, try your best. Marin replied like a child, yes, I will try my best. Returning to our main character, the Princess Penelope calls, Knox von Reincarnation. She gave a holy smile and commanded, you must marry me. He was completely surprised by this request and asked with a dark face, what? Is there any reason that led you to that conclusion? Penelope explained, you must know about my position and influence in the royal family. Having said this, Knox also somewhat understood and thought to herself, so that's it, just now I thought you were infatuated with this guy's face, it's truly amazing. She didn't know what he was thinking as he continued, the royal family is currently divided into two factions. My father, King Esteban von Arnheim, is currently seriously ill, and there are rumors that he will soon step down from the throne. Of the two factions, one is led by my brother, Prince Louis I, his side had the majority. The other side is mine, Princess Penelope von Arnheim. Knox asked seriously, why did you reveal such important information to me? She put down the teacup and said, indeed, our side is extremely weak right now. My brother, no, Prince Louis has more credibility than me, he is the eldest son and has also created more connections with the nobility than me. They secretly discussed the reward they would receive once he ascended the throne. He asked, Princess, do you want to become the new king? Penelope lowered her eyelids and smiled a bit sadly. What I wanted, part of it was like that, the rest I couldn't just stand by and watch Louis I destroy the empire my father had built. You understand, right, that hidden bitterness in the way he treats people like tools. Knox did not deny, yes I know, thinking, that is why Louis is called the creator of the dark ending, I already knew that. Penelope stands up, I also need a force to help me. A powerful force that the prince has yet to grasp and will not easily overthrow. Looking at the girl standing by the window watching the moon, Knox asked, are you saying it's me? She replied, exactly. He frowned slightly and refused, I'm sorry princess, thinking in my heart, if the princess is also involved, there will be no way back, I need to avoid this. Penelope was not at all surprised by this answer, her expression still calm and said, saying that he lacked ability, or that he had an engagement with the Stilliner family, wouldn't it be too easy? At this moment, the notice board appeared, startling him a bit, the players were hesitating, and their acting genius attributes were shaking. Knox let out a helpless sigh, silently lamenting, it seemed like it was over. It can't be helped, he asked again, but are you sure it will be okay with someone like me? My reputation would probably not be enough to serve you, even if my skills were outstanding. She turned around to look at him and spoke, from now on, this will be our plan, so listen carefully, you saved me in the unnamed forest, right? He replied, yes. Penelope's hand reached out to touch Knox's hand and told the scenario in her head, despite being born into a dark family, you saved me. Looking at the hand being held, he thought a little unnaturally, that's true, but there's nothing strange about it, yes. She kept a gentle smile on her face, asking Knox's opinion, should we say, were you infatuated with me first, or was it me? Penelope's words were like lightning, what? He asked darkly, princess, are you serious? She used both hands to cover Knox's hand in a soft voice, nothing is really impossible, the royal family can choose their life partner in their own way. And who knows? What if I really fall in love with that handsome face of yours? It was already dark outside, but the sky now seemed clearer and brighter with each floating cloud, under a large mansion with some lighted windows, if you opened it, you could definitely see it, the stars are so clear and bold. Knox Von, after chatting with Princess Penelope for a while, returned to his room, leaned back on the mattress, put his hand on his head, sighed and looked quite exhausted and said, ha! While alone like that, suddenly Jitri came inside and cried out, Mr. Knox made him quickly open his eyes to pay attention. But her tone seemed strange, her face quite worried, holding a newspaper in her hand as she said, I think you need to explain some things to me. It turned out that she had seen a newspaper article about Princess Penelope, with shocking content and statements about her liking an enemy knight, but that was nothing compared to his faceless photo, which left her completely shocked. But Knox's attitude was the complete opposite, extremely relaxed, then smiled excitedly and said, is there already a newspaper article about that, not forgetting to exclaim, the princess's amazing ability to turn things around according to her will, really? But I'm sure she still had a lot of confusion, her face showed everything and she asked, I heard that something happened but how did it turn out like this, I really don't understand. Hearing that, he slowly stood up and explained to Jitri more thoroughly, clearly, thanks to the war for the throne, they were trying to trick us. Before his answer, she thought everything was quite simple but no, now she realized it and asked about it, the war for the throne, and received Knox's answer, yes. She wanted to take advantage of me because she wanted to prevent Prince Louis from taking over the throne, so that she could easily take the title of king to rule the world, which is why she naturally chose me as her husband. Knowing this news, she seemed quite worried about his safety and warned him, I heard that Prince Louis has gathered a lot of forces. But the Reinhofer family is a dark family, I really didn't expect her to join hands with us. Just as Jitri predicted, he immediately replied that that was the reason, but because she was still a bit bewildered, she opened her eyes wide and asked, what do you mean? At this point, the space around Knox was gray and he seemed a bit forced, his voice lowered to a low tone and he replied, she said, it's because I'm a terrible guy who always causes trouble. Then there was no more discussion, the pain hit him straight in the mind so she remained silent, her face also embarrassed. Extremely uncomfortable, Knox raised his hand to scratch his head and said, that witch princess. Then she lifted up all her hair, so angry that she gritted her teeth and told her that she took advantage of me because she knew that my family had abandoned me, that's why she acted like that. While he was writhing, he suddenly became stunned, his eyes turned to the outside looking very surprised. He didn't tell Jitri anything, automatically raising his sword to make her say, Mr. Knox. Then he raised his hand and brushed her off, saying, shut up a bit. And in my mind, I was extremely suspicious, looking out the window, who else came here last night? Therefore, the skill was activated, creating countless streams of red light rotating into the sky, blood, moon and stars. Then on the tiled roof of the huge mansion, a jet-black figure appeared under a bright red curtain, to find his location. Then that red flame returned to his pupils when it was confirmed. There was a guest coming to the house, but Knox wasn't worried at all. He smiled fearfully and said, "Is it already started?" while Jutri stood there dumbfounded. It seemed like he was about to activate some kind of power that would make his hair fly away. At the same time the system appeared in the window. Luna, the first assigned mission, secretly recruited people. She must have contacted her subordinate in the academy library, Marin. Seeing him keep staring out the window, she also looked up and opened her eyes wide to observe. But he couldn't see anything, so Jutri decided to move closer with a confused look on his face. At this moment, Knox smiled mysteriously as if he had guessed who it was. Outside, the mysterious person finally appeared and it was Marin. She was using binoculars to look straight into their room. Not knowing what she was looking at, she looked quite grim, gritted her teeth and made a sound, It turned out that when he put down the binoculars, he immediately complimented him, saying he was as handsome as rumored. But he was still just a kid. He looked too sick to receive recognition from Miss Luna. Then she smiled dangerously and told herself, "There's no other way, I have to go there to confirm it myself." With a cold face and a sharp murderous aura in her eyes, she smirked and said, "Let's see if he becomes an elite member." Scene changed to the Royal Academy, or rather at the library. Knox was searching for something in the shelves, and Echidna was helping him carry a high stack of books. It seemed like he was looking for something, opened a book, looked it up and said, "Professor Loss." He returned to the present. Surely something was going on, so he slammed the book shut, extremely angry as she witnessed it. Professor Raz saw Knox's angry and uncomfortable look and felt wrong and quickly said, "We have to go find Dean immediately." Then he quickly ran over, happily placed the stack of books in his hands and said, "Sorry Knox, I'll leave the cleaning up here to you." Then he didn't hesitate any longer and rushed away, turning around and waving, saying goodbye in his surprise. Knox seemed to have been tricked, his face darkened with dissatisfaction, but he couldn't do anything but curse, "You old bastard, seeing you like that." Echidna immediately intervened, "You shouldn't say what you're about to say, don't eat it, tell the professor like that." Then, while he was upset, he turned his head and asked, "Do you understand the pain of a student being noticed?" At that moment, Echidna was a little stunned, confused and surprised and replied, "The student was being noticed, attention." Not wanting to waste any more explanation, Knox swallowed his anger and turned his eyes away and just said, "Damn, being a top student is more tiring than I thought." There was nothing he could do, so he squeezed the book in his hand tightly to relieve himself, immediately warned him, so he should keep his mouth shut. He was about to lose his temper, so he didn't want to bother him, so she went somewhere else. Call, okay. Because it seemed like the two of them were talking a bit loudly, even the students who were reading had to look up. Then everyone goes their separate ways, everyone does their own thing. Then suddenly Echidna turned around and called out, "Hey!" Seeing that, I immediately warned you in advance, if you intend to say a few words and grumble again, I will ignore you. Then she immediately denied it. "It wasn't like that, it seems like we both don't like getting involved with each other." While continuing to put away all the books, he replied, "Think about what you did before, when she coughed a few times, ahem, anyway." Echidna went into the water first, put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm also sorry about what happened to the princess, I don't expect you to understand." Seeing Knox not reacting and just standing there made her feel confused. Why is he looking at me like that? And he suspected what she was planning to do. Then Echidna immediately replied that I only know that the prince who opposed you had many intentions of revenge. I don't think the princess announced that you would become her husband to make you more miserable. His eyes looked shaken. But a second later, he regained his coolness and replied, "What do you mean my marriage with her will give me a headache?" To be honest, I was a bit surprised by that, but why are you apologizing to me? Seeing him ask her that, Echidna immediately answered, "Simply, I asked you to help us with many things. And I don't want to say that the princess is not that type of person." It seemed like the words she said had some impact on him. Knox just stood there with wide eyes. A second later, he lowered his head slightly and asked, "You really value the princess, but in your head you feel very uncomfortable and tired." Among the three of them that come to mind, there is one character who is very different from what I know in the game. Then he immediately raised his hand, looking very confused. I started to feel confused about the present. Then turn around and wonder to yourself, is this a feeling of sympathy or not? But immediately denied it, clenched his hands and said, "Forget it." She certainly had her reasons for doing so. Hearing this, Echidna seemed quite surprised and opened her eyes wide. Then Knox continued, "The only thing I can do now is organize these books, so leave me alone." The words he said just now made her feel at ease with his sincerity. She bowed her head, raised her hands to her chest and said, "Rehafer, thank you." Seeing that it was okay, he also smiled, put the book back on the shelf and looked at Echidna and said, "Like always, don't say such cheesy things." Just as the empty space on the shelf had just been filled, a book next to it suddenly turned red. Its cover pattern was completely different from the rest, and was decorated with thorns. Seeing that it seemed strange, Knox couldn't hide his curiosity and immediately took it out, his eyes observing carefully. On that blood-red book, a line of white text appeared. Marin had contacted and completed the mission. Seeing it, he was quite surprised in his mind but didn't show it, just thought to himself, he didn't expect to be contacted like this. Because of that, he also spoke up and said, "I need to be alone for a while, I have something to check, so don't bother Knox anymore." She immediately agreed, "Just do what you want." Then he immediately walked out of the library, closing the iron door gently so that no one could see. Opening that book, Knox immediately touched the surface, then it burst into flames and ancient characters. Information also appeared in his mind. A demon was sealed in the night of massacre. Paimon's essence stone was hidden underground at the academy. To steal it, he must gather information about the internal structure of the academy and need to grasp the timing of the action very well. The image of Luna with bloody eyes, surrounded by a source of red and black energy, and her gave a strange smile. Not only that, at this moment Knox also opened his mouth and smiled dangerously, his face filled with joy and silent celebration, finally starting. Inner lunatic, in his eyes everything was in red, because the good part had just begun. This was the main important mission of the game. It finally started. Inner lunatic, thinking of the extremely satisfied Knox, clenched his fists in celebration, still keeping that skill intact, his face full of determination. He then paused that skill, his special ability showing in his eyes. The sky in his perspective was now completely dyed crimson, looking up at the moon and thinking, the first episode of this hellish game. Now, when I returned to that mansion, there were still some rooms on. That was Emma. She looked so sad at this moment, she was extremely panicked as if lost in the dark. But then I had to open my mouth to ask, "Miss, are you okay?" only to see Talia wrapped in a blanket and not responding. Because she was also worried, Emma continued, she had done that for 2 days, if she felt unwell. The answer she received was still silence from Talia, keeping her face down. But there was also a sign of something. She pulled the blanket tightly. In my mind, I was a little confused and wondered how young Master Knox knew the princess. Then Emma herself closed her eyes, stroked her chin and speculated about many things, no matter how handsome she was, choosing someone from the Dark family as her life partner. At this time, she imagined the scenario, especially when the clan leader, who loved his daughter very much, found out, just thinking about the final outcome, that he would kill young Master Knox immediately, made Emma's skin crawl and sweat flow from fear. After further calculations, this would lead to conflict between the two families, and then she raised her hand to decide what to do. Well, it turned out that he was about to touch and lift up the towel and say, lady, please stop." Before she could do anything, Talia suddenly stood up and threw the towel away. Her dark face was quite grimacing, and she was a bit startled by that. It took a few seconds to calm down, so I stammered a bit, miss." Then she immediately got out of bed, but her steps were a bit unsteady. Moving closer to Emma made her so shy that she gritted her teeth and her face turned red, scared to death. Then Talia raised her voice full of magic and gloom, her lifeless eyes looked straight and called out her name, Emma. At this moment, she only dared to raise her hand and hesitantly replied, yes, but inside her head she was dumbfounded, really scared. Then, she immediately raised her hand to her chest and said in a flat tone with soulless eyes, "Today, I have finally grown up." Then that's it. At this point my hands and feet are shaking, afraid of something but still trying to act normal and respond, "What do you mean?" Then Talia slowly answered, "I realized someone had stolen my item." At this point I finally learned. My father's words were true, and came with a killer smile. Then she began to explain the philosophy, if you don't want to lose anything then you must become strong. That's all she heard, but she didn't really understand anything so she just said, what? But Talia tilted her head and asked, "Is that right, Emma?" When faced with that question, she was stiffly sprayed with glue and immediately opened her mouth and said nothing. But it got more and more scary. She didn't say anything and just stared. Then he headed straight towards his servant. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. In that moment, Emma still thought of him and secretly hoped that young Master Knox would save himself. Then moving to another side, Duke Paimon, the demon responsible for the night of massacre that led to the death of Knox's mother. And the demon reversed Noah's time, turning him into a child. Kill him in the main story of the first game, which is Knox's flashbacks. Right now he is wearing a cool black coat. He was standing somewhere, there was a fountain in front of him and it was extremely quiet around him. Then when I thought about the demon, I just felt a little sorry. Of course, with my current strength I couldn't kill him. Then he didn't care about that anymore and temporarily put it aside for a bit. He immediately thought about what makes him feel lucky. After bathing in the Ark River, his stats randomly increased. While he was enjoying the pleasant feeling, a notification appeared. You have discovered the hidden piece. You have bathed in the Ark River. Then, Knox immediately put one hand into the water. Then there is another notification. The index increases by +2 randomly. At this moment, he looked extremely satisfied and smiled. 2 consecutive notifications are created. Mana index increases by 1. But that's not all, he immediately added. That's not everything in that absence scene. Suddenly Knox read a string of strange characters. As soon as he finished the sentence, a notification appeared. The hidden piece was activated. Along with the dragon clan symbol, the player had learned the ancient dragon language. After that, many streams of light merged into Knox's hand. Then it immediately flashed in his mind, if it weren't for marrying the princess, this would have been a great discovery. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. It seems you're not late. I thought you would get lost since the road to get here is difficult. And that was an acquaintance. Marin appeared quite nicely, standing on top of the fountain roof. The wind blew and the dust kept flying. Because he felt it, Knox prepared to take a look. There's nothing to worry about, he easily guessed right away and asked, are you Marin? Hearing her correct information, she immediately confirmed with dangerous eyes, that's right, the nickname Marin, that's me. Then, after just 5 seconds of appearing, she immediately evaluated him, but it seemed like he was a bit rude, so listen carefully. Then he immediately pointed a finger forward to affirm that I am your senior as well as your guide, and I am 2 years older than you, understand? When he heard that, he could only simply answer, that's it, but in his mind he understood too well that, in fact, Marin was the most annoying person in Lunatic. Then the screen displayed her basic information. Also refers to attributes. Finally, our basic properties. In both active and passive skills. More importantly for Knox, this alone makes him extremely uncomfortable. There is one attribute of her that I really hate in Inner Lunatic, that is. Before he could finish thinking, she smiled and said quite happily, from now on you are my junior and you must talk to me respectfully. Because he didn't understand what name Marin was babbling about all this time, he pouted and said, what are you talking about, old lady, and in his mind revealed that it was a bad attribute, knowing everything big and small, damn it. As Knox said earlier, with Marin's own ability to know everything he was thinking in his head, it made her extremely uncomfortable, embarrassed, blushing, clenching her fists and shouting, you call me old-fashioned star. Then his face was full of determination, his sharp eyes denied it, without showing any signs of hesitation. Then she pointed straight and said, this world is just trash. Different from his determined perspective, he only saw her as a bit cool and boring, so he stood below to judge. It seemed like she liked to babble at length. Then she fell from above to the ground, landing gently without making a sound. Keep telling me, so. You need to respect me, while showing a dangerous smile, holding your arms in a cool way. Never stopping talking, Marin closed his eyes and said, I joined Lunatic a few years earlier than you and was also 2 years older than you. Then Knox, who was cold, simply replied, I heard that story a while ago, and raised his whole hand to ask, so if you receive respect from someone like me, what do you plan to do? It seemed like his words made her quite confused and stammering, but in Lunatic there are rules. To prevent her from saying another word, he tilted his head slightly, put a finger to his mouth and said, wait, someone is coming, let's move back to the base first. I hadn't even been called by my senior yet but I was already in a hurry to leave, making Marin a bit stunned, unable to stand it, just leave it like that. Then, due to the nature of the job, I had to accept it and sigh, then use my skills to say, this is the first mission so I'll forgive you. Then suddenly from above Knox's head, a glowing scroll appeared. In order not to hinder him from working, Marin reached out and withdrew his hand. I will move back to the base as you said. But he didn't forget to shout, "First, tear up that scroll." Then he did so, holding it tightly and smiling with satisfaction because he knew that it seemed to be a low-level space teleportation magic scroll. It really wasn't much different from the game, so without hesitation, he tore the piece of paper to reveal the light. Taking effect, black crystals flew up around Knox's body and he himself seemed to be lifted. Then it formed a milky white space like a gate below the fountain, then a gust of wind blew in, then everything went white for a bit and then returned to normal. Inside an ancient dungeon, 2 purple flames appeared. Suddenly someone's perspective distorted with a cough. Ugh. Wow, that's Marin's. She seems to be in a bad mood right now, with headaches, dizziness, ringing in her ears, her face is a little green and she might vomit. No matter how many times I've tried it, I still can't get used to using the roll. Magic paper transforms this space. So I decided to wander over to the creaking chair, sit down, and then say, even though I've already briefly conveyed the first mission, I'll explain it again, so please listen carefully, okay? Then Marin coughed a few times. Then let's get down to business. You must have heard about the night of the massacre, right? The time when the demon Paimon was holding the stone in his hand. Then it was exactly what he was waiting for, so he quickly replied, of course. Seeing that, she continued to tell, the great demon Paimon was sealed thanks to the joint efforts of Principal Noah, swordsman Celsus and homeowner Teo. That's why people call the day of his destruction. Then her eyes firmly affirmed, yes, Paimon is a very dangerous person. He is a monster that even the most talented swordsmen and sages on the continent can hardly stop, having to go through a grueling and arduous process. The problem is that too much time has passed since the sealing process. We have been unable to determine the location of the magic crystal containing his soul. However, Knox is still not too worried because he immediately said, but now we have found its location and it is underground at the academy. So Lunatic assigned the task of attracting attention to me and you to destroy that magic crystal, right? Hearing that, Marin couldn't stop praising him. He caught on quite quickly. But don't forget to remind me of the past. In addition to calling me aunt instead of senior, perhaps you will also be quite helpful. Then with his harshness, he nonchalantly called out, ignoring that small problem, leaving her stunned and wondering again, small. Without missing a moment, he immediately asked questions about the next step, whether the date for implementing the plan to appropriate that magic stone had been decided. Then the answer was there. Marin slightly smirked and replied, roughly, it was the plan for free self-study at night at Elden Academy. He would have to take on the responsibility of keeping the other students and academy teachers at bay so they couldn't take action. But after listening, I had a question. If that was all, would it be possible? What if you accidentally damage the magic crystal and cause Paimon to revive? But she had immense confidence, smiling mysteriously and asking, it seems you don't know how talented Captain Lunatic is. It was the youngest swordsman among the 3 who saved this decaying continent, Luna, one of the 3 mighty sword emperors. Because having such a strong captain also buffed Marin's confidence, she smiled without hesitation for sure, so what he said wouldn't happen. While she was busy arching her body proudly, boasting a bright aura, his mind was extremely opposite. His eyes expressed helplessness as he thought, it would be great if everything went smoothly as Marin said, that won't happen. In this part, Paimon will revive, although not in a perfect state, but with just a little mistake, the whole academy will be completely destroyed. Chapter 1 of this main part is considered a rookie guillotine called the Massacre Night Maze. He had no emotions, his face was tense, he bent down, closed his eyes, and thought, here, I have to play both the main role and the villain role to save the other characters in the academy. Then Knox slowly opened his eyes and reminded himself, so he had to concentrate. So determined to prepare carefully, he opened his request, I wanted to hear a detailed explanation of the plan. On the other side, in a seemingly old landscape, vines and moss grow everywhere, and spider webs are spread out everywhere. It turned out that it was inside a pillar. Someone's footsteps were walking straight towards the bright red light. It turned out to be a ball of energy. The figure of that person also appeared but was extremely distorted. It was Rick. Actually, it wasn't surprising that it was him since he was a devil worshipper standing in front of the crystal ball. Then he said with a voice full of dangerous calculation, everything is ready. As long as you create chaos on the ground like in the past, it will show a different sign, emitting an energy source shaped like a demon's face. Oh no, that's Paimon, the demon that only has a soul residing in it. Praise, well done, although it's difficult to fully reincarnate because those bastards have made me lose too much magic power, but for now that's enough. Then, because he didn't know any information about him, he guessed, "Your name is Rick, right?" With his admiration, he raised his hand to his chest and bowed to answer, "Yes." At that moment, a very scary red eye appeared in the sphere. It said in a sinister, evil voice, "If you succeed this time, you will become a real devil, not just a devil, another half-demon. Don't disappoint me." Hearing such attractive words, he immediately smiled. Eyes full of desire are about to be fulfilled. The scene changes back to the academy, right in the lobby where a group of 5 people have gathered. But at this moment, Knox looked extremely awkward, his face showing all his confusion, while Eleanor was standing with her arms crossed, watching. Suddenly she turned her head a little and looked at something. Unexpectedly, it was the extremely proud and confident Princess Penelope and Talia bowed slightly and were facing each other. Then it was she who spoke first, apologizing to Talia, "I hope she will understand," and behind was Echidna. Not stopping there, Penelope also placed her hand on her chest and said that human emotions cannot be controlled at will. At this time, I started to feel so nervous that I couldn't shout loudly. Huang knew. Then his rather worried face turned and called her name, Talia. In that moment, she didn't say a word, just stood still, surrounded by a feeling of darkness. But suddenly laughed, hee. Every sound and movement she made had a strong impact on him. Knox trembled and felt helpless, going crazy. Then she looked very scary, her eyes lit up. He looked at her like someone about to go crazy, thinking in fear, "I've completely forgotten to pay attention to Talia, the troubles are starting again." Half of Talia's face was hidden by her hair. She coldly smiled, hee. Talia opened her eyes wide and looked straight at the other person, still holding a faint smile on her lips. The pressure around her began to decrease. Talia clenched her fists at her side, her eyes sharply staring at Penelope. Knox stood between the 2 girls, sweating as he glanced at Penelope. He turned his head to look at the 2 girls standing on either side of him, his eyes filled with awkwardness. Knox closed his eyes and took a deep breath, thinking, why did this happen? He remembered when the results were announced on the notice board. The whole hall was full of people, everyone gathered at the notice board. Someone said, "Hey, do you know the news yet?" A young male student, with thick glasses on his eyes, raised his fist to his mouth, and in one voice began to say, "The school was selecting 7 students with the highest scores to receive training that night." Another male student raised his hand and wondered, is it for training, meaning that if he is selected, he will get extra points and have many priorities? A male student standing nearby clenched his fist, sighed regretfully and said, "Hey, if I did better I could have participated." The boy wearing glasses turned his head to look at the guys next to him, continued talking, "Stop being so delusional, you can't even get to the average level." Another boy standing next to you said bitterly, "Mom, that position isn't there anyway, belongs to nobility." The male student with the scriptures waved his hand and continued to say, "Even if we civilians have high scores, we cannot get anywhere." The 2 girls came to see the notice board. The 2 boys turned around and left. As they walked away, the male student said, "You think I don't know for sure? I already know." The boy wearing glasses replied, "You nobles, only thinking about himself, always talking about fairness, but look at them." As he spoke, he glanced at the male student not far away, surrounded by girls. Not far from the 2 male students, there was a blonde-haired male student surrounded by many female students. The male student wearing glasses angrily said, "This academy is no different from the outside world." Another male student spoke up, "How can we understand what elite people are thinking?" The female student next to him glanced at him. She covered her mouth, glanced at him and whispered, "But who were the 7 chosen people and what were the conditions?" The male student turned around and silently listened to her question. He raised his hand and scratched his head and replied, "Probably based on the score." The other male student was crying. He wiped his tears with his hand, chokingly said, "No matter what, he had to get a high score." Feet wearing black leather shoes, rhythmically pounding on the floor slowly approached. A person asked curiously, "But it was him that surprised you the most, right?" Knox entered the hall, everyone around him focused on staring at him. Knox frowned slightly, his cold expression continuing to move forward. Everyone in the hall opened their eyes wide, attentively observing his every move. Seeing Knox walking by, someone whispered to the person next to him, "That troublesome guy from the Rehaver family." Knox bowed his head slightly. He glanced at the people around him and thought to himself, "I know right away, everywhere I go, people are talking about me. I didn't want to attract attention, but what can I do?" Knox glanced around with cold eyes. He resignedly thought to himself, "Newbie killer." Knox thought of him holding the sword in his hand, his whole body wrapped in a dark aura. Opposite his eyes was a castle emitting rays of light shooting straight into the sky, an evil face appearing in the sky of the castle. Knox thought to himself, was the most important thing in the plot of the evil pieman. The score. Knox glanced to the side, a bright yellow letter appeared in the air, A+. The evaluation board appeared, with an F grade on it and a big disqualification stamp on it. Knox thought, that sounds silly. If you don't get a high score, you won't be able to participate in the night school event. If that happens, I can't connect everything together. Knox passed the students in the hall. He continued walking, looking at his back. The group of students gathered. Someone whispered, that bastard, he's really annoying. The male student stared at Knox's back, gritted his teeth and said, he must have done something like bribery, right? The other student standing next to him also looked at Knox with hateful eyes. As the male student spoke, he turned his head to look at the people next to him. The male student wearing glasses replied, yes, probably, and the others also nodded in agreement. Seeing the agreement, the male student burst out with anger in his heart, pointed his finger at Knox, his face full of indignation, and shouted at the two people next to him, that guy is everyone's enemy, so get rid of Nose. Went to this academy. The other two were sweating, they could only forcefully smile at him. Suddenly from behind him, a burly male student spoke up, no idiot, didn't you hear the latest news? The male students passing by stared at the male student who had just spoken. The burly male student approached the male student, pointed his thumb behind him, said seriously with his eyes, I heard that he was engaged to the princess. If you talk nonsense, you will die. Male. Hearing this, the student sweated and his face turned pale. The other male student's eyes were full of worry. He opened his hands and asked, what if he heard our conversation? Knox's face was cold. He glanced back. The young cadets were still worriedly talking to each other. Knox thought contemptuously, I heard it all, you idiots. He closed his eyes and sighed to regain composure. Knox rolled his eyes and remembered the backs of Marin, Easel and Craigoyle walking under the blood-red crescent moon. He thought to himself, I cannot ruin the relationship with the lunatic organization in the future because of some incidents in school, hospital. Knox raised his head and looked up, his eyes full of determination. He thought, for someone like me who intends to leave the Rehaver family, that organization is something I need to take advantage of. On the notice board, ranked first was Knox von Rehaver, second ranked was Leon von Marbus. Knox thought of the most important time of the upcoming 7 days of night school. Knox coldly walked away. Behind him in the darkness appeared an image of a smiling devil. Knox thought to himself, the devil pieman will revive, and I have to stop him. Back in the hall at this time, Talia and Penelope were in a tense confrontation with each other. Knox stood between the two, surrounded by a few female students watching. Knox cursed under his breath, damn it. He was sweating and pursed his lips, frowning and thinking, I forgot to check who was ranked below me. The bulletin board shows the top 7 people, from top to bottom: 1 Knox, 2 Leon, 3 Penelope, 4 Talia, 5 Echidna, 6 Eleanor, 7 Iana. Looking at Talia and Penelope confronting each other, he lowered his head and frowned, wondering if this situation was a conflict between girls in real life. Talia and Penelope stared at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Lightning broke out between the two girls. Knox wondered, a battle between the ex-lover and the current lover. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists and thought, damn, this is so bad, I haven't even been able to do anything and it's already all messed up. Talia looked straight at Penelope, her lips smiling slightly. Her bright red pupils exuded a bit of coldness. Talia slowly said, I understand, princess. It sounded bitter, but... She turned around to look straight at Knox and continued, Knox is a very kind guy. She smiled brightly and continued speaking, so I think it's normal for her to feel like she likes him like that. Penelope looked at her, smiled brightly and said, oh my gosh, thank you for your concern. Talia laughed, interrupting Penelope's words, but... Penelope stared at her with wide eyes. Talia smiled and patted her chest, her cold eyes open wide, her voice threatening, I don't think I can keep quiet and let this matter go. Penelope silently opened her eyes wide to look at her. Echidna standing next to her angrily gritted her teeth, looking at Talia with sharp eyes like knives. Talia narrowed her eyes, smiled and said in a low voice, the Steelner family takes victory very seriously. Since it's my thing, I won't let anyone take it. Talia's eyes sparkled. She stared at Penelope and said, no matter who it is, do you understand? Penelope responded with a calm expression. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Talia, smiled brightly and said, then good luck. She passed by Knox. Penelope closed her eyes and said, I heard this was a family-arranged marriage. As she walked, she glanced at Knox meaningfully, smiled and said, "Someone is thinking that this marriage is a serious marriage." Knox glanced after her. Talia stood behind and looked at her back. When Penelope and Echidna left, Knox turned around to face Talia and said, "Even though you have an engagement, I don't care." Suddenly something attracted his attention. Knox turned his head to look out the window. A red light appeared. In the red light a line of text appeared, "Everything in the academy would happen soon." Knox silently looked in the direction of the text and a red light appeared. In the long hallway, the torches on the pillars were flickering. Knox slowly walked. Suddenly Marin appeared above Knox's head. She sat perched on the railing and asked down, "Hey, new ghost." She sat cross-legged, cold eyes looking down at Knox. Marin frowned, her eyes questioning, asking, "What are you planning to do?" She jumped from the railing and landed in front of Knox. Marin approached, she waved her hand and questioned him, "What are you doing with rumors that you are engaged to the princess? Are you crazy?" Knox turned her eyes to the other side and spoke up to explain. It seemed like she already knew the rumor. "Actually, I don't know what happened anymore." He looked at Marin standing opposite and continued, "It seems like the princess is trying to take advantage of me to confront the prince." Marin frowned and glared, "Do you think I called you here just to listen to your nonsense?" Knox looked straight at her and said seriously, "Please continue your mission." Marin shouted angrily, "I want to hear your explanation. I also serve Commander Luna. I don't want this academy mission to fail because of you." She pointed at Knox and continued to shout, "We cannot accept someone of unknown origin like you." Knox looked at her coldly and said, "The above has already decided." Marin replied, "Evaluating new soldiers is my job." She furrowed her eyebrows angrily, pulled down the bow and arrow from her back, clasped it tightly in her hand and shouted, "I must confirm whether you are worthy of lunatic and will betray us or not." Knox lowered his head and let out a breath. "Ha!" He put his hand on his shoulder and closed his eyes. Pulling out a shining sword, clasping it in his hand. Knox raised the sword to face level, his eyes were sharp and cold, his whole body emitted a black aura. Marin raised her hand to pull out an arrow, her eyes filled with excitement, she smiled faintly, "Ha!" Knox raised his sword, his eyes filled with battle. Marin shot an arrow, the blue light emitted from the arrow was dazzling, the arrow rushed forward. Knox swung his hand and slashed, Marin's arrow was slashed and flew in another direction, the sword and arrow collided, emitting a strong beam of light. Marin glanced at him, countless blue rays of light focused on her body, Knox's eyes flashed, his whole body emitted purple rays. Marin continued to stretch the bowstring, aiming at Knox, he swung his sword straight forward. Knox turned his head and glanced at her with serious eyes. Marin knocked the arrow, pulled the bowstring tight, the arrow emitted blue light, she smiled happily and said, "I will give it my all, don't you die." Marin stretched the bowstring, the arrow pointed towards Knox emitting blue light, she smiled and said, "I will be lenient, if you die it will be very troublesome." The blue arrow ripped through the wind and rushed towards Knox. Knox moved aside, looking at the streak of water across his body, he thought, Marin wasn't lying. In the rushing eddy of the water a blue mermaid appeared, Knox thought to herself, she was truly a descendant of a legendary lineage that had disappeared, the mermaids. Marin continued to draw the bow, the blue arrow outside covered a whirlpool of water, he thought to himself, she inherited their blood and the power of her water pill cannot be underestimated, even Luna, the leader of the lunatic group, could hardly completely block that attack. The system suddenly appeared with a notification that the character and acting genius were being strongly activated. Marin shot an arrow at Knox, and as the arrow flew towards him, he thought to himself, it's better not to provoke her too much. Knox raised his sword to block Marin's arrow, he stared at the blue arrow thinking, however. Knox raised his sword to block the arrow collided with the sword, shattering into a large puddle, he thought to himself, I cannot win her trust with my current strength. Water splashed on his sword, Knox squinted through the water and thought, and there was a high possibility that everything would end in disaster. A stream of water gathered around Marin's body, Knox raised his sword and pointed straight ahead, thinking to himself, if that's the case in this battle. He looked down at the sword in his hand, his eyes full of determination saying, I must achieve absolute victory. Marin stood in shock as Knox emitted a black aura, he waved his hand and gently slashed her water arrow. Marin opened his eyes wide, his face serious and said, he may have received the captain's recognition, but he was still the lowest-ranking member. Knox's whole body emitted a black aura, he looked at her with wide eyes and cold eyes. Marin shouted angrily, what is that attitude? I want you to explain clearly. Marin took another arrow. She frowned and glared angrily and continued, about the relationship between him and the princess, and an arrow carrying a powerful whirlpool rushed forward. Marin continued speaking, all the events were happening around him too. Marin arched and shot out the arrow. Water columns reaching up to the roof surrounded Knox. He tightened his sword in his hand, looking straight at her. Marin swung the bow in her hand. A stream of water appeared in front of her. Marin opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Can you tell that they are just coincidence?" Water pillars surrounded him. Knox held the sword in front of his face, glanced at her. He said faintly, "You simply don't want to believe my words, isn't that so? If that's the case, it's my business. Explanation is just useless." Marin drew her bow again. A whirlpool of water surrounding the arrow, she said, to see how long he could keep that arrogant attitude. A tall wall of water appeared in front of Knox. Marin let go. The arrow turned into a giant water tornado moving towards Knox. Knox's whole body was submerged in water. He stood silently in the middle of the water wall, his eyes dark. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Through the film of water, his eyes flashed purple light. Knox opened his mouth and coldly questioned, "Do you think this trick will have any effect on me?" Knox swung his hand and slashed at the surrounding wall of water. The sword slashed horizontally, and the wall of water was cut in half. Knox swung his sword. The sword energy turned into a whirlwind, blowing away the wall of water around him. The whirlwind from Knox's sword hit Marin so hard that she had to use her hands to block it in front of her. Marin rushed forward. A blue arrow was mounted on the bow ready to shoot out. Marin smiled and stared at him and said, "At first I didn't think something like that would work." Marin let go. The arrow tore through the wind and rushed away. She smiled triumphantly and said, "All I can do is create a small opening." The arrow wrapped in water rushed in quickly. Knox turned his head to see the arrow aimed at his back coming towards him. The machine moved. The system displayed a notification. The skill, the moment of genius, was activated. Knox's whole body lit up. The system appears again. Your sense of time has been reduced. Marin's arrow came quickly. Knox glanced sideways. He raised his hand and slashed hard at the sword, thinking to himself, "I really don't want to reveal my abilities yet, but it seems there is no other way." Marin arched his body and shot the arrow hard. The arrow carried the water rushing towards Knox. He gently swung his sword and slashed once. The arrow immediately deflected in another direction. Marin saw this membrane, frowned tightly, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the distance between him and me was only less than 10 meters and he could still avoid it. Knox tightened his grip on the sword hilt with both hands. He raised the sword above his head. His eyes were cold. His whole body emitted billowing black energy. His eyes flashed. He slashed down hard. The nearby water drop was cut in half. The black sword energy boomed and collided with the flow of the arrow. Marin was knocked back by the sword energy. She gritted her teeth and stared wide-eyed ahead. Knox calmly stood and watched Knox's black sword energy entwine Marin's water stream, spiraling straight into the sky, forming a tall column. Knox turned around. His whole body was sweating, and in the fog Marin asked, "What the hell are you?" Knox turned around to look straight at her. The fog gradually cleared. Marin asked, "That's not the power a 15-year-old kid can possess." Marin stared at him with wide eyes and asked, "What is your goal when joining Lunatic? What the hell do you want?" Knox did not answer, just silently glanced at the sword in his hand. Marin smiled and said, "Ha, it doesn't matter anyway." A stream of water appeared around her. Mari opened her eyes wide, smiled and continued, "I will find out myself." Marin raised the bow in her hand high. She raised her head and looked up. 5 streams of water flew straight into her bow from the air. Columns of water shot up from the ground, forming a cage to trap Knox. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, turning his head to look at Marin. Knox opened his left hand. A black swirl appeared in his palm. Knox raised his left hand high. He raised his head and looked up. Countless black rays of light escaped from his palm. Marin's water circles were pierced by black rays of light. Marin widened her eyes in panic. The black light collided with the blue water. Knox swung his sword and rushed in front of Marin. Marin shot an arrow. Knox swung his sword and slashed down. The black light collided with the blue water and made a loud noise. "Marin," I thought to myself in panic, "he's really dangerous." Marin gasped. She clenched her teeth and glared, thinking to herself, even if he didn't intend to take advantage of Lunatic. The blue water stream in the air was hit by a strong black light. Marin panicked and looked up into the sky. She gritted her teeth and thought, "This bastard, he's still being lenient with me." Marin widened her eyes, full of wonder. Why is this happening? Is he holding back because he wants to take advantage of us, or is it because he is also a member of Lunatic? Knox raised his sword, pointed the tip of the sword at Marin. With sharp eyes he said, "How long are you going to stand there and think? It will be very difficult for me to hold back forever." Marin angrily gritted her teeth and shouted, "I knew it right away. How dare you make fun of the supervisor?" She glanced at him with disgusted eyes, clenched her teeth and thought, "I can't win. Is this the difference in talent between us? I don't know anymore." Marin clenched her fists and thought to herself, "But I was sure of one thing, I would definitely lose if I didn't give it my all." She thought of the image of the lunatic organization standing side by side, standing on a cliff under the blood-red moonlight. Marin pursed her lips and thought, no, maybe all the lunatic members would be defeated. She parted her lips, with a serious expression calling out his full name, Knox von Rehafer. Marin said, "I can't recognize you as one of Lunatic's members." He silently frowned and looked straight at her. Marin concentrated her strength on the arrow. She stretched the bowstring and said, "You are truly outstanding, but I can't understand the intention behind your actions, so." The rushing water surrounded Marin's arrow. She looked at him with wide eyes and continued to say, "I will follow Lunatic's rules and take you down as a potential danger." Marin's whole body was like a big ocean with huge water rushing around her. Knox tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and bent down to fight. Marin concentrated all her strength on the tip of the arrow. She clenched her teeth and pulled the bowstring tight. The arrow tip flashed blue light. Knox thought to herself, "This is it, the secret technique of the mermaid tribe, the water bullet. If I get hit with that attack, I will die unexpectedly in my current state." He furrowed his eyebrows and looked towards Marin, thinking, "I don't know if I can dodge it or not, but there's nothing I can do now." Marin let go. The arrow carrying maximum power rushed towards Knox. Looking at the powerful blue arrow coming, Knox raised his sword and prepared to fight. Suddenly a sword shot down from the air, cutting off the arrow's attack. Marin was so surprised that her eyes widened and her mouth opened. The sword struck down. The arrow carrying maximum power was destroyed. In the air there was only a thin ring of dust dispersing. An angry voice rang out, "Marin, what do you think you are doing?" Luna just raised her hand to throw the sword to cut off Marin's attack. She looked down at Knox and Marin standing below, and said sternly, "I assign the task to carry out with the new recruit." Her eyes were bloodshot, her face stern. Luna coldly looked at Marin questioningly, "But why did it include killing him?" Marin stood motionless looking at Luna. Knox turned his head and looked straight at Luna. Marin opened her eyes wide, confused and said, "Captain." Knox turned his head and looked back. He said hello to Captain Luna. Luna stood on the upper floor looking down at the two people and said sternly, "You too, rookie." Marin nervously clenched her fists and stared at Luna. Knox silently glanced at her. Luna continued to speak, "If you two don't explain the situation clearly to me." Luna's face was serious. She frowned and looked down from above. Her voice was cold, "I will punish both of you." The tense atmosphere of Marin's powerful attack was broken. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Luna spoke coldly, "I asked again." She raised her eyebrows with a serious expression and said, "What exactly do you need to do, Marin?" Knox and Marin looked up. Luna bent down and rushed down from the upper floor. She gently landed on one foot. Luna continued leisurely. Her mission was to attract the attention of the professors and students along with that rookie. Luna walked up to Marin. Her sharp eyes glanced at her and asked, "This isn't part of the plan, right?" Being pressed down by Luna's aura, Marin's whole body shrank. Her whole body was sweating. Marin lowered his eyes and hesitantly explained, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to confirm his loyalty to the organization." Luna placed her hands on her hips and said seriously, "That's the leader's job, not yours." Marin's whole body trembled. Luna raised her hand to pick up her sword and continued, "One more thing." She raised the sword in front of her face. The sharp blade flashed, but a few cracks appeared on the blade. Luna's cold eyes swept over Marin's body and she said, "Look, she has chipped his sword, me with my skills." Knox stood silently watching. Luna raised her sword and stared at Marin asking. It seemed like she really wanted to kill this brave rookie with her arrow magic. Luna continued to ask in a harsh voice, "Am I right?" Marin lowered her eyes and bowed her head in silence. Luna glanced at Knox standing behind her and said, "I understand. I also realize that he hasn't done anything to prove it." Luna glared with angry eyes, staring at Marin and shouting, "But this time you went too far. There is only one reason to kill a lunatic member, remember." Marin bowed her head. Her panicked eyes said, "Only if that person betrayed the organization." Luna frowned and stared at her, saying sternly, "Don't repeat this mistake again. This is a warning." After speaking, she turned her head, glanced at Knox and said coldly, "Saying you too, brave rookie." Knox looked at her and said, "Fine, I'll remember that." Marin bowed her head sadly. Luna turned around to look straight at Knox and called out, "Rookie." She turned around and asked as she walked, "Could she come out here with me for a bit?" Knox opened his eyes wide and looked at her, then responded, "Okay." In the night sky, the clouds parted to reveal a full moon that shone brightly like a pearl. Luna went first, Knox followed. She spoke as she walked, "Remember this, I have to reluctantly reprimand the two of you to maintain discipline." Knox bowed his head, he closed his eyes and exhaled and said, "As a lunatic member, I have achieved a lot of things, so things like this don't hurt my pride." Luna glanced at him for a moment. Knox waved his hand and continued to tell her, "Well, I mean it's okay, Marin still doesn't trust me." Luna rolled her eyes down and continued, "She rarely behaves like that, it's a bit difficult to explain, but there is definitely a reason behind it, I hope you understand." Luna smiled and said, "One more thing." Knox opened his eyes wide and glanced at her. Luna said, "You owe me your life." Remembering the situation at that moment, the arrow carrying a giant bar of power was coming. Knox raised his sword to prepare to receive the blow. Luna said, "If at that time an arrow from Marin had hit him, he would have died." Knox laughed. He glanced at her and said, "To put it simply, that was fierce." Luna glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you surprised?" Knox closed his eyes and smiled and replied, "Having done this type of work, being close to death is normal." Luna turned her head, closed her eyes, smiled and said, "Bored, maybe this is why Marin doesn't like you." Suddenly Luna frowned, her eyes became sharp. She said, pointing to an arrow. Knox turned his head to look at her and asked, "What?" He stopped and turned around to look at her. Luna put her hands in her pockets and continued softly, "I'm talking about the reason why Marin joined Lunatic," pointing to an arrow. She remembered the image. Marin concentrated her strength on the arrow. She pulled the bowstring tight. The arrow flashed blue light. Luna continued to speak. "Marin wasn't that strong, but just one arrow. The arrow is always ready to leave the bow, sometimes containing immeasurable destructive power." Luna frowned and said with a serious expression, "I can't even block it directly." Knox glanced at Luna walking beside him. He thought to himself, "I see, so that's the reason my sword cracked." Knox tilted his head, remembering the image of a giant stream of water surrounding Marin's entire body. He couldn't help but think, but isn't that strange? If Marin is so strong, why doesn't she appear in the main storyline? A mermaid appeared in the water. I held a large bow, my other hand spread out in the palm of my hand. A blue aura appeared. Luna spoke. "The Sea Clan. Marin is the last descendant of the clan, capable of mastering water and archery." Luna glanced at him and continued speaking, "So she could release that power, of course." She pursed her lips tightly and did not continue speaking. Knox glanced at her. He remembered the illustration of the sea race and noted in a big book, "The sea race, among the races that have become extinct over time, are very unusual. They were mentioned in the main story of Inner Lunatic, but never appeared." He raised his hand to stroke his chin, smiled slightly and said, "Next time I face her, I will definitely not give her time to shoot an arrow." Luna looked at him with a smile, the mischievous kid. She poked his forehead with her index finger. Knox looked at her with wide eyes. Luna continued to say, "Don't think about confronting her." Luna poked her finger on his forehead and said, "Do you know how dangerous Marin can become when she goes crazy? Like I said before, you almost lost your life." Knox leaned back to avoid it, Luna's finger. He rubbed his head, closed his eyes and sighed. Luna stared at him. Knox turned his head and looked around, smiling and saying, "This place is bigger than I thought." Knox glanced around and thought to himself, "An arrow shot out with destructive power, looks like I have a nice card to use in a situation where I need it." Knox walked a few steps forward then stopped. Turned his head to look at Luna. He turned around and looked back. Luna spoke up and said, "Rookie, you're strong." Knox stood silently looking at her. Luna seriously observed Knox and said, "You can defeat Marin even before she goes crazy." She looked straight at him, her expression serious and continued, "Not only that, he was calm and rational enough to be able to kill his enemies without hesitation." Knox smiled modestly and said, "That's too much praise." Suddenly Luna's expression became extremely serious. Her sharp eyes staring at him said, "So I have a request." Knox and Luna stood facing each other. Luna looked at him and said, "If during this mission, he felt like Marin was going crazy." Luna's whole body exuded coldness, her eyes opened wide, looking straight at him and saying, "Kill her." Knox stared at her silently. Luna continued, "He was the only one who could do that." The scene changes to a large classroom. The professor writes on the board and says, "So." The professor turned around and continued, "Although natural talent is also very important, in the end, only those who work hard can unlock it." Below everyone is listening attentively. Talia sat some distance away from Knox, always staring at him with wide eyes. Knox sat at the same table with Penelope and Echidna. He glanced back and thought to himself, what did I do wrong? They should at least explain to his fiancée Talia. Penelope turned her head to look at him, smiling teasingly. Her gaze was quite intense. Knox turned to look at her and asked harshly, can you really say that? He thought to himself, from the beginning I had no intention of sitting next to her. Knox remembered just now at the foot of the stairs, in front of Echidna, Penelope approached him and said that after all, we were engaged. She smiled at him and said, if we don't sit together, people will get suspicious. Knox was sweating and looked unhappy, thinking to herself, she has to differentiate between work and private life, being the princess of this country. Penelope covered her mouth and smiled at him and continued to say, at least this will produce a good thing, at least, because you are engaged to me, the great Prince Louis cannot easily eliminate you. Back in the classroom, the three of them sat together. Knox frowned in thought, if you can't speak properly, then just sit still. Penelope raised her head and looked up at Talia sitting in the back. Talia immediately turned her head away, avoiding Penelope's eyes. Iana approached Knox from the back row of tables. Knox heard footsteps stepping on the steps behind him. He turned his head and saw Iana walking closer. Knox asked, you? Iana raised her hand to her chest, a little nervously introducing herself, Iana von Sater. He glanced at her and thought, Iana von Sater, the next head of the Sater family, she is a succubus. Famous for her enchanting ability, being able to drain men of their vitality, to strengthen herself and others. Knox thought of Iana in a sexy outfit, sitting cross-legged on the tops of thorny trees. She flashed a smile behind her back, a pentagonal crystal in the shape of a heart and burning lips. Knox turned his head and looked down at the table. He coldly blurted out, I understand. Iana was startled by his reaction. The others were looking at the podium with wide eyes. Leon looked intently at the book in his hand. He lamented that studying in the evening was really tiring. The morning classes followed by the evening classes seemed a bit overloaded. Knox sighed. He lowered his eyes and said, no, I don't think I will attend any more classes. Leon turned his head to look at him and asked, what are you? Suddenly the chandelier on the ceiling shook violently. The whole classroom was also shaken. Everyone stood up at the same time. Someone screamed, "Ay." Knox stood up. Iana next to him stammered and asked, what's going on? The lamppost fell to the ground and broke. Cracks began to appear on the ground. Someone screamed, ah. Talia stood up. The concussion room began to shake violently. She asked in panic, what just happened? Knox put his hands on the table. He lowered his head and thought, it seems the main plot has started. Knox's face became serious, his eyes sharp. Behind him appeared a giant, fierce red figure. He thought to himself, the confrontation with the great demon Paimon has begun. In the room, a black aura began to pour out. Rick stood facing a giant door, from inside the figure of a huge demon Baal, his entire body glowing red, slowly walking out. Rick's whole body reflected red light, and Rick smiled evilly. Facing the giant Baal demon in front of him, Rick spread his arms out, his whole body burning with red fire. He frantically shouted, let the battle begin. In a room, Craigoyle was sitting across from Marin. He said, the lunatic group assigned us a diversion mission, so they could destroy the magic stone. Isn't that right? Marin replied, it seems like you're quite that smart. She smiled brightly, raised her hand and continued, when I activated the barrier separating that area from the outside, the students would naturally attack the maze. Marin smiled and opened her hands and said, we just need to buy as much time as possible. Suddenly there was a strong tremor, the whole room shook, the ceiling light fell off. The ceiling lamp fell to the ground and broke. At this time, the classroom was still shaking strongly. Everyone stood up nervously. Eleanor hugged her head and screamed, ah! Talia covered her face and shouted in panic, ah. Leon glanced worriedly at Penelope. Knox turned his head to look to the side and thought, it seems like Marin is doing her job well. He looked serious, his eyes lit up. Knox whispered, the goal was very clear, which was to delay as long as possible. Leon tells Penelope and Eleanor it will be dangerous to stay here. He opened his eyes wide and continued nervously, people had already activated the last two spells. Knox turned his head to silently observe Leon. He turned his back to Knox and continued to give his opinion. The first spell is a space barrier, separating us from the outside world, and we are stuck in this. Knox stood from afar watching. The girls surrounding Leon listened to him continue. The second spell is a tweaking spell, randomly changing the structure of this building. To be able to escape from here, we... Knox glanced at him and thought, "That's quick." He spoke up, interrupting Leon's sentence, "We need to defeat the refining spell first." Penelope opened her eyes wide and said, "Yes, in our current condition we won't be able to break that barrier." Iana stood next to her, staring worriedly at Penelope. Iana lowered her eyes and stammered, "Yeah, I agree." Iana looked at Penelope and said, "This refinement spell is similar to the refinement magic, which people often use on buildings." Knox glanced at her and asked silently, "What?" He lowered his eyes and thought vaguely, in this episode, Iana didn't do anything, why did she keep talking like that? He closed his eyes and thought to himself, has the original plot changed? Everyone gathered in a corner of the room. Knox spoke up, "Listen carefully, we will need to dispel the refinement spell first like Leon von Marbus said." Talia asked, "Dispel the spell?" Knox looked at Talia who was standing next to him, looking at him with wide eyes. Knox opened his arms and looked at her to explain, "Yes, all magic has its own purpose." In his heart he was thinking, "Of course it is her, didn't know about that." Looking at Talia's eyes wide open, her expression confused, Knox thought, she hates using her brain. A red magical amulet is tied to the structure of the room by many chains. Knox continues to explain, "Once we achieve our goal or forcibly dispel the refining spell, we will escape, come out." Talia closed her eyes and hugged her head, complaining. Leon looked at her and explained in a soft voice, simply saying that if we can bear the burden of this magic, there is a high possibility that it will disappear. Knox looked at the rubble next to him. He continued, "First of all, we need to assess the condition of this building." The remaining 6 people at the same time looked intently at him. Knox continued, "Let's split into 2 groups to check. Penelope, Echidna and Iana are one group, Leon, Talia and Eleanor are one group." Knox looked at everyone seriously and said, "Then come back here in an hour." Marin pulled her hat up to cover her head. She stealthily rushed up the stairs. While running, she thought seriously, "Knox von Rehaver, it seems like he has the ability to defeat me." Marin stood on high and quietly observed the group of people Talia, Eleanor and Knox were checking below. She thought, large-scale magic could not defeat him, and he also gained the trust of others. Marin turned around and jumped down, her hand touching a rock. She used her hands and feet to touch the rock surface. Marin stood on top of a giant stone statue next to the stairs and said, "So, it's time to solve the maze first." Marin glanced down, a proud smile on her face, thinking, they call this place a maze of illusions, right? She sat down, raised the vase in her hand and poured out a crimson liquid inside, thinking to herself, I will cast an illusion spell that will make the adventurers crazy, by showing them stories, sweet while smeared with the devil's blood. Marin raised her hand to write a spell with the little devil's blood she had just spilled on the floor. A red light emitted. Red light spread everywhere, surrounding her body. Marin touched her chin and thought, no matter how strong Lydian students are, they cannot withstand it. Marin stood high and looked down. The red light spread throughout the room, covering Knox's group. She thought to herself, she has spread a large amount of the little devil's blood. At least, it will hold them off for an hour. Marin spoke up, that rookie would probably be able to handle it. Suddenly she widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Eh?" Below, in the red light that covered the group of people including the fallen Knox, his whole body trembled violently on the ground. Knox's body trembled, he clenched his teeth uncomfortably, a tear flowed from his closed eyes. Marin's eyes widened and she shouted in panic, "Nonsense, I set it up so that rookie could endure it." She tightened her grip on the bow in her hand, gritted her teeth and said, "Something is wrong, I have to continue." In the night sky, the clouds spread out to reveal a bright, full moon. Luna and Duff were standing in the air looking down at the academy. Her eyes flashed. Luna looked cold and called out, "Duff." Duff walked up to her. Luna ordered, "Let's begin." He replied, "Let's do it." Both of them merged into a beam of light, swirling and rushing inside the academy. Duff glanced sideways and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Noah von Trinity is a tough opponent." Luna narrowed her eyes and replied, "I knew that." Both of them rushed forward quickly. The hallway in the academy quickly passed before their eyes. Duff spoke up, finally. Luna and he stood in front of an open door. Duff said, "We're here too." At the resting place of the warriors, Luna and Duff looked up to see a huge blue magic circle appear blocking the door of the building. Luna slowly approached the blue magic circle. She calmly led the way through the magic circle, Duff following closely behind her. Inside the blue magic circle, the two slowly approached a rock placed in the middle of the room. A voice said, "I knew you would come." Luna and Duff stopped, glancing ahead. Noah appeared, with a playful smile on his lips and said, "Someone like you is truly very interesting." Noah stood in front of the rock, facing Luna and Duff. She continued to speak, the leader of Lunatic and one of the 3 Sword Emperors. Noah continued, "The last heir of the Moonlight Sword, Luna." Her face exuded a cold expression. Luna stared at her with wide eyes. Luna looked at Noah, blocking her face, and said, "Noah von Trinity, please get out of the way." She pulled out the sword at her waist and said coldly, "Magic stone is an item that will bring destruction to this world." Noah laughed and replied, "You already know my answer." Luna raised the sword high in front of her face, her whole body emitting a bright red light. She swung her sword straight forward, the sword emitting a stream of red light. Her sword energy slashed hard at the structure in front, sending smoke and dust flying out. After the smoke and dust cleared, Luna looked at the empty ruins in front, with no sign of Noah. Luna opened her eyes wide in surprise. She and Duff leaned back against each other, looking around warily. Snowflakes appeared around the two of them. The air began to be covered with a thin layer of ice. Noah spoke up, "Do you know something?" Snowflakes and frozen air created a vortex that headed straight for Luna and Duff. Luna swung her hand and slashed her sword. The red sword energy emitted, shattering Noah's ice and snow attack into many pieces of ice. Luna glanced back. Noah appeared behind her and spoke, "Luna, I really like to confront strong opponents." She raised her hand to her chest, smiled and stared at Luna, continuing, "And Paimon is the strongest demon I have ever fought." Luna straightened her sword, her whole body emitted a bright red light. She glanced at Noah and asked coldly, "So she would revive him, to fight and prove that she was stronger than him?" Noah smiled and replied, What if I'm right?" Luna's eyes flashed red, her face darkened, the sword in her hand emitted beams of light. She coldly said, "Then I will kill you." Noah smiled and pointed at Luna and questioned, You killed me, ha ha ha, for that reason?" Luna's face was cold, she narrowed her eyes, her whole body emitted red light. Luna faintly said, "No, because of me." Having finished speaking, Luna rushed forward like a flash of lightning. Noah emitted blue light that directly opposed Luna's red light, the two attacks strongly colliding with each other. When the two blue and red attacks collided violently with each other, the magic stone began to emit red light. A hand slowly approached the red magic stone. Where the hand touched, the cracked red magic stone began to break. Rick held out his hand, the magic stone shattered, and Bale with a giant body appeared from inside the stone. The sun gradually rose. Knox stood on the beach. He looked into the distance. The ocean waves gently patted under his feet. He turned his head to look around, wondering where this was. Suddenly Knox's eyes widened, looking forward in surprise. In front of Knox, a girl with yellow hair and large wings on her back was flying into the mist above the sea. Knox's eyes widened. He shouted, "Ah!" Knox put his hand forward. The girl with wings gliding on the water gradually walked away. He silently cried out in panic, "Don't go!" The girl gradually disappeared in the mist on the sea surface. Knox quickly chased after him, screaming in his heart, "Don't go!" He ran into the sea and thought to himself, "I have to bring that girl back." There was no longer a silhouette of the girl on the sea surface, only the undulating waves remained. Knox thought, "I have lost her." Knox held out his hand, his eyes looking helplessly forward. He stood alone and looked into the distance. In front of him there was only a vast stream of water. Knox looked blankly into the distance, a stream of tears streaming down his cheek. Tears were still flowing. He lowered his head and looked at his palms, wondering, Knox raised his head and looked into the distance. The sun was slowly rising. In front of him was the vast ocean. He silently groaned, "Ah!" The golden sunlight shone on him. Knox stared ahead, a tear rolling down his cheek. A voice appeared in his heart, "Knox, stop it, wake up," someone called. Knox. He was startled and opened his eyes wide. He sat up on his hands and knees. Eleanor was kneeling next to him. She stretched out her hand to examine him. Talia stood opposite, staring at Knox. He bowed his head and wiped the tears from his face and asked, "Am I crying?" Eleanor nodded and nervously replied, "Yes, but I don't know what happened to you before that." Knox frowned. He looked down at his palm thinking, "What is that? What did I see before? Am I dreaming?" He squinted his eyes, remembering the image of the blonde girl with wings. Knox thought to himself, "Even though my memories are very vague now, I still remember that girl. It seemed like she was trying to tell me something." Knox turned his head and glanced to the side. Eleanor and Talia stared at him worriedly. Knox pushed himself up, he bowed his head and said, "This is embarrassing, forget it, let's move on." In his heart he thought, now is not the time to worry about such things. Eleanor raised her hands first, who looked at Knox worriedly. Talia crossed her arms and stared at him. The giant monsters swung their claws, opened their mouths and bared their teeth, rushing in. Knox thought, now is the time to take care of the second maze. Penelope and Leon stood in front and produced 2 magic circles. Knox and Talia swung their swords in their hands, and Iana stood timidly watching from the side. Talia swung her sword and slashed a line of red fire. Leon held the book in one hand, his other hand spread out, his whole body emitted green light. Green light manipulates dry bones. Dry skeletons controlled by blue light jumped up to attack a monster. The monster brought its hand down and slammed it down on a dry skeleton. The other skeleton held a spear of blue light in its hand. It jumped up and stabbed the green spear into the monster's body. The monster fell to the floor. Other dry skeletons immediately rushed in. The monster fell to the ground and was bitten by countless dry bones crawling on top of it. Leon's entire body emitted blue light and he glanced around. Iana opened her arms, her body emitting pink flames. Pink arrows rushed in, hitting a monster hard in the face. Knox smiled. Pink arrows surrounded him. Knox thought to himself, this basement is not dangerous. Echidna stood next to him and raised his hand to cast a pink magic circle. Knox opened his hand and the pink ball hovered in his palm. He glanced to the side and thought, of course, there is an expert here. Knox stepped on Echidna's foot. She screamed, ah! Knox thought, I also need to buy more time. He glanced at her and said, sorry, I didn't mean it. Echidna angrily gritted her teeth and shouted, you! After dealing with the monsters, the floor was full of their corpses. Everyone gathered. Leon used his hand to cover his mouth and sighed, puffing. Iana stood behind him staring at him. Leon looked at his palm and said, somehow, we have passed the second maze. Penelope looked at Leon worriedly and said, Leon, you look so tired. Leon turned his head to look back. Iana raised her head to look at Penelope and stammered, I'm sorry, it's because I'm inexperienced. Confused, she clasped her hands together, bent down and asked, Knox, are you okay? Knox put his hands on his hips and closed his eyes and said, I'm fine, don't compare me to those weak people. Eleanor stood next to him and glanced at him. Eleanor glanced at him and smiled sarcastically, saying that she had just been crying for less than 3 hours, but she was already putting on a tough face. Penelope bowed her head, closed her eyes and said, you will be in trouble if you continue to speak like that to my future husband. Eleanor turned her head to look at her. Eleanor waved her hand, smiled and said, oh my God, I'm sorry for behaving inappropriately, Princess. Knox looked at her with a black face. Echidna opened her eyes with a serious expression and asked, by the way, what will the third maze look like? Knox silently observed her. Echidna glared loudly and said, I'm really worried, just the second maze is already this difficult. Knox glanced at her and smiled and said, well, in his heart he thought, it's finally my time to shine. Knox glanced back at the group of people behind him and thought, the boss of the third floor of this maze. His face was half hidden by his hair. Knox thought, that boss. His eyes flashed, he smiled and continued to think, it was me. Next to the red magic stone, Rick said, so you have finally awakened. Rick smiled and opened his hands, happily saying, Lord Paimon. The ball floating next to him showed the image of Louis. He said, can you hear me, Rick? He glanced at Louis' image and smiled and replied, yes sir. Rick held a bottle of blood inside with both hands, smiled and continued, everything is going very smoothly, you don't need to worry. Louis smiled, his face cheerfully said, it should be like that, this is my only chance to become a hero. Rick picked up the bottle, turned around to look at the ball and replied, I understand. Rick smiled brightly and uttered 2 words, stupid. He looked at the bottle in his hand and smiled, thinking, do you think that just by defeating the awakened Lord Paimon, you can gain power? Blood was spilled, Rick thought, even though Lord Paimon was still weak after awakening, you alone could defeat him. Rick waved his hand and knocked over the vial of blood. He smiled and said, well, that will make things easier for me. Rick stood with his arms outstretched, watching as the magic stone spilled blood began to crack. The magic stone is broken. Lots of debris flew out. The hand of the demon Baal was red with sharp claws spread out. It spoke, Baal raised his hand, turned his head to look around. Rick knelt down and shouted, I respectfully bow to you, Lord Paimon, I am Minos Litzdenifer. Baal used 2 long fingers to brush the ice off his shoulder. He stared at him and said, TSK. He looked straight at Rick with a fierce face and spoke, "Not expecting that one of your brats would wake me up." Bale leaned over and took a breath to continue speaking, "Or perhaps it was really thanks to a miracle that I was able to rise again." It looked down at Rick, who was kneeling below, and asked, "Auslitz?" He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Lord Paimon." Rick was still bowing his head. Bale raised his hand and said, "I can feel it. That familiar scent, the smell of humans, behind that wall." Luna frowned. She raised her sword. Slashing hard, Noah emitted a blue aura to fend off Luna's attack. Noah smiled and waved his hand. A blue aura shot out. Bale continued to ask, "Is one of the three people who sealed me before, behind that wall?" It opened its sharp-clawed hand and shouted, "Answering me." Rick bowed his head and knelt at its feet and replied, "Yes." Baal's entire body emitted a billowing black aura. Knox's body became unreal. The system displayed a message, "Please correct the clone's appearance," he thought, about the last of the 3 challenges in the maze, the boss. Knox raised his hand to the system panel. His illusory body appeared. Knox thought, well, actually it wasn't much of a threat in the first place. Knox smiled and thought, why? He smirked, because he could have defeated it. Knox swung his sword down. The sword energy cut across the monster's head. Blood spurted out. Knox thought excitedly. The reward for defeating the boss was too attractive. Knox held the sword and coldly looked at the giant monster's body falling in a pool of blood. The system displays a notification. Basic information: name Knox von Rehaver, male, gender, age 15, human race, mainly dark element, no achievements. Knox tightened his grip on the sword, checked the system board. He thought to himself, the reward for winning these 3 bosses is 3 random stat points. The system table displays Knox properties. He stared intently at the system screen thinking, thanks to it, both mana and health were increasing steadily. He swiped his hand across the attribute table on the screen, thinking to himself, increasing his stats is a good thing, but... Knox glanced to the side, his hand hovering over the system's screen, thinking that his role as a member of Lunatic was to delay time so they could not escape the maze. He reached forward, squinted his eyes and thought, so the solution I came up with is... Following his outstretched hand, pink rays of magical light gathered into a clone with brown hair. Knox thought, using the moon shadow artifact to change his appearance. Knox watched the clone turn and walk away, he thought with a smile, and placed his clone in the boss monster's old position. Knox smiled and looked at the clone, thinking with satisfaction, since this was his own clone, it was natural that it was stronger than the boss monster. As soon as Talia saw him, she immediately asked, "Knox, where did you go?" Knox coldly replied, "Mind your own business." Leon and Eleanor left with grim faces. Knox folded his arms and looked at their backs, thinking, just keep them until time runs out. The group of people was coming. Knox's clone stopped and shouted, "Stop." Knox's clone opened its eyes blankly and looked at the group of people who spoke, "You won't make it through this place." Talia looked at him with wide eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Knox stood next to him and frowned and said, "Wait." Knox frowned. A line of thoughts flashed through his head. The clone had consciousness and independent thinking, but controlled based on his consciousness. He frowned worriedly, thinking that if the conversation lasted too long, they might feel something strange. Leon stood next to him and shouted loudly to stop. Leon stood in front of Knox. He opened his eyes wide and stared intently at Knox's clone who spoke, "A person with such a sinister aura cannot be human." Knox looked at his back with a dark face and thought, this guy. Echidna glared and said, "I see, I felt something strange about that face." Just as I thought, the atmosphere around Knox became gloomy. He glanced at her and thought, these people. Talia clenched her fist and placed it on her chest and asked, "Who are you?" Knox's face blankly looked towards her and replied, saying, "A wandering magician. It happened that some magic was activated near Elydane, and I was trapped in it." Talia clasped her arms across her chest, one hand gently touching their lips. She stared at Knox's clone and said, "That's strange, you keep reminding me of someone." Talia was still stroking her chin in thought. Knox was sweating. He rolled his eyes and cursed silently, "Damn it." He bowed his head and thought, talking nonsense. Knox raised his hand and pulled out the sword at his waist. He spoke, after all, it was just a monster. He thought, if he continued talking, they would find out. Knox raised his hand and slashed a line. Purple sword energy flew out. His cold eyes looked in front of him and said, "Don't listen to him, kill him." Knox's purple sword energy slashed in front of his clone's face. Knox swung his sword repeatedly to attack the clone. His clone jumped back and dodged. After a while of continuous attacks, Knox temporarily stopped to observe. His clone was also in a ready position to fight. Eleanor stood behind him, Knox bent over, clutching the sword in his hand, his body emitting purple lights. Eleanor waved her hand and a yellow magic circle appeared. She said, "I don't know, even if you ask." Yellow rays of light were in the air, billowing together to form a yellow ball in the middle of Eleanor's magic circle. Knox held the sword and stood next to it. Eleanor raised her hand, the yellow light shot straight forward. Knox's clone leaned over and narrowly avoided it. Eleanor smiled at him and said, "It seems like his sword swing has slowed down, right?" Knox looked at her with a black face and silently. Countless dry skeletons emitting green light rushed to attack Knox's clone. Talia's whole body emitted red light. She held her sword and rushed in front of Knox's clone. She swung her sword and slashed. The sword energy emitting red light hit Knox's clone hard. He leaned back to avoid the attack. Attacked by Talia's red sword energy, Knox's clone frowned and leaned away. Dry skeletons emitting green light were rushing towards them. Knox's clone rushed forward, orange rays of light cutting through the dry bones. He opened his eyes wide and waved his hand, an orange aura emitting from his palm. The orange air blast hit the dry bones hard, causing them to shatter. Bone fragments flew out. Talia avoided the broken bones while tightening her sword and rushed forward. She swung her hand and slashed hard, causing Knox's clone to fall back and avoid it. Talia glared. She clenched her teeth and pulled her right leg back. Then he threw a powerful knee kick into Knox's clone's stomach, forcing him to bend over because the force was too strong. The clone spat out a mouthful of blood. Both Knox and the clone widened their eyes, opened their mouths and let out a groan. "Huh." The beaten clone knelt down and bowed his head. Everyone focused on staring at him. Suddenly Talia turned her head to look at Knox. His whole body was covered in sweat. Talia opened her eyes wide and looked at him worriedly asking, "Knox, what's wrong?" Eleanor turned around and looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Knox bowed his head and replied, "Nothing." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I missed two things." Everyone focused on his clone. Knox leaned over and used one hand to think. First, the clone took away 50% of his stats. He squinted. The sword in his hand emitted purple light. Knox continued to think, meaning that his current status only had half of his status remaining. Talia swung her sword and slashed at the clone. The clone leaned away. Knox continued thinking. Second, even though the clone was the one being attacked. The clone turned his head to look back. A cut appeared on his arm. Knox bent down and frowned tightly. He gritted his teeth and felt a sharp pain on his arm, right where the clone's wound was. He thought to himself, "I'm still the one suffering." Knox frowned, his face sweating. He thought to himself, "It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought." Knox stood and watched as the clone opened his hands, billows of orange energy gathering in his palms. Talia tightened her sword, preparing to attack. Knox thought to himself, "I can endure until the end. Time is not here." In another battlefield, Luna and Noah were fighting fiercely with each other, their fire swords clashing strongly with the ice aura. Suddenly, the magic stone made a loud explosion. Black air flowed out. Both people stopped fighting and stood looking at the magic stone. The air was filled with black aura. Luna and Noah stopped fighting. Both looked towards the magic stone. Luna widened her eyes. Her face panicked. The demon doll slowly stepped out of the magic stone and walked towards Noah and Luna. Doll's whole body turned red. Black aura emitted around him. His eyes flashed and his face showed a fierce smile. Luna angrily gritted her teeth. She turned around and shouted at Noah, "Noah, in the end you came and destroyed everything." Noah glanced at her coldly. Luna's eyes flashed with anger. She shouted angrily, "Don't you care about saving humanity?" Luna pointed her sword straight into the sky, her whole body emitting red swirls. A ray of red light shined straight down on Luna's body, each winding ring of red air wrapped around the red light. Her eyes opened wide, her expression was serious, red aura wrapped around Luna's body. Looking at Luna's whole body emitting red aura, Noah crossed his arms over his chest and thought, "So when you fought with me, you weren't serious, kid." She remembered when Belle was in the magic stone. She made many attacks on the stone. Noah thought to himself, "I have tried to destroy that lowly thing countless times." The surface of the magic stone was still solid and sparkling. Noah continued to think, but there was only one way to destroy the magic stone of a demon Grand Duke. The knights wielding swords rushed towards the magic stone. Noah appeared behind the magic stone. His blue eyes were cold. She thought, that is to kill it as soon as it revived. Bale emitted a black aura. Luna raised the sword in her hand. Around her emitted a red aura. Noah watched from behind and thought to himself, but I didn't think it would revive so quickly. Luna, witness that child's abilities. Noah smiled and waved his hand. A blue magic circle appeared. She thought to herself, so I think it's time for me to show my own card. Luna used all her strength to slash a giant sword at Belle. The red light from the attack swept across the entire room. The stone floor under her feet cracked. Noah waved his hand. His whole body emitted blue light, and streams of cold air billowed out. Immediately, Ball's feet turned into ice, holding his lower body tightly. Luna took advantage of Noah's blue aura hovering in the air and slashed her sword down. Luna's sword rushed forward and hit Bale hard. It calmly smiled excitedly. Luna's sword slashed hard at Ball's shoulder. It did not dodge, but smiled and accepted the attack. The strong impact creates a huge explosion. Luna and Noah stared at Bale with wide eyes. It stepped on Noah's broken ice and asked sarcastically, "Is this all you have, just a nameless, powerless witch and an ordinary girl?" Bale spread his hands, the black aura curled into a large ball and appeared. He smiled and said, "If so, then right here." It braced its body and raised its head to scream, "You will die." The black ball exploded into a giant force. A loud explosion rang out, the whole room forming a giant fire pit. Yoochan was hit by a bolt of lightning and fell forward. Talia gritted her teeth and slashed her sword at him. The Grey's wound left a line on his shoulder blade. At this moment, green skeletons arose from nowhere. They rushed back and attacked from all directions, causing him to only cover his face with his hands. Leon held the book and moved his hand forward. A blue light immediately appeared around his hand like the skeletons from before. He couldn't let someone with such formidable power escape. He tried his best to deal with him. Knox held his injured arm and looked at his proud face. That guy was strangely excited. But then he focused on moving his hand forward. But never mind, this should buy enough time. At this moment, huge cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, gradually spreading everywhere. He gritted his teeth in panic. What is this? Everyone screamed as the crack gradually spread to where they stood. The broken bricks and stones fell below, creating a dark hole. The ground beneath someone's feet also collapsed, causing her to lose her footing. Then Eleanor screamed loudly and fell into the hole below. Everyone above was panicking. Talia called, "Eleanor." Suddenly, someone's shadow stepped on the cracked rocks and rushed down below. At this moment she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, waiting to fall below. Who would have thought that when she opened her eyes? Yoochan is in front of her. "Are you okay?" She was a bit surprised. "She lies in your arms. Why are you here? Save me." He didn't say anything but picked her up and jumped up. He put her down to see if she was injured anywhere. She blushed and her eyes wavered slightly when he took her hand. Knox looked at this scene and frowned. It was crazy. He turned around and wondered if the person who saved Eleanor was Yoochan's personality before he possessed him. No matter how much of it was him, it was doing enough. He looked at the huge crack that prevented them from moving forward. More importantly, he felt the air coming from the front. Something was wrong. This energy, it must be. He thought of a terrifying red monster, the demon Lord Paimon. Then he rushed away. Everyone turned to look at his incomprehensible move of leaving. Talia called out loudly, "Knox, where are you going?" Lana also looked worriedly. He held the sword in his hand and rushed like the wind. Damn it. He questioned himself, where did he go wrong? If he couldn't stop that monster Paimon. If you keep rushing towards the dark space ahead, you'll die. In another place, the ground had broken open and smoke was flying. Luna walked out tiredly from a heavy piece of brick. She gritted her teeth and looked around looking for something. Then her eyes widened when she discovered it. A hooded person with a coat was being crushed under another brick. She immediately rushed forward. "Duff." He breathed heavily and tried to speak. Okay, let's deal with the prince first." She gritted her teeth with hatred. Then she turned to look at the person sitting on the ground behind her. "Noah, I'll hear your explanation later." Noah stood up and waved his hand. "Oh God, you're speaking too casually. Now is not the time to be distracted." A red foot walked towards the two people standing. Noah touched the ground, and blue light appeared around her. Luna glanced over and assessed. No matter how strongly she spoke, Noah didn't have much mana left. She silently calculated that such a spell could only be used a maximum of 2 times. She tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She had used the moonlight sword twice just now, and she didn't know how much longer she could last. Paimon showed a devilish smile. He bluntly criticized you. "You are too weak." He said, "It's fun to play with you." He looked at the 2 little girls in front of him, "But I thought of something even more fun." He smiled and pointed back. There are so many people here, are your students too? The two people's faces darkened. Noah tried to smile. Compared to the last time I saw you, you are now even more rude and dirty. It turns into flames surrounding itself, look closely. It turned into a ball of fire in the palm of its hand, raising its eyes to see how weak you humans are. It threw that giant fireball, and why couldn't they defeat us? Luna protested, no. She used the momentum from the ground to launch herself. But suddenly it appeared from behind. It smiled devilishly and stretched its hands forward. She had to use her sword to block it, but as a result, she was thrown back. He noticed Noah moving behind him again. She rushed away. In her hand was the iridescent blue ball. She moved forward, creating a blinding curtain of light. It rushed to remind me, it didn't work. It quickly breaks down the newly created veil. She coughed up blood in pain, just like that back then. She almost exhausted her strength and threw herself back, unable to protect them. She remembered the scene before when people were panicking and running away from the fire that was constantly raging. Please help. Some people even grabbed their children and ran away. But she was left alone in that miserable time. Her call was not answered by anyone, mother or father. She was in pain, cried, and felt so lonely. She was alone in that desolate, pouring rain scene. At this moment she is falling backwards. I don't want to look or read anything anymore. She fell down and hit her head hard on the rock behind her, including the strength she desperately sought. She was in pain and lost all strength to sit there. She panted and looked at the demon with indignant eyes, unable to touch the demon. She watched as Luna continued to attack without giving up. She shed tears of despair. It was too late. A stream of purple light flashed from somewhere. It collided with Paimon's flames, creating a concussive explosion. Then a blue light continued to rush into the fire. It created another explosion. Luna covered her face and tried to squint to observe through the dust ahead. She looked back slightly at that attack. Noah was also curious. What was that? That person questioned her. Mr. Principal, are you planning to give up here again? She heard that person continue, if you, who once lost your family, now also lose your students. Knox holds the sword in front of her, then he will have nothing left. She was surprised. How did you know? He stood there and uttered an oath. I, Knox von Reincarnation, swear by the ancient rules of the Black Sword. He held the sword tightly in both hands, right here. His eyes glowed purple like the color of the black sword in his hand. I will kill Paimon. This time somewhere else, in a forest. One person is holding a white mask in his hand. Knox disappeared, the mask in his hand. I got it back safely, but... He gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. That wasn't the problem here. He was rushing forward with Marin. Unexpectedly Paimon had awakened. She thought, what should I do? She frowned. Paimon was on the same level as Commander Luna, so we couldn't actually do anything. She looked at his back, so what I can do is... Suddenly she spoke up, Knox von Reincarnation, as a senior, I will make sure you survive somehow, that is, you don't mind at all, don't bullshit. He firmly affirmed, I will not run away, a member of the Reincarnation family will not shirk his responsibilities. She argued, but this is not a problem we can solve on our own. His eyes were cold. Even if Commander Luna died, she would still be fine. Because of this sentence, she paused for a few seconds. Marin's characteristics are admiration and firm belief. Those two characteristics, he thought, must be her feelings towards Luna, who saved her and rose to the position of commander herself. He suddenly stopped, so, I will take full advantage of her characteristics. His question made her stop. I heard that Luna saved her from the laboratory. He thought to himself, I am a villain as well as a cunning character and inner lunatic. Remember, he turned back to question, do you mean we should just let someone like her go to death's door? She gritted her teeth, so. She lowered her head, what do you think we should do? She was upset. This is Paimon we are talking about, someone that even apparitions and sword masters would struggle to deal with. He replied briefly but his eyes were full of determination, please use the bow. Suddenly, a bright red source appeared, startling the two. She was worried, this is... Knox glanced in that direction. It seemed that Paimon had already appeared. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to stop him. Marin is suspicious. Have you heard about my archery from Luna? His face was expressionless. There was something more important right now, he thought to himself. She was hesitating, right? She got angry. You know how strong my water shooting is. If I use that arrow skill, I will go crazy. She stammered, you might die. He stood there looking at her, Marin, the complete inheritor of the Sea Tribe's abilities. He coldly turned away. You overestimate yourself. I won't die at the hands of someone like you. He only left one sentence in her bewilderment, ready to go. He knew, no one could stop Marin's arrow. He held the sword tightly in his hand, but it had to be done. I thought, if we want to stop this damn game from ending. Marin clenched her fists, clenched her teeth, and struggled mentally. Knox still stood there, observing her expression. He smirked, what's wrong? He smiled disdainfully. In such a short time, he already felt attached to me. This sentence hit her. She took out an arrow and put it into the bow as a warning, don't regret it, rookie. He still calmly stood and looked, do you think I will regret it? She raised her bow and took aim. One of her eyes also changed. You won't take back what you said, right? Now I understand why Luna called you an insolent rookie. He turned around and held up the sword, though, to be honest, I don't like you much. At this moment, a fire was rushing forward. His sword also emitted a dark aura. A notification appeared, Stormbridger drained the user's mana to the absolute limit. The user's mana is significantly reduced, temporarily reducing mana induction. She raised her bow and counted, 1. Your sword filled with hidden energy is also ready, 2. After counting the number 3, both the black sword from his sword and the power from her bow and arrow flew up to confront the incoming column of fire. All the power collided together, creating a shocking explosion in front of Luna. Marin's water arrow and the fire pillar continued to rush into each other. Another explosion took place but still could not stop the column of fire. After the attack just now, Knox was tired, panting. Marin continued to raise her water bow and shoot. He angrily gritted his teeth. Her powerful water arrow was ready. The bow and arrow shot out and grazed Knox, who jumped aside. His body was dripping with sweat. Her archery was truly remarkable. Immediately, her eyes lit up. She pointed the arrow straight at the back of his head, yet he remained calm, shooting that deadly arrow at his junior like that. She didn't hesitate to shoot that arrow straight, but he had to jump to the side to avoid it. TSK. He bent down slightly, looking at the vortex behind him with wariness. Then he turned around and called out, Iana von Sater, stop hiding, why don't you show yourself? He sarcastically said that now the descendants of the 3 great dark families are all perverts. There was a foot coming towards, you. Iana looked worried, discovering that I was gone. You continue to dodge the water arrow that is being shot. I have a suggestion. He thought to himself, if I remember correctly, Iana is on par with Paracelsus versus Rian, that is. Knox looked towards Marin, who was frantically shooting arrows. Can you use your magic, illusion, to stop her, Marin, who is currently losing control? She hesitantly pointed her hands at each other. That's okay, I don't want to die either. She stopped, but still. Right now you are completely confident, different from before. You will help me replenish the black magic later, right? I'm a bit uncomfortable, the way they added magic. To be honest, I'm not very happy with that. Then he turned to leave, but I agreed. Let's go, she replied, I will deal with her. Suddenly an arrow of water rushed past, startling her. But a second later, she smiled strangely again. It was clear. At this time, Knox was standing in front of a building and a pile of rubble. He looked ahead. I saw Noah exhausted and panting. Noah. He immediately rushed forward. The deaths of her family and friends were written in her biography. He stood and thought to himself, a character with crazy appearances but endured the most painful things. He asked, are you planning to give up here again? He silently reminded, at least for now, you have to protect her. Knox stood with his back to Noah. If he lost another disciple, he would have nothing left. He thought, before becoming desperate and abandoning everything, he turned his eyes firmly to her. I will finish Paimon, right here and right now. His words surprised her, so please lend me your strength as well. At this moment, a voice asked, is it you? Paimon smiled devilishly. Who deflected my attack? It felt close around him. You had a very familiar smell, a dark power lurking in the darkness, and that sword. He smiled with satisfaction. So that's it. Around it emitted a bright red energy that covered the entire area. Notification system. Opponents have applied terrible negative characteristics to users. Noah panicked. Luna is no different from her. Paimon's bright eyes said every word. You are Theo's son, right? Knox remained silent and did not answer, just frowned and glanced at Paimon. He summoned the black sword and then held it tightly. The system panel displayed a message: the iron will attribute neutralize the adverse fear attribute. Knox slashed a horizontal line, creating a dark purple sword energy towards Paimon. It quickly waved its hand to create a blocking force. Suddenly Knox asked, making it stop, "What are you going to do?" He smiled and called out its name, Grand Duke Paimon. Knox looked at Paimon's blood-red aura and said, "I heard you are a weak demon sealed by my father." He gritted his teeth as he continued to provoke him. "The homeowner said that you are not even worthy of the title of Grand Duke." Paimon tried to stay calm but couldn't. He scolded Knox. This brat really had a foul mouth. Knox looked at Paimon's bright red power and thought, just like the game describes, too emotional. He smiled and realized that he had to take advantage of this feature. Knox looked at Paimon, then activated the skill. A notification panel appeared showing all its information. He curled his lips and thought, this guy is stronger than everyone he has ever encountered. Knox then remembered each of its attacks. The fire rage attack that he had just blocked was a fatal attack. He continued to remember, Calamity Flame was a form of continuous damage skill, extremely dangerous because of its probabilistic nature. He remembered the sword Paimon held in his hand and decided it was a fire sword attack skill. Knox sighed and assessed, all the skills were extremely great. Suddenly a voice transmitter asked him, "What are you doing?" Luna swung the sword and continued asking Knox if he knew where it came from. Knox put down the sword and thought to himself, actually with Luna's help, defeating Paimon wouldn't be a problem. He thought of Luna and Noah and then remembered, but on the condition of having a few items. Knox thought to himself, for now I have to defeat him with what I have. Then you transmit to Luna, I have a way to defeat Paimon, please cooperate with me. Suddenly she said, Marin. She gritted her teeth and asked him if she was still alive. Knox immediately replied, of course, I promised, besides. Before he finished transmitting the sound, Paimon immediately summoned the sword and covered it with fire. He said, how dare you? It brandished its flaming sword and asked Knox, ignore me while I'm right in front of you. The circle of fire created by Paimon's sword rushed towards Knox. He gritted his teeth and quickly used his sword to block it. The system displayed a notification. A strong blow made the Smokemaster shake. The ring of fire continued to collide with the sword in Knox's hand, causing him to fall to the ground. He gritted his teeth and wondered if it was his judgment skill. Knox placed his sword on the ground and transmitted to Luna, my plan requires Marin. He stood up and continued transmitting while Luna was rushing towards Paimon. I was confident Marin could overcome the barrier and control her power. Paimon tilted her head and looked towards Luna. She jumped up high and swung her sword behind her head, summoning a flame above the blade. Luna slashed down but was blocked by Paimon. She gritted her teeth and said, don't forget I'm still here, Paimon. Immediately, Luna and Paimon rushed into each other, continuously exchanging moves. Luna transmitted the sound to Knox, okay brave rookie, I will leave it to you, it's better than us all dying here. At this time, Knox glanced at Noah and asked, can you still use wide area magic about twice more? He continued, asking him to cast a wide area shield spell around Area 1. Noah began to perform magic. Knox told him not to let anyone in there. She smiled and asked him, okay, do you want me to protect the students? Knox turned his head and gritted his teeth and replied, you will definitely do that. Noah finished drawing the magic circle. She smiled and said, her mouth was really stiff. She flew into the sky, saw Knox preparing to rush away and continue speaking, but that's why he's precious. Noah's magic begins to activate, creating a brilliant blue light in an area of the sky. The blue light began to spread out and then formed a barrier to protect an area. At that moment, Paimon used his sword to slash at Luna, causing her to jump away to avoid it. He asked, are you guys starting to play tricks? Then it jumped high. Paimon raised his sword high and continued to ask, do you think you can fight me if you buy more time? It slashed down. Knox ran forward and blocked it with his sword. The pressure from the two swords colliding created a strong wind that sent rocks flying everywhere. Knox provoked Paimon, is the Grand Duke's strength only like this? You are nothing more than a brat. Paimon smiled disdainfully, after only blocking my attacks a few times, you already thought you were him. The notice board appears, the opponent has applied the disadvantageous fear attribute to the player. The two continued to exchange moves. Paimon said to Knox, nonsense, your father is 100 times stronger than that. It smiled and continued to say, even so he still couldn't kill me, he could only seal me. Then he used his sword to slash again and affirmed, I will tear you apart. Knox blocked its attack, as the weight from the attack caused him to fall to his knees. The notice board appeared, the iron will attribute negated the unfavorable attribute of fear. Knox smiled and retorted, you have to try it to know. He steadfastly looked at the blade, and the system announced that the Stormbringer item had absorbed the maximum mana of the player. Then Knox swung his sword, cutting away Paimon's attack. He painfully coughed up fresh blood. At this time, in the sky, Noah had finished performing magic. The barrier is made up of tiny snowflakes that slowly form hexagonal cells arranged next to each other. Knox used his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and thought, the shield has formed. He looked at the barrier and silently affirmed that it was almost done. He looked at Luna rushing at Paimon and thought, a plan to destroy Paimon. Knox gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, wake up quickly, I've reached my limit. I silently called, Marin. Right now, Marin was trying to rush towards Iana, Knox thought, even though she was just a supporting character in the game. Iana raised her hand to summon wooden vines, Knox recalled, a figure destined to die and disappear. Iana's vines tied Marin up, Knox silently hoped, I still don't want her to die. Knox laughed to himself, no, it would be ridiculous to say he wanted to. The system panel appears, warning that your body has no mana left. Warning energy is being metabolized, life expectancy is decreasing rapidly. Knox's whole body was surrounded by a dark purple aura, he thought, she deserved to live. He raised his sword and thought, she has the right to take her life. He held the sword tightly and gritted his teeth as he silently said, that's why. Knox rushed towards Paimon with unbelievable strength. The two used their swords to slash at each other, the black, purple and bright red powers colliding, shaking the area. Knox silently begged, please wake up quickly. Marin was now tied by Iana with vines and hung in the air. Marin's hair gradually turned to water, a tear flowed from her eye, Knox silently called, Marin.